Chapter 761 Three Major Immortal Sects. The Palace Spirit Mine. And peeping at the eldest lady. Boom! The dazzling fist light burst out. A deep and bottomless hole was suddenly blasted out of the rock wall 100 meters away. Jianfeng. On the top of the peak, Luo Qingzhou was practicing the fist technique given to him by Long Air with his upper body naked. The cold wind was biting, but he was steaming hot. The morning sun cast a golden glow, falling on his sweaty body, sparkling and particularly charming. Linghu Qingzhou, dressed in green, stood on a rock not far away, watching quietly. Boom! 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 Luo Qingzhou's fists were getting faster and faster, and the power of the explosion was getting stronger and stronger. The sea of clouds in front was shattered by the exploding fist light. The surrounding rocks were also affected. Jianfeng has a peak protection formation and another master. Therefore, he practiced here without any scruples or reservations, and practiced with great pleasure. He practiced boxing in the morning and absorbed the vitality of heaven and earth in the afternoon. He took a break at noon, ate something, and then continued to practice. Linghu Qingzhou occasionally appeared not far away, just standing there and watching him quietly, without disturbing him. A day was particularly short. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Luo Qingzhou finished his practice, exhaled a long breath of white air, and slowly opened his eyes. The setting sun fell on the horizon, and her face was red, like a girl who was about to go home, but was reluctant to leave her lover. The snow on the top of the peak showed no signs of melting. The still green pine trees were covered with white snow, which was particularly beautiful under the slightly drunk sunset. Luo Qingzhou felt that the scenery at this moment was very good, so he took out the communication treasure, recorded the scene, and sent it to Sister Yu. And it was accompanied by the text, "The sunset is infinitely beautiful. Drunken eyes shine on the green pines." Last night on the boat, Sister Yu finally agreed to add him back as a friend. After a while, the message came back. "What's up?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Nothing. I just finished practicing, and saw that the scenery here is nice. So I took a picture and sent it to Sister Yu to see together." Sister Yu, oh? Luo Qingzhou, just oh. But the other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, then put away the communication treasure and prepared to leave. When he turned around, Uncle Linghu was standing quietly behind him. Luo Qingzhou said, "Uncle Master, I'm going home." Linghu Qingzhou glanced at his sweaty chest and said, "Go take a bath first." Luo Qingzhou said, "No, I'll go back and take a bath, so as not to dirty Uncle Master's bathtub." Linghu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you think you haven't dirtied it?" Luo Qingzhou. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him, was silent for a while, and said, "The day after tomorrow night. Remember to come early. My soul has been promoted to the realm of distraction. At that time, we can go out of the body together practice." Luo Qingzhou. It was dark when we went down the mountain. The moonlight was cold. The mountain wind was whistling, and the shadows of the trees on the roadside were waving their claws and teeth, like ghosts with fangs exposed, and they also made a humming sound. In Luo Qingzhou's mind, some news that Uncle Master Linghu told him today emerged. Piaomi Xianzong, Pengwai Xiandao, Jiujin Yao Tai are all the most powerful and ancient cultivation sects outside of Diyin. Many people say that only by entering these immortal sects can you truly enter the door of cultivation. They mainly cultivate the soul, can fly with swords, and have many magical skills. So they are called immortal cultivation sects. In fact, they have existed longer than us and have more masters. They occupy the most cultivation resources. Most of the cultivation resources of the entire Jiuzhou continent are in their hands. But they are not satisfied. Although they have signed a contract with each other and cannot interfere in the affairs of various countries, they still secretly support many countries. Each country, in fact, every family has one or several spiritual minds, as well as warrior armies, which are what they need. Master Uncle once said that the spiritual mind of Dian should be under the palace. But the late emperor may have only told a princess and a limited number of people. Our 5 major sects are eligible to obtain some every year. The princess's rapid progress in dual cultivation of body and soul may be related to the spiritual mind. Of course, it may also be that she is a genius. And there are actually such people. Master Uncle once said that there was such a talented woman in Piaomi Xianzong. She started practicing in her teens and shocked the entire cultivation world in just a few years. Enter your current realm and start. After cultivating with the vitality of heaven and earth. The cultivation method is different from the original one. whether it is physical cultivation or soul cultivation. You need to find medicinal materials and refine pills. Almost every realm requires pills. Soul cultivators, in addition to relying on their own strength, also rely on magic tools and magic treasures. Good magic tools are often more important than their own cultivation. Therefore, spiritual mines are very important. Spiritual mines can be exchanged for pills and magic weapons, or they can be exchanged for materials for making pills and materials for refining magic weapons. Master Uncle has always wanted to help you promote this marriage. And this is the reason. Other sects want to compete for this quota. But the princess personally chose you. With your talent, you will definitely go further. So now you need to rely on her power and resources to continue to move forward faster. Of course, you can also find a way to join the 3 sects like your senior sister Gong Bing. She is now focusing on the soul, and has now traveled around the world to find medicinal materials, preparing to make pills to continue to break through. But you have too many secrets, and too many concerns, and you have done those things. It should be difficult to enter. So, the day after tomorrow, you will get married. Serve her well. She should help you. Also, the day after tomorrow night, remember to practice. Luo Qingzhou was thinking about these words while going down the mountain. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, a familiar sound of a cave flute suddenly came from the middle of the mountain. The sound of the flute was sobbing and sad, lingering and sad. After returning home, he took a bath, talked with Miss Jean Eyre for a while, and then went to pay respects to his father-in-law and mother-in-law together. The 2 elders looked very excited. They had heard from somewhere the news that the Emperor of Kyoto had passed away and the eldest princess had ascended the throne, thinking that it had happened yesterday. Their eldest son might still be alive. The joy in their hearts was beyond words. Luo Qingzhou looked uncomfortable, and dared not tell them the truth. Qingzhou, tomorrow morning, your father-in-law and your second brother will go to Kyoto to check the situation and find out about your eldest brother. Since the eldest princess has ascended the throne, you must be fine. You will definitely be the top scorer in this year's spring exam. The eldest princess will set the questions for the palace exam. The eldest princess values you so much. And your eldest brother must be fine. The eldest princess has such a good relationship with our Qin family. She will definitely let him go. By the way, your father-in-law heard at the ferry today that the eldest princess is getting married. Maybe she will invite our family to go together. Qingzhou, you really have a good vision. You tied the eldest princess to the same boat early. Now our Qin family has finally seen the moonlight after waiting for the clouds to clear. The hardship has paid off. Song Riyue cried with joy and kept talking. Originally, Qin Wensheng also talked with a smile on his face, but suddenly fell silent. Luo Qingzhou and Miss Jean Eyre did not smile from beginning to end. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to stay any longer, and left alone on the pretext of going back to school. When the 2 came, they had already discussed that this matter could not be concealed any longer. So Miss Jean Eyre decided to confess to the 2 elders tonight. Although it was cruel. After Luo Qingzhou left alone, he did not return to the small courtyard, but went out of the gate and came to the river. Under the big tree by the river, there stood a snow-white figure wearing fox fur. Next to the snow-white figure, Xia Chan held a sword and stood there motionless. Not far away in the snow, Bai Ling was squatting on the ground, humming a song and making a snowman in his hands. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the 3 people and walked over. Xia Chan heard the footsteps, turned her head to look at him, turned her head again, and did not speak. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. One day, I rode my brother-in-law to the market. When Luo Qingzhou walked under the big tree, Bai Ling was still squatting in the snow not far away with her back to him, singing and making snowmen very seriously. Chan, do I sing well? After Bai Ling finished singing, she looked proud, turned around, and the smile on her face suddenly froze. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and looked at Miss Jean beside him. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, Miss, do you have no feelings for your elder brother? I heard from Miss that you rarely saw him since you were a child. Miss Jean retracted her gaze and looked at him. After a moment of silence, she said, Why do you ask this suddenly? Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, Nothing. I just think that my elder brother has passed away, and I should have burned some paper for him last night. Miss Jean said indifferently, Is it useful? Luo Qingzhou was speechless. Miss Jean looked at the river again, calm as a wood carving without any emotion. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, then said, Miss, what you said is indeed useless. You are just deceiving yourself and comforting yourself. But forget it. Let's not talk about this. Miss, you may have told your parents-in-law about your eldest brother. Miss, do you want to go and accompany them? Miss Jean said calmly. Waymo is enough. Luo Qingzhou stood at the side, quietly watching her. The girl's profile under the moonlight was breathtakingly beautiful, like a dream. For some reason, at this moment, he suddenly remembered what Master Ling Hu said to him in the morning. I saw it. She is really good. Thinking of this, his eyes subconsciously looked at the back figure, and Shua! A cold light suddenly lit up next to him. When his eyes gradually moved down and fell on the towering chest, a sword suddenly stabbed out from the side, and the sharp sword edge just crossed his eyes, blocking his sight. Xia Chan held the sword, staring at him with cold and disdainful expression. Ding! Ding Tuzi! Luo Qingzhou. Bai Ling also stood up and said, Son-in-law, where were you looking at my young lady just now? Luo Qingzhou took a few steps back, avoiding the coldness of the sword, and said seriously, Fox fur. The fox fur of the eldest young lady seems to be the same as the fox fur of the second young lady and the mother-in-law. Are they made together? It's really beautiful. Xia Chan still stared at him without saying anything. Bai Ling pouted, Humph. Son-in-law is really full of lies. He was obviously peeking at the young lady's cute feet. I and Chan saw it with our own eyes. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he glanced at her sideways. I don't know who is full of lies. Our eldest brother doesn't talk about the second brother. But? He subconsciously glanced under the skirt of Miss Jean and was stunned. The shoes Miss Jean wore today seemed to be the pair he gave her. He suddenly raised his head again and looked at Bai Ling. Didn't this girl just remind him on purpose? The son-in-law is peeping again. Bai Ling immediately shouted again, raising her little fist and instigating, Miss, kick the son-in-law and punish him severely. Humph. The son-in-law is really a greedy kitten, eating from the bowl, looking at the pot, and even coveting the cute little feet of his sister-in-law. Then she said, Chan, knock the son-in-law down quickly. Let the young lady step on him hard with her feet. Let's step on him together until he cries. Luo Qingzhou. Miss Jean turned around and walked towards the house. On her beautiful and flawless face, there was still no other expression, as if what happened just now had nothing to do with her. Humph. Lecherous son-in-law. Bai Ling followed behind Miss Jean, holding a snowball in her hand, and suddenly smashed it on his neck when passing by him. Pa! The snowball fell into Luo Qingzhou's neck, shattered, and slid into his collar. Cold and cold. Ha ha. After hitting him, Bai Ling ran away with a triumphant and pleasant laugh. But when she ran into the front yard first, she suddenly stopped. In the hall, there were bursts of crying from the lady and the maids. The master also sat there, with his head down, silent. Bai Ling looked at this scene, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He was stunned for a moment, sighed softly, and murmured in a low voice, It's a pity that none of us can go in. The crying in the Qin mansion continued until midnight. The fire was ignited again by the river late at night. After Luo Qingzhou accompanied them to burn paper, he helped Miss Jean back to the house. The couple talked for a while on the bed, and Miss Jean fell asleep weakly and tiredly with tears in her eyes. Luo Qingzhou held her and waited for a long time before his soul flew out of his body and flew to the roof. He decided to cultivate both body and soul. As before, he still cultivated his body during the day and his soul at night. Thinking of what his uncle said today, he hesitated for a moment, took out the communication certificate, and sent a message to Sister Yu. Come tonight? I want to continue learning alchemy and refining. Can Sister Yu continue to teach me? After sending it, he put away the communication certificate and flew to the river. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. A vague figure suddenly flew over from the distant sea of clouds and arrived in an instant. Chapter 762 Sister Yu kills people. A genius in alchemy. Dark clouds covered the moon. The figure just stopped above the dark clouds, looking down and falling on both sides of the river. It seemed as if he was searching for something. Luo Qingzhou hid under the boat on the river, restraining his breath and looking solemn. Suddenly, he saw a familiar moon-white figure suddenly appear behind the gray figure. The gray figure seemed to be startled and turned around to look at her in a hurry. A wave of soul power suddenly came from the air. Luo Qingzhou's heart trembled, and without hesitation, he immediately flashed and flew up. When he went up from a dark cloud behind him, he just heard the voice of the gray figure, This fairy. I am just passing by. If I offend you, Please forgive me. I will leave immediately. Behind the gray figure, a small wooden sword was looming. The moon-white figure stood in front of him, bathed in the moon-white halo, looking at him quietly, without speaking or moving away. The gray figure snorted coldly and said, "Why? Can't I even pass by?" After that, the wooden sword behind him suddenly turned into several sword shadows, and instantly arrived in front of the moon-white figure, one stabbing her throat, one stabbing her heart, and the other stabbing her eyes and eyebrows. But the moon-white figure disappeared in front of him in an instant, and when it reappeared, it was already behind him. The gray figure was about to turn around, and his entire soul suddenly split into two. He immediately let out a shrill and terrified scream, and screamed, "I am a disciple of the Pyamyu immortal sect. If you kill me, you can't escape even if you go to heaven or H.L." Swish. The moonlight flashed, and his soul that was cut in half was instantly turned into ashes. And his terrified scream just now seemed to still echo in the night sky. The moonlight sword in the white moonlight figure's hand slowly disappeared. She did not look back or turn around, but stood there coldly, saying lightly, "Practice well." Luo Qingzhou came out of the dark clouds, looked at her back and said, "Yes." The white moonlight figure did not speak again and floated to the river surface. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed behind, and could not help asking, "Sister Yu, what is your current cultivation level?" The white moonlight figure did not answer. Luo Qingzhou said again, "The man just now did not seem to have a high cultivation level. He should not have come to you specifically. Right? Last time, that man threatened you with his family. This time it should be. Do you know why I wanted to kill him just now?" The white moonlight figure floated down the river surface, turned his head and looked at him, his voice cold. Luo Qingzhou said, "Because he is from the Pyamyu immortal sect, and he is going to do something that is not good for Sister Yu." The white moonlight figure looked at him coldly and said, "No. It's mainly because he talks too much." Luo Qingzhou. The white moonlight figure ignored him again, and the figure flashed and fell into the river. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to say anything more and followed silently. In the stone chamber of the Dragon Palace, the flame soon rose, and the cauldron was set up. The white figure began to refine the simplest elixir. Luo Qingzhou watched attentively beside him, not daring to speak nonsense, and only occasionally spoke when he did not understand something. One furnace was quickly refined. The white figure stood aside, and Luo Qingzhou went to refine it himself. In the stone room, there was only the sound of the burning flame and the boiling of the medicinal juice in the cauldron. The two of them rarely spoke. Luo Qingzhou only turned his head to look at her when he was unsure occasionally. Seeing that she didn't speak, he felt relieved to continue refining. After refining a furnace with great difficulty, he opened it and found that the elixir in the cauldron was sparse and had not yet formed. "It smells so good. I can reach this level in my first time refining elixir. Sister Yu, am I a genius in refining elixir?" Luo Qingzhou said deliberately. The white figure ignored him and walked to the cauldron silently, adding some more materials and asking him to continue refining. After opening the furnace this time, the elixir finally took shape. But it looked like a crooked melon and a cracked date, not a round one. And the surface was bumpy and had no luster. "It took shape in my first time refining elixir. Sister Yu, it seems that I am really a rare genius in refining elixir," Luo Qingzhou said deliberately again, looking at the expression on her face. As he spoke, he took out a pill, put it in front of his nose and sniffed it. His eyes lit up. "It smells so good. Sister Yu, what ingredients did you add in the end?" The white figure of the moon still had no expression on her face, and said, "Try it yourself." Luo Qingzhou smelled it again, and then put it into his mouth, while turning it over with his tongue to taste it. He frowned and said, "This taste." The tip of the white figure of the moon moved slightly, and said lightly, "I added cow dung." Ugh. Luo Qingzhou vomited it out. The white figure of the moon walked to the front of the tripod, turned his back to him, and said, "This is for small animals to put in the back." Ugh. Luo Qingzhou retched again. The white figure of the moon put away the small tripod and the red fire bead, turned around, walked to the door and said, "I'm leaving. You practice." Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "Sister Yu, tell me that you just lied to me." The white figure of the moon walked to the door, turned around and looked at him and said, "I'm not your uncle. I never lie." After that, he walked out of the door and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. Not long after, in another stone chamber, he quickly entered the state of cultivation. "The people of Pyamyu Xinzong have arrived. Sister Yu seems to have made up her mind to break free from their restraints. The other party will definitely not give up. Therefore, he must make himself stronger in order to help Sister Yu. Before, it was Sister Yu who had been helping him. She has been silently helping him with everything in cultivation, no matter how big or small. And even the materials for the elixir he needs for each breakthrough have been prepared long ago. So, now it's time for him to repay her. No matter what. He will never allow anyone to hurt Sister Yu. Even the high and mighty Xianzong. The vitality of heaven and earth slowly gathered above his head. Then, along the vortex of air flow above his head, it entered his soul. A night passed quietly. After dawn, he returned home and did not go out again. In the morning, he chatted with Miss Qin Air in the courtyard. When Miss Qin Air rested after lunch at noon, he went to the forest from the back door and found a cave to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth. Now the people from Pyamyu Xinzong have found this place. When absorbing the weather energy, people with high cultivation may be able to detect it. So he definitely can't practice at home. The residence here is no longer safe. He is thinking about whether to move back to the city. The safest place should be the inner city. The safest place is the palace. My uncle said yesterday that the three major sects, Pyamyu Xinzong, Pengwai Xiandao, and Jiutian Yaotai, restrict each other and have signed contracts. Their people cannot enter the main cities of various countries at will, let alone use their skills in them. At least, they dare not be so blatant. And those places are still very safe on the surface. As for Lingxiao sect, there are too many family members, so it is not easy to go up. And there is also the risk of exposure. So, he thought about it carefully and decided to discuss with the second lady after returning to see if he can buy a house in the inner city to live in. As long as he is given some time, he will definitely be able to continue to break through. Of course, living in the city will also be dangerous. After all, De Yin is in turmoil now, and the vassal states are rebelling and are marching to Kyoto. If the city is broken, it will be troublesome. But since they are already on the boat of the princess, they can no longer be afraid of these, let alone hide and watch. The princess has done them a great favor, and now is the time to repay. In the evening, Luo Qingzhou returned to the courtyard, went into the room with the second lady, and told her all these things. Miss Qin didn't hesitate at all, and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, don't worry. Wayne will go and tell Dad and Mom. They will agree. The eldest princess has done a great favor to our Qin family. If there was no eldest princess, our family would have been broken up long ago. Now is the time when she needs help, and we naturally have to stand with her. Even if the city is broken and people die, our Qin family will not back down." Then he said, "Brother Qingzhou, the second brother has always wanted to join the army, and now should be a good opportunity. When the time comes, you can talk to the eldest princess and let him start as a soldier." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Then I will talk to the day after tomorrow." When it comes to this topic, both of them were silent for a while. Miss Qin Air said softly, "It's okay. It's Chu Feiyang who's getting married, not my brother Qingzhou." Then she laughed and teased, "Someone is so pitiful. After being a son-in-law, now he has to be." She didn't say anything more, stood up and said, "Then Waymo will tell Dad and Mom now that Mom is not used to living here. The inner city is prosperous and lively, and there are her friends. Our shop is still there. She should be very happy." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Just be happy." After Miss Qin Air left, he walked to the window and collected the 5 drops of azure spiritual liquid on the sun and moon treasure mirror. Then, he took up the dagger, pierced his fingertips, and dropped a drop of blood on each of the 2 mirrors. The blood fell on the smooth mirror surface, was instantly absorbed by the mirror surface, and disappeared. I don't know what changes will happen. Sister, you should have seen something. He turned the mirror over and returned to the table. Then, he looked at the medicine garden in the storage ring. The strange medicinal herbs in the herb garden were still growing vigorously. After blooming, they did not produce any fruit, but their size was getting bigger and bigger. The small tree had grown to about 2 meters in height, with lush branches and leaves. The flower bud on it was also getting bigger and bigger, and now it was the size of a bowl. But it only had 1 bud, and the other branches still had only green leaves. Sister Yu said it was a spiritual tree of heaven and earth. What kind of tree is it? But since a small branch can be used to refine a high-quality flying sword, it must be extraordinary. Its leaves and branches are probably priceless. I wonder how it compares to the spiritual or that Uncle Master mentioned. If he needs materials for alchemy and refining tools, He can exchange its leaves and branches for them. Of course, such things must be taken out with extreme caution. When it was dark, Uncle Masterling who suddenly sent a message, "You didn't come during the day. Will you come at night?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned. Did Uncle Master miss him after not seeing him for a day? He sighed and replied, "Uncle Master, I still have to learn alchemy at night, so I won't go." Zhu, where to study? With whom? Luo Qingzhou, Uncle Master. Can I go there tomorrow night? Zhu, oh. Luo Qingzhou, yes. Zhu, what yes? Luo Qingzhou, I listen to Uncle Master. I am willing to do whatever Uncle Master asks me to do. Zhu, why are you saying this suddenly? Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, but still replied, "Uncle Master, I want to tell you something. I wanted to tell you tomorrow night. It's not safe here recently. So I discussed with my family and decided to leave here and move to the inner city of Kyoto." After a long time, the message came back. Jianfeng also has many secret places. Luo Qingzhou, Uncle Master, the princess has done a great favor to my family. Zhu, you are a disciple of Lingxiao sect. Are you sure you want to help her? Luo Qingzhou, Uncle Master, after the day after tomorrow, I will not only be a disciple of Lingxiao sect, unless Uncle Master can help me turn down this marriage. Zhu, okay. I know. Luo Qingzhou, Uncle Master, it's not far. I can come back often. And you can also come to Kyoto to find me often. Zhu, practice at your home? Luo Qingzhou, Uncle Master, do you just want to practice with me? Chatting, talking, playing chess, appreciating the moon, and discussing life together. Isn't that nice? Zhu, not good. Luo Qingzhou, okay. Got it. The conversation between the two ended here. Luo Qingzhou chatted with Senior Zhu Yan for a while, and sent a message to the princess again. He looked at Celia's name, hesitated for a moment, and also wrote a message, "Good sister. What are you doing?" Just about to send it out. He hesitated for a while, deleted the 3 words "good sister," and then sent it out. The princess quickly replied to the message, taking a bath with Shui. Do you want to see it? Luo Qingzhou, Princess, can you stop joking with Princess Shui? I have no interest in her at all. Xiao Meijiao, I just took a bathing photo of the two of us. Do you want to see it? If you don't want to see it, I'll delete it. Luo Qingzhou, Princess, send it over. I'll only open one eye and look at you. Xiao Meijiao, okay. Wait. Soon. A picture was sent over. Luo Qingzhou immediately opened his eyes and looked at it, and was stunned. In the photo, a figure in a fiery red dress was standing in front of the wall, looking at the map on it, with a tall and slender back. Under the red dress, a pair of snow-white and slender girl's jade feet were faintly visible. Xiao Meijiao, does it look good? Do you want me to take another front-facing photo for you? Luo Qingzhou, Princess, good night. He immediately took the message and didn't dare to pay attention to her. Strange. Why did the princess come to the palace at this time? The Nandong County Prince's mansion should not have clearly stood for a team yet. Right. Another hour passed. Miss Qin Er came in from outside with Chior's support. Luo Qingzhou quickly stood up, held her cold little hand, rubbed it gently, and said, How is it? What did my father-in-law and mother-in-law say? Miss Qin Er said softly, Dad and Mother agreed. And Dad also said that he also wants to help the princess do something. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, When we get to Kyoto, we will call you Your Majesty or Your Majesty. Miss Qin Er looked at him and suddenly asked curiously, Brother Qizhou, how will Mr. Chu call her in the future? Is it Your Majesty or Madam? Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment and said awkwardly, I don't know. Miss Qin Er smiled and said, If there are other people, call her Your Majesty. If there are no other people, call her Your Majesty. If others are, it is called a lady. What does Qizhou think? Luo Qingzhou helped her take off her thick fox fur and gently hugged her weak body. Try it tonight. Maybe it is enough. Miss Qin Er's clear cheeks immediately flew with 2 flushes. Charming and pleasant. And softly, the lady said. Luo Qingzhou hugged her, entered the room, and put it on the bed. Asked, Grandpa, Lady, need slaves to be by the bed? No. The husband and wife said in the same way. Chapter 763 The Queen's Contradictory Thoughts. Sister Yu's Abnormality. It was late at night, and everyone was asleep. Shuer was practicing flying knives in the courtyard when Chior pulled her into the room. The 3 little girls were lying in the quilt, whispering. Xiao was worried. After talking to them for a while, she got dressed and got out of bed, and went to the door to wait. Not long after, a cough suddenly came from the room. Xiao was startled and wanted to push the door in, but she held back and had to whisper to the door, "Son-in-law, is the young lady sick again?" It was quiet inside. After a while, Luo Qingzhou's voice sounded, "No. You go to rest. Don't worry." "Oh." Xiao agreed and had to retreat and return to her room. She didn't have to worry. Son-in-law loved the young lady so much. If it really didn't work, he would definitely not force it. In the room, Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin change her dress and bed sheets. The two hugged each other. Miss Qin panted slightly, and soon fell asleep tiredly. Luo Qingzhou looked at her charming and flushed face, and sighed secretly. It still didn't work. It hasn't reached the last step yet. The medicine can only temporarily stabilize the condition. Before it is completely cured, the couple probably can't go to the last step, and can only comfort each other. He is not in a hurry, but he feels a little sorry for her to enter the palace the day after tomorrow. Alas, after thinking about it for a while, he took out the communication treasure. Just now, when he was playing with Miss Qin two slender feet, and talking to Miss Qin mouth to mouth, the communication treasure on his body vibrated a few times. I don't know who sent the message. The first message was sent by the Saint Liuli of Xianyan Pavilion, Brother Chu. Congratulations. I heard that you will marry the eldest princess. Sure enough, you rejected me at the beginning. In addition to the reason of your wife, I was not beautiful and excellent enough. Luo Qingzhou replied, the situation forced me to do it. The second message was sent by Master Zixia Fairy, Fei Yang. Come to the mountain tomorrow. The master uncle asked Master Wu to teach you to make pills, starting from the most basic pills. If you learn to make pills, you will benefit a lot in the future. Luo Qingzhou thought to himself, didn't the master uncle tell the master? When he was about to reply, he thought to himself, why don't I go and see tomorrow? I don't know what the difference is between other alchemists and Sister Yu's alchemy. Anyway, I have to practice tomorrow, so I'll go and watch it by the way. Thinking of this, he replied, okay. Thank you, Master. Master, thank the master uncle for me. There is only one message left. After clicking it, he was stunned. It was sent by Xiaoya. Nothing. Is there something wrong? Huh? This tone doesn't sound like the tone of a good sister. Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and replied, nothing. Just asking. Good night. Who knew that Xiaoya's message would reply quickly? What are you doing? Luo Qingzhou, sleeping. Xiaoya, with your wife? Luo Qingzhou, yeah. Xiaoya, are you together? Luo Qingzhou, no more chatting. Good night. At the same time, in the study room of the Imperial Palace, Yaohua Palace, a girl in a fiery red dress, with a pair of bare white jade feet, was sitting at the table, frowning and in a daze. On the table, there was a message treasure. He probably doesn't know yet, he definitely doesn't know, I will never allow him to know. Another long while passed. She suddenly lost her mind, picked up the message on the table, and replied with a message, good brother. Many big things have happened in Kyoto recently. So scary. My sister is scared. When will you come to accompany me? The message came back quickly. Don't be afraid. I will move into the inner city soon. Xiaoya, brother. That's great. Are you going to move to the inner city? By the way, brother, do you know where my sister lives? Luo Qingzhou looked at the message. His eyes flashed, and replied, I don't know. I only know it's in the inner city. Xiaoya, then when brother comes to the inner city, Xiaoya will invite brother to visit my sister's home. Okay? Luo Qingzhou, okay. Xiaoya, brother, bring my sister-in-law with you. Okay? Luo Qingzhou, okay. He really doesn't know yet. In the study room of Yaohua Palace, Xiaoya finally breathed a sigh of relief, then gritted her teeth and said bitterly, despicable and shameless woman. Not all good things are yours. I also want to share Ba. I will take him away. You will regret it. She did not reply again, and her soul returned to her body. After a while, the first empress of De Yin slowly opened her cold and majestic eyes. She picked up the communication certificate from the table, looked at the message on it, and her eyes were fixed on the two glaring words again. She gritted her teeth and threw the communication certificate away. Bah! Licking dog. Disgusting. Then she clenched her fists again, and said with a frosty face, damn it. Wait for me. The day after tomorrow, I will make you kneel in the bridal chamber, crying and begging me to kneel and lick you. Something seems wrong? There was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door. Yu Ying's voice rang out outside. Your Majesty. There is news from Huiyue country that they have taken the initiative to attack and have lured the coalition forces of the 7 countries to turn around and rush towards Huiyue country. Nandong Huiyue's eyes fell on the map on the table. The expression on his face and the temperament on his body instantly restored the calmness and composure of the commander of the army. He said, let them guard it well. No need to attack. Where is the Tai King's army? Yu Ying said, the Tai King originally led his army to follow the coalition forces of the 7 countries, wanting to come to Kyoto to take advantage. Seeing that the coalition forces of the 7 countries turned to Huiyue country, he immediately stopped where he was and did not move his troops. Nandong Huiyue narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. He is really an old fox. He dare not come with 100,000 soldiers and horses? Yu Ying said, he should have noticed that there are our people in the army, and he is afraid that he will be alone and attacked from both sides. Nandong Huiyue looked at the map for a moment and said, then let him wait there. Waiting one more day will make his army chaotic. The gentleman once said. She suddenly stopped talking. After a while, he said, the first push is strong. The second is weak. And the third is exhausted. He is now at the peak of his military power, but hesitating to move forward. When his army gradually loses its fighting spirit, even if he wants to move forward, it will be useless. Yu Ying said, Your Majesty, are we just waiting like this? I'm afraid the troops of Huiyue Kingdom can't hold out for too long. If Huiyue Kingdom is destroyed by then, and the coalition forces of the 7 countries join forces with King Tai, I'm afraid Kyoto will be in danger. Nandong Huiyue pondered for a moment and said, Huiyue Kingdom has strong cities and sufficient food and grass. It can hold out for at least a month. Let them grind the spirit of the coalition forces of the 7 countries first, and then send troops to rescue them. After a moment of silence, she continued, I have just ascended the throne, and I cannot go to war personally, nor can I mobilize too many troops. And Kyoto has not really stabilized, so we must be more than 70% sure before we can go to fight. I ascended the throne as a daughter, so I cannot fail even once. Even if I fail once, I will be defeated and will never be able to stand up again. Yu Ying was silent for a while, and hesitated to say, Your Majesty, Huiyue country. Nandong Huiyue looked grim and said in a deep voice, To do great things, there must be sacrifices. Since I have ascended the throne, I naturally have to take the overall situation into consideration. As long as we can win, what does it matter if all the 30,000 soldiers of Huiyue country are sacrificed? Yu Ying did not speak again and quietly withdrew. Nandong Huiyue looked at the map on the table, at the city that was once her fiefdom, and was silent for a long time, and said, Yuewu, who do you think is better to be the commander? Yuewu's voice came from the door, Your Majesty. If we take the initiative, we will only have one chance. If we fail, we will have nothing. Only by defeating the 7-nation coalition and the Tai King's army, the entire Great Yin will be completely silent about Your Majesty's enthronement. Therefore, who to choose as the commander this time is related to our life and death. I really, Nandong Huiyue said coldly, if you have a candidate in mind, just say it. After a pause, he said, I pardon you. Yuewu was silent for a while, and said respectfully, I think Mr. Luo should be able to do it. There was a silence in the room, and then said, The Mr. Luo who dared to break into the palace and kill the king? Yuewu knelt on the ground, bowed his head and said nothing. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while and said, Get up. He has no experience in leading troops. He may only be able to talk about war on paper. I am not at ease to hand over all the troops to him. The candidate in my mind is Yuji Ling. Unfortunately, he is old and stubborn and still refuses to obey me. Yuewu stood up and bowed her head without saying anything. Nandong Huiyue's eyes flashed, and then said, Yuewu, after I get married the day after tomorrow, you tell Meiju to invite the Qin family to the palace the day after tomorrow. I want to have a good talk with Mr. Luo. Yuewu said respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. Nandong Huiyue slowly clenched his fists, and after a while, he slowly loosened them. The expression on his face became extremely complicated again. Outside the window, the night passed quietly. The moonlight was cold by the misty river. Luo Qingzou's soul left his body and explored the surroundings for a while. After seeing nothing unusual, he entered the Dragon Palace. After talking with Longer for a while, Sister, you came. Luo Qingzhou followed him into the stone chamber and continued to learn alchemy. After refining 3 furnaces of pills in succession, he finally mastered the tricks of fire, medicine, soul strength, etc. After the last furnace of pills was opened, the pills inside were finally successful. The 3 pills were round and smooth, fragrant, of the same size, full of luster, and looked of good quality. The white figure of you then praised lightly, "It's just passing." However, when he came before, Long Air told Luo Qingzhou that when an alchemist first started to learn alchemy, it would take at least half a year to truly refine a furnace of the most common pills, and it also requires talent. So Luo Qingzhou was a little dissatisfied with Sister Yu's understated praise and asked, "Sister Yu, how long did it take you to learn alchemy from the beginning to refine the first furnace of pills?" The white figure lowered her head and wiped the furnace, saying in a light tone, "1 hour." Luo Qingzhou. The white figure put away the furnace, turned around, looked at him and said, "To be precise, it's half an hour. There is still half an hour. I'm refining the weapon next to me and don't have time to open the furnace." Luo Qingzhou. Sister Yu, are you a pervert?" The white figure walked to the door expressionlessly and said, "Practice well. I will teach you how to refine the weapon tomorrow night." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and suddenly reacted, and hurriedly said, "Sister Yu, I have something to do tomorrow night, so I can't." Before he finished speaking, the white figure had walked out the door and disappeared. Chapter 764 The Genius of the Immortal Sect. The Legend of Sister Yu. It is needless to say that he practiced all night. When it was almost dawn, Luo Qingzhou left the Dragon Palace and returned to the house. His mind and soul returned to the body. On the hillside behind the house, the second brother Qin was still practicing diligently. Now that his elder brother was gone, he might feel that the entire Qin family would depend on him in the future. Luo Qingzhou held the girl in his arms and thought about tomorrow's affairs. The more he thought about it, the more troubled he became. Before he married the eldest princess, he was the son-in-law, which was acceptable. What is he now? The queen of the queen, the imperial concubine, or the queen's little white face? It is estimated that those ministers will not be able to call him by that name in the future. Fortunately, he married the leader of the Lingxiao sect as the proud disciple, and it was a marriage alliance. So he was not afraid of those royal family members and ministers looking down on him. Just as he was thinking about it, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. At this time, you should know who sent it without looking at it. Right? He took out the communication treasure. It was indeed from Uncle Master. "Come early. I will take you to learn alchemy." Luo Qingzhou replied, "Uncle Master, didn't you tell Master and Grand Uncle Master that I have learned alchemy from others?" Zhu, no. Uncle Master Wu is a famous alchemist in the whole of the Yin. If you really want to learn alchemy, it is best to learn from him, because alchemy requires a lot of details, and others may not teach you. Luo Qingzhou, Uncle Master. She is not someone else. Zhu, who is she? Your wife? Or your confidant? Luo Qingzhou did not answer. The message came again. I have said before that learning alchemy is very important and is related to your future practice. For this kind of thing, it is best to find someone who can let you concentrate to teach. You learn from her. Your mind is distracted. Can you learn well? Luo Qingzhou, I am not distracted. Zhu, come early. Master Wu has a bad temper. Master Uncle went to talk to him personally before he agreed to teach you. You have to make a good impression on him. Luo Qingzhou, okay. Meanwhile, in another small courtyard, in a boudoir, on a small bed covered by a curtain, a girl in a snow-white dress was sitting in a corner with her knees hugged, holding a piece of jade in her hand, watching quietly. Her long eyelashes were gently blinking, and her black hair like a waterfall fell from her shoulders. Under the hem of her skirt, a pair of snow-white, slender, smooth, jade-like calves and a pair of white, tender and attractive slender jade feet were exposed. The chat continued. Zhu, remember to tell your family that you will not go back at night. Luo Qingzhou, got it. Zhu, tomorrow we will get married. Will your family go? Luo Qingzhou, no. Zhu, without family. Those people in the court will say that you don't respect a princess and this marriage. Luo Qingzhou, Uncle Master, please stop talking. I don't want to have that kind of picture in my mind. Zhu, what kind of picture? Luo Qingzhou, no more chatting. I have to get up. Zhu, oh. Luo Qingzhou didn't reply. Looking out the window, The night had completely faded. He hesitated for a moment, but still sent a message to someone. Sister Yu, are you asleep? No one replied. He said again, I have to go to the sect to practice tonight, so I may not be able to go to the Dragon Palace to learn refining from you. A certain boudoir, covered by curtains. A beautiful girl in a snow-white dress on the bed looked down at the jade in her hand for a long time, then stretched out her slender jade finger and replied, whatever. After a pause, she wrote on the jade again, then don't come to me in the future. After writing, her jade finger stayed there for a long time, and then deleted everything. Luo Qizhou, Sister Yu, let me ask you a question. If I don't go out to see you for many days, or don't send you messages for many days, will you be angry? The girl was quiet for a while, and replied, no. Luo Qizhou, okay. I know. The girl's white jade finger was placed on the jade, and paused for a long time, as if she wanted to write something. But in the end, she didn't write anything. She drooped her eyelashes slightly, and was silent for a long time. When she was about to put away the jade in her hand, the message suddenly came again. Luo Qizhou, I will. The girl stared at these two words for a long time, and suddenly her chest hurt, and a chill surged up. She closed her eyes, and was silent for a long time, then slowly opened her eyes and replied, practice well. She looked at her fingertips, and a layer of frost condensed on them. Luo Qizhou put away the communication treasure, and laid down for a while with the girl in his arms, ready to get up. But suddenly a soft voice came from his arms. Brother Qizhou, do you like Sister Yu very much? Luo Qizhou looked down at her, not knowing how to answer. The girl hugged him tightly and said softly, in fact, since Wei Mo met Brother Qizhou, although Brother Qizhou always met all kinds of women, although he was always forced to be with them for various reasons, including Wei Mo himself. But Wei Mo knew in his heart that there was no one that Brother Qizhou really liked, except that Sister Yu. Luo Qizhou said, Wei Mo, she and I, Brother Qizhou. The girl in his arms raised her beautiful face, looked at him softly and said, you can deceive yourself, but you can't deceive Wei Mo. Luo Qizhou lowered his head and kissed her, stroking her hair and said, it's still early. Continue to sleep. I'm going out to practice. I probably won't be back tonight. Tomorrow. Brother Qizhou. Sister Yu. By the way, Wei Mo, were you okay last night? Do you need to take medicine today? The girl in his arms suddenly remembered what happened last night, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. Luo Qizhou successfully changed the subject and whispered, if my wife likes it, I will often. No. The girl's face turned redder, bit her pink lips, and said shyly, Brother Qizhou? No dirty. Luo Qizhou immediately said seriously, my husband often practices, and his body is full of odor and more dirt. My wife doesn't dislike me. We don't say it. The girl blushed and got into the quilt directly. Luo Qizhou hugged her and kissed her for a while, then got up, dressed, and left the room. Chior didn't know when. She had been waiting outside. When she saw him come out, she gently squatted down to help him put on his shoes, and whispered, son-in-law. Last night, Luo Qizhou shook his head and said, do you have any medicine? Make some for the second lady today. Chior nodded and said, there are more. After that, she sighed softly and whispered, Miss has always wanted to be a real couple with the son-in-law. But unfortunately, Luo Qizhou comforted softly. It's okay. Don't worry. The second young lady's illness can definitely be cured. After a simple wash, he went out from the back door. The morning sun quietly peeked out from behind the green mountain, and the morning misty river surface was sprinkled with a layer of orange-red light, sparkling. On the hillside of the back mountain, the second brother Qin had gone home to rest. When Luo Qizhou came to the foot of Lingxiao sect, Linghu Qinju was already waiting there. The snow had not melted yet. The mountains and forests were still covered with snow. Linghu Qinju, dressed in green, stood tall and slender on a rock by the roadside. Looking down at him, Luo Qizhou looked up and said, Uncle Master, your skirt is flying. Linghu Qinju glared at him, walked down the rock, and reminded him lightly, when you go to see Uncle Master Wu later, remember to be respectful. He has a bad temper, and is the same to others. You don't have to be afraid. If you don't understand, you can ask directly. Your master and I will go with you. After a pause, he said, the foundation of alchemy must be laid firmly, and many details must be remembered. Every detail may be related to the success rate of alchemy. Luo Qizhou asked, Uncle Master, are you going to study with us? Linghu Qingju was silent for a while, and said, I have been learning for a long time. But Uncle Wu said that I have no talent for alchemy and that my spiritual realm is not enough. So he stopped teaching me. At this point, she turned her head and looked at him and said, if you learn it, can you help me make alchemy in the future? Luo Qingzhou said, of course. Linghu Qingju looked at him and said, do you need to charge? I heard that alchemists charge a lot for alchemy. Luo Qingzhou pretended to think for a while, nodded and said, of course I have to charge. But uncle is my own man, so I can charge less. Linghu Qingju narrowed his eyes. Luo Qingzhou said again, of course. If uncle doesn't want to pay at this point. His eyes looked at the jade flute on her slender waist, and said, it's okay to perform for money. Linghu Qingju retracted his gaze and ignored him. Neither of them spoke again, stepping on the snow and climbing the mountain side by side. After entering the mountain gate, the two went directly to the main peak and found Fairy Zixia, who was talking to the elder in the hall. The two were discussing the wedding tomorrow. When the elder Wu Yuzi saw the groom coming, he hurriedly said, Fei Yang, there should be no problem here. Right? We will set off early tomorrow morning. You should stay on the mountain tonight and don't run around. Luo Qingzhou glanced at his master and saw that she didn't say anything, so he could only say, disciple has no problem. Wu Yuzi nodded and said goodbye first. There were only 3 people left in the hall. Fairy Zixia got up from her chair, glanced at the two of them, and smiled. Fei Yang, fortunately, you didn't throw away your wedding gown that day. We don't have a spare one. Luo Qingzhou's face was a little unnatural. Linghu Qingju, who was standing aside, had a cold face and looked calm. Let's go to Uncle Wu. Fairy Zixia smiled and said nothing more. She walked out of the hall and said softly, Qingju should have told you. Right? Uncle Wu has a bad temper. If he says something unpleasant later, you should be patient. But his alchemy skills are still very high. If Uncle Wu hadn't personally gone to talk to him, he wouldn't have agreed to teach you. I went to talk to him several times, but he didn't agree. After all, teaching people to make alchemy requires learning from the basics, which is very troublesome. Moreover, alchemy requires talent and strong soul power support. Uncle Wu's alchemy level is already at the level of a great alchemist. He is well known even in the whole of Deyin. Then he talked about some of Uncle Wu's life stories. Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, Master, does alchemy have levels? What are the levels? Fairy Zixia said, of course there are levels. Alchemy starts with the apprentice, followed by the junior alchemist, the great alchemist, the third grade alchemist, the second grade alchemist, the first grade alchemist, and finally, the alchemy king. Don't underestimate the great alchemist. There are not many in the whole of Deyin. And alchemy is not easier than cultivation. Alchemy requires talent. People without talent, no matter how high their cultivation is or how strong their soul is, they may only be at the level of an alchemist for their entire life, and some people may not have the talent for cultivation, but they have the talent for alchemy. If you have achieved success and level in alchemy, you will be respected no matter where you go, because you need elixirs when you reach a high level of cultivation. So the status of the alchemist is very high. If a sect has a decent alchemist, it is equivalent to having an inexhaustible spiritual mine. Therefore, in our Lingxiao sect, even the great uncle respects Uncle Wu very much. Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked again, Master, how do you know what the rank of the most powerful alchemist in Deyin is? Fairy Zixia thought for a while, and said, the most powerful alchemist should be Bai Yan of Xianyan Pavilion, who is now estimated to be a late-stage great alchemist. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, and said, then, there should be higher-ranked alchemists in Piamu Xianzong, Pengli Xiandao, and Jiutianyao outside Deyin. Right? Fairy Zixia said, of course. The practitioners in those places are not deep. It can be measured that geniuses gather here, and there may even be a first-grade alchemist. Luo Qingzhou said, is there no alchemy king? Fairy Zixia smiled and said, it is not so easy to become an alchemy king. I guess there is no such person in the entire Jiuzhou continent. Speaking of this, she paused and said, but I heard from my uncle that one of the 3 major immortal sects took in an extremely talented female disciple. Whether it is cultivation talent, or alchemy and refining talent, she is very evil. I heard that she only took a few years to reach the level of a first-grade alchemist. I wonder what level she is now. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he said, is she a disciple of Piamu immortal sect? Fairy Zixia shook her head and said, My uncle didn't say specifically, but it should be Jiotian sect. Yaotai disciples. After all, Jiotian Yaotai is the best at refining pills and weapons. Many of our magic weapons, and some high-quality pills come from there. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and asked again, Master, do you know which of the three major immortal sects is the most powerful? Fairy Zixia smiled and said, naturally it is Jiotian Yaotai. In fact, Jiotian Yaotai is one level higher than the other two immortal sects. And Penglai Fairy Island is one level higher than Piamu Fairy sect. The reason why we always put them on a par is that the three of them are all from our Jiuzhou continent. But in their own opinion, they are each on a par with the immortal sects of the other two continents, of course. I also heard these from my uncle. The two walked and talked. Linghu Qingzhu followed silently, without saying a word. His mind was full of things to do in the evening. The three of them soon arrived at the Medicine Peak. On the Medicine Peak, there were medicine gardens everywhere, full of spiritual medicines, even covered by snow. They still grew vigorously. Luo Qingzhou has also been learning to recognize spiritual medicines from Sister Yu recently. Every night when he refines the elixir, he will first recognize some spiritual medicines. He has the ability to remember everything he sees, and his spirit is strong. So every time Sister Yu describes it, he can remember it clearly in his mind. At this time, he looked at the spiritual medicines in the medicine garden, and he recognized most of them. They were all relatively common spiritual medicines, not very old, but they were still good for learning to refine the elixir. He suddenly remembered the spiritual medicines in his storage ring. It was strange that he didn't recognize any of them. And he remembered that when he first snatched the storage ring, there were only a few small spiritual medicines in it. Unexpectedly, those spiritual medicines are not only growing very lush, but also 7 or 8 more strange spiritual medicines have grown next to them. Is it because of the mysterious little tree? Or was it because he often dripped spiritual liquid into the herb garden? The 7 or 8 spiritual herbs that grew out were probably just seeds at first. And then, they slowly broke through the soil and sprouted. Next time, he would ask Sister Yu what spiritual herbs they were. Sister Yu should have seen his herb garden and those spiritual herbs at the beginning. Would she deliberately not teach him to know those spiritual herbs? By the way, Master, are there any books introducing various spiritual herbs in the Sutra library? He suddenly asked. Fairy Zixia smiled when she heard this, took out 3 thick books from her sleeve, and said, bring them all. Since you want to learn alchemy, these books are definitely indispensable. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly took them, and thanked them. Fairy Zixia glanced at the back and smiled. It was your uncle who reminded me to take them. These 3 books are not something that ordinary people can take out. Luo Qingzhou turned his head again, looked back and said, thank you, uncle. Linghu Qingzhu looked cold and arrogant, and said lightly, and the ears covered in her hair turned slightly red. At this moment, her mind was still playing the scene of him wearing a groom's wedding gown and being pressed under her to practice. The 3 of them soon came to a cave. In front of the cave, there were 2 medicine boys. When they saw the 3 of them coming, one of them hurriedly went in to report, and the other bowed respectfully. Soon, the boy who went in to report came out and said respectfully, Master, Linghu Peak Master, Nephew Chu, please come in. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the 2 of them. He was only 8 or 9 years old, but he had been accepted as a disciple by Uncle Wu. Of course, if the master uncle called Uncle Wu, he would be the great uncle. The 3 of them followed the 2 medicine boys into the cave, passed through a dim passage, and came to a staircase. Winding down, Fairy Zixia explained, there is underground fire, so the alchemy room is set up below. Luo Qingzhou said, is it formed naturally? Fairy Zixia said, it is a magic weapon and formation. Generally, places with natural underground fire have long been occupied by other forces. Uncle Master, the sect master and his men have arrived. At this time, several people stopped outside a stone chamber. The medicine boy walked to the door and bowed his head respectfully. After a while, an old voice came from inside, let them in. After that, the cave door slowly opened. 2 medicine boys walked in first, and then bowed and invited, Master, Linghu Peak Master, Junior Brother Chu, please come in. As soon as Luo Qingzhou entered, he smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. This medicinal fragrance was very familiar, and it was somewhat like the elixir he had just learned last night. He was secretly surprised. The temperature in the stone room also rose suddenly. There were oil lamps on the wall, and a pale golden flame was burning in the ground in the corner. Above the flame, a huge copper furnace was emitting white smoke. In front of the copper furnace, An old man with black hair and a thin figure, wearing a tattered gray robe, was holding a banana fan and staring at the furnace. Seeing this scene, several people stood in place and dared not speak. After a while, the old man came to the furnace and sniffed, nodded slightly, stretched out his finger, and a ray of light shot out and fell into the flame under the furnace. The flame gradually shrank until it went out. The old man then fanned himself with the banana leaf fan in his hand, turned around and looked at the people in the room. Luo Qingzhou also looked at him. The old man had black hair and a childlike face, and his skin was ruddy without any wrinkles. But the vicissitudes in his eyes could not be concealed. Of course, his voice was also very old. The old man's name was Wu Datong, an ordinary name, but he was the only alchemist in the entire Lingxiao sect and had an outstanding status. Kneel down. While he was looking at the other party, Wu Datong suddenly said with a cold face, "If you want to learn alchemy from me, kneel down and kowtow 3 times. And then let me see your soul power and talent. If you don't have the talent and soul power, even if the master uncle asked you to come, it's useless." After this, Fairy Zixia said, "Uncle Wu, since you are not a disciple, don't kneel down." Wu Datong glanced at her and said, "Why? Nowadays, disciples are unwilling to kneel down and kowtow to their elders? With such a virtue, how can you respect your teacher and serve the sect in the future? Zixia, I don't think you are a good disciple." Fairy Zixia wanted to speak. Wu Datong waved his hand and said, "Don't force it. Leave if you don't want to. I still have a furnace of pills to refine, and I don't have much time." After speaking, he walked to the deer tripod again and ignited the ground fire. Fairy Zixia turned her head and looked at her apprentice helplessly, whispering, "How about kneeling down and kowtow?" Then she whispered, "After all, Uncle Wu is twice as old as you, and he taught you the art of alchemy, so you won't suffer any loss." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the old man again and had to tell the truth, "Master, it doesn't matter if I kowtow, but I think he won't teach me, and I'm used to freedom. And I guess there are too many rules here, and I can't stand it. I came here today just to watch, and I don't plan to learn here." As soon as these words came out, a cold snort suddenly came from the alchemy furnace. Wu Datong turned around and sneered, "Boy, you are quite arrogant. But unfortunately, I don't buy into your tricks. As for you wanting to watch here, that's wishful thinking. When I make pills, some people are qualified to watch, and some are not. I think you are not qualified to watch. Get out." Luo Qingzhou didn't say much, and was about to leave when Fairy Zixia grabbed his wrist and whispered, "What did your master tell you when you came here? Uncle Wu has this temper, not only to you, but also to us. Be patient, say more nice things, and learn the skills, which is better than anything else." Luo Qingzhou looked at the old man in front of the furnace, and the furnace in front of him. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Master, there is something I want to say that may offend you." Fairy Zixia was slightly startled when she heard this and said, "You say it." Luo Qingzhou leaned close to her and whispered in her ear, "In fact, I don't like him. I think his alchemy skills may not be very good." Fairy Zixia. Linghu Qingzhu stood behind and saw the two of them pulling together, their bodies pressed together, and their heads almost touching each other. He couldn't help but frown. Wow! At this moment, the flames under the furnace suddenly jumped up and instantly engulfed the entire furnace. Wu Datong turned around and said with a ferocious face, "Boy, what did you just say?" Luo Qingzhou was silent immediately. Fairy Zixia quickly advised, "Uncle Wu, calm down. Fei Yong didn't say anything bad about Uncle Wu just now. He just said..." At this point, she glanced at the young man beside her and said awkwardly, "It's just that Uncle Wu's alchemy level is too poor. He doesn't think highly of you." Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, turned his head and looked at her. In the stone room, the air suddenly condensed and was silent. The two medicine boys were frightened and their eyes widened, their faces pale. Fairy Zixia turned her face to the side with an innocent expression. "Uncle Wu," he said it. "It has nothing to do with me." As she spoke, she pulled Luo Qingzhou's sleeve, as if to prevent him from escaping. Luo Qingzhou. Silence for a few breaths. Wu Datong suddenly laughed grimly. "Boy, do you want to use this method to attract my attention and interest? You dare to show off your tricks? My alchemy skills are poor. So tell me, where is it wrong? If you can tell me, I will kneel on the ground and kowtow to you 3 times and call you master. If you can't tell me, humph, it's not as simple as kowtow 3 times. I'm still missing the last medicine in this furnace. Do you understand? Luo Qingzhou quietly pulled his sleeves, but didn't tear them apart, seeing that several people in the room were looking at him with burning eyes. And the eyes of this Uncle Wu were even more murderous. He had to bite the bullet and said, Uncle Wu, this furnace of medicine should be chi-boosting pills. Right? The last medicine, if I'm not wrong, should be the leafless flower. Right? If you are still missing this one. I just happen to have another one here. After that, he immediately took out a small purple flower from the storage ring and handed it over. The fierce look on Wu Datong's face froze, and his eyes stared at the purple flower in his hand. He was stunned for a moment, and the muscles on his face couldn't help twitching. You. Luo Qingzhou reminded again, when refining chi-replenishing pills, it is best to use soul power to control the fire. 1/4 of an hour is large, and 1/4 of an hour is small. The quality of the pills will be better. Uncle Wu, if you refine it like this, I'm afraid the pills will be of different sizes and have no luster. Right? Wu Datong's heart was shocked. Buzz. At this moment, a low humming sound suddenly came from the pill furnace. The flame under the pill furnace quickly extinguished. The medicine boy next to him hurriedly said, Master, the pill is ready. The fragrance is so strong. This furnace must be successful. Wu Datong immediately came back to his senses, turned around hurriedly, walked to the pill furnace, took a deep breath, held the furnace cover, and slowly opened the furnace. A strong fragrance suddenly wafted out of the furnace. Fairy Zixia flashed and flew under the furnace. Looking into the furnace through the steaming mist, Linghu Qingzhou appeared in front of the furnace and looked down. Wu Datong hesitated for a moment, and also looked down with a serious expression. The recipe for the chi-boosting pill is a high-level recipe. He just got it a few days ago, and he has failed 3 times in a row. This one has actually been refined before they came. Just now. It was just to add some heat and stabilize the pills inside. What shocked him was that the pills in the 3 furnaces he failed to refine before were indeed. At this time, Fairy Zixia, who was standing opposite him, suddenly said, Uncle Wu, the Yang seems to be right. Although your pills are very fragrant, they are different in size and have no luster. Wu Datong looked at the pills at the bottom of the furnace with a stiff expression on his face. Linghu Qingzhou suddenly raised his head and looked at someone. At this moment, someone had quietly retreated to the door while they were surrounding the furnace to look at the elixir, and seemed to be preparing to escape. Wu Datong suddenly looked up and shouted, Boy! Come back! Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Master Uncle. Junior. Come back! Wu Datong suddenly looked at him with fiery eyes, as if a male lion in heat suddenly saw a beautiful lioness, and said anxiously, Come back. I won't let you kowtow. I was just testing you just now. We are all from the same sect. If we have something to say, we can talk it out. Why kowtow? What era is it now? Fairy Zixia, Linghu Qingzhou, and his 2 medicine boys all looked at him. Chapter 765. A genius, who cultivates both body and soul. A genius in alchemy. The cave door closed. Luo Qingzhou was forced to return, and he looked down on this alchemy master even more. He was untrustworthy, and had a weird temper, and his alchemy skills were really not that good. No matter what, he couldn't compare with his sister Yu. It's better to watch Sister Yu in a daze than to learn alchemy from him. Fei Yang. Right? Wu Datong suddenly looked amiable, with a smile on his face, and said, Have you learned alchemy before? Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, I have learned a little. Wu Datong's eyes lit up, and he said, Have you ever made this chi-boosting pill? Luo Qingzhou said, Yes. Wu Datong stared at the expression on his face, muttering in his heart, If this kid really knew how to make this kind of high-level pill, why would he bother his uncle to come and ask me to teach him? It is estimated that he is just talking about it on paper, and he has never made it himself. Thinking of this, he said with a smile on his face, It just so happens that I still have some medicinal materials here. How about you try to help me refine a furnace? Before Luo Qingzhou answered, he immediately said, If you succeed in refining, I will give you a good recipe. Then he walked to his side, patted his shoulder, and said meaningfully, A good recipe that all men like. Luo Qingzhou didn't want his recipe. If he wanted a recipe, Sister Yu had a lot of them, and I'm afraid he would be dazzled by the selection. Wu Datong seemed to see what he was thinking, and whispered, This recipe of mine is unique. You will like it. At this time, Fairy Zixia said, Fei Yang, refine it. Your master also wants to see your level. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully. Yes. Wu Datong immediately went over to hold up the furnace. Took out the pills of different sizes. Cleaned the residue and medicinal gas inside. And after some operations, put it back on the stove. Then, he took out all the materials needed for alchemy, and placed them neatly on the plate next to him. The two medicine boys brought some auxiliary materials. Luo Qingzhou walked to the alchemy furnace. Took a look at the medicinal materials. And said, Uncle Wu, it seems that there is still one missing ingredient. Goblin whisk and night frost grass. The medicine boy next to him immediately said, Junior brother Chu. These two medicinal materials are not recorded in the alchemy recipe. Pa! As soon as the medicine boy finished the story, Wu Datong immediately slapped him on the head and scolded, Stop talking nonsense. Get the medicine. Listen to Junior brother Chu. The medicine boy immediately covered his head, went to the medicine room next to him to search for a while, and brought the two medicinal materials. Mr. Luo Qingzhou took out the earth fire and baked the alchemy furnace for a while, thinking to himself, this alchemy furnace looks a bit inferior, and it can't be compared with the Tong Tian Ding and Sister Yu's alchemy furnace. Wu Datong watched from the side. Seeing that he kept burning the furnace, he frowned and said with some distress, Fei Yang, it's time to add water. Luo Qingzhou ignored him, and baked it with the ground fire for a while. He poured in 1/3 of the mountain spring water, and started to add medicine without waiting for the water to heat up. Wu Datong's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something again, but he held back. He secretly snorted in his heart. This kid ruined my furnace, and put in medicine without knowing whether it was hot or cold. It turns out that he can only talk on paper. If he can't make the pill later, I won't let him off easily. Bang! At this moment, Luo Qingzhou closed the furnace lid. When Wu Datong heard this sound, his heart suddenly twitched, and he felt distressed and angry. This kid, this is not his furnace. He doesn't know how to take care of it. Right? The furnace suddenly floated up, and began to rotate slowly on the flame. Luo Qingzhou used the object control technique to hold up the furnace, and then used soul power to control the size of the flame below. Seeing this scene, Wu Datong's expression suddenly became solemn. Soon, the medicine juice in the furnace began to boil gurgling. Luo Qingzhou put down the furnace, took back his soul power, and then opened the lid, put the remaining herbs in, added some water, and then covered it, and continued to refine. Wu Datong tried to hold back, but couldn't help asking, when do you put the arsenic and cinnabar? Luo Qingzhou used his soul power to control the flames and said, No! No! Wu Datong suspected that he had heard wrongly, and looked at him in astonishment. Then his face suddenly darkened, and he couldn't help but said angrily, Can you make pills? What kind of pills are you making without cinnabar? Are you here to tease me? Luo Qingzhou ignored him, and continued to control the flames. Wu Datong saw his attitude and his eyes widened, as if he was going to fight. You know, since he came to Lingshao's sect, he has never suffered such a humiliation. Not to mention the disciples of the sect master. Even the sect master himself and the ancestors were polite to him. Today, he suffered the humiliation of this kid. How could he bear it? Fairy Zixiao quickly persuaded him. Uncle Wu, calm down first. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe Fei Yang has other ideas. Ideas? Wu Datong was used to being unruly and hot-tempered. Even when the sect master spoke, he couldn't help but swear at this time, and said with a frosty face, For someone like him to refine pills, let alone refine a complete pill, I'm afraid he can't even refine the dregs into a shape. Then he sneered again, and said with a gloomy face, Okay, I'll wait patiently. If he can't refine it, I'll make him look bad. At this time, Linghu Qingzhu's voice suddenly came from the side. What if he refines it? Wu Datong's eyes twitched, turned his head to look at her, and immediately sneered. If he refines it, I'll take his surname. Count out 3 more times. Linghu Qingzhu didn't say anything else. At this time, Luo Qingzhou opened the furnace cover again, and put some water in. Wu Datong sneered and said, During the process of refining the elixir, the most important thing is to avoid opening the lid to disperse the medicinal gas. If this furnace of elixirs is not ruined, then I will ruin myself. Wow! Luo Qingzhou was focused and concentrated again, sending soul power and controlling the flames. Sister Yu said that during the process of refining the elixir, the output of soul power and the concentration of divine thoughts are extremely important, which can affect the formation and even the quality of the elixir in the furnace. Each kind of elixir is divided into grades. Low-level elixir, intermediate elixir, high-level elixir, and top-grade elixir. Of course, there are also dregs that have not succeeded at all. This time, he is not only refining the elixir to vent his anger, but also to win honor for his sister. No one noticed that when he was concentrating his divine thoughts and sending soul power, there were two faint red lightning flashing in the depths of his pupils. Red lightning is specially used to break formations, barriers, shields, etc. Sister, you said that refining the elixir is like practicing. Only by breaking through the shackles. Breaking through and changing the rules of itself can one become stronger. Wanting to change the form and efficacy of herbs, turning them into medicinal juice, and then into pills, and sublimating the efficacy, is itself a breakthrough and change of rules. Wow! The flame at the bottom of the furnace suddenly became more vigorous, directly wrapping the entire furnace. Another quarter of an hour passed. The flame began to gradually shrink, and there was no sound in the furnace. Luo Qingzhou continued to control the flame with his soul power, until a sound suddenly appeared in the furnace. From the bottom of the furnace, along his mind to his mind. He slowly put away his soul power. The flame at the bottom of the furnace also gradually shrank until it went out. Is it over? Wu Datong had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Seeing this, he snorted coldly and glanced at him sideways. But he was not in a hurry to open the furnace, as if he wanted to see what else he wanted to show. Luo Qingzhou wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Wait another quarter of an hour." Wu Datong sneered immediately, but did not speak again, waiting on the side with a cold face. In the alchemy room, it was quiet. A quarter of an hour later, Wu Datong walked directly to the alchemy furnace with a sneer on his face. Just as he was about to reach out to open the lid, he suddenly stopped and looked at him and said, "You open the lid. Don't blame me for my bad luck if you fail." At this time, Fairy Zixia and Linghu Qingzhou both walked to the alchemy furnace. Luo Qingzhou was about to reach out to open it, but Linghu Qingzhou suddenly reached out and opened the lid directly. Wow! A white mist suddenly gushed out of the alchemy furnace. Then, a strong medicinal fragrance came to the nose and instantly filled the entire stone room. Wu Datong sniffed the smell and was stunned. This smell seemed to be much stronger than the ones he had refined before. His expression condensed, and he immediately used the banana fan in his hand to fan away the smoke and looked down. Fairy Zixia and Linghu Qingzhou also looked at the bottom of the furnace. On the other side, the two medicine boys also looked at it impatiently. At the bottom of the furnace covered by fog, 3 red pills as big as pigeon eggs suddenly appeared. The 3 pills were steaming hot and arranged in a star shape. They were exactly the same size and smooth on the surface without any pits. Under the light of the oil lamp above, they were full of luster. At a glance, the quality of the pills refined in the previous furnace was many times higher. Looking at these 3 extraordinary pills, everyone around the furnace suddenly became silent. Wu Datong suddenly froze in front of the furnace, as if he had suddenly turned into a wooden sculpture. Motionless, his entire cheek was wrapped in rising fog, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Fairy Zixia held the furnace with 2 jade hands and slowly clenched them. Linghu Qingzhou silently raised his head and looked at someone next to him. Someone next to him looked at the pills in the furnace, suddenly took out a communication certificate, took a photo, and sent it to someone else, with the text, "I just refined it." After sending it, he immediately put it away, turned around and looked, and suddenly someone appeared next to him. The person who was clearly a few steps away from him just now was almost standing with him now. The two looked at each other. Linghu Qingzhou turned his head and looked away. His expression was cold. The alchemy room was silent for a long time. Fairy Zixia suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. "Uncle Wu, how about this furnace of pills that Fei Yang refined?" Wu Datong was silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head and looked at the young man beside her with complicated eyes. After looking at him for a long time, he said in an old voice, "Very good." Although there were only 2 short words, they were full of various complicated and incomprehensible emotions. At this moment, his unruly, arrogant character and perverse temper seemed to have suddenly disappeared. At the same time, he seemed to have suddenly aged a few years. He smiled bitterly and said self-deprecatingly, "I didn't expect that. I have practiced alchemy for many years, but I can't compare with a young man. It's embarrassing." "It's embarrassing." Fairy Zixia hurriedly comforted, "Uncle Wu, there is nothing to be ashamed of. Fei Yang is my disciple who has a demonic talent in alchemy. It is natural that he is better than you." Luo Qingzhou. The expression on Wu Datong's face twitched suddenly. Fairy Zixia turned her head again and looked at her beloved disciple beside her. She reached out her hand to help him smooth the wrinkles on his sleeves with a doting look on her face, and said, Fei-yong, we are all family, and Uncle Wu is your elder. Let's not cripple ourselves in kowtow. What do you think? The muscles on Wu Datong's face twitched again. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, of course. I dare not bear it. Fairy Zixia turned her head again, and said with a smile, however, Uncle Wu, you promised to give Fei-yong the recipe. You can't regret it. When Luo Qingzhou was about to refuse, Wu Datong immediately took out a recipe from his sleeve, handed it to him, and immediately squeezed a smile on his face, saying, even if this furnace of elixirs is not refined, I am still ready to give this recipe. Fei-yong, take it. You will use it. Fairy Zixia took it in her hand, opened it and took a look, and asked curiously, 9 falls and 9 rise. Sleepless nights. This name is so strange. Uncle Wu, what kind of elixir is this? Wu Datong smiled awkwardly and said, let Fei-yong take it. When he finishes refining, he will taste one, and he will know it naturally. Fairy Zixia smiled slightly, without asking any more questions, handed it to the side, and said, go back and try it. Luo Qingzhou had to take the recipe, and bowed his head to thank him. Just as he was about to leave, Wu Datong suddenly looked at him and said, Fei-yong, can you tell me where you learned this alchemy technique? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, Uncle Master, please forgive me. I can't tell you about this matter. Wu Datong was a little disappointed, but he didn't force it. He sighed and said, it's okay. I can understand. Then he said with a complicated expression, I'm afraid that there are only a few people who can make alchemy like you in the whole Great Yen. I've really opened my eyes today. I think that person is famous even in the alchemy world of the entire Jiuzhou continent. Of course, your talent for alchemy is also absolutely genius. After saying that, he suddenly looked at Fairy Zixia beside him and sincerely congratulated, congratulations, Master. You have a good disciple, with Fei-yong's talent for alchemy. And now he is so young. He can just give up other things and focus on alchemy. Even if he is a second-grade alchemist, he may have hope of achieving it. Fairy Zixia smiled and said, Uncle Wu is joking. Fei-yong can't give up other things. He is practicing both body and soul, and both are very talented. When Wu Datong heard this, he was surprised and said, oh, what realm are you in now? Fairy Zixia smiled and glanced at her beloved disciple, saying, he is in the middle stage of the soul and spirit realm, which is higher than Qingzhou. As for the physical body, he should have broken through to the Grandmaster level. When these words came out, Wu Datong was immediately shocked, his face full of shock, and then he opened his eyes wide, looked at the boy in front of him again, and couldn't help but trembled and said, both body and soul dual cultivation soul and spirit realm physical Grandmaster. Then he sighed, genius genius. No wonder the master's uncle came in person. Fairy Zixia smiled modestly and said, it's not a genius. It's just that he's lucky. Fei-yong was admitted to the inner sect by me personally, so of course he can't be too bad. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but glance at her again, secretly thinking in his heart, I didn't expect that the master is not only black-bellied, but also likes to show off. This time the sect really picked up a treasure. Wu Datong had to sigh again. Fairy Zixia said a few more humble words, and then said goodbye with a smile on her face, and then said, by the way, Uncle Master, don't tell anyone about this for the time being, whether it is Fei-yong's cultivation or his talent in alchemy. Keep it secret for the time being. Wu Datong nodded. He was a little distracted by the blow, and did not stay for long, and asked the medicine boy to open the cave door. The 3 of them came out of the underground, and it was already noon outside. Fairy Zixia said with a smile on her face, Fei-yong, you go to practice, and I have to go to the ancestor to tell him. Luo Qingzhou agreed and was about to leave. She suddenly said, by the way, remember to refine a furnace of the pill recipe that Uncle Master Wu gave you when you have time. Seeing Uncle Master Wu's mysterious look, I am very curious about what kind of pill it is. I will also eat one to try the effect when the time comes. Luo Qingzhou nodded and agreed. Fairy Zixia, in her fluttering red skirt, walked a few steps, then suddenly turned back to look at the 2 of them, and warned them, early tomorrow morning, the royal family will come to pick up the bride. If you practice at night, don't practice too late. Save some energy, so as not to be laughed at tomorrow. After a pause, she said, also, Fei-yong, you have to spend the wedding night with the princess tomorrow night. After that, she left quickly. The 2 stood in place, and when they saw her back walking away, they looked at each other, and then tacitly avoided each other's gaze, and walked towards Jianfeng together silently. Uncle Master. Why do I feel that Master knows everything? Maybe? Did you tell her? No. Uncle Master. Master just said that the royal family will come to pick up the bride tomorrow. And we can't practice too late. I heard it. Oh. As you wish. The two quickly reached Jianfeng. Luo Qingzhou found a rock near the cliff, sat on it, and began to practice, absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth. At the same time, in a cave somewhere in the back mountain of the main peak, the excited voice of Lingshao sect ancestor Zhuang Jian suddenly came. Genius. He is indeed a genius. It's okay to be a genius who cultivates both body and soul. But he is also a genius in alchemy. May the ancestors of my Lingshao sect bless you. Fairy Zishao's voice sounded, Uncle Master. Fortunately, I chose him personally against all odds. At that time, he was only a martial artist, and no one was optimistic about him. Zhuang Jian said, Zixia, why did I hear that Qingju accepted him as a disciple first? And when other peak masters were fighting for him, you took advantage of the chaos and used the power of the sect master to forcibly snatch him away? Fairy Zishu immediately asked. Who said that? Zhuang Jian changed the subject and said, forget it. Let's not talk about it. By the way, your Uncle Yang sent a message from Penglai Fairy Island that an ancient space was found in the North Sea. It is estimated that there are many good things in it. I will go there in 2 days. Do you want to go and try your luck? After all, you have been stuck in this realm for several years. Fairy Zixia said. Disciple, I don't want to go. De Yin is a bit chaotic recently. Disciple has to stay. The two chatted for a while before Fairy Zixia left. Jianfeng. On the edge of the cliff, Luo Qingzhou sat on the rock to practice. Linghu Qingzhu stood not far away, facing the sea of clouds, and didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, she took out the jade flute from her waist and put it to her lips. The sound of the flute sounded, and the cranes flew. The sun slowly fell from the sky, and before he knew it, it had reached the horizon. Linghu Qingzhu glanced at the figure who was still practicing quietly on the rock, turned around, entered the cave, bathed and changed clothes. In the bathing pool, the water ripples and petals fall. When the sun sets, Luo Qingzhou slowly opens his eyes from his cultivation state. Just as he is about to get up and go to the cave, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrates. Sister, you actually sent a message. Chapter 766, Practicing with Uncle Master. Xiaoya invites Dayue to attend the wedding banquet. Night falls. A silver moon rises in the night sky. Lonely and cold, like someone's mood at the moment. What are you doing? Luo Qingzhou replied, just finished practicing. Ready to continue practicing. Sister Yu, is there anything? Sister Yu, did you make the elixir? Luo Qingzhou, I made it in the morning. Master originally wanted to find a great grandmaster to teach me how to make the elixir, but I was defeated by the alchemy you taught me. Sister Yu, can I ask? What is the grade of your alchemy now? Sister Yu, no grade. Luo Qingzhou, forget it if you don't want to say it. By the way, Sister Yu, that great grandmaster also gave me a recipe. I will bring it back to you when the time comes. Sister Yu, bring it tonight. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. I have something to do tonight, so I won't go. I'll go in 2 days. I have to practice with Uncle Master tonight, and I may have to stay in the palace tomorrow night. Oh, so busy. Sister Yu, what's the matter? Luo Qingzhou, practice. Sister Yu, oh. Luo Qingzhou looked at this word, and at this moment, he seemed to suddenly see Sister Yu standing alone in the moonlight, staring at the night in a daze. He suddenly felt guilty and hesitant. But Master, after all, he replied, Sister Yu, I'll go later tonight. After a long time, the message came back, whatever. Luo Qingzhou was conflicted for a moment, but still put away the message, stepped on the snow, and walked towards Master's cave. Sister Yu was not in a hurry, but Master's here. He will enter the palace tomorrow. So tonight, he must give Master's uncle an explanation. Master's uncle is different from others, destined to have no status. So, he needs to give her more compensation. The cave door slowly opened, revealing a faint light inside. If it is too bright, everyone will be embarrassed and shy. Although it is not the first time. Every practice is in the same stone room. There is a hot spring there, which is warmer and more convenient. When Luo Qingzhou entered, The person in the room was wearing a green gauze dress, with black hair, gently picking flower petals by the bathing pool. Under the gauze dress, a pair of slender white jade legs and delicate jade feet were hazy in the mist. Beautiful and attractive. The water temperature is just right. I just took a bath. She raised her head and looked at him with watery eyes. The expression on her face and the tone of her voice became gentle, as if she had changed into a different person during the day. Yeah, Luo Qingzhou agreed, hesitated for a moment, took off his clothes directly, and got out of the bathing pool. The warm pool water and pink petals came in a cluster, tightly wrapped around his body. He closed his eyes, leaned against the stone wall behind him, scrubbed the dirt on his body, and enjoyed this wonderful moment. After a while, a pair of jade hands reached out from behind, holding a towel, and helped him clean his strong shoulders and back, and whispered, "I thought you would go home." Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and said, "Am I so cruel?" "Yes." "Then Uncle Master dares?" "I like it." "Oh yeah." Another circle of ripples appeared in the bathtub. Petals fell, wrapped in warmth. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and couldn't help lamenting, thinking about tomorrow's wedding. "I'm really overwhelmed. I feel like I'm about to explode." Ah. At the same time, in the Imperial Palace, Yaohua Palace, in a secret room, Nandong Huiyue, wearing a fiery red dress and long hair, was sitting lazily in front of the table next to the bathtub. In a daze, she had just gotten up from the bathtub, wearing only a thin dress. There were a few drops of crystal clear water on her slender swan neck and graceful collarbone. The towering chest was looming, and the pair of slender and straight beautiful legs under the skirt were also particularly attractive in the thin red skirt. On a chair not far away, there were crowns, imperial robes, and other items that showed her noble status. She held a piece of jade in her hand, and I don't know what she was thinking. She seemed to hesitate for a long time, stretched out her jade finger, wrote on the jade, and after writing, she read it several times before sending it over. "Senior sister, tomorrow is my wedding day. I invite you to attend the wedding banquet. You can bring your family." I thought the other party would not reply, but after a moment, the message came back, "Okay." Nandong Huiyue was stunned for a moment, and a suspicious expression appeared on her face. After a pause, she replied, "Senior sister, you won't lie to me, right?" "No." Nandong Huiyue frowned slightly, pondered for a while, and replied, "Come in person?" "Yes." Nandong Huiyue became more suspicious, and thought carefully for a long time. Suddenly, her eyes turned cold and she said, "Are you here to make trouble?" The other party did not reply again. Nandong Huiyue suddenly felt a little uneasy, and quickly said, "Senior sister, I was joking with you. Just notifying you. You don't have to come. I know you don't like going out. Also, if you appear in the inner city and the imperial city, if you are seen by people there, I am afraid that they will think too much." After a while, the message came back, "I have killed." Nandong Huiyue was stunned when she saw the message, and then her face changed. "Who did you kill? The people from the sect?" Nandong Huiyue froze, and was about to ask why, when she suddenly remembered something. Her face changed for a while, and said, "What happened in the palace? They thought you did it, right? Then they went to find you. Even so, with your temper, you shouldn't kill people, right?" After the message was sent, she was stunned, and suddenly remembered something. "Did they threaten your family?" After a long time, the message came back, "Forgot." Nandong Huiyue had a complicated expression, paused for a long time, and then replied, "If it were you in the past, even if it was like this, you wouldn't do it, right? You should go back with them honestly and accept the punishment, right? After all, you are a famous genius and a good girl in this sect. Senior sister, it seems that you are moved." The other party did not reply again. Nandong Huiyue said again, "However, it is unwise to turn against them like this. If I were you, I would definitely continue to endure the humiliation and punish them no matter how they slandered and punished me, and then continue to practice silently. When I have achieved success in my practice, I will retaliate fiercely. With your talent, it should be very fast." "What? Are you overwhelmed by emotions?" At this moment, Yu Ying's voice suddenly came from outside, "Your Majesty, a spirit was found on the roof of Chongming Palace. It is very powerful, and no one else can get close. It is a woman with a blue halo on her body. She said she wants to find you." Nandong Huiyue's heart was shocked. Blue halo, could it be her? Schwa! She suddenly stood up, put on the imperial robe, and quickly left the secret room. Not long after, she flew into the sky and came to the roof of Chongming Palace. Oh! Little junior sister. You are so majestic. The woman wrapped in the blue halo stood on the eaves of the roof. When she saw her flying in the imperial robe, she sneered and ridiculed. Nandong Huiyue looked at her and said coldly, according to the rules of your three major immortal sects, you are not qualified to come here alone. The woman sneered and said, even if I came. So what? I came as a wisp of spirit, not as a body. Even if they knew, they would be warned at most. Little junior sister, I didn't expect that you would become more arrogant and arrogant after becoming the emperor. Nandong Huiyue looked at her coldly and didn't say anything. The woman looked at her for a moment and sneered. I came here today to warn you on behalf of the sect. Don't think we don't know about the dirty things you and your sister did. Let me tell you, as long as we are here, you can't sit on the throne. Of course, if you are smart enough, we can also consider supporting you. Nandong Huiyue showed a hint of sarcasm on her face and said, what do you mean by smart enough? I gave you my Great Yan spiritual mind for nothing. Regardless of the lives of my Great Yan people, paved the way for you to find cultivation resources everywhere, and then used our army to fight for territory for you. The woman said with a cold face. Don't you understand that we allowed you to enter the sect at the beginning? Nandong Huiyue narrowed his eyes, looked at her coldly and said, it is because I understood it later that I don't want to be yours. Puppet, I don't want the whole of Diyin to become your tool. So I left. You call yourself an immortal sect, but you trample on the lives of mortals at will, and use the blood of mortals to pave the way for you. Don't you feel ashamed? The woman looked at her indifferently and said, you haven't reached that realm yet. When you reach that realm, you will naturally know that mortals are like ants and human lives are like grass. If you step on an ant to death, will you feel ashamed? Wow! A flame mark suddenly ignited between Nandong Huiyue's eyebrows, and she said coldly, sorry. Even if I reach that realm, I will never allow you to trample on my Diyin people like this, because I am a Diyin person. The woman sneered and said, it seems that there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Right? Nandong Huiyue looked at her coldly. Very good. The blue figure of the woman suddenly disintegrated on the spot and gradually disappeared. The voice came from a distance again. You two will be punished by the sect, no matter whether you did it or not. And I'm afraid you won't be able to sit on the throne for a few days. Nandong Huiyue clenched her fists, her red skirt fluttering, and stood on the roof for a long time before disappearing. She returned to the secret room and sat at the table for a long time before taking out the communication treasure and sending a message to someone again. Senior sister, you did the right thing. I thought too simply. There are good people and bad people in this sect. When the bad people become bad, it's useless for you to give in blindly. Come tomorrow. I have something to tell you. You are for your family. I am for my country. We are all Diyin people. I hope we can sit down and have a good chat. After the message was sent out, she pondered for a while, and quickly added, but tomorrow's wedding will never change. After a long time, the message came back, yes. Outside the window, the night is as dark as ink. The cold wind blew. The green bamboo trembled slightly, and the snow on it slowly slid down. Lingxiao sect. Jianfeng. The night wind was biting. After Luo Qingzhou practiced in the warm cave for an hour, he took a short rest and continued to practice. When the sky was dawning, he collected the skills. His soul left his body and went to Yunmu River. I wonder if Sister Yu is still waiting for him in the Dragon Palace. By the pool, one person was unconscious and the other was sleeping soundly. Chapter 767. The whole family attends the wedding banquet, and the son-in-law is killed in society. The night has not faded yet. The river is covered with mist and fog, and a small boat is anchored in the middle of the river. Long Air is sitting on the bow, looking a little bored. When Luo Qingzhou flew over, she was looking at the mirror on the water with her head down, sometimes smiling coquettishly, sometimes blinking, sometimes pouting, sometimes twisting her body, and making all kinds of strange expressions on her face. Luo Qingzhou floated down and said, what are you doing? Long Air quickly stood up and said happily, I thought the young master would not come. Then he said, Long Air is learning the expressions of human girls acting coquettishly. Luo Qingzhou said, why learn this? Long Air blinked and said, to seduce the young master. Luo Qingzhou, that is Sister Yu gone? Long Air said, Sister didn't come at all last night. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, and thought to himself, Sister Yu is not angry, right? Long Air asked curiously. Sir, what did you do last night? Luo Qingzhou said. Practice. Long Air said. You can practice in the Dragon Palace. There are many places for practice in Long Air's place. Why do you want to practice somewhere else? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, To practice some special skills. Long Air asked again, What special skills? Luo Qingzhou changed the subject and said, Long Air, we may have to move to the inner city of Kyoto. It's not safe here. Long Air was stunned for a moment, then said happily, Okay. Long Air also wants to see the prosperous inner city. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, There is a moat outside the imperial city. Although it is not as big as the Yungu River, it is also very spacious and deep. You may live there. I will go to explore it when the time comes. I guess there is a formation arranged there. Well, then I have to notify Xiao Yi. As the two were talking, a burst of music suddenly came from the night in the distance. Hey, what's that sound? Longer also heard the sound and turned around to look. After a while, the sound gradually became clearer. Longer was surprised and said, Last time when the court sent people to Lingxiao sect to welcome the bride, it was also such a sound. This time, hey? Young master. When she turned her head, Luo Qingzhou had already flown into the sky and said, Longer, go back to the Dragon Palace quickly. Don't let those people find out. I have something else to do. See you in 2 days. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared in the sky. When the royal wedding procession, led by Prince Duan Nangongke, arrived at the riverside, the night had finally receded. The team ahead had already called in boats. The group sat in several small boats and crossed the river one by one, dressed in red and beaming with joy. Since the gifts had been delivered last time, only people came this time, so the speed of crossing the river was very fast. After Luo Qingzhou's soul returned to Jianfeng, he immediately returned to his body. Linghu Qingzhou had woken up, but seemed a little dazed. She was still lying there in the same position as before, motionless, with her pupils wide open and full of emptiness. Luo Qingzhou quickly picked her up and asked with concern, Uncle Master, are you okay? He felt a little strange. He didn't know if it was because of the technique or because of his master level. After practicing, the burst of internal force became more and more fierce, and the amount of internal force was also more and more, and the duration of the burst was also longer and longer. The key point is that the uncle may have used the powerful force contained in the musical instrument to attract him to explode once, because he was afraid that he could not bear it. Could it be because of the root of thunder spirit in his body? He raised his fist, and as soon as he urged the internal force in the Danhai, a lightning appeared on his fist with a sizzle. The color of the lightning, purple, red and black, changed at will. At this time, lying in his arms and looking at the extremely weak and pitiful uncle, Fong looked at him weakly and whispered, Yes, there is electricity. Luo Qingzhou. Sure enough, when the internal force suddenly exploded at the end, it seemed that a current did burst out. Boom! Luo Qingzhou punched the bathtub, and a purple lightning shot out and fell into the pool. Sizzle! Suddenly, the whole pool was covered with purple lightning. The petals floating on the water disappeared in an instant. Linghu Qingzhou looked at the scene. Her body trembled, and her eyes suddenly showed a trace of fear and trepidation, and then a trace of contradiction and complexity. Luo Qingzhou looked at his fist and said, It seems that these lightning can only be controlled freely when using the skills. In other cases, it may come out by itself. Don't be afraid, uncle. I will definitely control them slowly. Linghu Qingzhou lowered her eyelashes and remained silent. Luo Qingzhou put her into the pool, and when he was about to speak, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He was confused. Who could have sent it at this time? Sister Yu? He immediately took it out and clicked on the message. It turned out to be from the princess, Luo Qingzhou. The royal family's wedding team, led by Uncle Duan, has arrived at the foot of the mountain of Lingxiao sect. After welcoming the groom, we will go to your house to welcome you and your family to the wedding banquet. His Majesty personally ordered it. Luo Qingzhou. He quickly replied, Princess, don't scare me. This kind of thing can't be joked about. Besides, you don't know where we live. Xiao Meiju, my uncle went to the city yesterday and looked for a house in the inner city. My uncle said you are going to move into the inner city. Right. I chatted with him for a while, and talked about the eldest princess's marriage and invitation. He readily agreed and told me where you live. He also said that the whole family will be waiting at home this morning. Why? Didn't Waymo tell you? Or did you not go home last night? Luo Qingzhou. Xiao Meiju. Hurry up and get ready. We will pick you up after picking up the groom. His Majesty personally ordered that we must pick up her beloved Mr. Luo. Uncle Duan and the people from the Ministry of Rites will never leave if they can't see you. Luo Qingzhou. At this time, he was really in a big headache. What to do? He suddenly looked at the people in the pool, hesitated for a moment, and said a little embarrassedly, Uncle Master, can you do me another favor? Linghu Qingzhou buried his face in his messy hair and towering chest. He was silent for a while and whispered, I may be injured and can't get up. Luo Qingzhou. He didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately sent a message to his master, Master, save me. The message came back quickly, ridiculous. Is Qingzhou so excessive? Didn't I say that you still have to go to the wedding ceremony today? Just wait. The master will come to save you right away. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he immediately picked up the groom's clothes on the ground, walked out, and said, Uncle Master, it just so happens that you don't have to go today. Just rest in the cave. Master will help me. After that, he walked out of the stone room quickly. When he opened the cave door and went out, he found that the fairy master in a red dress was standing at the door. The two looked at each other, and suddenly fell into a brief silence. Master, are you just here? Or just here? You also know that as the master of the sect, the master is powerful, and the footwork is also very fast. As soon as I heard you shouting for help, the master flew here at the fastest speed. But this is too fast, not too fast. The master's speed has always been like this. At the beginning, okay. Master, don't explain. It's too late. Help the disciple. Okay. You say. Pretend to be a groom. Again, not long after, Luo Qingzhou went down the mountain from the back, circled again, and returned home urgently. At this time, the sky was bright. The morning sun peeked out from the green hills, and the golden sunlight filled the earth. When Luo Qingzhou returned to the courtyard, Miss Jin Air and Xiao Dai had already dressed up and were ready to go. Seeing him come back suddenly, Miss Jin Air was a little surprised and said, Brother Qingzhou, why are you back now? Ling Xiao sect. Luo Qingzhou quickly pulled her into the room and asked, the princess said that you all have to go to the palace to attend the wedding banquet today? Miss Jin Air was a little embarrassed, nodded, and said, Dad went to the inner city to find a house yesterday and met Sister Meiju. Sister Meiju said that the princess personally invited her. So, then she said, but Brother Qingzhou, you don't have to go. Waymo will help you explain. Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou could only sigh. In one breath, he said, it's useless. The princess just sent a message saying that Prince Duan and the people from the Ministry of Rites will come to invite us personally. They won't leave until they see me. As the two were talking, Xior's voice suddenly came from the door. Miss, son-in-law, the lady is here. The two looked at each other, and Luo Qingzhou comforted them softly. It's okay. My uncle is there to help me dress up as the groom. I'll go with you first, and we'll talk after entering the city. Song Ryue's voice suddenly came from the courtyard. Wei Mo, are you up? I guess Meiju and the others will be here soon. The two left the room immediately. Song Ryue was wearing the same snow-white fox fur as Miss Jin Air, with fair skin, graceful figure, young and beautiful face, and a bright look in her eyes, as if she had recovered from the death of her eldest son. Life still goes on. There are so many people at home. Mother-in-law? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and saluted. Song Ryue was stunned when she saw him suddenly come out of the room, and asked curiously, Qingzhou, when did you come back? Didn't Wei Ma say that you went to the mountains to study? Luo Qingzhou said, just came back. Song Ryue said with a smile, it's good to come back. Today is the wedding day of the eldest princess. The eldest princess has done a favor to our Qin family, and is so kind to you. It's not good if you don't go. Let's go quickly. Jianjiao and the others have already packed up and are waiting for you. After saying this, Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment and said, Miss is going too? Song Ryue said, yes. Meiju said that the princess invited our family. Jianjiao stays at home all day, so she can relax. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Mother-in-law, the eldest lady likes quietness, so she probably doesn't like that kind of occasion. Right? Song Ryue smiled and said, I asked her last night, and she agreed to go. Bailing is also very happy. and Choner also said she would go. Luo Qingzhou, the ex-wife, the current wife, and the wife's family, and the lover all went to attend his wedding with another woman today. Although that he was surnamed Chu. But thinking about that scene is really chilling. Brother Qingzhou. It's okay. You can do it. At this time, Miss Qin didn't forget to tease in a low voice. Looking at her expression, she seemed to be looking forward to that scene a little. Luo Qingzhou was speechless. The group left the courtyard, and Miss Qin was standing outside with Bailing and Xiaochan waiting. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and her eyes happened to look over. Luo Qingzhou looked at her flawless face in the morning sun and suddenly said, Miss, if you want to go, you'd better wear a veil. Otherwise you will steal the spotlight from the queen. Once this was said, everyone else couldn't help laughing. Song Ryua smiled and said, Qingzhou's mouth is getting sweeter and bolder. He wouldn't dare to talk like this before. Miss Qin smiled and said, in fact, Brother Qingzhou often praises sister for her beauty in front of Wei Mo, and says that sister is the most beautiful woman in the world. Song Ryua smiled, and suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked at someone suspiciously. Chapter 768 Immortals and Mortals. A Family's Poem. The sun rises. The white snow is dazzling. The cold morning breeze, with the chill of the river, blows on the face, causing a stinging pain, especially the delicate skin. Therefore, the three beautiful mothers and daughters of the Qin family, who are as beautiful as flowers and have delicate skin, all wear the same snow-white fox fur and the same snow-white veil on their faces. The three of them stand under the big tree at the door, standing tall and graceful, as white as jade, like three snow lotus flowers blooming brilliantly in the ice and snow, pure and beautiful and moving. Luo Qingzhou stood by and took a look. He couldn't help but whisper to Miss Qin, can you be more low-key? If you stand in the palace, who will look at the empress? Who will look at the groom? Miss Qin smiled and whispered, Brother Qingzhou, are you afraid that Wei Mo will be noticed by others? Or that my sister will be noticed by others? Luo Qingzhou said, it's mainly because I'm afraid of being too conspicuous. Miss Qin smiled and said, isn't this to save face for Brother Qingzhou? When others see it, they will secretly say in their hearts that they envy Brother Qingzhou's good fortune, and will never slander Brother Qingzhou behind his back as a son-in-law. Luo Qingzhou raised his eyebrows and said, do I need others to envy me? Miss Qin smiled and said, indeed, I don't need it. Luo Qingzhou held her soft and cold little hand, rubbed it gently in his hand, looked into the distance, and couldn't help but sigh. Now that the eldest princess has ascended the throne, she is getting married today and has invited our Qin family. I guess we can't keep a low profile in the future. As he said that, he took her little hand and put it to his mouth, exhaled, and said softly, are you cold? Miss Qin said softly, warm. My hands and heart are warm. Luo Qingzhou looked at her strangely and said, are you sure your heart is warm too? Do you know what day it is today? Miss Qin smiled and said, the day when the eldest princess gets married. Luo Qingzhou said, who is the groom? Miss Qin smiled and said, it's Chu Feiyang from Li Shao sect, my mother's lifesaver, and the person that Sister Meiji loves. Anyway, it's not you. Luo Qingzhou. At this time, a familiar sound of music suddenly came from the path in front. Brother Qin, who was standing under the big tree in front and looking around, hurried back to report, Dad, Mother, they are here, and the groom seems to be here too. Miss Qin looked at someone. Someone held her little hand with a calm face. Lift up the gifts. Don't put them on the ground. Have you taken all the things I asked you to prepare last night? Take some things first and put them in the store's warehouse, so that you don't have to take them out when you move. Mayor, go check if the door is locked. Song Ryua regained her ladylike demeanor and gave orders with dignity. Everyone in the Qin family was very excited when they heard that they were going to move into the inner city yesterday, and they packed all the gifts overnight. Xiao Dai said happily, Sir, I can finally see Sister Xiao again. Since Luo Qingzhou married into the Qin family, he often heard this girl mention Sister Xiao. But until now, he had only heard her name, but never seen her. Hearing this, he said, I will see her when the time comes. At this time, Brother Qin suddenly pointed to the front and said, here they come. On the small road ahead, a team came in a joyous and mighty manner. Qin Wenzheng hurriedly led the Qin family to greet him. Sir Qin, long time no see. Long time no see. Prince Duan Nangongke was the first to greet him, with a warm smile on his face, as if he was an old friend who had not seen each other for many years. Qin Wenzheng hurriedly bowed to salute. Nandongke took the lead, stretched out his hand to support him, and said with a smile, "Sir Qin, you don't have to be polite. You are a distinguished guest today. His Majesty personally ordered me to come and pick you up. If Sir Qin really wants to pay respect, just go to pay respect to His Majesty later." Other people in the royal family and officials from the Ministry of Rites also hurriedly came up to pay respect. Although Qin Wenzheng had resigned his title long ago and was still a commoner, his son-in-law was amazing. Her Majesty personally invited him by name and said that she wanted to pay respect to Mr. Luo as the imperial teacher. "By the way, where is Mr. Luo?" Officials who were eager to flatter asked hurriedly. At this time, they saw a young man in a Confucian robe, gentle and elegant, coming from behind. He was not arrogant at all, but bowed his head and politely greeted them. This young man is so young, but he is so calm and modest. He is worthy of being a talent valued by your Majesty. The officials sighed in their hearts and hurriedly returned the greeting. Mr. Luo is indeed a handsome man with extraordinary temperament. Mr. Luo's handsome appearance is unmatched by any man in the whole capital. Mr. Luo is not only good-looking, but also talented. Even the Queen Mother and your Majesty praise him. I heard that Miss Warner, the most talented woman in the palace, is willing to admit that he is better. Everyone praised enthusiastically and generously. Even Prince Duan Nandongke came to try to get close to him. "Qinzhou, I haven't seen you for a long time. You look much thinner. Some time ago, you and Meiji often went to my mansion to play with Xiaorui. Why don't you go recently? When you move to the inner city, you must go often. Xiaorui is always thinking about you." Luo Qinzhou was about to reply when a cold voice suddenly came from the side. "Uncle Prince Duan, I am a busy man. How can I have time to play?" Luo Qinzhou looked up and lowered his head and said, "Your Highness, please forgive me. I have been studying at home recently, and I am quite busy. I will not bother you again after I move to the inner city." The two sides exchanged pleasantries for a while before walking to the riverside. Song Ryua suddenly looked at the sedan chair surrounded by the people of Lingxiao's sect, and asked in confusion, "Why doesn't Mr. Chu get off?" Qin Wenzheng rolled his eyes at her and asked back, "When I went to marry you, did you get off the sedan chair?" Song Ryua. She immediately whispered again, "But Mr. Chu is a man after all. There is no need to hide in the sedan chair. Is it possible that when he arrives at the palace, he will have to and His Majesty will personally carry him down?" Nandongke on the side smiled and said, "That's not necessary. Mr. Chu will get off by himself. In fact, he can ride a horse all the way, but he doesn't seem to want to show up. So he sits in the sedan chair." Song Ryua smiled and said, "Mr. Chu is so powerful, but he is still shy." Nandongke smiled politely and didn't say much. The affairs of the 5 major sects and the court are somewhat complicated. This marriage is beyond everyone's expectations. There are some things that even he doesn't know, let alone say anything. Everyone came to the riverside and started to cross the river. Many boats had been prepared by the riverside, and the boatman was waiting respectfully. Luo Qinzhou helped Miss Qin Er to board one of the boats. Xiao, Xiao Dai, and Zhu all followed. Miss Qin Er glanced at the shore and hurriedly said, "Brother Qinzhou, go and help me up." Luo Qinzhou. At this moment, Brother Qin Er suddenly appeared next to Miss Qinda and said with a smile, "Jianjia, we don't take a boat. Brother Qin will take you to fly over on the water. He has now broken through to the realm of a great martial artist, and can turn his energy into wind and walk on water." Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, a slap suddenly flew from behind and hit him directly on the back of his head. Qin Chuan was furious and turned his head to look. Who knew that it was Qin Wenzheng standing behind him, also staring at him? Qin Chuan immediately got scared and said, "Dad, what did I do wrong again?" Qin Wenzheng said with a straight face, "Do you think you are great just because you have cultivated to the level of a great martial artist? What day is today? There are so many masters in Li Xiao's sect and the imperial court, but they didn't fly over. You can do it alone? You have no brains." After that, he pointed to the back and ordered, "Go, help carry the sedan chair for Mr. Chu." Qin Chuan. Luo Qinzhou. "Sister, come up quickly." Miss Qin walked to the bow and whispered to the shore. Luo Qinzhou had no choice but to extend his hand and said, "Miss, the boat is unstable. I will help you up." Before Miss Qin extended her hand, a jade hand suddenly extended from the side, with a faint smile on her face, saying, "Qinzhou, come, help your mother-in-law up first." Luo Qinzhou's mouth twitched, And when he was not sure whether to help, Chiyo hurriedly stepped forward and extended her hand, holding her, and said obediently, "Madam, I will help you." Song Ryue glanced at someone, got on the boat, stood firmly, and then extended her hand and said, "Jianjia, mother will help you." Miss Jean also glanced at someone, and then extended her snow-white jade hand. Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed. Seeing that there were too many people, he hurriedly said, "There is still space in this small boat next to me. I will go there to sit, so as not to be too many people and not safe." After that, after Miss Qin came up, he hurriedly jumped off the bow. "Son-in-law, Xiao Beiling and Chan Chan will sit with you." "Okay, but you can't bully us." Bai Ling's clear and pleasant voice sounded by the river. This voice seemed to have magic power. Many people couldn't help but look at her when they heard it. Luo Qingzhou got on another small boat. Bai Ling and Xia Chan followed and entered the boat awning. At this time, Nandong Meiju also took Aunt Mu and Jiu Mama on this small boat. Bai Ling smiled and said, "Princess, long time no see." Nandong Meiju was wearing a red dress today, and her tall and graceful figure was still exquisite. She sat down next to her, with a cold face, and didn't answer. The boat began to move slowly forward. At this time, the voice of Prince Duan suddenly came from a small boat not far away. "Mr. Luo, the scenery on the river is very beautiful. You are talented and good at poetry. In this situation, can you write a poem to add fun to our crossing of the river?" As soon as this was said, other officials also said, "Yes. Yes. Mr. Luo, write a poem." At this time, the voice of Miss Qin Air suddenly came from the small boat next to it. "Brother-in-law, write a poem." Then, Song Ryue's voice suddenly came from the boat. "Wei Mo, what did you call him?" Miss Qin's weak voice sounded, "I'm sorry, mother. Wei Mo called me the wrong name next time. I won't dare to do it again." Humph. The crowd also cheered from other boats. "Mr. Luo, come up with a song. Mr. Luo, come up with a song." Luo Qingzhou saw that it was hard to refuse the kindness, so he had to ponder for a while. Walked out of the boat awning, came to the bow, and looked at the scenery on the river with his robe fluttering. At this time, everyone quieted down and looked at him. On the boat next to him, Miss Qin also poked her head out of the boat awning. Luo Qingzhou looked at the red sun on the river, the trees on the river bank, the clouds on the river, the mortals and warriors on the boat, and for some reason, the moon-white figure suddenly appeared in his mind again. He pondered for a moment, then began to recite, "At sunrise, the river flowers are redder than fire, and in spring, the river water is as green as blue." Riding a boat and riding the wind, traveling through the world. Why should I care about immortality and mortal life? It's called family tour. In the boat next to him, someone's cold eyes seemed to be suddenly blown by the wind, causing a ripple. Chapter 769, Mother-in-law's Alertness. The story of Zixia and Zizunbo. What a good poem. What a good poem. When the sun rises, the river flowers are redder than fire. And when spring comes, the river water is as green as blue. What a beautiful poem. Mr. Luo is indeed a great talent praised by His Majesty. On the Yunmu River, a burst of praise suddenly rang out. Even the people of Lingxiao sect couldn't help but praise. The people of the Qin family were immediately full of smiles. Luo Qingzhou said a few humble words, bowed, and returned to the boat awning. The praises outside continued. "My son-in-law is so awesome. My son-in-law is so awesome." In the boat tent, Beiling was full of admiration, and then suddenly sighed. If my son-in-law is not unfaithful and doesn't always think about erotic things, it would be perfect. Nandong Meiju, who was standing by, couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and said, "Bai Ling, did he also erotic you?" Bai Ling was about to nod, but quickly shook her head. "No, my son-in-law didn't." Nandong Meiju saw through her guilty conscience at a glance, looked at someone coldly and said, "I know that as long as there are beautiful women in the Qin mansion, I guess no one will escape." Bai Ling immediately retorted, "Princess, this is... You can't say anything. The lady is also very beautiful. And my young lady? Even if the son-in-law is bold, he dare not be lecherous to my young lady." Nandong Meiju wanted to speak. Luo Qingzhou quickly changed the subject. "Princess Meijiao, why didn't you see Princess Shui?" When this was said, Nandong Meijiao's eyes suddenly widened, and her face was full of vigilance. "What do you want to do?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Just asking." Bai Ling whispered on the side, "The son-in-law really likes sisters. Fortunately, I don't have a younger sister or an older sister. Luo Qingzhou. The boat quickly docked. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to stay with them for long, and got off the boat first, and then hurried over to help the second young lady get off the boat. When it was Miss Qin's turn, Song Ryue immediately came out of the boat awning and looked at him vigilantly. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly helped Miss Qin air and turned to leave. Miss Qin air smiled softly and said, "Brother Qingzhou, Mother seems to think you have intentions towards my sister." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but said, "You are the one who is making trouble. One moment you told my mother-in-law that I always secretly said that Miss Qin was beautiful behind her back, and the next moment you suddenly called me brother-in-law. You did it on purpose, right? Are you taking revenge on me?" Miss Qin air smiled playfully and said, "Then Brother Qingzhou, can Wei Mo take revenge?" At this time, the sound of music suddenly sounded on the shore. Luo Qingzhou took a look, shrugged, sighed and said, "Of course, you can take revenge however you want today." Miss Qin air looked at him softly and said, "Brother Qingzhou, there is no need to blame yourself." Then she pouted and said, "Anyway, Wei Mo doesn't know whether Brother Qingzhou is really blaming himself. Maybe he is already very happy." While the two were talking, a sedan chair was carried over. Qin Chuan personally carried the sedan chair and said, "Wei Mo, Qingzhou, you are weak and can't walk. Come and sit in the sedan chair." There were several sedan chairs parked on the shore, as well as some horses and several carriages. At this time, Nangongke also said, "Those who like to ride horses can ride horses, and those who can't walk can sit in the sedan chair and carriage. The road is a bit far, and we are all honored guests, so don't be polite." The Qin family had more female members, so they naturally chose a carriage. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to sit in the sedan chair carried by the second brother Qin. When he was about to pull Miss Qin to the carriage, Wu Yuzi, the great elder of Lingxiao sect, suddenly said, "Mr. Luo, come here." Everyone looked over. Luo Qingzhou was puzzled, so he had to let go of Miss Qin's hand, walked over, and bowed politely. "What advice do you have, Senior?" Wu Yuzi smiled and said, "It's like this. I heard from my Feiyang that you are good friends with him. Right? It just so happens that he is bored sitting alone in the sedan chair. If it's convenient for Mr. Luo, can you go up and sit with him and chat?" Luo Qingzhou. Song Ryue hurriedly said, "Qingzhou, go up quickly and talk to Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu is a great benefactor of our family." Miss Qin held back her laughter. At this time, Bai Ling suddenly said in a crisp voice, "Two grown men sitting in a sedan chair. I'm afraid it's not good. Right?" Song Ryue immediately rolled her eyes at her and said, "What's not good? A single man and a single woman sitting together. That's not good." The other elders of Lingxiao sect also persuaded, "Mr. Luo, go up quickly and talk to Feiyang. We'll be there soon." Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Luo Qingzhou had to agree and walked to the sedan chair. The door curtain was suddenly lifted from the inside, and the voice of Chu Feiyang came from inside, "Brother Luo, long time no see. Please come in." Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment and hurried into the sedan chair. The door curtain was closed. Fairy Zixia, wearing a bright red groom's wedding gown, looked at him with a smile on her face, patted the narrow seat next to her, and whispered, "Hurry up and sit down." Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to sit next to her and whispered, "Master, why did you ask me to come up?" Fairy Zixia said, "It's boring on the road. No one is talking to me, and I don't dare to talk to people outside. I'm helping you dress up as a groom. Can't you accompany me to relieve my boredom?" Luo Qingzhou said awkwardly, "I can relieve my boredom, but I'm mainly afraid of being discovered." Fairy Zixia smiled and said, "It's okay. There is a barrier set up by me in the sedan chair, so you can't hear or see clearly outside." At this time, the sedan chair was lifted up and began to move forward. Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked, "Master, the voice you spoke just now is the same as your disciples. Is it a cultivation method?" Fairy Zixia said, "Of course not. It is a talent, but not everyone can learn it exactly the same." Luo Qingzhou said, "What talent?" Fairy Zixia asked in confusion, "Why are you asking this?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It's just a chat. Just asking casually." Fairy Zixia was about to speak when her expression suddenly changed. She took out the communication certificate from her body. When she was about to open it, she suddenly looked at him and said, "Don't look away. Don't peek at the teacher's message." Luo Qingzhou had to turn his head away. After thinking about it, he also took out the communication certificate and patiently replied to Zhu Yan's message. After a while, Zhu Yan said happily. Yang, you are very okay today. You actually chatted with me for so long. Is there any good news? Luo Qizhou, nothing happy. I just have some free time. And I want to accompany my senior to relieve boredom. Zhu, boy. You are not interested in something on my body again. Are you? I tell you. It is impossible. Last time you lied to me, saying that my toes have onychomycosis. Humph. I asked Yunshang. And Yunshang said that my toenails are natural treasures. So they look like this. You are really despicable. If it weren't for your good performance today, I would have gone out to cripple you. Luo Qingzhou, maybe I saw it wrong. Senior, I will make it up to you next time I go. Zhu, don't try to cheat me. Kid, is that fun? You've been catching me cheating all day. Don't you feel guilty? Can't you cheat Yunshang and those old Taoist priests? When Luo Qingzhou was about to reply, a voice suddenly came from the side. Who is Zhu? Isn't it Zhu? Luo Qingzhou turned his head and saw that Fairy Zisha's face was almost touching his face. She was blinking and looking at the message in his hand. Luo Qingzhou quickly put it away and said, Master, you can't peek at your disciples' messages. Fairy Zisha raised her eyebrows and looked at him and said, What are you talking about? I read your messages openly. How can it be called peeking? Luo Qingzhou. Who is Zhu? Why do you call yourself the king? Fairy Zisha asked again. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, It's Zhu Yan from Qingyun Temple. When these words came out, Fairy Zisha opened her eyes wide and showed a look of surprise on her face. That ancient beast? Fei Yang, you are so powerful that you even got the contact information of that ancient beast? And just watching your chat, it seems that your relationship is very good? How did you do it? Luo Qingzhou said calmly, Nothing. Just charm. Fairy Zisha rolled her eyes and said, To be honest, that ancient beast is not simple. I am really curious about why it treats you like this. Luo Qingzhou had to say, In fact, I just went in and told it a story. Fairy Zisha was stunned when she heard this and asked in confusion, Story? What story? Luo Qingzhou said, The story of the Monkey King causing havoc in the heavenly palace and protecting the master to go to the west to obtain the scriptures and become a Buddha. Fairy Zishu immediately became interested and said, Tell me about it. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, Master, this story is too long. I will tell you next time. If you really want to hear a story, I have another story about the Monkey King. It is shorter and coincidentally, the heroine in it is also called Fairy Zisha. Oh! As soon as these words came out, Fairy Zisha's eyes lit up, and she became more interested. She said, Tell me. Luo Qingzhou sat with her in this narrow sedan chair. From time to time, he could smell the beautiful woman's fragrance on her body. He was touching her body. It was really awkward not to speak. At this time, telling stories was indeed a good way to resolve the awkwardness and kill time. Speaking of which, 500 years ago, Luo Qingzhou cleared his throat and began to tell the story. At the same time, in the carriage at the back, Song Ryue was gently scolding her second daughter. Next time you call me brother-in-law, Mother will beat you. It's okay for our family members to hear it. But there were so many people just now. What do you think they will think? Miss Qin lowered her head and continued to admit her mistake weakly. Mother, Wei Mo was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Bai Ling, who was sitting opposite, suddenly said crisply, Madam, even if others heard it, it's okay. Right? In our Dian, it's normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines and marry sisters? Song Ryue immediately glared at her, then looked outside cautiously, and then whispered, He is still a son-in-law now. People will laugh at us. How can a son-in-law marry all the daughters and maids in the mansion? Our Qin family can't afford to lose that person. At this time, Miss Qin couldn't help but speak weakly, Mother, what if Brother Qingzhou passes the imperial examination this year and becomes an official? Song Ryue immediately snorted coldly, If he passes the exam, Mary shall die. Chior and jure to him as concubines. And Choner and Xiao Bailing can also be done. Isn't that enough? Humph. With so many people, I guess his body can't handle it. Bailing immediately pouted and said, Madam, I don't want to marry a son-in-law. He is dirty. Song Ryue ignored her again, secretly pinched her second daughter's hand, and whispered in her ear, Silly girl. Your sister is still here. She and Qingzhou have divorced. You are so affectionate with Qingzhou now. And you call Qingzhou brother-in-law in front of her. What do you want her to think? although she may not care. You can't stimulate her like this. Miss Jean hurriedly admitted her mistake and apologized in a low voice, looking like she really knew she was wrong. She looked up at the opposite side. Miss Jean, who was sitting opposite, was also looking at her quietly. Miss Jean Eyre quietly stuck out her tongue at her. Miss Jean De turned her eyes away and looked elsewhere, her flawless face still without a trace of emotion. The team quickly entered the city. At this time, the morning sun had risen to the middle of the sky. On the street, the crowds were bustling, beating gongs and drums. It was so lively. In the palace, the Queen of Diane had already changed into a bright red wedding gown, and was standing quietly in front of the mirror, staring at herself in the mirror with a complicated expression. Chapter 770, The Queen's Wedding. The socially dead bride and groom. After entering the city, they walked slowly all the way. At noon, the team arrived at the inner city according to the time selected by the Imperial Observatory. The streets of the inner city were bustling with people, and it was even more lively. Luo Qingzhou took the opportunity to find an excuse, got off the sedan chair, followed the team for a while, and then took the opportunity to blend into the crowd and quickly disappeared. The team crossed the wide streets and continued to move forward, and soon arrived at the foot of the Imperial City. The sedan chair stopped at the bridgehead outside the Imperial City. Luo Qingzhou, who had been waiting for a long time under the bridgehead, immediately took the opportunity to get into the sedan chair. Then, a voice sounded in the sedan chair. Evil disciple, you got into my skirt. Remember to change the ending. Zixia can't die. It's best not to let her fall in love with a stinky monkey. Master, it's just a story. Don't take it seriously. You told it so vividly, as if it were true. The ending must be changed. Otherwise, I will expose the fact that you got into my skirt today to the whole sect. Master is leaving. You take care of yourself. Master, you haven't taken off your clothes yet. Evil disciple, you want groom's wedding robe? Oh, turn around. Fairy Zixia quickly took off the groom's clothes, and her figure flashed, and she went underground and disappeared. At this time, the voice of the great elder Wu Yuzi suddenly came from outside. Fei Yang, it's time to come out. Ride in. Luo Qingzhou immediately changed his clothes, put on a mask, took out a mirror and carefully adjusted himself, then lifted the curtain, walked out, stretched and said, I'm so sleepy. I just took a nap. Wu Yuzi said with a puzzled look on his face. Didn't you just discuss with me which female disciple in the sect is the most beautiful? Fell asleep so quickly? Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment. Oh, yes, I didn't sleep well last night, and got up early today, so I'm sleepy. Wu Yuzi heard this, with an expression of I know, and smiled. You couldn't sleep last night because you were excited? It's okay. Wait until you worship the heaven and earth. Then you can go to rest. Then he whispered, you must rest well and keep your spirits up. After all, you have to be with the bride tonight. He suddenly stopped talking and looked forward with a smile. Prince Duan Nandong personally led the white horse over, smiling and saying, Fei Yang, come, ride the horse. Be more majestic. Thank you, Prince. Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands, bowed to the people gathered on the other side of the moat, turned around and bowed to the inside of the Imperial City, and then got on the horse. Song Ryua suddenly waved excitedly not far away and said, Mr. Chu, Mr. Chu. Luo Qingzhou looked over. Song Ryua smiled and said, Mr. Chu, congratulations on your wedding today. We, the Qin family, are here today, specially to attend your wedding with the Emperor. Luo Qingzhou smiled and nodded slightly. In order to make the effect more realistic, he suddenly asked, By the way, Madam Qin, where is your son-in-law? Song Ryua heard this and turned around to look for him. Second brother Qin and the maids were also looking everywhere. At this time, Miss Qin too spoke softly. Master Chu, I'm sorry. My husband has something urgent to do and has gone somewhere else. He can't come to the palace with us for the time being. When Song Ryua heard this, her face suddenly darkened. When she was about to ask, Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, It's okay. Brother Luo is extremely talented, free and unrestrained, and his poetry and songs are unmatched. He has friends all over the world. He probably met a friend or had an inspiration, so he left first. Let's go in first. When Brother Luo has time, I will invite him to have a few drinks. Sneer. A sneer suddenly came from Miss Qin Eyre's side. Luo Qingzhou glanced at it, ignored it, and bowed to everyone, then turned his horse's head and walked towards the city gate. Prince Duan frowned. And when he was about to speak, Nandong Meiju came to his side and whispered, Uncle Prince Duan. Don't worry about that guy. I will tell His Majesty. Nandong frowned, looked at her and said, Meijiao. His Majesty said in person that he would invite Qin Zhou to attend the wedding banquet. Nandong Meiju glanced at someone riding a white horse in front of him and said, It's okay. He went to do things for His Majesty. When he finishes his work, he will naturally enter the palace by himself. Nandong's expression moved, and without saying anything more, he immediately looked up and looked around, and said loudly, Let's go! Enter the palace. The sound of gongs and drums rang again. A group of people surrounded the groom and entered the imperial city. Song Ryue pulled Miss Qin's hand and whispered sternly, Where did that boy go? His Majesty values him so much. And Master Chu invited him to ride in the sedan chair on the way. This is such an honor. How could he slip away at this critical moment? Then he said angrily, The key is that he didn't even notify us when he left. It's getting more and more excessive. Miss Qin explained in a low voice. Mother, I heard from Sister Meijiao that His Majesty gave Brother Qin Zhou a secret mission that cannot be told to others. Brother Qin Zhou has to complete it before he can enter the palace. After these words came out, Song Ryue was stunned. Really? Miss Qin shouted softly to the front. Sister Meijiao, come here. Mother has something to find you. Nandong Meiju heard the voice and came over. Song Ryue hurriedly asked in a low voice, Meijiao, did Qin Zhou go to help His Majesty? Nandong Meijiao and Miss Qin too looked at each other and nodded, yes. Song Ryue's anger disappeared after hearing this. And she scolded, Qin Zhou, this kid. If you have something to do, just tell me in advance. Or find a reason to leave. How can you just slip away without saying anything? And scare me. Then he said with understanding, maybe the matter His Majesty instructed was too urgent. After that, he immediately whispered with some pride, Meijiao, it seems that His Majesty values our Qin Zhou very much. Right? Nandong Meiju snorted softly and said, of course. It's not an ordinary. Song Ryue's face was full of joy. And she whispered, then there should be no problem in this year's spring exam. Right? With our Qin Zhou's talent, it is estimated that he will be at least in the top 3. Second place, third place, or even the first place. Right? Nandong Meiju raised his eyebrows and said, that's not necessarily true. Although the palace exam is set by His Majesty, and the results are announced by His Majesty, other ministers are still needed to score. Moreover, with his temper, if he doesn't serve His Majesty well, Song Ryue asked in confusion, how to serve? Nandong Meiju said, Your Majesty is in need of people now. And many things need him to do. If he doesn't pay attention, the result can be imagined. When Song Ryue heard this, she immediately said solemnly, I will talk to him after we go back. He must listen to His Majesty. Serve His Majesty well. Obey His Majesty's orders. And never lose his temper. Nandong Meiju glanced at Miss Qin Air again. Then turned and walked to the front. The more Song Ryue thought about it, the more worried she became. She took her daughter's hand and whispered, Wei Emo, you must persuade Qin Zhou after you go back. The arrogance of scholars is to others, not to His Majesty. His Majesty has the final say on his future. Let him serve His Majesty well, and make His Majesty happy. Miss Qin Air smiled and said, don't worry. Mother, Wei Mo will talk to Brother Qin Zhou. Song Ryue gave instructions all the way, and her eyes did not forget to admire the buildings in the palace. Fei Yang, go to Yelhua Palace. His Majesty has changed into wedding gowns, and is waiting for you there. According to the rules, after you get off the horse at the door, you must enter His Majesty's bedroom. Kneel down at the door and invite His Majesty out. Then hold His Majesty's hand and enter the sedan. We must first go to the Imperial Mausoleum in the north to worship our ancestors and the heavens, and then come back to worship the heavens and the earth. On the way, Nandong explained the rules in detail, fearing that he would not remember. He said, I will follow you and remind you. You are a warrior, and you may not be used to some rules. But these are the rules of the royal family. With so many people watching today, if you don't do it, those ministers will talk about it. Luo Qinzhou rode on the horse, nodded, and said nothing. The group soon arrived at Yelhua Palace. The palace gate opened, and a brand new red carpet stretched from the door to the bedroom inside. 2 rows of palace maids in pink dresses stood on both sides of the red carpet, holding flower baskets in their hands, bowing their heads and standing respectfully in the courtyards on both sides. There were still hundreds of cold iron cavalrymen riding war horses, wearing armor and holding sharp weapons standing silently. In the corridor not far away, 2 teams of female guards, wearing silver soft armor, stood neatly on both sides of the door, with cold faces. The whole palace was not only filled with red joy, but also with cold murderous aura. This made the group of people who came to the door tremble in their hearts and quiet down. Nandong noticed that the atmosphere was not right, and said with a smile on his face, "Don't be nervous. His Majesty has been leading the army all year round, and there are always these silver-armored guards around him. This is very reasonable, and has no other meaning." Then he hurriedly shouted to the inside, "The groom is here." After that, he immediately said to Luo Qingzhou beside him, "Fei Yang, get off the horse. You go in along the red carpet alone. Stop in the corridor, and respectfully invite His Majesty out. Remember, you must kneel down and be respectful. When His Majesty comes out, you must take the initiative to stand up and go over to hold her hand. Don't peek or talk casually." Luo Qingzhou turned over and got off the horse, took a look inside, and then turned his head to look at Miss Qin Er. Miss Qin Er smiled slightly. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate anymore, bowed his head slightly, and walked in. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he felt the cold murderous aura naturally emanating from those iron cavalrymen. These murderous auras gathered together, not only with vigorous blood, but also with an unstoppable and powerful momentum. Even though he was now at the Grandmaster level, he felt his heart tremble. No wonder it was said that even a Thunder Tribulation Master could not contend in front of a large enough army. Strong morale and courage, blood and murderous aura, mixed together, will form an unstoppable momentum vortex. Any soul master who encounters it will also weaken before the battle, and it is difficult to exert half of its own strength. Is the princess doing this today to give him a warning first? Even if you are a master, you are not good enough in front of me. You have to be honest. Understand? Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but think of the emperor he assassinated. If the other party had already noticed his thoughts and true strength at that time, it is estimated that he would not let him get close so easily anyway. It is estimated that at least some soldiers who have really been on the battlefield and killed people should be allowed to stand outside for protection. Thinking of this, he quickly crossed the courtyard that was like a small square, climbed the steps, and came to the corridor. The silver-armored guards standing neatly on both sides of the corridor were all women, and they all looked at him coldly at this time. The pressure increased suddenly. Luo Qingzhou stopped at the door, without hesitation, knelt on one knee, bowed his head and saluted, and said respectfully to the inside, "I, Chu Feiyang of Lingshao sect, welcome your majesty." The voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the Yahua palace. At this time, Nandong Huiyue, the first empress of the Yin, was still wearing a wedding gown, standing in front of the mirror in the room, looking at herself in the mirror quietly, wondering what she was thinking. Yue reminded softly in the room, "Your Majesty, Mr. Chu is here." Nandong Huiyue looked at the majestic and beautiful face in the mirror, as well as the tall and graceful figure. Her face changed for a while, and suddenly she said in a cold voice, "Yue, how about you put on the wedding gown for me and marry him?" Yue's face changed slightly, not knowing how to answer. Nandong Huiyue clenched her fists in her sleeves, and looked at herself in the mirror. There was a flame in her eyes, and she gritted her teeth and said, "How can I, the king of a country, be his concubine?" Yue heard it, and said in confusion, "Your Majesty, as long as you marry Mr. Chu, you will naturally be the legal wife. Even if he has a legal wife, he will naturally take the initiative to withdraw and become a concubine. How can he compete with your Majesty? Besides, Mr. Chu would not dare to treat you like this." Nandong Huiyue sneered, with flames flashing in her eyes, and said, "What is he afraid of? He even humph. He dares to poke the sky. You underestimate him too much." Yue said respectfully, "Mr. Chu's wife will naturally know the importance of it. If she doesn't know the importance of it, I and Yuying will go to find her." Nandong Huiyue's eyes flashed, glanced at her, and said, "Just you?" She didn't say anything else, and was silent for a long time. A hint of self-mockery appeared in her eyes. The figure appeared in her mind again, and she said hatefully, "She has already calculated everything." And he actually... Yue was confused, but didn't dare to ask more. After a moment of silence, she said respectfully, "If your Majesty really doesn't want to, you can completely regret the engagement." Nandong Huiyue suddenly turned around, looked at her coldly and said, "You don't want to?" Yue suddenly knelt on the ground, bowed her head and said, I don't want to get married. I want to serve your majesty forever. Nandong Huiyue raised her eyebrows and said, what if it's Mr. Luo? Yuewu lowered her head, her cheeks slightly red, and didn't say a word. Nandong Huiyue stared at her with pity for a while, then suddenly laughed at herself and sighed. You are so stupid. Just like me. You were fooled by that liar. Yuewu was full of doubts. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, and said with resentment in her eyes, I just don't want to follow these rules with him. I don't want to continue to be like a clown in the eyes of some people, performing self-indulgently on the stage. I don't want to be ridiculed by her again so. Yuewu, you only need to help me worship in the hall, and I am the one who really marries him. Yuewu said respectfully, Your Majesty. Worshipping ancestors, worshipping heaven, worshipping in the hall. These rituals are followed. That is the real marriage. If you avoid these, then you and Mr. Chu are not real husband and wife. Nandong Huiyue fell into silence for a long time after hearing this, and looked at herself in the mirror again. After a while, she asked, Yuewu, do you think I am beautiful? Yuewu immediately said, Your Majesty is of course beautiful. Anyone who has seen Your Majesty will praise Your Majesty for being beautiful in their hearts. Nandong Huiyue's face did not show any joy. She looked at her face and figure in the mirror, and said in a complicated tone, That's because you haven't seen her yet. Yuewu hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously, Your Majesty is talking about? Nandong Huiyue did not answer. She stared at herself in the mirror for a while, and suddenly asked, Do I need to cover my head later? Yuewu said, Your Majesty, you don't have to wear it for the time being. After all, you still have to worship your ancestors and the heavens first. It won't be too late to cover it when you worship in the hall. But I want to wear it now. Otherwise, she felt ashamed to go out. Yuewu said respectfully, If Your Majesty wants to wear it, it's okay. Will anyone laugh at me? No one dares. Nandong Huiyue hesitated again, and suddenly made up her mind. Turned around and said, Let's go. I won't wear it. Then, with a dignified face and a cold tone, he said, Whoever dares to laugh, behead him. Yu Ying's cold voice came from outside the door. Yes. Squeak. The door opened. When Nandong Huiyue walked to the door wearing the crown and dragging her red skirt, she suddenly stopped again, and her eyes looked outside with some trepidation. The queen, who has always been decisive, hesitated again at this moment. Yu Ying was more and more confused, but she didn't dare to ask more questions. At this time, the voice came again in the corridor, outside the door. Your Majesty is greeted by Chu Feiyang, the minister of Lingshao's sect. Liar! Nandong Huiyue couldn't help cursing in her heart, and then a flash of anger flashed in her eyes, and she walked out with her head held high. This is her territory. What is she afraid of? Now he is kneeling on the ground with his head down, and he dare not even look at her. What is she afraid of? She is his queen now. His master. He should be afraid of him. Moreover, he doesn't know that she is the shameful little licker thinking of this. She was no longer afraid. When she walked out of the door and saw the figure kneeling on one knee in the corridor, with his head down and a respectful face, she became more and more fearless. She dragged her long skirt and stopped in front of him, deliberately staying close to him, making him seem to be kneeling under her red skirt, and then looked down at him with a cold and arrogant face, and did not let him stand up immediately. Luo Qingzhou knelt on one knee, lowered his head, looked at her red skirt and the slender feet that were faintly visible under the skirt, and did not speak. The corridor was silent. Nandong Huiyue looked at the outside of Yelhua Palace again in revenge. That despicable woman must be watching at this moment. After a long time, she said in a majestic tone, Get up. Luo Qingzhou slowly stood up and stretched out his hand. Nandong Huiyue raised her eyebrows and deliberately asked, What? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said respectfully, Prince Duan said that I should hold His Majesty's hand and go to the Imperial Mausoleum to pay homage. Humph! Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly and said, Did Uncle Duan say that? Or do you want to hold it yourself? When Luo Qingzhou was about to answer, she said coldly, You'd better think about it before you answer. Luo Qingzhou paused, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, Prince Duan ordered it. He said it was the rule. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes, and was about to continue to embarrass him when her eyes suddenly looked at his chest. She was silent for a while, stretched out her jade hand, and said coldly, I am the emperor. If you touch me, from now on, you are my person. You have to serve me like a cow or a horse in the future. You have to think about it carefully. Before Luo Qingzhou could reply, she stretched out her jade hand and put it into his palm, saying with a cold and arrogant face, "Let's go." Yue behind her looked at the scene, with a touch of surprise in her eyes, and hurriedly said, "Let's go." The band outside the gate played music again. Luo Qingzhou gently held the soft and smooth little hand of the great young queen, smelled her fragrance, stepped on the red carpet, stepped on the petals, and slowly walked out. Outside the gate, the eyes of the Qin family soon saw them. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, and his palm tightened slightly. Nandong Huiyue next to him seemed to notice his nervousness, looked outside, and his eyes fell on the snow-white figure. At this time, the eyes of the figure were also looking at her quietly. Chapter 771 The Queen's Resentment. Embarrassing Miss Qin. Welcome, Your Majesty. Prince Duan Nandongku immediately bowed and saluted. Others also bowed and saluted. Only one figure still stood there without any movement. Yue looked at that figure, and then secretly glanced at her own majesty, with a hint of doubt on her face. "Everyone, please stand up. No need to be polite," Nandong Huiyue said lightly, looking away. Luo Qingzhou clearly felt that her hands trembled slightly, and it seemed that even her breath paused. "Is she nervous too?" Nandong hurriedly said, "Your Majesty. Mr. Chu, please get on the sedan." A luxuriously decorated sedan stopped on the red carpet outside the door, and the people carrying the sedan were all young girls in red. Luo Qingzhou supported the noble queen, stepped on the red carpet and petals, and walked out of the door. When passing by the Qin family, Nandong Huiyue suddenly looked at them and asked calmly, "Where is Mr. Luo? Why didn't he come?" When these words came out, Song Ryue was frightened and looked at her daughter in a panic. Didn't the girl say that Qingzhou was ordered by His Majesty to do something? Why did His Majesty suddenly ask again now? At this time, Nandong Meiju suddenly came over and said, "Your Majesty, Luo Qingzhou is temporarily busy and will come later." Nandong Huiyue glanced at her and said, "How late is later? Mr. Luo is a person I value very much. This time, he must attend my wedding banquet. I have to toast him with the groom." Nandong Meiju said respectfully, "My sister will notify him." Nandong Huiyue's eyes suddenly looked behind Song Ryue and Miss Qin Air, and said with dignity, "Is this the eldest lady of the Qin family? Why are you wearing a veil? Is it embarrassing?" Miss Qin Air hurriedly explained in a soft voice, "Reporting to Your Majesty, my sister is not feeling well and cannot stand the cold, so she wears a veil." Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and said expressionlessly, "Oh? Where is she feeling uncomfortable? I have many doctors here who can help her." Miss Qin lowered her head and was thinking about her answer when Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Your Majesty, it's getting late. It's time to go to worship the ancestors." Nandong Huiyue turned her head and looked at him with a dignified look. "Did I ask you to speak?" Luo Qingzhou saw the resentment deep in her eyes, and even the jade hand held by him was almost clenched into a fist. When everyone saw the Empress was angry, they all trembled in their hearts and were silent. Song Ryue was so scared that her face turned pale, and she secretly complained in her heart that it must be because Qingzhou didn't come that made Your Majesty angry. So Your Majesty deliberately picked a fight with my family. At this time, a scene that made everyone even more suffocated happened. The groom, who was holding the Empress's hand, suddenly let go. Facing the Empress's majestic gaze, he looked at her coldly and said, "If Your Majesty does not want to get married, then today's wedding will end here. Your Majesty does not need to be angry and perfunctory about this lifelong event. It is not worth it." Then he took 2 steps back, bowed his head and said, "I am of low status, a warrior, and I don't think I am worthy of Your Majesty's noble dragon body. If Your Majesty doesn't like it, I will leave." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The maids and eunuchs beside them were so frightened that their faces turned pale. In the past few days, they had witnessed the horror of this Empress in the palace, not to mention the ministers. Even the maids and servants around the Empress Dowager were directly executed, and the Empress Dowager's pleading was useless. "I heard that the whole capital was a river of blood. This young man was so bold that he dared to speak to His Majesty like this in front of everyone on the day of His Majesty's wedding. Didn't you see those armored guards following behind, murderous and eyeing him?" At this moment, there was a deathly silence in the field. Everyone almost stopped breathing, and their hearts were in their throats. After a short silence, what surprised and puzzled them was that the Empress did not get angry. She just sneered and said, "Chu Feiyang, I am talking to the Qin family. Why are you interrupting?" Why do you care so much about them? Are you attracted to their daughter? Miss Chin has already had a husband. Are you attracted to Miss Chin? Otherwise, I will match you up today and let Miss Chin marry you too. Don't worry. I am very open-minded. I will be the wife, and she will be the concubine. What do you think? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at the newlyweds and the Miss Chin, who was suddenly involved in the incident, in astonishment and strangeness. Song Ryua's face was pale, and her lips moved. She seemed to want to say something, but she didn't dare to speak. Miss Chin lowered her head and held Miss Chin next to her with one hand. As for Miss Chin, she wore a veil on her face, but her deep and charming eyes were still as calm as before. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at the Empress, who was squinting in front of him, and said, Your Majesty, if you have any grievances against me, just vent them on me, and don't involve others. If your Majesty feels wronged, I will leave now without any complaints. As for the sect, I will also take responsibility myself. Nandong Huiyue clenched her fist in her sleeve slowly, looked at him coldly and said, Do you regret it? Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, I dare not. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and stared at him coldly for a while, suddenly sneered, nodded, and said, You are right. If I have any grievances, I will vent them on you. Why should I involve others? After that, she stretched out her hand in front of him. Her face regained its dignity, and ordered, Hold me. Go to the Imperial Mausoleum. Luo Qingzhou paused, and before he stretched out his hand, Prince Duan Nandong suddenly jumped over, grabbed his wrist, and forced the queen's jade hand to let go, and shouted, Hold me. What are you dawdling for? If you dawdle any more, the sun will set. Do you still want to have a bridal chamber tonight? After that, he immediately turned around and walked in front, shouting, Let's go! The joyous music sounded again. The oppressive atmosphere that was just like a dark cloud finally disappeared, and it became relaxed again. However, everyone was wondering why the queen suddenly made things difficult for the Qin family just now, and why she had such a big grievance. At the same time, they were also very curious about how the groom did it to make the queen so submissive. All the way, everyone was secretly guessing in their hearts. Song Ryue held Miss Chin's hand and complained in a low voice, Wei Emo, did you and Mei Jiao lie to mother? Is His Majesty's attitude towards us like this because Qingzhou didn't come? Miss Chin air was also a little strange, and whispered, Mother, you should ask Sister Mei Jiao. Wei Emo doesn't know either. She looked at the person on the other side, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, Sister, did you know His Majesty before? Miss Chin looked ahead and said lightly, No. Miss Chin air frowned slightly, and secretly guessed in her heart, could it be that His Majesty already knows Brother Qingzhou's identity? She raised her head and looked at the sedan in front. The sedan was slightly bumpy with the footsteps of the people carrying the sedan. The two people in the sedan sat together, and their hands were still held together. However, the atmosphere was really awkward. Luo Qingzhou looked ahead, not looking sideways. Nandong Huiyue turned her face to the side and looked at him coldly. The two kept this action and posture, and no one spoke. It was not until they left the palace that Nandong Huiyue said in a cold voice, You have a stern face on your wedding day. Are you unhappy? Luo Qingzhou said, Happy? Nandong Huiyue ordered coldly, then smile. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her and said, Isn't your Majesty also stern? Nandong Huiyue said, This is the Majesty of the Emperor. Luo Qingzhou said, Your Majesty is the Emperor outside. Is he also the Emperor in front of me? Nandong Huiyue said with a cold face, Of course. There is a difference between the monarch and the minister. Even if you marry me, you are still a minister. You want to be on an equal footing with me. Let me tell you, you think too much. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and said nothing more. Nandong Huiyue stared at his face for a while, and then said, Of course, if you listen to me and serve me well, if I am happy, I can occasionally let you sit on an equal footing. Luo Qingzhou said calmly, Thank you, Your Majesty. Nandong Huiyue stared at his face and ordered, Then smile for me. Luo Qingzhou paused, let go of her hand, and suddenly put his two index fingers into the corners of his mouth, then suddenly pulled them to both sides, grinned, and revealed a funny and fake smile. Nandong Huiyue's face froze. Her eyebrows twitched fiercely. Then she turned her head and looked to the side, saying coldly, Boring. The corners of her mouth moved, and after a moment, she turned her face and restored her majestic and cold expression on her face, remember. In front of outsiders in the future. You must give me face, and don't disobey me. Understand? Before Luo Qingzhou replied, she said again, when there is no one, you can be a little more unrestrained. I think of you as my husband and can forgive you. Luo Qingzhou said, thank you, Your Majesty. Nandong Huiyue saw that he had a good attitude, and her face eased a little. She was quiet for a moment, and suddenly remembered something in her mind. She glanced at him secretly, and suddenly stretched her long legs under the red skirt, and said coldly, my shoes are a little uncomfortable. You kneel down. Help me take off my shoes, and help me rub my feet. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her. Nandong Huiyue faced him and said sternly, why? You don't want to? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, Your Majesty, after all, we haven't officially married yet. Your Majesty is a royal branch and jade leaf, and your feet are even more private. I dare not touch them. Hypocrisy. Nandong Huiyue suddenly snorted coldly, narrowed his eyes and said, don't think I don't know. Every time you see me, you will peek at my feet. Don't you? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, no, I am wronged. Heh. Nandong Huiyue sneered and ignored him. After a while, he deliberately said, as long as you listen, I will let you see me every day in the future. It doesn't matter if I touch you occasionally. In the future, I will punish you with my feet. How about it? Luo Qingzhou looked ahead, pretending not to hear. After leaving the imperial city, he walked for a long time before arriving at the imperial mausoleum in the north. Outside the imperial mausoleum, members of the royal family and ministers in the court had been waiting for a long time. Nandong Shirui and Princess Changle were also waiting here. When they saw the team coming, the two little girls immediately ran towards the sedan chair happily, but were stopped by Nandong Ku. When the sedan stopped, everyone immediately bowed and worshipped. Congratulations to Your Majesty on your wedding. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Yue Wu slowly lifted the curtain of the sedan chair. Luo Qingzhou looked at her, supported the queen, and slowly walked out of the sedan chair. When everyone was about to escort the two into the imperial mausoleum, a gray-haired old man suddenly walked out of the mausoleum, blocked the door, knelt on the ground with a thump, and kowtowed, saying, Your Highness, this old minister wants to file a complaint. Everyone looked at him in amazement when they heard this. This man was an old minister who had made a mistake and volunteered to guard the imperial mausoleum for his whole life. Why did he suddenly choose to file a complaint at this time? And he called him Your Highness. Nandong Huiyue narrowed his eyes, looked at him coldly and said, Qinggu Lao, who are you going to file a complaint? The old man trembled and said, This old minister wants to file a complaint against the disloyal, unfilial, unkind, and murderous princess. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Kill him. Nandong Huiyue looked grim and did not give him any chance to speak. The shadow of Yuying flashed, and he drew his sword out of its sheath. The old man, who was kneeling on the ground and preparing to make a passionate speech to everyone, instantly fell to the ground. Chapter 772. The Queen's Grievance. The bride and groom worship heaven and earth. Blood spurted. The headless corpse knelt on the spot for a few breaths before falling to the ground. On the wedding day, the head was offered to the ancestors, the old ministers who guarded the mausoleum of the previous emperor. Killed at will. The royal family members and ministers were all terrified when they saw this scene. Some young royal family members were so scared that their faces turned pale. Their legs became weak, and they could hardly stand. If you talk nonsense again, you will be killed without mercy, Nandong Huiyue said coldly, and walked into the imperial mausoleum with majestic momentum. Hundreds of silver-armored cavalrymen behind him all said in unison, Yes. Everyone hurriedly lowered their heads and followed behind in silence. The Qin family and most ministers stayed outside the imperial mausoleum and were not allowed to enter. In addition to the royal family members, only some meritorious old ministers were allowed to enter the imperial mausoleum to worship. Others were not qualified to enter. The imperial mausoleum was very large. The royal family members surrounded Nandong Huiyue and Luo Qingzhou and walked for a long time before arriving in front of the mausoleum. Along the way, everyone was silent and no one dared to speak. When they arrived in front of the mausoleum, no one spoke. Nandong Huiyue frowned, turned his head, and looked at Prince Duan and said, Uncle Prince Duan, you are the etiquette officer today. Why don't you speak? Nandong Ku was frightened and hurriedly stepped forward and said loudly, Light the incense. The eunuch, who had already bathed and changed clothes, and waited for a long time, immediately stepped forward to light the incense. After all the incense holders were burning with smoke, Nandonku immediately said, "Play music." At this time, the sound of music sounded immediately. Nandonghuyua couldn't help but look at him and said, "Uncle Duan, you can say a few more words. I pardon you." Nandonku was relieved and immediately pointed to the royal relatives behind her and ordered majestically, "Everyone line up in order. Stand in your positions and prepare to kneel down. Shirui, you go to the back and stand behind your eldest brother. Changle, you stand in front and stand behind His Majesty 13th brother. You go to the front and let your Magio stand here." At this time, the sun had risen to the sky. After all the tedious procedures, the sun had fallen to the west, and it was almost evening. When Nandonghuyua knelt down to worship the late emperor, she suddenly changed from a majestic and powerful empress to a poor little girl who was wronged. Facing the tomb of the late emperor, she whispered a lot of words with tears in her eyes. But only Luo Qingzhou next to her heard it. She apologized to the late emperor, explained, and expressed her grievances and longing. "My daughter has always wanted to assist him well, even at the end. My daughter never thought of killing him. Father, this is not my intention. My daughter has always been trying to avoid the suffering of the people of Diyin, and has always been giving in. But they are still pressing us step by step." At the end, she was choked with sobs and could hardly speak. Luo Qingzhou knelt with her, lowered his head, listened quietly, and felt quite sad. Being in the emperor's family, she was somewhat helpless. Of course, her current situation was also caused by him. At that moment, Luo Qingzhou's emotions were quite complicated. He knelt in front of the mausoleum of the late emperor, thinking about killing his son and marrying his most beloved daughter today. He always felt that it was a bit cruel to the old man lying in the mausoleum. Of course, he had no choice. So, he could only face the mausoleum and secretly say in his heart, "I'm sorry. I killed your son. Maybe it's a good thing for Dian. Late emperor, you don't want your ancestral foundation to be ruined by your son, right? As for your most beloved daughter, Qingzhou Feiyang promises that he will treat her well. Even if she is just a concubine, you rest in peace." I don't know if it was a coincidence. When he finished speaking in his heart, the cigarette in front of him was suddenly swept by a whirlwind and hit his face, as if the late emperor spit on his face in anger. Luo Qingzhou quickly added another sentence in his heart, "Late emperor, calm down. I will definitely help you protect the eldest princess and Dian." After saying this, there was no abnormality in front of him. In the evening, the worship ended. The crowd surrounded the empress and her groom, left the imperial mausoleum, and walked towards Weiyang Palace. The wedding was in Weiyang Palace, where there were many guests. Nandonghuyua's bedroom is still in Yaohua Palace. As for Nandong Yangzhongyan Palace, it has long been turned into a ruin. After the ruins were cleaned up, the original site became a garden. It should be impossible to build a palace again. "Let's go!" Nandonghuyua and Luo Qingzhou sat in the luxuriously decorated sedan chair. The joyous music sounded again. Nandonghuyua's eyes were still red. She was in a trance for a while, and suddenly turned her head and looked at him coldly and said, "Why don't you cry? Don't you feel the same as my grievances?" Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he said respectfully, "I do feel the same, but men don't shed tears easily. In fact, I have already cried in my heart." "Liar!" Nandonghuyua's eyes suddenly rose again with resentment, staring at him hatefully. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and looked at his feet, not looking away. Nandonghuyua stared at him for a while and said, "Do you think I am wronged?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Yes." Nandonghuyua said, "Am I wrong?" Luo Qingzhou said, "No." Nandonghuyua stared at him and said, "Then am I wrong to kill so many people?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, "No." After a pause, he said, "Some people have to be killed. Otherwise, he alone may affect many people." Nandonghuyua's expression eased a little, and she looked at him and said, "Are you afraid of me?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Is it my fault to answer afraid, or should I answer that I am not afraid?" Nandonghuyua raised her eyebrows and said, "Tell the truth." Luo Qingzhou said, "Afraid." "Humph." Nandonghuyua snorted coldly and said, "You are right to be afraid. I am the emperor. If you are not afraid, you will have to ride on me in the future." Speaking of this, she suddenly stopped, looked at him coldly and said, "First of all, don't even think about insulting my royal dignity and my imperial power. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion. What does your majesty mean? Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly. Her face was cold, and she ignored him. Silence all the way. When they were about to reach Weiyang Palace, Nandong Huiyue lifted the curtain beside her, looked behind, and said coldly, Chu Feiyang, let me ask you a question. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully. Your majesty, please ask. Nandong Huiyue lowered the curtain, looked at him and said, Do you think I am beautiful? Or the Qin sisters are beautiful? Luo Qingzhou said, Of course. Your majesty is beautiful. Nandong Huiyue raised the corner of his mouth slightly, moved his hands in his sleeves, and asked again, Then do you think Yuing and Yuewu, who are by my side, are beautiful? Or the maids of the Qin family are beautiful? Luo Qingzhou paused and said respectfully, I don't know. I have never taken a serious look at Miss Yuing and Miss Yuewu. Nor have I taken a serious look at those people of the Qin family. Nandong Huiyue showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, and ignored him. He held the message in his sleeves and clicked to send it out. Get off the sedan. When the sunset was about to set, the people who returned from the ancestor worship finally returned to Weiyang Palace. Outside the palace, guests were already waiting. Yuewu lifted the door curtain. Luo Qingzhou helped the Queen of Dine down the sedan chair, and walked into Weiyang Palace on the red carpet surrounded by the crowd. The palace maids on both sides scattered flower petals, and the musicians played music. The ministers and guests all bowed and saluted. Congratulations to His Majesty on your wedding. Long live His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Nandong Huiyue looked around majestically, then said, Everyone, please stand up. Thank you. Everyone still bowed their heads, not daring to look up. Luo Qingzhou led Nandong Huiyue and walked slowly and majestically towards the main hall. The main hall had already been decorated with a festive atmosphere. The maids and eunuchs inside were preparing the dinner in an orderly manner. When the two walked to the door, Prince Duan hurriedly said, Your Majesty, we are about to go in and worship the heaven and earth. Do you think you need to wear the red veil? Nandong Huiyue turned her head to look at him, and said with a dignified look, Can he wear it? Nandong Gu. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, It doesn't matter if your Majesty doesn't want to wear it. Nandong Huiyue hesitated for a moment, feeling the warmth in his palm, and then thought of someone watching behind her. If she didn't cover her face when she worshipped the heaven and earth later, she was afraid that she really couldn't do it. Thinking of this, she said coldly, Put it on me. Nandong Gu was relieved. Yuewu hurriedly took the red veil presented by the palace maid, tiptoed, and carefully put it on her head. Your Majesty, be careful of the threshold, Nandong Gu reminded. Luo Qingzhou supported Nandong Huiyue, raised his foot, stepped over the threshold, entered the hall, stepped on the soft red carpet, and walked inside. After reaching the designated position, Nandong Gu hurriedly said, Stop! Then he turned around and looked at the official of the Imperial Observatory behind him, saying, Master Shi, is it time? Master Shi held an instrument in his hand, observing while looking at the sky outside, and said, Wait a moment. Luo Qingzhou looked into the hall, and the Queen Mother Changsun was sitting silently on the chair, without any smile on her face. Seeing his gaze, she also looked at him, still without any expression on her face. Changsun Wanner stood beside him and nodded slightly at him. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and looked at the person next to him. Nandong Huiyue seemed to know that he was looking at her, and whispered, Don't look around. It seems frivolous. Luo Qingzhou immediately lowered his head and looked straight ahead. After another moment, the official of the Imperial Observatory immediately put away the instrument in his hand and nodded to Prince Duan. Prince Duan immediately said, It's time. Then, the sound of music sounded. Prince Duan immediately said, Bride and groom, bow to heaven and earth. As soon as he said this, one of the guests suddenly walked out and shouted, Wait! I am. Swish. Who knew that before he finished speaking, a sharp arrow suddenly pierced through his throat. Then, swish, swish, swish. More sharp arrows flew towards him. In a blink of an eye, his whole body was shot into a hedgehog, and there was no intact place on his body. Pa! He fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. The silver-armored cavalrymen around him, with a swish sound, all put their bows and arrows back in unison. Everyone was shocked. The muscles on Prince Duan's face twitched a few times, and he hurriedly shouted again, Bride and groom, bow to heaven and earth. This time, The whole palace was silent. Luo Qingzhou led the Queen of Dian, facing the door, and knelt on the ground, with her forehead touching the ground. Bow to your parents. Prince Duan immediately shouted again. Luo Qingzhou helped the great Yang Queen to stand up, turned around, walked slowly inside, stopped in front of the Queen Mother, and knelt down to pay homage. The Queen Mother's face was still expressionless. She looked at them coldly, and did not say anything. The two knelt on the ground, their foreheads touching the ground, waiting quietly. Chapter 773, Sent to the Bridal Chamber. Shura Field at the wedding banquet. In the hall, there was silence. Seeing this, everyone lowered their heads and became uneasy. Nandonka hurriedly reminded in a low voice, the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother seemed to have come back to her senses at this time, and there was still no joy on her face. She said in a cold tone, "Get up. In fact, you can just worship the heaven and earth. There is no need to worship an old woman like me." Nandonka's face changed, and he hurriedly said, "Fei Yong, Your Majesty, serve tea to the Queen Mother." Luo Qingzhou took the tea from the tray brought by the palace maid, lowered his head, and handed it to the Queen Mother, respectfully saying, "Mother, please drink tea." When the Queen Mother heard this address, she looked at him coldly, and did not reach out to take it. At this time, Nandong Huiyue, who was kneeling beside her, slowly raised her head. Although she was wearing a red veil on her head, and her face could not be seen, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became solemn and tense at this moment. Chonsun Water, who was standing by, whispered, "Queen Mother, today is the day of your Majesty's wedding. There are so many guests outside." The Queen Mother was silent for a moment. Then she reached out her hand, took the tea, and took a sip. Chonsun Water took it, and put it aside. "Your Majesty, serve tea," Nandonka whispered to remind her. The maid held the tea, lowered her head, and respectfully handed it to Nandong Huiyue. Nandong Huiyue paused for a moment, then raised her hand to pick up the tea, lowered her head slightly, handed it over, and said in a cold tone, "Mother, drink tea." The Queen Mother looked at her coldly, and Fong reached out to take the tea, lowered her head and took a sip, and was silent for a while, and said, "You are now the Emperor. You have everything, and the mother has nothing to give you. If your royal brother was here, maybe he could reward you with something. At least, let Fei Yong hold an official position." Nandong Huiyue stood up and said lightly, "He doesn't need it." The Queen Mother looked up at her. Her lips trembled a few times, and said, "Huiyue, tell the mother, did you see your royal brother for the last time that day?" Nandong Huiyue said coldly, "No." "Yes." The Queen Mother stared at her for a moment, and suddenly a trace of self-mockery appeared on her face. She sighed and said, "The Queen Mother is indeed old and confused. If you had seen your brother that day, you would not have let the thieves kill him. No matter what. You are siblings. Your brother has been telling the Queen Mother in those days that when you get married, he will give you a lot of gifts and give your husband an official title in front of the whole world." "Queen Mother, it's getting late." Nandong Ku, who was standing aside, interrupted her respectfully and said with a smile, "You can talk to the young couple about these things later. The guests outside are waiting." The Queen Mother looked at him for a moment, and then looked outside. Outside, the sunset had already set, and the night fell quietly. The Queen Mother smiled sadly and said, "Yes, it's getting late. It's already dark. I won't bother anyone here anymore." After that, she stood up and said, "Water, let's go back to the palace." Nandonka hurriedly said, "Queen Mother, there is still a wedding banquet. I'm not feeling well. You guys can join me." The Queen Mother said lightly and walked quickly to the back. Chonsun Water hurriedly followed behind. The hall was quiet again. Nandonka hurriedly shouted, "Bride and groom, send them to the bridal chamber." The joyous music sounded again. Luo Qingzhou supported Nandong Huiyue, walked along the red carpet beside him, from the inner room to the back, and then walked through the side door to Yaohua Palace. Petals were flying all the way. The palace maids walked in front with flower baskets and lanterns. 2 rows of female guards with swords, dressed in red, followed behind. On both sides of the road stood the silver-armored guards with cold faces. The 2 stepped on the red carpet on the ground and walked slowly. They didn't speak all the way, and seemed to be thinking about their own thoughts. When they arrived at Yaohua Palace, the palace maids and guards stopped at the door. Only Yu and Yuying followed behind. Nandong Huiyue stopped in the corridor, raised her hand, and took off the red veil on her head, and said coldly, I still have to attend the dinner. You go back to your room and wait. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, yes. Nan Donghuyu had turned her head and looked at him, and was silent for a while, and said, I will put it on again after I return to my room. You can help me take it off and drink the wedding wine with me. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, I obey your order. Nan Donghuyu stared at him for a while, said nothing, and turned away. After walking a distance, she stopped again, turned her back to him, and said coldly, there are no guards in Yahua Palace tonight, and no restrictions are open underground. If you don't want to spend the wedding night with me, you can leave at any time. After that, she dragged her red skirt and left quickly. Luo Qingzhou stood in the corridor, watching her tall and majestic red shadow gradually walk away with a complicated expression, until she disappeared outside the gate. Then she retracted her gaze and looked around. The surroundings were silent, and there was no sound. As expected, there was no one there. Squeak. The door outside slowly closed. Luo Qingzhou was stunned in the corridor for a while, then turned around and entered the wedding room. The wedding room had already been decorated. Red carpets, red curtains, red sheets and quilts. Large wedding characters on the screen. Mirror, door, and window. Several thick red candles were burning quietly on the candlesticks. The heater continuously emitted heat, warming the whole room. There were a few petals on the ground. An incense was burning in the incense burner, and the whole room was filled with a charming fragrance. On the table, there was a golden wine pot. Next to the wine pot, there were 2 golden wine glasses engraved with the word happiness. Luo Qingzhou walked to the window and pushed it open. A scent of flowers came to my nose. There was a garden of precious flowers planted outside, and even in the cold winter, there were many flowers blooming. In the night sky, a silver moon hid in the clouds, revealing only half of its face, shyly peeking at the world. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a while, took out the communication certificate, and stopped when he was about to send a message. He stared at the communication certificate in his hand for a moment and put it away. Squeak. He closed the window and looked back at the warmly decorated new house. At this moment, the communication certificate on his body suddenly vibrated. He hesitated for a moment, but still took it out. It was sent by the princess, Luo Qingzhou. Your mother-in-law is very anxious and keeps asking me. Your queen is here too. When will you come? Luo Qingzhou quickly replied, immediately. After saying that, he immediately put away the message, took out the jade rat, and sank into the ground. The underground forbidden formation was indeed closed. He quickly moved to the outside of the imperial city. When he approached the city wall, there were suddenly many more formations, but he ignored them and easily passed through. Not long after, he had arrived at the alley outside the city, then changed into a Confucian robe, took off the mask on his face, and dressed up again before going out from underground. When he came to the ground, he immediately restrained his warrior aura, and his temperament instantly became weak. He walked out of the alley, crossed the arch bridge over the moat, and walked towards the gate of the imperial city. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure at the gate, dressed in green, slim, with a jade flute inserted in her slender waist. She was replying to the words of the gate guard with a cold expression. Luo Qingzhou hurried over. The guards all looked at him immediately, without waiting for other guards to ask. The young guard said with a smile on his face, Is it Mr. Luo? Please come in. The princess and the prince have already told you that if you come, you should go to Weiyang Palace for the banquet. Linghu Qingzhu turned around and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou bowed to the guard and said, General, this woman seems to be from Lei Xiao's sect. Can we let her in? The guard said with some embarrassment, We checked, and it is indeed from Lei Xiao's sect. But this girl is not on the list. So, Luo Qingzhou said, It's okay. If your majesty blames me, I will take the responsibility. Hearing what he said, the guard said, Since Mr. Luo said so, we naturally dare not stop you. Miss, please come in. Luo Qingzhou said politely, Thank you, General. Then, he took Linghu Qingzhu into the city gate. A guard's voice came from behind. That young man is young Master Luo? It is said that he is very favored by His Majesty. The guard also whispered, More than favored. Even though he is young, His Majesty respectfully calls him Sir. Luo Qingzhou led Linghu Qingzhu forward and successfully passed through the gate of the inner city. When they came to an empty road, he turned his head and looked at her and said, Uncle Master, why are you here again? The sect master and the great elder left long ago to avoid embarrassment and gossip from other sections. Ling Hu Qingju said coldly. Is it not okay for me to come and see you get married? Luo Qingzhou's face froze for a moment. And he whispered, keep your voice down. It's Chu Feiyan who is getting married. Not me. Ling Hu Qingju rolled his eyes at him. Luo Qingzhou said, we have already worshipped the heaven and earth. And now we have to go to Weiyang Palace to attend the dinner. If Uncle Master goes, it will be very embarrassing. After all, you are the peak master of Lingxiao sect. And our sect cannot take sides casually. If you go, should you call him His Majesty? Or should you continue to call him the princess? Ling Hu Qingju said expressionlessly. I will just sit down and drink, look at you, and not say anything. Luo Qingzhou froze and said, Uncle Master, why bother? I already have pressure. Ling Hu Qingju looked at him and said, tonight is the wedding night. Do you feel pressure? Luo Qingzhou immediately changed the subject and said, Uncle Master, have you slept all day? Did you wake up at night? Ling Hu Qingju's face suddenly froze. He turned his head away, looked away, and said coldly, I'm practicing in the cave. Luo Qingzhou said, oh. Ling Hu Qingju turned his head again, looked at him coldly and said, you should tell her tonight. See if she will pay attention to you. Luo Qingzhou asked with concern, is the master's body recovered? Ling Hu Qingju ignored him, and walked forward quickly. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed and said, then the master's uncle will leave after drinking. Just in time to escort my family back all the way. Ling Hu Qingju suddenly stopped, and two cold sword shadows flashed in his eyes, saying, you go to the bridal chamber and have fun with other women, and let me send your family back. Luo Qingzhou took a step back and said nothing. Ling Hu Qingju stared at him coldly for a while, and the sword shadow in his eyes slowly disappeared, saying, don't worry. I came here today just to take a look. I am not qualified to do anything. After that, she continued to walk forward. Luo Qingzhou followed behind without saying anything. The two soon arrived at Weiyang Palace. The palace was brightly lit, with singing and dancing, and it was very lively. The gatekeeper immediately notified the eunuch at the door, and the eunuch hurried all the way to report inside. Your Majesty, young Master Luo is here, and he brought a woman with him. The Queen of Dian, who was sitting on the high platform with a majestic face, suddenly narrowed her eyes and said, let them in. Song Ryue, who was sitting on pins and needles, finally breathed a sigh of relief and scolded, this kid. I thought he would not come tonight. When he comes in later, I must teach him a lesson. Then he asked in confusion. He also brought a woman. Who could it be? Young Master Luo is here. At this time, the eunuch's sharp voice sounded in the corridor, outside. Everyone's eyes were all looking at the door. Not long after, a young man in a Confucian robe, tall and handsome, walked in from outside the door in a graceful and elegant manner. What a handsome young man. This young man is handsome, elegant, calm, and extraordinary. All the ministers and royal family members secretly admired him in their hearts. Luo Qingzhou walked into the hall and bowed his head. I, Luo Qingzhou, greet your Majesty. Congratulations on your Majesty's wedding, and wish your Majesty a long life. Long live your Majesty. I wish to Yin prosperity, and the people's well-being, and endless life. Nandong Huiyue stared at him coldly, with a sneer on the corner of her mouth, and said, Sir, you are late and didn't see me get married in person. Tonight, you must drink a few more glasses, and don't go home until you are drunk. Prince Duan on the side hurriedly said with a smile on his face, Yes. Don't go home until you are drunk. Mr. Luo, come, come, sit down, and toast your Majesty first. Luo Qingzhou arched his hands to him, and walked towards the Qin family. At this time, Nandong Huiyue suddenly said in a cold voice, Sir, didn't you bring a woman in? Where is she? Is she your family? You can let her come in and have a drink. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, I just happened to meet her at the gate of the imperial city. She is from Lingxiao sect and wants to come in to have a drink. So I boldly brought her in. She has sat outside. Your Majesty does not need to worry about her. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and said, Let her come in. Since she is a distinguished guest of Lingxiao sect, I naturally want to meet her and offer a glass of wine. After all, my husband is also from Lingxiao sect. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and was thinking about what to say when Ling Hu Qingju came in and bowed his head and said, Ling Hu Qingju of the Sword Peak of Lingxiao sect greets Her Royal Highness the Princess. When this address came out, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. The faces of the people of the Qin family sitting next to them also changed slightly. Miss Jean's eyes fell on the jade flute on her slender waist, then on her feet under her skirt, and finally stopped at her towering chest. Nandong Meiju, who was standing next to her, also narrowed her eyes and looked at her whole body. At this time, Nandong Shirui, who was sitting next to her, suddenly whispered, "Sister Meijiao, this sister's breasts are so big. It seems to be about the same as yours." Nandong Meiju was silent. Chapter 774, The Wife and the Concubine. The wedding night. In the hall, the atmosphere was frozen. When everyone was bowing their heads, feeling uneasy, Nandong Huiyue suddenly smiled faintly and said, "It turned out to be Linghu Peak, master of Lingshao sect. I have heard of your great name for a long time. Since Linghu Peak master came to congratulate me in person, I naturally have to drink a few cups with Linghu Peak master." After that, he raised the wine glass. At this time, the palace maid immediately brought a glass of wine, walked to Linghu Qingju, bowed her head, and handed it over. Nandong Huiyue raised the wine glass and said, "I toast you first." Linghu Qingju took the wine glass and drank it all. Nandong Huiyue smiled, drank the wine in her hand, and stretched out her hand and said, "Master Linghu, please sit down." Prince Duan quickly found a seat and said with a smile on his face, "Master Linghu, sit here." Linghu Qingju ignored him and looked at the Qin family. Just when Luo Qingzhou's scalp was numb, she suddenly walked to the side of Nandong Meiju and said, "I know Princess Meiju, so sit here with her." Prince Duan was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly walked over to pull his daughter up, smiling and said, Okay, Master Linghu, please sit down." Nandong Shirui stood aside, muttering a little aggrievedly, "Big breasts are great. You're taking my seat? Don't bully a young girl. Wait for me." Prince Duan's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly covered her mouth and wanted to pull her away. Nandong Shirui struggled to break free from his hand, then took a cushion from behind, placed it directly on the other side of Nandong Meijiao, sat down, and pouted, "Daddy, men and women should not touch each other. Don't touch me anymore. I don't want to sit with my elder brother. I just want to sit with Sister Meijiao." Nandong's face froze, afraid that if he continued to make trouble, he would offend His Majesty. So he had to whisper, "Talk less and eat more meat. Eat more meat to grow taller." Nandong Shirui said, "Then can you grow big? As big as Sister Meiju and this Sister Qingju?" Nandong Gu suddenly had a headache and didn't dare to talk to her anymore. He quickly smiled at Luo Qingzhou and said, "Mr. Luo, please sit down too." Luo Qingzhou walked directly to Miss Qin Air and sat down. Originally, Song Ryue was sitting here, and when she saw him come in, she immediately gave up her seat. And on the other side of Miss Qin Air, Miss Qin was sitting. Nandong Huiyue glanced at them, and suddenly raised her glass and said, "Sir, I toast you and your wife." Luo Qingzhou raised his glass. Miss Qin Air, who was sitting next to him, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly raised her glass. Luo Qingzhou helped her stand up and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Nandong Huiyue suddenly frowned and asked in confusion, "Sir, why do I remember that your wife is the eldest daughter of the Qin family?" As soon as this was said, the hall suddenly became quiet. Nandong Huiyue suddenly said, "Could it be that both sisters of the Qin family married you? With your talent, it should be. However, the eldest daughter of the Qin family should be the legal wife. Right? I toast to the legal wife." As he said this, he looked at the eldest daughter of the Qin family and raised the glass in his hand. Everyone in the Qin family was extremely embarrassed. Song Ryue blushed even more, lowered her head tightly, and her cheeks were almost buried in her chest. In this era, even if a couple divorced, it was still very embarrassing for the woman. Not to mention that this guy was a son-in-law. And after the divorce, not only was he not kicked out, but he actually married her second daughter. She suddenly felt a burning pain on her face, and at the same time felt sorry for her eldest daughter in her heart. If she had known that Her Majesty the Queen was so concerned and favored their Qin family, she would not have brought her two daughters to suffer. In the hall, there was silence for a while. Miss Qin's cheeks were slightly red, and she slowly put down the wine glass in her hand. When she was about to sit down, Luo Qingzhou supported her and looked at the stage. When she was about to speak, Miss Qin's second lady suddenly grabbed his hand tightly and whispered, "Brother Qingzhou, don't say." Luo Qingzhou paused. A firm look appeared in his eyes, and he said softly, "Other things can be left unsaid. But who is the legal wife? I must make it clear today. After that, he bowed his head slightly to the stage and said respectfully, reporting to your majesty, Qingzhou's legal wife is the second lady of the Qin family. Qin Weima. Not Miss Qin. Nor others. As soon as these words came out, the wine glass in Nandong Huiyue's hand shook for a moment, and he was stunned, with a light flashing in his eyes, and said, Oh? Then Miss Qin is a concubine? At this time, Song Ryue also suddenly lowered her head and begged in a low voice, Qingzhou. Don't say. Luo Qingzhou was silent. After a pause, he said, The Qin family has been very kind to Qingzhou. When he married into the Qin family, Qingzhou had no choice but to do so. He was originally content to be a servant in the Qin family. So after marrying Miss Qin, Qingzhou never spent the wedding night with her and rarely met her. Later, Qingzhou gradually fell in love with Miss Qin's second daughter. So he begged Miss Qin to divorce Qingzhou. Miss Qin was kind-hearted and cared for her sister. So she agreed. After a pause, he continued, Whether it was the marriage with Miss Qin or the marriage with Miss Qin's second daughter, it was Qingzhou's fault. Qingzhou can swear to heaven and guarantee with his life that Miss Qin is still pure and innocent. And Qingzhou has never touched her. If anyone wants to gossip or spread rumors, please feel free to scold Qingzhou. And Qingzhou will never talk back. After saying this, the hall suddenly fell into a long silence. Everyone looked at them with different expressions. Nandong Huiyue's face changed for a long time. And suddenly she said with dignity, Sir, don't worry. If anyone dares to say anything about the Qin family's marriage in the future, I will kill all his 9 clans. Everyone bowed their heads and kept silent. Nandong Huiyue's face suddenly showed the first gentle smile of the night, raised the wine glass and said, Sir, Miss Qin Heir, come. I toast you a glass. Congratulations on your husband and wife, living together forever, and having a baby soon. After saying that, she raised her head and drank it all. Then, her eyes looked at the figure sitting next to her, and there seemed to be a touch of mockery in the depths of her eyes. Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Heir drank the wine in the glass and sat down slowly. Sir Qin, come. I toast you another glass. Thank you for sending me such a capable person. And thank you for raising 2 such excellent daughters. Nandong Huiyue raised the wine glass again, and the smile on her face was particularly sincere. Everyone was secretly puzzled. His Majesty's mood seemed to have improved a lot all of a sudden, and the haze caused by the Queen Mother seemed to have disappeared. Qin Wenzheng quickly picked up the wine glass and stood up to thank him. After Nandong Huiyue finished the cup, she didn't say anything. Prince Duan Nandong could quickly held the wine pot and continued to persuade people to drink to liven up the atmosphere. While everyone was playing the drinking game, Nandong Huiyue couldn't help but take out the message from her sleeve, and with a slight movement of her slender fingers, she sent a very sincere message to someone. Senior sister, I'm sorry. I just learned about this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rubbed salt into your wounds. I thought you had a husband who loved you, and I was afraid that you couldn't bear the temptation and cheated on your wife. So I took your lover with a guilty heart, who knew that your husband was also taken away by your sister Hei. If senior sister had told me earlier, I might have. By the way, senior sister, you wouldn't deliberately divorce him with your flesh body in order to fulfill your sister, and then use your soul. After sending this message, she raised her head and looked at someone on the steps calmly. After a while, she sent another message. Senior sister, if you still like your lover, it's okay. You tell me. I allow him to marry you. At that time, I will be the elder and you will be the younger. We will become sisters and stay together forever. Isn't it beautiful? After the message was sent, she looked at someone again, and the corners of her mouth moved slightly. The dinner continued for a while. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Yuewu standing next to her. Yuewu understood and said, Prince Duan, it's getting late. Your Majesty is too tired today, so go back and rest first. You continue to accompany the guests. Nandong reacted immediately and said hurriedly, Your Majesty has been tired all day today. It's time to go back and rest. You should send your Majesty back quickly. I am here with you. It's okay. Yuewu helped Her Majesty the Queen to stand up. Everyone stood up quickly, bowed and said, Farewell, Your Majesty. Nandong Huiyue looked at someone with drunken eyes, then looked at the pair of sisters next to him, then turned around and left from the back, dragging her red skirt. The banquet continued for a while. Everyone in the Qin family also stood up and said goodbye immediately. Nandong Meiju followed him out and said, Aunt and uncle, It's so late. The gates of the inner city are probably closed. You should go to our prince's mansion to rest tonight. My mother told me this morning that I should take you there tonight. Qin Wenzheng was pondering when he heard the words. And Miss Qin said, Dad, since Sister Meiju invited us, let's go. It just so happens that Wei Mo hasn't had a good talk with Sister Meiju for a long time. Nandong Meiju said again, Uncle, I just told my father that he has to drink with other uncles and will be back later. Let's go back first. Qin Wenzheng saw that the prince also agreed. So he nodded and said, Then I'm sorry to bother you. Nandong Meiju nodded and said, The carriage is waiting at the moat. Let's go. A group of people followed her and walked out of the palace. Luo Qingzhou supported Miss Qin Air and saw that everyone's face was not very good, so he didn't dare to speak. He knew that the words just now should not be said in front of so many people. But he had to make this clear. He had to tell everyone who was the legal wife. Especially that person. And at that moment, since that person had already asked, he had no choice but to answer. He did not regret his answer just now. But he turned his head and glanced at Miss Qin on the other side, wanting to see her expression at the moment. But she still wore a veil on her face, and no emotion could be seen. Silence all the way. When he walked out of the imperial city, he finally couldn't help but walk over and whispered, Miss, just now I said those words. I'm sorry. Miss Qin looked ahead, as if she didn't hear his apology and ignored her. Song Ryue heard it from the side and sighed, Qingzhou, it's not your fault. Since His Majesty has asked, we can't lie on the spot. That would be a crime of deceiving the emperor. Moreover, you took all the responsibility on yourself, which can be regarded as saving some face for Jinjiao. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. After walking across the arch bridge over the moat, 2 carriages from the prince's mansion were already hanging lanterns and waiting there. Nandong Meiju looked at him, and when she was about to find a reason to let him leave after meeting his eyes, a figure suddenly came out from the city gate and said, Mr. Luo, I heard that you know Chu Feiyang. Can I chat with you for a while? The eyes of everyone in the Qin family all looked over. Lenghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, walked over from the city gate with a calm expression. Luo Qingzhou stopped and bowed to Qin Wenzheng and Song Ryue, saying, Father-in-law, mother-in-law, you go to the prince's mansion first. Qi Shou will go later. Qin Wenzheng nodded and didn't ask anything more. Song Ryue was a little worried and whispered, Qingzhou, you have to come back early. This woman seems to be a big shot in Li Xiao's sect. Even His Majesty respects her very much. You have to be careful. Luo Qingzhou nodded, and secretly said in his heart, she is indeed a big shot. As big as the princess. Everyone in the Qin family got on the carriage and left slowly. Luo Qingzhou looked at the head sticking out of the window of one of the carriages, bowed deeply to her, and said in his heart, Princess, I'm sorry. Please. The 2 carriages quickly disappeared under the night. At the bridgehead, the 2 stood opposite each other, looking at each other, both silent. After a long time, Luo Qingzhou said, Uncle Master, I should go. Lenghu Qingzhu said, Well? Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand and wanted to touch her, but she took a step back and dodged, saying, Go quickly. Don't let her wait anxiously. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, Uncle Master, I'm sorry. Lenghu Qingzhu looked at him again and said, You didn't apologize to me. If you want to say sorry, you should say it to your wife. After that, he walked past him and left coldly. It was not until her back disappeared for a long time that Luo Qingzhou sighed softly and took out the jade rat. With a flash of his figure, he sank into the ground. When he returned to the wedding room of Yahua Palace, his bride, the queen, had already put on a red veil and was sitting alone, quietly waiting for him on the edge of the bed. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate any longer, walked forward, gently lifted the red cloth, and a majestic and beautiful face appeared in front of him. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, Your Majesty has been waiting for a long time. Nandong Huiyue stared at him with complicated eyes for a while, put away the message in her sleeve, then stood up, walked to the table, picked up the 2 glasses of wine on the table, and said, Let's drink from the same cup. Yes. Luo Qingzhou walked over, took the wine glass, then looked up at her and crossed her arms. Nandong Huiyue asked, Are you happy? Luo Qingzhou said, Happy. Nandong Huiyue said, I am happy too. The 2 looked at each other. Both said they were happy, but neither smiled. Drink. Yes. The two slowly raised their heads and drank it all. Okay. It's time for the bridal chamber. Nandong Huiyue put down the wine glass and pretended to be relaxed. Chapter 775. The queen pretends to be drunk. And the groom secretly cries. At the head of the bed. The red candle flickers. Luo Qingzhou lies on the bed, looking at the beautiful curtain above his head, motionless, with mixed feelings. At this moment, he can't help but think of that night in his mind. That night, his consciousness was hazy, as if in a dream. He also lay like this. And the whole process was even more outrageous than dreaming. After a night of love, he didn't know who the other person was. And this time, his body and consciousness were extremely clear. But, he still had to lie like this. That time, he was a newly married son-in-law. And in his consciousness, the other party was the high and mighty eldest lady of the Qin family. He didn't dare to resist. And he was powerless to resist. And this time, he was a genius disciple of Lingxiao sect. And the other party was the high and mighty Queen of Dian. He couldn't resist even more. Just as he was thinking about it, footsteps suddenly came. Nandong Huiyue took off the ornaments on her head, let her long black hair fall, and came to the bed, looking down at him with a condescending look, her mouth slightly raised, as if she was admiring her prey, with a sense of accomplishment, as she pretended to tidy up her hair in front of her chest. The thing in her hand flickered slightly. Then, she edited the message directly and sent it out. Senior sister. Good night. After sending it, she put away the jade, raised her hand, and prepared to untie her belt. But she suddenly stopped again. The room was silent for a moment. Her majestic and cold voice sounded, "Wait!" After that, she suddenly walked to the door, opened the door, and looked at Yue Yuying standing outside the door. The two people's faces changed slightly, and lowered their heads. Nandong Huiyue said coldly, "What are you afraid of? I came out just to ask you." The door suddenly closed. Yu Wu's low, intermittent reply came from outside. Madame Sun said that it depends on the person. Some people. Madame Sun also said that, in fact, as long as the groom is well served in advance. Your Majesty, I think there is no need to care about the dignity of the Emperor in this matter. Your Majesty will not. If you insist on being superior, you will definitely. Madame Sun was going to tell Your Majesty a lot of things last night. But Your Majesty drove her away. She just came to instruct me, asking me, Your Majesty, between husband and wife, there is no need, there is no one else in the room. It is not embarrassing. Madame Sun also said that if Your Majesty is really scared, you can find a palace maid first. Your Majesty will watch from the side first. The conversation lasted for a long time. Luo Qingzhou lay on the bed, boredly took out the message treasure, replied to Zhu Yan's message, and asked about the situation of the princess. Nandong Meiji replied quickly, and even made a very rude request. You actually have time to send a message now? It's not over yet. Where is Your Majesty? Already asleep next to me? Can you send me a photo of you sleeping? I have never seen His Majesty looking like a little bird. Let me see it. Luo Qingzhou, how dare you? How can you see His Majesty sleeping? Xiao Meijiao, your wife wants to see it. After that, he sent me a photo. In the photo, Nandong Meijiao and Miss Qin too, face to face, sleeping together, with messy hair, white shoulders, and looking at the camera together. Luo Qingzhou, Xiao Meijiao, are you going to send it or not? If you don't, I will bite your weak little wife. Luo Qingzhou immediately took a picture and sent it. Xiao Meijiao, huh? Where is His Majesty? Was he not satisfied with your service and left in anger? Luo Qingzhou, she hasn't come in yet. Xiao Meijiao, is she shy? The majestic and powerful His Majesty actually. Luo Qingzhou, misfortune comes from the mouth. So talk less in the future. Xiao Meijiao, I dare not tell others. By the way, Shui should have guessed your secret. She saw that you didn't come with Wei Mo tonight. And she has been testing the two of us. I just drove her away. Luo Qingzhou, don't worry. She doesn't dare to say anything. Xiao Meijiao, the best way to make her shut up completely is to take her in, so that she will be honest. Don't you think? Do you want me to help you? Luo Qingzhou, princess. Once or twice is fine. Why do you use fishing enforcement every day? And this time, it was in front of Wei Mo. Too much. Xiao Meijiao, what is fishing enforcement? Luo Qingzhou, no more. I still have to prepare for the wedding night. Xiao Meijiao, I knew you were still obsessed with Shui. Just wait. Luo Qingzhou, I didn't say anything. Xiao Meiju, it's because you didn't say anything that you feel guilty. You dare not say anything. You are afraid that this princess will catch you. Right? Luo Qizhou, good night. Xiao Meiju, I have found a house for you. It is 2 streets away from our prince's mansion. It used to be the residence of a royal family member. It is very big. And like your original Qin mansion, it also has a lake. I will take them to see it tomorrow. And then go through the formalities directly. If you have time, you can also come and have a look. Luo Qingzhou, the residence of a royal family member should be expensive. Right? My father-in-law and mother-in-law will probably not agree. Right? Xiao Meiju, half sale. Half giveaway. You are now a favorite of His Majesty. Who wouldn't flatter you? Even Uncle Duan is not afraid of inviting a wolf into the house. And he also invites you to his house to play football with Xiaorui. Luo Qizhou, just buy it at the real price. I'll pay. Xiao Meiju, gold coins can only buy warrior supplies. Not houses. Where do you get the money? Luo Qizhou, lend it to me first. And buy it with your money. Xiao Meiju, lying on another woman's bed. Ready to serve another woman. You actually have the nerve to ask for this princess's money? Do you have any shame? Luo Qizhou, I will pay you back when the queen gives me a white-faced salary. Xiao Meiju. Luo Qizhou, okay. No more jokes. I should have time to go there tomorrow. Wait for me. Xiao Meijiao, brother-in-law. Love you. Good night. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. What do you mean? When did you call Wei Emo's sister? Xiao Meijiao, Wei Emo sent it. Maybe she thinks that this princess is the legal wife. Luo Qingzhou, you are so boring. Go to sleep. She is weak. Don't bully her. Xiao Meijiao, she bullied me. Look at her own hands. What are she doing? After that, she sent a photo. After Luo Qizhou saw it, he immediately said, what did you send? I can't see it clearly. Send a few more photos for me to see. It's better to take a photo with the belly band open. Xiao Meijiao, go to H.L. When Luo Qingzhou was chatting interestingly, the conversation outside suddenly stopped. Squeak. The door opened. He immediately put away the communication treasure, closed his eyes, and lay down. Motionless. Squeak. The door closed again. Nandong Huiyue stood at the door, stared at him for a while, then walked to the table, sat down, picked up the wine pot, and began to drink by herself. She drank the 2 pots of wine on the table, and sat there for a long time. Fong suddenly stood up with the help of the table, then staggered to the bed. His body softened, and fell on the bed, and then he didn't move. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, opened his eyes, sat up, and looked at her. The great Yin Queen was lying there at this time, with her black hair messily spread under her body, her cheeks flushed, her eyes closed, and a charming look. Her graceful swan neck was as white as jade, and her towering chest was slightly heaving. She looked drunk and seemed to have fallen asleep. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while, then carefully picked her up and put her on the pillow. For some reason, looking at the temptation so close, his heart and body did not fluctuate at all. This shouldn't be the case. Although he had practiced in his uncle's cave for a long time, he was a master, and his soul was in the realm of distraction. It had been a day. He suddenly felt something was wrong. After thinking about it, he lowered his head and boldly approached the queen's charming cheek, sniffed her unique girlish fragrance, and sniffed her hair and neck. But there was still no reaction. His heart suddenly condensed, and after thinking about it, he quickly got off the bed and helped the queen gently take off her shoes and stockings. A pair of snow-white and beautiful jade feet suddenly appeared in his sight. The toes of the 2 jade feet were painted with pink nail polish, which shone with a charming luster under the light, making the 2 girls' jade feet even whiter, more lovely, tender and attractive. Luo Qingzhou looked at the girls' jade feet so close that he could even smell the fragrance on them, and his expression suddenly became more solemn and suspicious. No! Why did he suddenly have no reaction? The reason for cultivation? The reason for the technique? Or, he carefully recalled what happened today, from morning to night, the people he met during this period, and everything that happened, and recalled it carefully bit by bit. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Bailing? At the wedding banquet in the evening, everyone was drinking and talking. After Prince Duan toasted him, he was whispering with the second lady when Bailing suddenly stretched out a finger from behind, poked him, blinked, and said pitifully, "Son-in-law, can you give the wine in your glass to Xiao Bailing?" Just a small sip. He was worried at the time and didn't think much about it. He handed his glass over directly. After Bailing took a sip, she immediately frowned and stuck out her tongue and said, "It's so hard to drink." Then she returned the glass to him. When he drank again, he seemed to smell a faint fragrance, thinking it was left on Bailing's lips. So he didn't care. Now think about it. Wouldn't that girl poison him? But why? Did that girl also know his identity? The second lady couldn't have told her. She seemed to rarely go out. Even if she knew, she shouldn't have poisoned him like this. Right? The second lady is the legal wife. The second lady has agreed. But with your girl's nature of playing tricks on people, it's really possible. In fact, he still hoped that this guess was right, because at least the girl wouldn't really hurt him. If it was for other reasons, it would be troublesome. Luo Qingzhou's mind was full of random thoughts. His eyes looking at the beautiful and seductive girl's jade feet in front of him. His heart was calm. His body had no reaction. He had to put them on the bed, and then took the quilt from inside and covered Her Majesty the Queen. It seems that the bridal chamber tonight can't go on. He seemed to be relieved. He took off his coat, got on the bed, got into the quilt, turned his back to Her Majesty the Queen, and closed his eyes. But he couldn't fall asleep. He reached into the quilt and touched himself. He was still uneasy. After hesitating for a while, he took out the message and sent a message to Sister Yu. "Are you asleep?" If he hadn't had to, he would never send a message to Sister Yu tonight. If he didn't figure this out, he would really have trouble all night. After a long time, the message came back. "Is there something?" Luo Qingzhou struggled for a moment, but still replied, "Sister Yu, I want to ask you something. Is there a medicine that can make people lose interest in the relationship between husband and wife?" Although he felt a little ashamed, this matter was related to the symbol of his manhood, so he had to ask clearly. Sister Yu is an alchemy master, proficient in various medicines, and should know. After a while, the message came back, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "What medicine is it? Is there an antidote?" "Generally." "How long will it last after being poisoned?" "Sister Yu, you are poisoned?" Luo Qingzhou's face froze. "It seems like I was poisoned anyway." "There is no reaction." "Sister Yu, what do you mean no reaction?" Luo Qingzhou, "That is, I have no reaction to sex." "Sister Yu, isn't that good? I can quit and practice well." Luo Qingzhou said anxiously, "Sister Yu, tell me quickly. How long will this poison last? Do I need to take an antidote? Will there be any sequelae?" "Sister Yu, it's a long story. You come and I'll tell you." Luo Qingzhou, "Sister Yu, where are you now? Can you help me make an antidote?" "Sister Yu, Dragon Palace. I can teach you how to make it." Luo Qingzhou, "Then I'll go tomorrow night. Will it be in time?" "Sister Yu, no time. There will be sequelae." Luo Qingzhou, "Well, anyway, I can't sleep tonight. Although tonight is the wedding night. Leaving the beautiful bride alone to stay in the empty room is simply worse than an animal. But there is no way." Who made him impotent? After struggling for a long time, he decided to go out and find Sister Yu to make an antidote. His soul would go, but his body would stay. At least, he would not leave his bride alone. Other poisons could be tolerated, but this kind of poison could not be delayed. This was a matter of a lifetime, and it was also a man's dignity. After he made up his mind, he immediately put away the communication treasure and prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to leave his soul and turned his head to look behind him, he suddenly found that the queen's eyes, which had been closed, had strangely opened at this moment, staring at him silently and coldly. Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 776. Good sister. My sister is willing to be my younger sister. Where are you going? PP. Nandong Huiyue stared at him coldly, and after a few breaths of silence, she suddenly said to the outside Yuing, "Accompany him to pee. Watch him. If he can't pee, cut it off." "Yes, Your Majesty." Yuing's cold voice came from outside. Luo Qingzhou. "Still peeing?" No. "Then sleep." "Oh." Luo Qingzhou quickly closed his eyes. Nandong Huiyue suddenly said coldly, "Are you here to sleep tonight?" Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes again and looked at her. Nandong Huiyue closed her eyes and said coldly, "Dian law stipulates that if you miss the wedding ceremony and the wedding night, it is not considered a real marriage. We are still one step away from doing it." Luo Qingzhou suddenly remembered his marriage with the eldest lady and said casually, "Letting a maid take over should also count. Right?" Nandong Huiyue suddenly opened her eyes and stared at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, don't misunderstand. I just asked casually. I didn't mean that." Nandong Huiyue seemed to suddenly remember something, snorted coldly, and said, "It does count." Luo Qingzhou looked at her cold and majestic face and cold eyes, and couldn't help but quietly put his hand into the quilt again. Touched it. But there was still no reaction. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Your Majesty. Postponing it for one night should also count." "Right?" Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes, and suddenly reached in, grabbed his hand that had just made a small move, and then, along his hand, Luo Qingzhou. Nandong Huiyue. "What's the matter? Your Majesty, don't misunderstand me. I am not incompetent. But tonight, I suddenly felt unwell, so tell the truth. Your Majesty seems to be poisoned." "Poisoned?" Nandong Huiyue was stunned when she heard the words, and then suddenly thought of something. Her eyes turned cold. Her jade hands gradually clenched. Her nails almost sank into the flesh. And she gritted her teeth and said, "Despicable. Ah, Your Majesty. It's not my poison." Luo Qingzhou screamed in pain. Nandong Huiyue finally reacted. Let go of her jade hand. Suddenly turned her back. Took out the communication treasure. Gritted her teeth and sent a message. "I didn't expect you to be so despicable." Luo Qingzhou took a few deep breaths, turned his back, and took out the communication certificate. "Sister, you seem to reply, 'No need to come.'" Luo Qingzhou quickly replied, "Why? Sister, you said that I must take the antidote tonight for this poison?" "Sister, who said you were poisoned?" "Luo Qingzhou?" The other party did not reply again. At this time, Nandong Huiyue suddenly received a reply, "I didn't think of disturbing you." Nandong Huiyue sneered, "Then why did you do this?" She wrote these words, but suddenly stopped and did not continue writing. Her face changed for a while, and suddenly replied, "Just because I provoked you tonight?" The other party did not reply again. Nandong Huiyue was very angry. "How can you be so narrow-minded? You have such a big heart. I was just joking with you. It's too much." The other party still didn't reply. Nandong Huiyue's face changed for a while. "No. You shouldn't be able to do such a despicable thing. And you don't even bother. Was it someone else who did it? What kind of poison is it? Tell me." However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no reply. Nandong Huiyue clenched the message in her hand, and two flames suddenly lit up in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and suddenly turned her head and said, "Chu Feiyang, don't you want to pee? Go out and pee." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "I can hold it. Go." Nandong Huiyue suddenly looked cold and majestic, and ordered directly. Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou had to get up from the bed and put on his coat. As soon as he walked to the door was already open. Yuying held the hilt of the sword at her waist with one hand. Looking at him coldly, Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and said, "Don't worry about him. Let him go by himself. If he dares to run, I will kill his whole family." "Yes, Your Majesty," Yuying said respectfully. Luo Qingzhou hurried out of the room. Squeak. The door closed. Nandong Huiyue pricked up her ears and released her spiritual sense. Seeing that he had really left, she looked back at the message in her hand. "Humph. Stingy woman. Just wait." After she finished cursing in a low voice, her spirit left her body immediately. Soon, the message was sent, "Senior sister. I'm sorry. Xiaoya apologizes to you. Xiaoya shouldn't have sent you a message to provoke you, let alone send you those pictures to stimulate you. Xiaoya was wrong. Xiaoya will never dare to do it again. Xiaoya swears that she will listen to her sister in the future. Tonight is Xiaoya's wedding night. Please forgive me and help Xiaoya. If there is no wedding night, this marriage will be illegal. Please, good sister." The other party still did not reply. Xiaoya gritted her teeth and said again, "Good sister. I am willing to be a little sister. I am willing to be a concubine. I will serve you like a cow and a horse in the future. Okay?" Finally, the message came back. He practiced for too long last night and consumed too much energy in his body. This should be the reason. Xiaoya, practiced for too long? Consumed too much? That shouldn't be the case. Right? Senior sister, he is a master. If the energy in his body is consumed too much, his organs will automatically generate a layer of protective barrier. You only need to mobilize the internal force or release the soul force to release it. Xiaoya said suspiciously, "Senior sister, if it is just practice, this situation should not happen." Right? Senior sister. The other party is also a master. Xiaoya? What other party? Senior sister. Please explain clearly. What did he do last night? Who did he practice with? Was he practicing or doing something else? After a while, the message came back. There may be another reason. He is afraid of you. Xiaoya, senior sister. I just want to know what he did the night before my wedding. Tell me. The other party did not reply again. A flame mark ignited between Xiaoya's eyebrows and clenched her fists. At this moment, Yu Ying's voice suddenly came from outside. Your Majesty. He is back and standing in the corridor outside. Should we let him in? Xiaoya immediately came back to her senses. Let him continue to stand outside. The Queen of Dian opened her eyes, with a grim expression on her face. At this moment, Yuo's voice sounded outside the door. Your Majesty. Today is the wedding night. The room was silent for a long time. And then the Queen's cold voice came. Let him in. After a while, the door slowly opened. Luo Qingzhou entered the room. Yuo closed the door behind him. Nan Donghuyue was wearing a red dress. Sitting on the bed, with her long black and smooth hair spread out, looking at him majestically and coldly. Luo Qingzhou looked at her, lowered his head, and walked to the bed, looked at her snow-white jade feet under the red dress, and said respectfully, Your Majesty, I have urinated, and I have finished. The room suddenly fell into a long silence. When Luo Qingzhou was wondering whether to continue standing or go to bed directly, Nan Donghuyue suddenly asked, What were you doing last night? Luo Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat, and he said, I was practicing. Nan Donghuyue's eyes flashed with coldness and she said, Are you practicing alone or with someone? Luo Qingzhou said, With the uncle from the sect. Nan Donghuyue narrowed her eyes. Lengu Qingzhu? Luo Qingzhou said, Yes. Why do you want to practice with her? I've been practicing swordsmanship recently. Master said that the swordsmanship of the uncle from the sect is the most powerful. So I asked her to teach me. How did you practice? She taught me swordsmanship. And I practiced by myself first. And then fought with her. How long did you practice last night? All night. Besides practicing swordsmanship. What else did you do? Always practicing swordsmanship. You knew you were going to get married today. So why did you practice swordsmanship all night? It's because I'm getting married today that I'm practicing hard to protect your Majesty. The conversation paused for a moment. Nan Donghuyue suddenly said, Since you practice swordsmanship, you should have your own sword. Take out the sword and let me see it. Luo Qingzhou immediately stepped back a few steps. And a cold light flashed in his hand. And a black and white sword appeared. Nan Donghuyue was slightly startled. And suddenly said, Show a few moves. Use your internal force. Swish. 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 Luo Qingzhou suddenly performed black and white sword moves. Each move was swift and tricky. And exquisite. Stop. Nan Donghuyue saw that this swordsmanship was sharp and wonderful. And it seemed to consume a lot of energy. She didn't dare to let him continue. And said, Put away the sword. Come here. Luo Qingzhou put away the sword. Walked over. And stood in front of the bed with his head down. Nan Donghuyue's expression eased a little. And she stretched out a foot from under her skirt and ordered, Help me take off your stockings. Luo Qingzhou? How did he remember that she was barefoot just now? And he remembered very clearly that he had helped her take them off before. He turned his head and looked at the soft couch next to him. The pair of stockings he had taken off before had been quietly placed there. The queen had deliberately put them on again to seduce him. But tonight he... Yes, Your Majesty. He did not dare to hesitate. Kneeled on one knee. Stretched out one hand. Held her slender feet. And slowly took off the stockings with the other hand. Then, a snow-white and beautiful girl's jade foot suddenly appeared. The pink nail polish painted on the 5 cute pink toes was shining brightly under the light, which was particularly dazzling. The hand holding her ankle felt delicate and smooth. The graceful curve of the jade foot was a perfect work of art, and the skin on the smooth instep was white, dazzling under the light. I allow you to kiss it. Her Majesty the Queen seemed to feel his awakening and her desire for her jade feet. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she said with a cold and arrogant face. Luo Qingzhou held her snow-white jade feet. Still in doubt. Did I misunderstand little Bailing? Take this one off. 2. The queen saw that he was dumbfounded and thought that he was tempted by her beautiful jade feet. She immediately lifted her long skirt and stretched out her other foot in stockings, with a look of pride on her face. Chapter 777 Siege of Fire Moon Nation. In the early hours of the morning, outside Half Moon City, the only barrier in front of Fire Moon Nation, drums suddenly sounded like thunder. Then, flames shot up into the sky and shouts were deafening. Densely packed soldiers suddenly rushed out of the darkness, like a long dragon, and pounced on the city gate. On the city wall, arrows rained down. Kerosene, stones, iron spikes and other items were thrown down. The coalition forces composed of the 7 princes chose to attack the city tonight, and their intentions were obvious. And the defenders of Fire Moon Nation had already made preparations. The siege lasted all night. The coalition forces of the 7 princes had more than 100,000 people, and their morale was high, which was too powerful. The defenders of Half Moon City were weak after all. At dawn, the thick city gate was finally knocked open. The coalition forces of the 7 princes rushed in like a tide, stepping on blood. The entire Half Moon City was completely occupied. After dawn, corpses and blood were everywhere outside the city. A miserable scene. The news quickly spread to Kyoto. At this time, the ruler of Wiyue country, now the Queen of Dian, did not attend the morning court for the first time. Until almost noon. She got up from the bed, bathed and changed clothes, went into the study, and handled government affairs. Luo Qingzhou left the palace early in the morning and slipped into the prince's mansion of the southern kingdom. When everyone in the Qin family got up one after another, he was reading in the library of the prince's mansion, and the sound of his reading was heard outside the courtyard. Song Ryue happened to hear this when she passed by outside. She was immediately relieved and said to Nandong Shui, who was accompanying her, Qingzhou has always been so hard-working. He goes to bed late and gets up early. He is either studying at home or studying outside every day. Oh, he is so hard-working. Nandong Shui looked at the library, smiled slightly, and said, Aunt, go see if Weima and Meiju have woken up. I will go talk to Qingzhou. Song Ryue raised her eyebrows and pulled her to say, Shui, a man and a woman cannot live in the same room together. He is your brother-in-law. If the servants see us, they will gossip about us. It will be bad for your father and mother to hear us. Let's go. Don't disturb him. Let's go find Weima together. After that, she took her away. Luo Qingzhou pretended to read a few books again. When he was about to leave, the window next to him suddenly opened and a figure suddenly swept in. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Why are you here? Where's Weimo? Nandong Meiji was wearing a lavender dress, with a slender waist, a towering chest, and long and straight legs. She stood in front of the window, looking him up and down. She didn't answer him, but asked, You came so early. Didn't you have a wedding night last night? Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed. I was afraid that my father-in-law and mother-in-law would be suspicious, so I came early. Nandong Meiju looked at him suspiciously, walked in front of him with long legs, stared at him and said, Is it really a wedding night? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, Nandong Meiju narrowed her eyes and said, Who serves who? Luo Qingzhou twitched his mouth and said, She is the queen. Of course I serve her. Nandong Meiju snorted. How do you serve her? Luo Qingzhou remained silent. Nandong Meiju stared at him for a while, and then teased, How do you feel? That's the queen who is majestic and cold in front of everyone during the day. And she is high and mighty. Luo Qingzhou still didn't dare to say anything. Chu Feiyang, this princess should be your first woman. Nandong Meijiao's eyes suddenly overflowed with sparkling tears, and her voice suddenly became a little choked. Luo Qingzhou sighed secretly in his heart, raised his hand, helped her wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said, Yes, the princess is indeed. But now I am not. Nandong Meiju held back tears, and said with resentment on her face, It's all your fault. Why do you always refuse others? Obviously, I can go first. Woo! She suddenly cried aggrievedly. Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms, and comforted her softly. Nandong Meiju cried for a while, then stopped, wiped her tears, and said, Don't blame you. When she told me, I agreed. I also know that you can't refuse anyway. I didn't think about marrying you. I have said that it is enough to be your lover secretly behind your back. I don't expect too much. Princess, don't say that. After breakfast, Princess Bai Ruoshui personally took her 2 daughters and led the Qin family out to see the house. Although it was only 2 streets away, everyone got on the carriage. When they arrived at the new house, everyone in the Qin family was excited and couldn't wait to follow the housekeeper to see it. This mansion is very large. Several acres larger than the Qin mansion in Maching before. Song Ryua's face was full of excitement. Those maids were also excited and chattering non-stop. Qin Wenjung, however, looked solemn and pulled the housekeeper of the prince's mansion aside to ask about the price, etc. When Luo Qinzhou was helping Miss Qin Air to look at the courtyard in the back, Nandong Meiji came over and whispered, Luo Qinzhou, His Majesty asked you to go to the palace at noon to have a meal with her. Huiyue Kingdom is now besieged by the coalition forces of the 7 countries, and His Majesty wants you to give some advice. When Luo Qinzhou was pondering, Miss Qin Air frowned slightly and said, Brother Qinzhou, His Majesty doesn't want you to lead troops to rescue, right? Luo Qinzhou smiled and comforted, Don't worry. No. I have no experience in leading troops, and have never been on the battlefield. This battle is of great importance, and it is impossible for me to lead the troops. Even if His Majesty agrees, others will not agree. I am afraid that His Majesty's army will be the first to oppose it. Miss Qin Air breathed a sigh of relief and said, Brother Qinzhou will go and give His Majesty some advice. Maybe there will be some useful suggestions. Luo Qinzhou nodded and said, I will do my best. If she loses, our Qin family will have no place to stand here, and I will definitely help her. Second miss. At this time, Beiling, wearing a pink skirt, holding a freshly picked flower in her hand, came over from the other side of the path, and said happily, There are 2 small courtyards over there. The scenery is beautiful. There is a garden and lake in front, and there is a flower garden in the back. The eldest lady lives in one, and you live in one. Just right. You go over and take a look. Second Miss Qin smiled and said, Okay, let's go and take a look. Luo Qinzhou supported her and walked over. When they arrived in front of the small courtyard, Luo Qinzhou did not go in, but said to Beiling, Bai Ling, where is the lake? Take me to see it. Bai Ling immediately pointed to the front and said, It's there. Through a garden. You can go by yourself. I still have to see the flower garden. Luo Qinzhou said, Take me with you. I will go to the flower garden with you later. Uncle has some good things here. I will give you one later. Bai Ling's eyes lit up. What good things? Luo Qinzhou did not answer, but raised his sleeves slightly, revealing half of the candied haws in his sleeves, and then turned and walked towards the lake in front. Bai Ling hesitated for a moment, swallowed her saliva, but couldn't help but follow him, and Uncle. Wait. Little Bai Ling. Luo Qinzhou took her into the garden. After passing through the round gate of the garden, a lake really appeared in front of them. Bai Ling happily pointed to the small attic in the middle of the lake and said, Uncle, look, there is another attic there. Just like when we were in Maching. Before she finished speaking, Luo Qinzhou had already hugged her and dragged her into the bamboo forest next to her. And Uncle, spare my life. Bai Ling hurriedly struggled and begged for mercy. Luo Qinzhou pressed her against a green bamboo, asked her to bend over and lie there, and said, I will ask. You answer. If you answer well, you will eat candied haws and play with the rabbit for 2 days. If you answer badly, hee. Wu son-in-law. What is the punishment for hee? It's a terrible punishment. How terrible? Is it more terrible than Cici? Don't talk too much. Just know that it's a terrible punishment. Luo Qinzhou started to interrogate directly. After an instant's stick of time, he walked out of the bamboo forest and gained nothing. The girl was eccentric. Her words were intermittent, and it was hard to tell whether it was true or false. She also deliberately spit a lot of saliva into his mouth. But judging from the situation, she should have been wronged last night. After he left, Bai Ling was still lying quietly on the bent bamboo, staring blankly at the sky above the bamboo forest, muttering, Stinky son-in-law, bad son-in-law, lustful son-in-law, just love to bully others, why don't you bully my young lady, coward? The Qin family excitedly visited the house for a whole morning. When Qin Wenjung was still hesitating, Bai Ruoshui directly finalized the result and said something that he could not refuse. This mansion is given to Qinzhou by your majesty. So, the new mansion of the Qin family was decided. At noon, Luo Qinzhou left the mansion, got on the carriage, and rushed to the palace. And at this time, in the study room of Yahua Palace, the great Yen Queen, who had changed into a fiery red dress, was sitting at the table, holding a piece of white cloth, and was in a daze. Not long after, Yuo's voice woke her up. Your Majesty, Mr. Luo is here. Chapter 778 Newlyweds. The perfect genius and husband. In the study, cigarette smoke curled up. When Luo Qingzhou arrived at the door, the Honorable Queen was sitting at the table, reading the memorial in her hand carefully. Luo Qingzhou glanced through the bee curtain, bowed his head, and said, "Qingzhou greets your majesty." Nandong Huiyue raised her head, looked at him majestically and said, "Come in." Luo Qingzhou took off his shoes, pushed aside the bee curtain at the door, walked in with his head down, and stood in front of the table. Nandong Huiyue stared at him majestically for a while, then slowed down her tone. "Sir, please sit down." Luo Qingzhou knelt down opposite him, bowed his head slightly, and looked straight ahead. Nandong Huiyue placed the memorial in front of him and said indifferently, "I was not feeling well this morning and did not attend the morning court. The imperial censor Wang Jian wrote a letter to impeach my husband, saying that he harmed the king and disregarded the country, and deserves severe punishment. Sir, tell me, should I punish him in a show of punishment, or should I just execute the nosy Wang Jian?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the words on the memorial, paused, and said, "The imperial censor is loyal to the country, so he should not be executed. As for your majesty's husband, he is also innocent." Nandong Huiyue said with a cold look, "Sir, how do you know he is innocent?" Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said respectfully, "It's normal for newlyweds. If this is wrong, then what is wrong in the world?" After a pause, he continued, "Qingzhou thinks that Chu Jun just got married with your majesty yesterday, and he was excited, so he couldn't help but not knowing the severity of the situation. Your majesty will give him some advice afterwards, and he will restrain himself in the future. If a couple is punished for such a thing, it would be too heartless." Nandong Huiyue looked at him coldly. Her eyebrows moved slightly, and said, "Sir, what you said makes sense. However, he was too presumptuous last night, so I still have to punish him a little." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said nothing. Nandong Huiyue retracted his gaze, pushed a letter on the table in front of him, and said, "This is the news from Huiyue country. The coalition forces of the 7 major vassal states will begin to besiege the city today." Luo Qingzhou unfolded the letter and read it carefully. With the strength and food of Huiyue country, it should be no problem to hold out for a month. 100 miles away from them, King Tai's 100,000 troops are stationed outside Yucheng, watching from the sidelines. We can only take out 80,000 troops to rescue now, and the rest of the troops need to be stationed in various places. After all, I have just ascended the throne as a daughter, and various places are still not convinced, including Kyoto. So the troops stationed in these places cannot be withdrawn until the critical moment. While he was looking at the letter, Nandong Huiyue told him about the current battle situation and the situation in various places. There are still some soldiers on the border, and King Tai was unable to take them all away. Of his 100,000 soldiers, at least 20,000 are under my command, and the remaining 30,000 are probably hesitant. The rest are his real strength. So, after the 7 allied forces turned around to attack the Fire Moon Kingdom, he immediately stopped advancing and did not dare to attack Kyoto alone. The forces of the 7 allied forces are all the prince's own armies, all very loyal, with a total of about 150,000 people. They suddenly gave up coming directly to Kyoto, probably because they were afraid that the Fire Moon Kingdom's army and the Kyoto army would attack from both sides. So they prepared to break through the Fire Moon Kingdom first. Luo Qingzhou finished reading the letter and listened to her story carefully. Nandong Huiyue explained the respective military strength and defenses one by one, and asked, "Sir, do you think I should send troops to rescue Huiyue Kingdom immediately? Or wait a little longer? Or defend Kyoto and don't take risks? Also, how should King Tai deal with it now?" Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment, looked at the map on the wall, and said, "King Tai's intention should be very simple. He knows that your majesty's prestige in the army, so he naturally shouldn't lead the army alone and go deep into the enemy's territory alone. He probably wants to wait for the coalition forces of the 7 vassal states to act together. Or, he wants to wait for your majesty to transfer the troops in Kyoto to rescue Huiyue Kingdom, and then take the opportunity to attack Kyoto. As for whether your majesty wants to send troops to rescue Huiyue Kingdom, Qingzhou thinks that he should send troops. Rescue. And the sooner the better. Can't delay." Nandong Huiyue raised her eyebrows and said, "Oh, sir, your ideas are somewhat different from mine. I think it should be delayed. The longer it is delayed, the better it is for us. Huiyue country can hold out for a month, and when the coalition forces of the 7 vassal states are exhausted, we will suddenly attack, and naturally we will win. The coalition forces of the 7 vassal states are defeated, and the army of King Thailand will naturally be frightened and have no intention of fighting. At that time, they will naturally not be my opponent. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "If it was before, your majesty was not the emperor, but the eldest princess, and was only a general responsible for suppressing the rebellion, this method would naturally work. But now, what about now?" Nanhong Huiyue's eyes turned cold. Luo Qingzhou said, "Now, your majesty has ascended the throne as a daughter, which is unprecedented, and many people in the world are dissatisfied. Now all parts of Dehien are watching this war, and we must fight and resolve it quickly to reassure others. The longer it drags on, the more shaken and uneasy the garrisons and other vassal states will be, and it is likely to cause a riot. Moreover, Huiyue Kingdom is your majesty's former fiefdom, and tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians there are loyal to your majesty. If your majesty wants to achieve victory in this war with their sacrifice, what will others think? Even the soldiers and civilians who are loyal to your majesty. Even your majesty's own people. Your majesty is cold-blooded and ruthless. And the other vassal states and garrisons who are already hesitant will no longer trust your majesty. And they are likely to all, following the king of Thailand and the 7 vassal states in the riot. Even these soldiers in Kyoto may be disappointed with your majesty. Your majesty used to lead troops and win every battle for the country. Everyone is united. So as long as the strategy is appropriate and the command is correct, there will be no big problem. But now, your majesty, it may not be enough to have strategy and fight. You also need to win the hearts of the people. People's hearts are very complicated and fickle. Once your majesty hesitates and procrastinates, once you fail to win them over as quickly as possible, then they will disperse, or perhaps be won over by others. By that time, even if your majesty has military talent and is good at fighting, it will be difficult to make a difference alone. And it will be difficult to reverse the situation. The door was not closed. Yuying and Yue were both standing at the door, listening quietly. The expressions on their faces kept changing with his words. The study was silent for a long time. Nangong Huiyue said, "What do you think I should do now? I only have 80,000 troops to mobilize. If I use all of them to rescue, the coalition forces of the 7 princes are now in full force, and it is difficult to defeat them all at once. If the Thai king's army suddenly attacks from behind, or suddenly rushes to Kyoto, wouldn't it be dangerous?" Luo Qingzhou said, "How many silver-armored cavalrymen does your majesty have?" Nangong Huiyue said, 8,000. Luo Qingzhou looked at the map on the wall and said, "Outside the city of Huiyue Kingdom, all the way to Yumen Pass is flat, which is very suitable for cavalry charge. Qingzhou thinks that your majesty only needs to send a reliable general with 8,000 silver-armored cavalrymen and 20,000 elite soldiers. All the remaining troops are station troops in Yunqing, strangle the throat leading to Kyoto, and intercept King Tai's army at any time to prevent him from rescuing the coalition of the 7 princes. Of course, after the 8,000 silver-armored cavalry and 20,000 elite soldiers go there, don't attack immediately. Just camp outside and build defense projects. It's best to occupy Yumen Pass as quickly as possible to put pressure on the coalition of the 7 princes, and directly form a pincer attack with the defenders in Huiyue. But only defend, not attack. If the coalition of the 7 princes attacks separately, both sides will defend to the death. If they attack one place together, the other side will immediately send troops to harass. At that time, you can delay. The longer you delay, the more advantageous it will be. At the same time, your majesty should immediately issue a new decree to abolish the enfeoffment order, grant amnesty to the whole country, and reward other vassal states and garrisons. You should promise them with the Queen Mother's decree and the Emperor's imperial decree that as long as they do not participate in the rebellion, they will not be held accountable afterwards. Of course, if someone is willing to participate in the rebellion, your majesty should also promise greater benefits. At this time, you must not be stingy with any territory or money. Your majesty can tell them that if someone leads troops to participate in the rebellion, no matter how many troops they bring, after your majesty defeats the Thai king's army and the coalition of the 7 vassal states, the Thai king and the 7 vassal states will share their territory with them, and the court will not take an inch. Of course, this will be very dangerous, but that's for later, etc. Your majesty, stabilize the situation completely, and when the people are united, weaken them one by one. Also, your majesty must win the sympathy of the people and the army. Your majesty once had great prestige in the army and a high status in the hearts of the people. So at this time, your majesty must put aside his dignity and announced the reason why he ascended the throne to the world. As for the reason, the more miserable the better. It must be a last resort. Your Majesty must not want to be the emperor. But there is no other way. For the sake of the people and the world, Your Majesty was forced to the throne by the Queen Mother and the ministers in the court. When Luo Qingzhou said this, the tip of the great Yang Queen's eyebrow jumped a few times. Also, Your Majesty must promise with the emperor's will and the Queen Mother's decree to tell the King of Thailand and the soldiers of the 7 vassal states that as long as they stop the rebellion in time, no soldier will be held accountable afterwards at the same time. Let our own people spread rumors and tell those low-level soldiers that their hometowns have begun to distribute land and money. As long as they have a registered permanent residence and the men at home, they will get a few acres of land and some money if there are no men at home. Not only will they get nothing, but their wives, daughters and sons will also be given to other men. Your Majesty, think about it. Why do those low-level soldiers join the army? Isn't it because they can't survive at home? So they want to have a bite to eat and not starve to death? As long as they have food to eat and land to farm, who would be willing to pick up a knife and fight? This way, we can disintegrate those armies from the inside. By then, I'm afraid that without Your Majesty's army, those rebels will collapse on their own. Yuying Yuewu, who was standing outside the door, was listening in fascination, her face changing constantly, and her heart was even more shocked. In the study, Nandong Huiyue also listened in silence, sitting there, motionless, even wanting to pick up the teacup to drink water. She held back, for fear of disturbing him, afraid of missing a word. Luo Qingzhou talked for a long time, and then stopped with a dry mouth. He picked up the teacup on the table, but found that there was no water in the teacup. Nandong Huiyue suddenly woke up, quickly picked up his own teacup and handed it over. Luo Qingzhou was talking excitedly, and without thinking much, he took the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. There was still a faint fragrance on the edge of the cup. After he finished drinking, he reacted, was stunned, and quickly returned the teacup. Nandong Huiyue silently picked up the teapot, poured him another cup, and then picked it up again and handed it to him. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, took it, and drank it all again. He drank 3 cups in a row. Nandong Huiyue put down the teapot, looked at him with complicated eyes, but did not speak. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head slightly and said respectfully, Your Majesty, do you think these suggestions of Qingzhou are feasible? Of course. Qingzhou is just a scholar who has never been on the battlefield and may only talk about war on paper. This war is of great importance. Your Majesty just needs to listen. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a long time before she said, I will think about your words again. After that, she stood up and said, It's getting late. I still have things to do, so I won't keep you for dinner. I wanted to have lunch with you, but you said so much. I really don't want to interrupt. Let's wait until next time. Luo Qingzhou quickly stood up and bowed to leave. Yuewu sent him to the gate outside, and suddenly looked at his back and said, Mr. Luo. Luo Qingzhou turned around and looked at her, and said politely, Miss Yuewu, what do you want? Yuewu looked at him with sparkling eyes and said, Yuewu listened to every word that Mr. Luo said to His Majesty in the study. Your talent is rare in the world. If you lead the army, you must be a marshal. If you are in politics, you must be a prime minister. With your assistance, Yuewu believes that Your Majesty will win, and Dine will definitely be better. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Miss Yuewu, you are too kind. Yuewu looked at his handsome face and gentle and elegant temperament. Her expression was dazed for a while. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something, but she held back. Luo Qingzhou said, Miss Yuewu, goodbye. After that, she left quickly. Yuewu stood at the door and stared at him for a while, until his back disappeared around the corner. She turned around with a lonely look and went back. She entered the study, and Yuying was standing inside. Nandong Huiyue glanced at her. A hint of sarcasm appeared on the corner of her mouth, and said, Why? Are you reluctant to let him go? Yuewu bowed her head and said respectfully, Your Majesty. Yuewu feels that what Mr. Luo said just now. I'm asking you if you're reluctant to let him go. Nandong Huiyue interrupted her coldly. Yuewu suddenly knelt down, lowered her head, blushed and said, I just want to hear what Master Luo has to say. Nandong Huiyue sneered and did not pursue the matter. She looked at the letter on the table, looked at it for a while, turned her head and looked at the map on the wall. She was silent for a long time, and murmured in her mouth, as if talking to herself, "Sister, thank you for helping me discover such a genius. Thank you for giving him to me. I have seen so many geniuses, but none of them is as perfect as him." She suddenly turned her head and said, "Ewing, you and Gu Qin lead the silver armored cavalry and 20,000 elite soldiers. Set off tonight, and rush to Wuyue Kingdom immediately. You should have heard what Mr. Luo said. Just do as he said." "Yes, Your Majesty." Nandong Wuyue looked at Yuewu again and said, "Go and invite Yu Qiling. Tell him that I need him to lead the troops to go to war. If he doesn't obey, just kill his whole family." At this point, she paused, and suddenly thought of the human heart he just mentioned. Silence for a long time. She slowed down her tone and said, "Tell him that I and the people of Diyan need him. If he doesn't come, then forget it. Release him and his family, and don't worry about them anymore." Yu Wu was slightly startled when she heard this, and said, "Your Majesty," Nandong Huiyue said calmly, "Go. If he doesn't come." At this point, she raised her head and said, "I will let Mr. Luo go, and you follow and serve along the way. How about it?" Yu Wu froze for a moment, lowered her head, and blushed. Chapter 779: The Queen's Little White Face and Genius Strategist. In the evening, after leaving the imperial city, Luo Qingzhou went directly to the new mansion. In the mansion, the servants were busy, sweeping dust, weeding and pruning trees, buying chairs and furniture, etc. Maids such as Xiao Daizhuer were also busy. The servants were all sent by the princess from the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion. At this time, the princess and Song Ryue were talking in the garden behind. Qin Urge went back to Yunwu River and moved all the things that could be used at home. Qin Wenzheng and Zhou Butler were discussing the layout of the front yard. Luo Qingzhou went to the backyard and found that plaques were installed on the gates of each courtyard. Meixian Garden, Exiled Immortal Residence, Huarong Residence, Lingchan Moon Palace, etc. All still used the previous names. In Meixian Garden, Chior was wiping the window lattice alone. The girl was wearing a light yellow dress, with snow-white skin, a slim figure, and a light posture. Even when she was working, she showed the gentleness and lightness of a Jiangnan woman. Of course, Luo Qingzhou would not underestimate her. "Be careful." She stood on a chair and wiped the top window when the chair suddenly shook. Luo Qingzhou hurried over to support her. When Chior saw him, she smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, uncle." Luo Qingzhou stroked her soft and cold little hand and said, "Why don't you let the servants do this kind of rough work? Didn't the prince's mansion send a lot of servants?" Chior jumped down from the chair. Her movements were light, and her light yellow dress fluttered slightly, like an autumn butterfly. She smiled and said, "Uncle, I am also a servant. You can let them clean other places, but we will clean the place where the young lady and uncle live." Sister Bailing and Sister Xiachan also cleaned the place where the eldest lady lives. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the window, poured out the water in her basin, put the towel back, and said, "It's cold. Be careful not to frostbite your hands. It looks clean here. No need to clean it." Chior smiled and said, "We have already cleaned it in the afternoon, so it is naturally clean. When I checked it just now, I found some dust on it, so I went up to wipe it." Then he said, "Son-in-law, go in and take a look at the room. Everything is ready. Tomorrow, we will lay the carpet, install the curtains, and bring the quilt, and you can live in it." Luo Qingzhou entered the house, looked around the hall first, and then went to the room. There are 4 rooms. The largest room is still separated by a B curtain, which is made into a study and an inner room, where the son-in-law and the young lady live. The other rooms are where I, Zhuer, and Xiao Dai live. Son-in-law, look, there is a bookcase there. The second young master went out and bought it for you in the afternoon. Luo Qingzhou looked at it, and Chior whispered behind him, "There is also the Exiled Immortal Residence next to it, which is a place specially prepared for the son-in-law to study. There are desks, bookcases, chairs, couches and beds, all ready. When we went shopping in the afternoon, the lady also bought a lot of cushions for the son-in-law, all of which were the best. The lady said that the son-in-law studied hard and was afraid that the son-in-law would be uncomfortable sitting. And she also told us to massage the son-in-law frequently. When the master went to buy furniture, he also bought a lot of pens, inkstones, paper and inkstones for the son-in-law. And the rice paper was the most expensive." Luo Qingzhou listened quietly without saying anything. After she finished speaking, he was silent for a while, And then he said softly, Chior, do you think that my son-in-law is a good son-in-law? Chior nodded and said, of course. My son-in-law has done so many things for the family. If it weren't for my son-in-law, we would have been gone long ago. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, looked at her and said, but my son-in-law is very fickle. Isn't he? Chior smiled and said, there is no literati who is not romantic. As long as my son-in-law treats us well, he is a good son-in-law. My son-in-law is many times better than those literati who are fickle and unfaithful. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but smile. He rubbed her head and said, Chior is still good at talking. Chior lowered her head obediently, leaned gently in his arms, and whispered, Uncle. Luo Qingzhou stroked her soft hair and said, What's wrong? Chior leaned against his chest, her cheeks slightly hot, and whispered, Uncle, did you name me Little Butterfly? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. No. Who told you? Chior whispered. Little Manta told me. Luo Qingzhou. Chior. Chior. At this moment, Zhuer's voice suddenly came from the small courtyard outside. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Chior. Little Mantu is here. Chior laughed and walked out. She turned back at the door and said, Uncle, eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold. After that, she walked out with a smile. When night fell, Princess Bai Ruoshui, with the Qin family, returned to the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion. The Qin family's new mansion still has some things not ready, so they need to stay in the prince's mansion tonight. After Prince Nangong came back and had dinner with him, he left in a hurry. At this time, Prince Nangong Yufeng had already surrendered to Nangong Huiyue, so he was very busy these days. He had a good reputation among the princes, so Nangong Huiyue was going to give him some tasks, asking him to write letters to persuade other princes and spread some news. The royal family members and meritorious families in Kyoto had become very busy since tonight. Under the cover of night, cavalry kept galloping out of the city gate. Yu Ying also led 8,000 silver-armored cavalry and 20,000 elite soldiers who were good at defense, and quietly rushed to Huiyue Kingdom at the fastest speed. That night, the highest generals of the garrisons in various places, as well as the princes who did not rebel, received some news. At the same time, many news began to spread quietly from the bottom in the army of King Tai and the coalition of the 7 princes. The great Yen Queen immediately followed everything Luo Qingzhou said during the day. Of course, there were many people who did not understand and were skeptical about these plans, but they were all suppressed by the Queen. Many people asked who these plans came from, but the Queen did not answer. But many people had guesses. The son-in-law of the Qin family went to the palace to see His Majesty today, and stayed from noon to evening before leaving His Majesty's study. Are all these plans thought up by that young man? Does His Majesty trust him so much? I remember that His Majesty told us yesterday that we only have 80,000 troops and must delay until the 7 nations coalition is exhausted before attacking. Today it has changed. This is too risky. With such a small force, they actually have to take the initiative to attack. Ah, if it were you, we should defend Kyoto to the death. With the order of His Majesty and the Queen Mother, we should summon other princes to come to the defense of the king. Maybe there is still a chance. If this battle fails, we will all. The ministers were all worried on their way back. At the same time, after Nangong Huiyue withdrew from the evening court in Weiyang Palace, he returned to Yahua Palace and continued to read the news from all over the place, and then issued orders decisively. Nandong County Prince's Mansion. After the Qin family finished their meal, they talked with the princess for a while, and then returned to their residences. Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin Air into the room. The couple talked in the room, while Xiaodai Chior Zhuer boiled water outside. After washing up, the 3 little girls cleaned up and went into the next room. The 3 of them slept on the same bed and played wildly. After a while of crazy play, Zhuer suddenly asked, Chior, what did you and your uncle do secretly in the room in the evening? A man and a woman alone. It must be up to no good. Chior smiled and said, I was discussing with my uncle how to eat you. A little bun. Humph. Don't tell the truth. You'll be beaten. Zhuer snorted coldly, immediately hugged her, and slapped her hips a few times. Chior hurriedly smiled and said, Xiaodai, come and help. Let's take off our clothes together. Xiaodai came to help with a smile. The 2 held Zhuer down and began to take off her clothes. Zhuer kicked and pushed, begging for mercy with a smile. The 3 of them played crazy for a while, all panting and exhausted. Soon, the 3 of them took off all their clothes and fell asleep hugging each other. In the next room, Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin were still talking softly in the quilt. Dad originally planned to write the words Luo Mansion on the plaque on the gate. Dad said that this is the mansion given to you by His Majesty, but Wei Mo refused if that were the case. Wei Mo was afraid that Dad and Mom would not feel comfortable living there. You are right. I am the son-in-law of the Qin family. And I am a member of the Qin family. Naturally, I should write Qin Mansion. If my mother had not left a will, my surname would have been changed to Qin long ago. Wei Mo, tell my father-in-law and mother-in-law not to think too much, no matter how high an official I become in the future. I am a member of the Qin family, and have nothing to do with the Luo family. By the way, Brother Qingzhou, it's getting late. You should leave. Where to? To the palace? His Majesty might be waiting for you to serve her. What are you talking about? I am your husband Luo Qingzhou now, not the Queen's gigolo Chu Feiyang. Then Brother Qingzhou, turn into a gigolo and go to the palace. Don't make His Majesty angry. Don't worry. She won't dare to let me go tonight. What happened? Last night. What happened last night? At this moment, Luo Qingzhou's expression suddenly froze, and he looked at the window. A black shadow suddenly appeared outside the window, standing there silently, like a ghost, motionless. Chapter 780. A shadow outside the window. Sister, you in the new house? Huh? A cold wind suddenly blew past the window. The shadow suddenly shook a few times, looking extremely thin, as if it was about to be blown away by the wind. It suddenly stuck to the window, as if trying to get in through the gap in the window. Brother Qingzhou, what's wrong? Miss Qin Air followed Luo Qingzhou's gaze and looked at the window, but saw nothing. It's okay. Just lie down and don't move. Luo Qingzhou comforted softly. His figure flashed, and suddenly rushed to the window, hiding in the dark corner next to it, clenching his fists. Who knew that at this moment, the flat head that was slowly getting in through the gap in the window seemed to notice something, and instantly shrank back, jumped out of the corridor, and flew into the air along the night wind. Luo Qingzhou opened the window and rushed out. Just as he was about to punch, he suddenly saw a cold light flash outside the courtyard wall. The figure that was flying in the air suddenly screamed and fell down like a kite with a broken string, landing in the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou looked carefully and found that it was a paper man. A circle of long hair was wrapped around the neck of the paper man, and a familiar flying knife was accurately inserted into its forehead. Luo Qingzhou looked outside the courtyard, and just as he was about to go out, he suddenly looked back into the house. Shua! He separated a wisp of his soul and flew back to the room to protect Miss Qin Air. Then, he jumped up and jumped out of the courtyard wall. At the corner of a figure's clothes flashed by. Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed, and he chased after her in an instant, grabbed her collar and pulled her back. Looking closely, it was Shuer. Ah! Shuer was suddenly caught. Her body trembled, and she turned around and threw a flying knife. Luo Qingzhou used 2 fingers of his other hand to gently clamp the flying knife and shouted, How dare you! Are you trying to murder my son-in-law? Shuer's body stiffened immediately, and she stopped struggling. She looked at him with wide eyes and trembled. Aunt. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked around again, saying, Are you the only one here? Is there anyone else? Shuer was stunned and shook her head hurriedly. Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes and looked at her and said, What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Shuer lowered her head and said with a red face, PP. Luo Qingzhou naturally didn't believe her nonsense. He looked around again, picked her up, jumped into the yard, put her in front of the paper man, and asked, Did you throw the flying knife on this paper man? Shuer took a look and nodded quickly. Luo Qingzhou squatted down, stared at the paper man and examined it carefully, then reached out and took out the flying knife, put it in front of his nose and sniffed it, and suddenly leaned over to her body and sniffed it, and said coldly, You are lying. The smell of this flying knife is not the same as the smell of your body. Shuer lowered her head tightly and said in a trembling voice, It was thrown by the servant. Luo Qingzhou stroked the flying knife in his hand, looked at her and said, This flying knife not only pierced the paper man, but also shattered the soul attached to the paper man. Do you have this ability? Shuer lowered her head and said stubbornly, It is the servant. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her again, without asking any more questions. He looked back at the paper figure on the ground and said, When did you find it? Shuer looked at the paper figure on the ground, with a hint of fear in her eyes, and said, When it flew up, son-in-law. What is this? Luo Qingzhou paused, and suddenly looked at her and said, "You ask me? Who should I ask? You should ask the person who threw the flying knife. She should know." Zhu'er lowered her head and dared not say anything. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, took out the communication treasure, took a close-up photo of the paper figure on the ground in front of her, and then sent it out. "Sister Yu, what is this?" After sending it, he put away the message and put the paper figurine into the storage bag, and then reminded Zhu, "Don't tell others about what happened tonight, so as not to cause panic. Understand?" Zhu'er nodded and said, "I know." Luo Qingzhou was about to go back to the room, and suddenly turned his head and looked at her and said, "Did you pee?" Zhu'er trembled, subconsciously clamped her legs, and said shyly, "Pee." Luo Qingzhou said earnestly, "It's dangerous outside. Next time you go out to pee, remember to call your son-in-law to protect you. Understand?" After that, he went directly into the room through the window. Squeak. The window closed. Zhu'er froze in the yard for a long time, and returned to the room with red ears. The night was quiet again. Luo Qingzhou returned to the bed, and another wisp of soul flew to the roof and looked around on the roof. Miss Qin Er asked hurriedly, "Brother Qingzhou, what's wrong?" Luo Qingzhou hugged her and whispered, "It's okay. Go to sleep quickly. You have to get up early tomorrow." Miss Qin Er glanced at him, said "Oh," and obediently did not ask again, nor did she disturb him again, and closed her eyes obediently. Luo Qingzhou took out the message. At this time, the princess sent a message, "Are you coming again?" Luo Qingzhou, "No. Something happened here just now. I'm afraid Wei Mo will be in danger." Xiao Meijiao, what's the situation? At this time, Sister Yu's message came back. Paperman soul attachment technique, used to inquire about information. It has no breath itself. It is not easy to be detected, but it is very fragile and poses no threat to warriors. Luo Qingzhou, it still has a hair wrapped around its neck, and the soul that possessed it was killed. Can what she just saw and heard be transmitted back? Sister Yu, yes. Luo Qingzhou was shocked. Could the content of his conversation with Miss Er just now be eavesdropped? Sister Yu, how can I find out where its body is? After a while, the Masager replied, "I have killed it for you." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. Sister Yu, are you nearby? Sister Yu, yes. Luo Qingzhou, where? Sister Yu, your new house. Luo Qingzhou, what are you doing there? The other party did not reply again. When Luo Qingzhou was about to continue asking, there was a strange sound in the courtyard, as if someone jumped in from the wall. He immediately got out of bed and clenched his fists. At this time, he suddenly smelled a familiar smell, was startled, walked to the window and opened it. A tall and slender figure suddenly raised her long legs, lightly turned over the railing and jumped onto the corridor. The two looked at each other. Nandong Meiju had her hair loose and was wearing a thin nightgown. Her full breasts were about to burst out. She frowned slightly and looked at him solemnly and said, "What happened?" Luo Qingzhou saw that she seemed to have just come out of the quilt, and hurriedly said, "Come in and talk." Nandong Meiju just raised her long legs to come in, and suddenly looked inside again, whispering, "Is Wei Ma asleep?" The voice of Miss Qin Er came from inside immediately. "Sister Meijiao, Wei Ma is asleep, come in quickly." Nandong Meiju, "Come in quickly," Luo Qingzhou urged. Nandong Meiju looked at him again, then raised her long legs, gently supported her jade hands on the windowsill, and lightly turned in. Luo Qingzhou closed the window. Nandong Meiju suddenly turned around and looked at him and said, "Why are you closing the window?" Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, "Nothing. Just wind." Nandong Meiju looked at him suspiciously and said, "You didn't deliberately trick me here? You want me to sleep with Wei Mo, and then humph. Pervert." Luo Qingzhou ignored her, turned his back to the inner room, took out the paper man from the storage bag, and whispered, "It was peeping outside the window just now, and I found it. When it was running away, it was stabbed by Zhu'er with a flying knife." Nandong Meijia's face changed suddenly, and said, This a paper man? I heard from my mother that those who practice spiritual cultivation seem to be possessed by paper men. What is it? Who is it? Why did it come to our palace?" Luo Qingzhou's eyes flashed coldly, and he put away the paper man, saying, "It should be for me. I just went to see His Majesty during the day, and it came tonight. How can it be such a coincidence?" Then he immediately said, "Princess, you stay here with Wei Mo. I'm going out for a while." Nandong Meiju frowned and said, "Where are you going?" Luo Qingzhou's eyes revealed a murderous look, and said, I must find out who it is. Since it threatens my family, I will naturally not let him live too long. Although Nandong Meiji was worried, she also knew his character. If it threatens his family, he would dare to kill even the emperor, let alone others. Her eyes were complicated. Her heart was a little sour. And she whispered, then be careful and come back early. Luo Qingzhou nodded, glanced at the inner room again, and whispered, you just need to stay here. Don't worry about anything else. Zhuer is watching outside. Nandong Meiji was slightly startled when she heard this, and said in surprise, is Zhuer so powerful? Luo Qingzhou didn't say much. His figure flashed, and he went directly into the ground and disappeared. Nandong Meiji stood there blankly for a while, then turned and walked into the inner room. Miss Qin Air lifted the quilt and said softly, Sister Meijiao, come in quickly. It's cold outside. Didn't you fall asleep? Woke up again. Just right. I'll help you massage it. There's a reward. Let me taste your little mouth later. Woo. Wait. Mo. There's nothing else dirty in your little mouth. Right? Luo Qingzhou left the Nandong County Prince's mansion, quickly crossed 2 streets, and came to the new mansion he bought during the day. How could Sister Yu be here alone? Also, how did Sister Yu happen to help him kill that person? He secretly guessed that maybe he didn't go to see Sister Yu last night. So Sister Yu took the initiative to find him, and happened to see that person. I wonder if the body of that person is still there. He must find out who sent the other party. Otherwise, living in the inner city, he will have trouble sleeping and eating. He is not afraid of being alone. But there are so many people in the Qin family, his father-in-law and mother-in-law, and Xiao Daiqiu, who often go out and have to run a cloth shop. If the other party wants to kill someone, he will not be able to rescue him in time. So, he must get rid of the other party as soon as possible. The mansion was silent, without lights and no people. He jumped onto the roof and looked around, but did not see Sister Yu. When he was about to take out the message to ask, he suddenly looked at the lake not far away. There was a small attic on the lake. On the 2nd floor railing of the attic, a white figure was standing there, looking at him quietly. Luo Qingzhou looked at her figure, and suddenly a sense of intimacy arose in his heart, and the depression and tension in his heart suddenly dissipated. Although it was only 2 nights since they last met, he inexplicably missed her. He flew over immediately. Chapter 781 Sister Yu, congratulations. You are married again. The night wind was chilly. The snow on the lakeside had not yet completely melted. As Luo Qingzhou flew over the lake, he couldn't help but look down at the lake below. The attic was reflected on the water, but there was no figure on the attic. Sometimes, he had an illusion. She didn't seem to be a real person. She seemed to exist only at night and in his dreams. Every time the sun rose, she would break and disappear like moonlight. The so-called out-of-body experience. Wouldn't it be a dream? He thought about it and landed on the attic. The white figure of the moon actually took the initiative to speak, still in a light tone. Congratulations. You are married again. Luo Qingzhou. Also, the new house is nice. The white figure of the moon said again. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, Sister Yu, do you know everything? The white figure looked at the dark night in the distance, without answering, and the expression on his face could not be seen clearly. The original body of the paper man came from the founding Marquis mansion. Luo Qingzhou's expression was condensed. The founding Marquis mansion? He had a cold light in his eyes, and said, sure enough, it may be related to my entering the palace today. The founding Marquis? I remember that night. He seemed to have drunk with me. The white figure looked at him and said, is it a wedding? Why don't you invite me? Luo Qingzhou. The white figure retracted his gaze and looked into the distance again, saying, Lanling may be. Bring people here. The emperor you killed was a puppet chosen by the Piamu immortal sect. Your queen may be in danger unless she compromises. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, is Lanling the one who threatened you last time? The white figure said lightly, yes. Luo Qingzhou said, didn't they say that they can't interfere in other countries' affairs at will? They can't even come in casually? After a pause, he suddenly said, I know. They can act secretly, drive other forces, and even take advantage of this rebellion. After a silence, he asked again, Sister Yu, is Lanling? What level of cultivation? The moon white figure said, it should have broken through to the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Late stage of the spiritual transformation realm? Luo Qingzhou's heart condensed, and said, I am only in the middle stage of the spiritual division realm. The moon-white figure looked at him and said, your physical cultivation has reached the Grandmaster level. At the same level, the body cultivator will be more powerful. As long as you break through to the Grandmaster level, you will not be afraid of her. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched a few times. Grandmaster. Very soon. With your cultivation talent. The moon-white figure encouraged him tonight and said, with the addition of the elixir, no one can stop her. It will be faster than your cultivation speed. As long as you work hard. And abstain from sex. Luo Qingzhou. The white moon figure looked at him and continued, as long as she doesn't dare to act openly. You have time. In addition to cultivation, you must also take time to learn alchemy, refining, and even formations. I can teach you all these as long as you are willing to learn. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Sister your cultivation should be higher than hers. Right? Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to just speak harsh words, but not take action directly. Right? The white moon figure was silent for a while, and said, I can't fight with her either. Luo Qingzhou was hesitant to speak after hearing this. He hesitated for a moment, but did not ask any more questions. He said softly, It's okay. Sister, you taught me how to practice, and I will do it. The white figure withdrew his gaze, and looked into the distance without saying anything. Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked, By the way, how did Sister know about this place? How did she find the paper man? She is not following and spying on me. Right? The white figure turned her head and looked at him and said, Yes. How is it? Luo Qingzhou, nothing. The white figure stared at him coldly for a while, then withdrew his gaze and said lightly, Go back. Remember to come out to practice tomorrow night. At that time, I will teach you a set of formations. After setting them up in the mansion, those paper men will not be able to come in. After speaking, the figure flashed and flew into the night sky. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Sister, you haven't told me where to practice tomorrow night. The figure in the air suddenly dispersed like moonlight and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, and stood in the attic for a while, then flew down the attic, and went to the moat outside the imperial city. His soul left his body, and entered the bottom of the river. After observing around the bottom of the river, he sent a message to Long Air, telling her to move tomorrow. The water in the moat was deep and wide, enough for Long Air to live in. He might have to practice here in the future. He looked at the houses around him, and suddenly saw a luxuriously decorated attic not far away, with brilliant lights. At the same time, there were several women wearing gauze, and shivering in the cold wind standing on the railing upstairs. Those women were twisting their slender waists, and making seductive movements. The night wind brought their delicate and vague voices. Young master, come in and play, it's warm in this little girl's building. I guarantee that you will be ecstatic and linger. Kyoto is prosperous, and there are brothels in the inner city on almost every street. And the business is very good. It just so happened that it was almost the time of the spring examination. Many candidates who came to Beijing to take the exam and scholars who came to make friends had come since the new year. Although the country was in turmoil, it still couldn't stop the romantic nature of these literati. Anyway, no matter who became the emperor, it would not affect their happiness. Luo Qingzhou took a look and had no interest. After his soul returned to his body, he returned to the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion from underground. Although there were some innocent girls with both talent and beauty in the brothel, they were definitely not comparable to the women around him. He didn't even have the interest to take a look. After all, he was surrounded by stunning beauties, and even some were high and mighty. Who? He had just come out of the underground of the room when a murderous aura suddenly came from the bed. Then, Miss Jean's voice also sounded, and it seemed to be a little shy and flustered. It's Brother Qingzhou, come on. Stop rubbing tie it for me. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly walked to the door and said, You guys are busy. I'm going to sleep at Xioda's place. Miss Jean's second lady hurriedly said, Brother Qingzhou, don't leave. You come here. Sleep here. Luo Qingzhou paused and looked at the inner room. Miss Jean's second lady said again, Come on. Just lie down and talk. After a pause, she said softly, Brother Qingzhou, don't be afraid. Sister Meiju is asleep. Luo Qingzhou, come on. Brother Qingzhou. Miss Jean Air actually started to act like a spoiled child. Luo Qingzhou's bones were almost soft, and he took off his shoes without hesitation and walked over. Miss Jean Air pushed aside the curtain with her bare hands, and said in a soft voice, Brother Qingzhou, come in quickly. It's warm inside. Luo Qingzhou took off his outer clothes and socks, crawled in, closed the curtain, and lay on the outermost. Miss Jean helped him cover the quilt and said softly, I thought Brother Qingzhou would not come back tonight. Luo Qingzhou reached out and touched her, whispering, You thought your husband would not come back. So you got together with the princess? Tell me the truth. What were you doing just now? Miss Jean was chilled by his hand, and she whimpered, blushed and pushed him away, shyly saying, No, nothing. Humph. The belt is untied, and you still say you didn't do anything. Luo Qingzhou pinched her delicate face as a punishment. Miss Jean shrank into his arms shyly, her cheek buried in his chest. After a while, she whispered, Brother Qingzhou, do you want to sleep in the middle? Luo Qingzhou hugged her and said, No. It's almost dawn. Go to bed. We have to get up early to move tomorrow. Miss Jean whispered again, Brother Qingzhou, Sister Meiju smells so good. Go inside and smell it also. Sister Meiju is only wearing a skirt. Not other clothes inside, okay? Stop tempting me. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and said, Tired. But you promised Sister Meijiao that you would sleep tonight. Snoring, Brother Qingzhou snoring him. Weimo is going to be angry. Snoring, hiss Weimo. What are you doing? Brother Qingzhou keeps snoring. Weimo is angry. He is going to sleep on the other side. I will ignore you. Humawu at this moment. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt the message card vibrate. Who could it be at this time? He froze, took it out immediately, and opened the message. It turned out to be from Xiaoya. Good brother. What are you doing? Do you miss your sister? Luo Qingzhou trembled, hesitated for a moment, and replied, I miss you. He quickly said, Princess. What are you doing? Nandong Meiju ignored him, said nothing, and went to sleep on the other side. Xiaoya's message came back. Great. Where is my brother? Sister is here to find you. Luo Qingzhou's face changed. His body trembled a few times, and he hurriedly said, No. I'm practicing. Wait until next time when I have time. Xiaoya, but sister hasn't seen brother for a long time. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and didn't reply. He didn't know how to reply. So many things happened tonight. His mind was blank now, and he didn't want to think about other things. He decided to practice well. He took a deep breath, slowly felt the vitality between heaven and earth, and at the same time, urged the internal force in Dan Hai. Immediately, a stream of energy surged up along the meridians. At first, the energy was very little, slowly rising, and entered an acupoint. Then, it entered another acupoint. Slowly, the energy became more and more. Not long after, there was a boom sound, and a stream of terrible energy suddenly burst out, rushing into one of the acupoints first, and after quickly filling that acupoint, it immediately rushed into another acupoint. This terrifying energy lasted for a long time. The Grandmaster's practice was indeed extraordinary. After an unknown amount of time, he fell asleep with his whole body warm. Chapter 782, Social Death in front of Miss Jean. In the early morning, the sun was shining brightly. When Luo Qingzhou woke up, Miss Jean was the only one beside him. The two looked at each other, and they both seemed to think of the absurd things that happened last night. Miss Jean's cheeks were slightly red, and she pressed her little face against his chest, whispering, Does Brother Qingzhou like it? Luo Qingzhou said seriously, It's just SOSO. Miss Jean laughed and said, imitating mother again, Be careful that mother hears. If Brother Qingzhou doesn't like it, Weimo won't call Sister Meijia next time. Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, Where did you learn it? Miss Jean's cheeks were slightly red, and she said, In books. Chior has a few books. I heard that Brother Qingzhou deliberately threw them to Chior and Xiaodai. Weimo and Sister Meijiao have read them. Who told you that? Luo Qingzhou's face was serious, and he immediately denied it. Slander. Absolutely slander. Miss Jean laughed softly. Even if it's slander, will Brother Qingzhou want it next time? Luo Qingzhou didn't speak. Miss Jean raised her face, looked at him tenderly, and said softly, As long as Brother Qingzhou is willing to go home, Weimo will always be willing to serve Brother Qingzhou as long as Brother Qingzhou likes. Weimo can do anything, even if, with others. Luo Qingzhou felt a pain in his heart, hugged her tightly, and whispered, Silly girl. Miss Jean whispered, Silly girl is not only Weimo, Meiju's sister, Chan, Xiaodai. They are all stupid. Does Brother Qingzhou like stupid people? Yes. How many stupid people do you like? The more the better. Hee hee. Sister is right. Brother Qingzhou is really fickle. How fickle? I am sincere to you all. Bad guy. Bite you. Woo. Learn from the princess again. Woo. After playing on the bed for a while, the two got up. Simply washed up. Song Ryue had been waiting outside for a long time, talking to Nandong Shui under the big tree. Miss Qin had also come out with Bailing and Xia Chan. Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin air out and greeted them all. Nandong Shui said in a somewhat dim voice, Mr. Luo has a beautiful wife and has become a favorite in front of His Majesty. So he ignores me. I want to listen to Mr. Luo's stories and want to talk to him. But I don't have the qualifications. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly bowed and said, Princess Shui, you are too polite. I have been busy these days. When I have time. Today? Nandong Shui suddenly said, it just so happens that they are moving and cleaning the house. Mr. Luo will accompany me to the bookstore. Let's chat. Okay? Song Ryue, who was standing aside, wanted to stop him, but was embarrassed. After all, he had said so much, and his family had been living in his house for the past 2 days, and he took them to see the new house. They just wanted to chat. That was not too much. However, after all, they were alone, and their son-in-law was so outstanding and charming. Moreover, Shui seemed to be different from other girls, and was particularly bold. If something happened, what should they do? She couldn't speak to stop him, so she had to wink at her second daughter. Unexpectedly, Miss Qin pretended not to see it and said softly, Brother Qingzhou, the family doesn't need you anyway. If you have nothing else to do today, accompany Sister Shui to the bookstore. It just so happens that you can also read there. Song Ryue immediately glared at her with a look of disappointment. This girl. How could she let her husband accompany other women? What if this boy fell in love with the princess? She hurriedly said, Wei Mo, you are weak and the family doesn't need you. You and Qingzhou can accompany Shui to the bookstore. It just so happens that the three of you have similar interests and can sit together and talk about poetry and literature. When Miss Qin was hesitating, Nandong Shui immediately came over and pulled her and said with a smile, Wei Mo, of course. We have to go together. Let's go. We will go directly to the bookstore after breakfast. In this way, Song Ryue really didn't know what to say. Seeing the girl's sincere and innocent smile, she suspected that she might be overthinking, and suddenly felt a little ashamed. Nandong Shui looked at Miss Qin standing beside her and invited her, Jianjia, do you want to go with me? There are many books there. You can go and read. No one will disturb you. Before Miss Qin replied, Song Ryue immediately walked over and pulled her and said, Go. Jianjia, you go too. That bookstore was opened by Shui and Weima. And you haven't been there yet. Don't you like reading? There are all kinds of books and music scores there. You can go and have a look. Miss Qin also invited softly, Sister, let's go together. Miss Qin was silent for a while, and Bailing beside her hurriedly said, Miss, you can go with Miss Qin. Chan and I will go to the mansion to clean up the house. Miss Qin nodded slightly, but did not speak. By the way, where is Meiju? Song Ryue suddenly asked. Nandong Shui was also a little surprised. When I passed by there just now, I saw her brushing her teeth. Why hasn't she come yet? Forget about her. Let's go eat first. The group went to the front hall. The maids immediately brought a steaming hot breakfast. Princess Bai Ruoxue also came out. At this time, the maid came to report, the second princess is still sleeping in the room. She said she didn't want to eat and would go out later. Bai Ruoxue smiled and said, that girl likes to sleep in. Don't worry about her. Let's eat. After the Qin family had breakfast, they said goodbye to the princess and left the Southern Kingdom prince's mansion. Qin Wenzheng and his group left first in the carriage. When the carriage drove out, Bailing suddenly poked her head out of the window and said to Luo Qingzhou in a crisp voice, Son-in-law, Chan and I are not here. You must take good care of my lady. No one is allowed to bully her. And you are not allowed to bully her. Do you hear? Song Ryue, who was sitting in the carriage, frowned when she heard the words. Luo Qingzhou replied, Yes, sir. Bai Ling smiled and shrank her head back. After the carriage left, Nandong Shui took a few people to another carriage and went to Ma Xue bookstore. Only Chior came with Miss Qin Air. Luo Qingzhou and Chior sat on one side, and the three sisters sat on the other side. Nandong Shui took Miss Qin Air's hand and asked with concern, Wei Mo, are you feeling unwell? You just ate a few mouthfuls of food. Miss Qin Air said softly, No, I just don't have much appetite this morning. After that, she glanced at the opposite side. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and closed his eyes to rest. Nandong Xue looked at him again and said, Mr. Luo, I have rewritten the ending of the story of the stone. It is more perfect than before. Can you help me take a look later? Luo Qingzhou suddenly had a headache and opened his eyes and said, Princess Xue, I have already written the ending of the story of the stone and will not change it. If Princess Xue thinks that I wrote it badly, you can directly modify it and print it without asking me. Nandong Xue immediately frowned and said, How can that be? The story is written by you. If you don't agree with the ending I wrote, I dare not modify it. Luo Qingzhou had to say, I agree. Everyone has different ideas. Princess Xue can modify it. Nandong Xue wanted to entangle, and Miss Qin Air on the side said, Sister Xue, what ending do you like? The end of the game. What is the ending of Qingzhou? It is not necessarily the popularity you wrote. By the way, Brother Qingzhou told Wei Mo to tell the story of a few children of the rivers and lakes. Wei Mo felt very exciting. Great ink. You will talk to me when you go, and I will write it down immediately. Miss Qin Air laughed. Okay. Xue Book stopped. 2 girls and Xiaoer who guarded the shop, and quickly welcomed several people in Nandong Xue. Luo Qingzhou glanced at Miss Qin, walked to the bookshelf inside, and flipped through the books on it. He searched for a while, and found a few books about medicinal materials. However, the medicinal materials recorded on them were obviously the most common medicinal materials, and there were very few spiritual medicines that could be used to refine pills. Books introducing spiritual medicines were probably only available in stores selling warrior supplies. Luo Qingzhou flipped through it for a while, and suddenly saw a staircase in the corner leading to the 2nd floor. At this time, Kair brought tea and said respectfully, Young Master Luo, do you want some tea now? Luo Qingzhou said, No. Then he looked at the staircase and asked, Are there books upstairs? Kair nodded and said, There are several bookshelves upstairs. The books on them are all selected by the princess herself. They usually sell well. Luo Qingzhou heard this and walked towards the stairs and said, You go and look after Miss Qin. I'll go up and take a look. Kai hurriedly said, Young Master Luo, you are about to take the spring examination, so just read it downstairs. There are many books about the imperial examination downstairs, and some test questions. Up there are some books that are not suitable for you. You won't like them. Luo Qingzhou became more curious when he heard this, and walked directly to the stairs and said, It's okay. I'll just take a look. Kair quickly put down her teacup and followed him, saying, Sir, the books up there are not serious. You'd better not read them. Not serious? Luo Qingzhou was moved when he heard that, and said, Didn't you just say that the books up there are selling well? Other readers can read them. So why can't I? It's okay. Go ahead and do your work. I'll go upstairs and take a look. After that, he went upstairs directly. Miss Qin, who was reading a book in front of the bookshelf downstairs, looked up at him. Kair didn't dare to stop him. After hesitating for a moment, she hurried downstairs and went to the inner room, whispering, Mr. Luo went upstairs. Nandong Xue frowned and said, What's wrong with going upstairs? Kair glanced at Miss Qin Air, a little embarrassed, and said, Upstairs are all the books you bought. I'm afraid of Mr. Luo. Nandong Xue sneered and said, What's wrong with that kind of book? It's human nature for men and women to love. Literati love to read. So what if Mr. Luo reads it? You go and do your work. Don't worry about him. Kaya blushed and retreated. Miss Qin Air asked curiously, Sister Xue, what kind of books? Can Wei-Mo read them? Nandong Xue smiled and said, This is your bookstore. Of course you can read them. And you are already married. What are you afraid of? Just read them. But you are not allowed to go today. You must finish telling me the story of the Condor heroes. Miss Qin Air was about to speak. Kair suddenly came in again and said anxiously, Miss, it's bad. Miss Qin followed. Nandong Xue. Miss Qin Air. Kair said anxiously, I just tried to persuade her. But Miss Qin ignored me. Maid, just go upstairs, I dare not stop you. Nandong Xue stood up quickly and said seriously, Others can see it. But Jianjia can't. Jianjia has never been exposed to those things before. If she suddenly sees it today, she will probably be shocked. Miss Qin Air suddenly said softly, Sister Xue, it's okay. Let me go. I don't necessarily go upstairs to read books. Nandong Xue was stunned when she heard it, and said, Why not read books? Miss Jean Eyre smiled and said, maybe she thinks the sun on the second floor is good. So she goes to the window to bask in the sun. Or maybe she feels it is quieter up there. So she goes there to be in a daze for a while. Anyway, don't worry about her. Let's continue telling stories. Nandong Shui still hesitated. Wei Mo. Are you really not going to care? Those books are not only written boldly, but also have many illustrations, which are very bold and realistic. I am afraid that Jinjia. Miss Jean Eyre said calmly, it's okay. Sister Shui. I am not a child anymore. And I will always have contact in the future. Nandong Shui looked at her, hesitant to speak. Hesitated for a while, but couldn't help but whispered, Wei Mo. Did Jinjia have any contact with your Qing? Show that one? Miss Jean smiled and said, no. Nandong Shui said. Then in the bridal chamber, a maid was asked to take over. Right. Which maid? Bailing? Miss Jean smiled and said, Sister Shui, if you don't want to listen to the story, Wei Mo will go out to read. It just so happens that Wei Mo also wants to go to the second floor to read those books. Nandong Shui then remembered the business and sat down and said, I want to listen. I want to listen. Continue. You can read the books above at any time. When you leave at night, you can go upstairs to pick a few to take back and read. And you can also read them with your brother Qingzhou. Miss Jean Eyre smiled and continued to tell the story. At the same time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly found something good on a bookshelf on the second floor, which turned out to be Jade Foot Illustrations 5. Moreover, the illustrations on the 5th volume have become more delicate and realistic. At the same time, some illustrations even have beautiful legs that match the jade feet perfectly. He looked around and saw that the maid had not caught up. So he slowly admired it. He was reading it with ecstasy, flipping through it and stroking it, when he suddenly found something wrong. He turned his head and saw that there was a person next to him who was staring at the book in his hand. This shock was really extraordinary. He almost jumped up from where he was and almost threw the book in his hand, just as he was trembling with fear. Miss Jean next to him suddenly said, turn the page. Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 783, Reward Tickets. Miss Jean's Rumors. Room downstairs. When Nandong Shui was listening with great interest, Kai rushed in again. Nandong Shui frowned and was a little angry. What's the matter again? Kai hurriedly reported. Mr. Luo just came down from upstairs in a hurry. His face was red, and he said he was going out to buy some things. And then he left in a hurry. Blushing? Left? Nandong Shui was stunned when he heard this, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Kai whispered, Mr. Luo must have never read that kind of book. So he is shy. Nandong Shui suddenly asked, how long has he been up there? Kai thought for a moment and said, about a cup of tea. Nandong Shui couldn't help but smile, looked at Miss Jean Eyre and said, Wei Mo, your husband must have been reading it with great interest when he found that Jinjia had also gone up there. So he blushed and fled in panic. After all, it is really uncomfortable for a man and a woman to read such books up there. Miss Jean Eyre asked softly, Kai, is my sister still up there? Kai hurriedly went out to take a look, and came in and whispered, Miss Jean just came down. I wonder if she has read those books. Miss Jean Eyre pondered for a moment, stood up and said, Sister Shui, wait for me here for a while. I'll go out to see my sister. Nandong Shui nodded and said, Okay, go ahead. I just want to write down the story you just told. Miss Jean Eyre left the room. At this time, Miss Jean, wearing a snow-white dress, was standing alone at the bookshelf in the corner of the first floor, flipping through a book. When Miss Jean came closer, she saw the name of the book, Liang Shanhua and Zhuing Tai. Miss Jean's heart moved slightly, and she walked closer and whispered, Sister, wasn't Brother Qingzhou reading a book just now? Why did he leave suddenly? Did you see him upstairs? Miss Jean did not answer, paused, picked up a book from the bookshelf, and handed it to her. Miss Jean's face was full of doubts, took it in her hand, looked at the cover, and her face froze. Jade Foot Illustration 5. Sister, he was reading this book just now? Miss Jean's face was full of embarrassment, as if she had just peeked at the book. Miss Jean looked at him and said lightly, he touched it. Miss Jean. After Luo Qingzhou escaped from the bookstore, he wandered around the street for a while. After calming down, he entered a store selling warrior supplies. This kind of shop is the same as the one in Maching, with all kinds of books on the first floor. Warriors practice martial arts, so they naturally have to read and learn to read. The second floor is where some real warrior supplies are. When Luo Qingzhou first found the illustration of the jade foot, he found it in a shop selling warrior supplies. It's strange that the shop is so dirty that it actually sells such shameless books. Otherwise, he wouldn't be lured into it and cause such a social death today. Miss Qin had a bad impression of him to begin with, and now she is afraid that she will despise him even more. She thought he was just a playboy at the beginning, but now she probably thinks he is a pervert. "Oh, sir, what kind of books do you want to read?" At this time, a waiter followed enthusiastically. Luo Qingzhou looked at the books on the bookshelf, thinking about the embarrassment just now, and subconsciously said, "Jade foot insertion." He immediately reacted, "Medicinal materials? Are there any books introducing various medicinal materials?" The waiter hurriedly smiled and said, "Yes. Yes. In the second row of bookshelves over there. You can go and have a look yourself." When Luo Qingzhou was about to go over, the waiter immediately approached him and whispered, "Sir, the jade foot illustrations have been published to the 5th. Our store has a full set, all hardcover editions, and the illustrations inside are extremely realistic. If you buy 5 books at once, you can also get a free coupon for the foot appreciation. On the 5th, 15th, and 25th of each month, you can go to Yuxiangla for free foot appreciation. On other days, you can also use this volume to enter Yuchunlu. Enjoy half-price discount." Luo Qingzhou, the waiter whispered with a lewd look on his face. "Playing music and singing are all half-price. No matter what kind of style you like, you can get it there." It is said that Yuxianglu has recently bought several new exotic women with blonde hair and blue eyes and very white skin. The guests who go there are full of praise. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched a few times, and he couldn't help asking, "Are you a waiter in a store or a brothel, madam?" The waiter smiled and said, "To be honest, sir, if you recommend a customer, I will give money. If you don't like it, just pretend that I didn't say anything." Luo Qingzhou ignored him and went to the bookshelf in front. The waiter smiled, didn't care, and went to greet other guests. Luo Qingzhou soon saw books introducing medicinal materials on the bookshelf, and 2 books specifically introducing rare spiritual medicines. He immediately opened them, looked at them carefully page by page, and remembered them all in his mind. After finishing reading the 2 books about spiritual medicine, he only took a book about common medicinal materials and prepared to pay. He was now Luo Qingzhou, and he had to be alert to the exposure of his other identity at any time. When he took the book and came to the counter to pay, he suddenly found a stack of books on the counter. On the cover of the top book, there was a pair of beautifully curved jade feet of a girl, and a few big words were neatly written next to it, "Jade Foot Illustration 5 Hardcover Edition." There seemed to be exactly 5 books in total. The waiter who had just received him glanced at him at the bookshelf not far away, and continued to sort the books on the bookshelf. The shopkeeper who collected the money took a look at the book in his hand and said with a smile, "Sir, are you only buying one? There are 5 books here. There are discounts today. Why don't you take them all back? If you don't read them yourself, you can give them to friends." As he said, he pushed the 5 jade foot illustrations on the table. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved. "Friends?" He put the books in his hand on the table, picked up a book with jade feet illustrations, flipped through a few pages, and nodded calmly. "It just so happens that Brother Feiyong's big day is in 2 days, and I'm worried about what to give him. Well, take these 5 books. Pack them for me. Don't let them show and get dirty." The shopkeeper immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, young master. I will definitely pack them for you. It's written on the outside that it's a book for preparing for the imperial examination, and no one can tell." After saying that, he immediately picked up the packaging paper and began to wrap it carefully. After paying the money, Luo Qingzhou was ready to leave. Who knew that just as he walked to the door of the store, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind him. "Mr. Luo?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and turned his head to look. A girl in a light green dress came out with a look of surprise on her face, holding a book in her hand, and said excitedly, "It's Mr. Luo. I thought I saw it wrong." Then he said excitedly, "Mr. Luo, do you still remember Qin Wan?" Luo Qingzhou certainly remembered her. When he was in the Qin mansion in Maching, this girl brought Miss Qin air to him in the middle of the night to ask for poems, and he was forced to write 2 poems about plum blossoms for her. It is said that this girl is a relative of the Wang family. She originally lived in Kyoto and left before the Wang family got into trouble. It seems that the Wang family's original incident did not affect her. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "It's Miss Su. It's been a long time. Su Qingwan smiled and said, It's been a long time. Mr. Luo, where is Wei Mo? Is he feeling better? Luo Qingzhou said. Much better. Su Qingwan said. That's good. Where do you live? I'll go see Wei Mo when I have time. The two of them were chatting at the door of the store, which was a bit uncomfortable. Su Qingwan hurriedly said, Mr. Luo, let's go out and talk while walking. Where are you going? Mr. Luo? If you have nothing to do, can you accompany me to have a few drinks? I just have something to say to Mr. Luo. Luo Qingzhou left the store and did not answer her. He said, I have something else to do today, so I won't go. Su Qingwan glanced around and whispered, Mr. Luo, Qingwan has heard some news recently about the Qin family and the rumors about Miss Qin. Qingwan just wants to tell Mr. Luo. Luo Qingzhou frowned when he heard it and asked her about Miss Qin? Su Qingwan nodded and whispered, Mr. Luo, there are many people on the road. Let's go to the restaurant in front to talk. Luo Qingzhou stared at her eyes for a few times and nodded. Okay. Su Qingwan hurriedly led the way in front, and suddenly glanced at the books in his hand, and smiled softly. What books did Mr. Luo buy? Are they all about imperial examinations? Luo Qingzhou said, Yes. Su Qingwan smiled. With Mr. Luo's talent, he will definitely pass the spring examination this time. Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. Su Qingwan took him across the street and came to a restaurant, saying, Mr. Luo, the wine here is very fragrant. You must taste it later. As soon as the two entered the door, a waiter came up to greet them. Su Qingwan said, Let's go to the private room upstairs and bring up your signature dishes and good wine. The waiter quickly agreed, picked up the teapot, walked in front, and took the two upstairs. The two followed the waiter into the second private room. Please wait for a moment, guests, and have some tea first. The food and wine will be here soon. The waiter bowed and said, then immediately retreated and closed the door for the two. Su Qingwan said, Mr. Luo, please sit down. As she spoke, she picked up the teapot and poured him a cup of tea. She looked at him with a complicated expression and said softly, Since meeting Mr. Luo in Qin's house that night, Qingwan has never forgotten him. After returning to Kyoto, she often asked about Mr. Luo's news. At this point, she smiled reservedly and said, Qingwan knew that Mr. Luo was a married man, so she didn't think much about it. Qingwan was very happy to see Mr. Luo again today. Unfortunately, she picked up the teacup and said, Mister, please drink tea. Qingwan will offer you a cup first. Luo Qingzhou stared at her eyes, paused, took the teacup, and said, Let's talk about business. Su Qingwan looked at him again, picked up the tea, drank it all, and said, It's not only about Miss Qin, but also about the Qin family and Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo is the son-in-law of the Qin family, but he is so favored in the Qin family. He can also participate in the imperial examination and show up at will. The Qin family loves Mr. Luo very much. Everyone says that Mr. Luo has served all the women in the Qin mansion with his ability, including Aunt Song. After saying that, she looked at the expression on the boy's face and was surprised to find that his expression was still as calm as before, as if the words just now had no effect on him. Su Qingwan was slightly startled, and then said, Mr. Luo, everyone also said that it was Aunt Song who first fell in love with you, so she let you marry into the family, and then stayed with her two daughters every night, and let you serve. Everyone also said that Miss Qin was sold to. Which family? Luo Qingzhou suddenly interrupted her. Su Qingwan stared at his face and said, People from Maching and Jingdu. Tell me clearly, who is it? Luo Qingzhou asked again. When Su Qingwan was about to speak, he suddenly said, Forget it. Don't say it. Although it's fake, I don't want to hear it. After speaking, he was ready to leave. Su Qingwan suddenly said, Mr. Luo? Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her. Su Qingwan suddenly took a few steps back, lowered her head slightly, and said softly, I'm sorry. Qingwan was also forced. Don't blame Qingwan. After speaking, 3 figures suddenly flashed out of the inner room. One of the figures was extremely fast, and instantly rushed to the door and blocked it there. The room suddenly became dead silent. Su Qingwan looked at the young man at the door and found that his face was still as calm as before. She didn't know whether he was scared or didn't know what happened until now. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. A scholar is still a scholar after all. No matter how talented he is just a weakling regarded as an ant by a warrior and can be slaughtered by others. She suddenly whispered again, Mr. Luo, don't be afraid. They just want to use your body. If you cooperate, maybe nothing will happen. At this time, a hoarse and sinister laugh suddenly came from above. Young man, give your body to me for a few days. When I finish my work, I will. Before he could finish his words, his throat was suddenly pinched by an invisible hand. He suddenly widened his eyes, opened his mouth, and was terrified. However, what happened in the air could not be seen by the people on the ground. They were just wondering why this old man was suddenly stopped talking halfway through his words. The warrior standing at the door was the first to react. But before he could make any move, the young man he stopped suddenly reached out and grabbed his neck. He clearly saw the hand reaching out, but he couldn't avoid it. He was horrified and opened his mouth in panic, wanting to cry for help. But the hand suddenly exerted force, and with a crack, it crushed his neck. He widened his eyes, tilted his head, and fell softly to the ground. Go! The other two warriors in the room finally reacted, and were shocked and horrified. They turned around and were about to jump out of the back window. Who knew that as soon as they jumped up, the boys' two hands suddenly grabbed their necks like a ghost. Bang! Before they could react, their heads suddenly collided heavily. Snap! A crisp sound, like the sound of two watermelons suddenly breaking. The two men's eyes went dark, and their heads exploded instantly. Blood and brains splattered everywhere. Then, the headless bodies of the two men fell softly to the ground. Since then, the three warriors who had just appeared in the room didn't even have time to say a word, and didn't even have time to fight a move. And they were killed instantly. The whole process was almost in the blink of an eye. Su Qingwan, who was standing in front of the table, was frightened by this horrible scene and her eyes widened. Her face was pale, her mind was blank, and her whole body was shaking like a sieve. A stream of liquid slowly flowed down her skirt and trembling legs, dripping onto the floor. Swish! At this time, a flying sword suddenly flew into the inner room and directly split the body of the soul sitting in the corner into two halves. At this time, the soul that was strangled by the neck in midair suddenly shook all over, and a sharp pain came from his head. He opened his mouth wide, trembling all over, but couldn't make any sound, because at this moment, a wisp of Luo Qingzhou's soul was strangling his neck. Chapter 784 Bastard? Son-in-law? Scholar? Powerful warrior? The room was silent. Not long after, the waiter came upstairs with wine and food, and whispered outside the door, Guest, the wine and food are here. Can I go in? A man and a woman came to the restaurant alone and asked for a private room. In this case, he certainly didn't dare to go in and disturb them casually. After a while, the voice of the young man came from the room, Come in. The waiter then opened the door and walked in with his head down. He took a quick glance, hurried over to put the wine and food on the table, then turned around and left in a hurry, closing the door for them. At the moment the door was closed, he couldn't help but peek through the crack of the door. The man and woman were sitting at the table. The woman lowered her head, her legs together, her body trembling slightly, and her skirt seemed to be wet. And the young man was sitting next to her, with one hand on her body. What a lavish affair, the waiter muttered to himself, his face full of envy. The woman looked like a lady from a wealthy family, with fair skin, good figure, good temperament, and good looks. It was just that I didn't expect that she would do that with her lover in broad daylight, alas. The world is going downhill. In the room, the two sat at the table, still silent. After the waiter's footsteps went downstairs, Luo Qingzhou got up, entered the room, took out the corpse powder, and dealt with the last corpse. As for the soul just now, he killed it directly because he didn't ask anything. The other corpses, including the soul, have been dealt with. The whole process was naturally seen by Su Qingwan. So even if no one was watching her at this moment, she was still sitting at the table, trembling, and had no strength to get up and run away. Of course, she also knew that she couldn't escape. Until now, her mind was still blank. She could never have imagined that this scholar, who looked gentle and refined, was actually a powerful warrior. He was obviously a son of a humble family, and a son-in-law. How could he suddenly become a warrior? In her and all the people in Maching. He was a talented scholar, and he also passed the imperial examination and ranked first in Maching. Only if he studied hard and devoted himself to it could he achieve such results. Then, how could he have the time and energy to practice martial arts? And where did he get the resources and opportunities? Also, since he was so powerful, why was he willing to be a son-in-law who was looked down upon in the Qin family. Any person with backbone and strength would not bear this shameful identity. Right? So until this moment, she still couldn't figure it out, and still couldn't believe what she saw. The smell of blood in the room was replaced by a faint fragrance of flowers. The bodies of the 4 warriors were quickly dealt with cleanly, without even a trace left. When the scary figure came to the table and sat down, Su Qingwan trembled even more violently, and drops of liquid slid down the floor under her feet. "Don't be afraid," the young man beside her said in a calm and gentle tone. "I will only ask you a few questions, and after that, you can leave." Su Qingwan cried and said, "Luo, Mr. Luo." "They force me," Luo Qizhou asked. "Who are they?" Su Qingwan sobbed. "Just now those 4 people that young Master Luo killed," Luo Qingzhou said. "Do you know their names?" Su Qingwan cried and shook her head. Luo Qingzhou said again, "Where did they come from? Who sent them? Or, did they mention anyone? Raise your head and look into my eyes and answer." Su Qingwan trembled, slowly raised her head, and cried, "I don't know." Luo Qingzhou looked into her eyes and said, "What are they going to do with my body?" Su Qingwan trembled and said, "I really don't know." Luo Qingzhou looked at her calmly, his tone still gentle. "Then what do you know?" Su Qingwan's face was pale, and her face was full of tears, and she said, "I don't know them. I was also forced woo-woo." Luo Qingzhou stared at her eyes for a while and said, "Okay, stop crying. Wipe your tears." Su Qingwan cried and begged, "Young Master Luo, I don't want to die." Luo Qingzhou looked at her. She said with tears in her eyes, "I didn't say I was going to kill you. Just swear not to tell anyone what happened today. Also, I'll be there whatever you call me." Su Qingwan wiped her tears immediately and raised her hand to swear. Su Qingwan, swear that I will never reveal a single word of what happened today if I break my oath. I will be struck by lightning and I will not die well." Then she trembled and said, "From now on Qingwan will belong to Mr. Luo as long as Mr. Luo has an order. Qingwan will do it even if she has to work like a cow or a horse." Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while, and suddenly said, "Take off your clothes." "Take them off." Su Qingwan trembled all over and looked at him with tears on her face. After hesitating for only a moment, she immediately trembled and untied the belt around her waist. Then, she stood up tremblingly, and took off all her clothes. Only a thin undergarment was left on her body. She lowered her head, bit her lip, and with tears in her eyes, she untied the thin rope on her back and took them all off. Luo Qingzhou stared at her body, then looked at the dress on the ground, and said, "What's in the purse?" Su Qingwan was stunned for a moment, squatted down tremblingly, took out the purse from her skirt, opened it tremblingly, and said, "Silver." Luo Qingzhou looked at the gold hairpin and pearl flowers on her hair again, reached out and took them off, and crushed them all with a light squeeze. "Put on your clothes." He stood up, walked to the window, pulled the curtains open, and gently pushed the window open. The midday sun shone in. The hawkers' shouts on the street outside were clear and audible. Su Qingwan put on her dress tremblingly. After putting it on, tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at him anxiously, bit her lip, and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Luo, Mr. Luo? Qingwan is still a virgin, Mr. Luo. If you need, tonight." Luo Qingzhou suddenly turned around and looked at her and said, "Wait for me here tonight." "Is there a problem?" Su Qingwan's face was pale, and she said in a trembling voice, Mr. Here, can we change to another room?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Okay, then let's go to the next room." Su Qingwan lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, "Wipe your tears and let's go." Luo Qingzhou walked to the door, opened it, and said, "Also, remember to pay the bill later." Su Qingwan froze for a moment, wiped her tears with her sleeve, lowered her head, and followed him out of the room. The two went downstairs. The waiter immediately came up to greet them warmly, stole a glance at the woman in front of him, and said with a smile on his face, "My 2 guests, do you like our wine and food?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Not bad." Su Qingwan pretended to be calm, lowered her head, and went to the counter, took out the money to pay the bill. After Luo Qingzhou took her out, the waiter reluctantly withdrew his gaze, approached the counter with a lewd smile, and whispered, "Boss, did you see it? I didn't lie. Did I?" The woman skirted, "TSK. That guy looks like a scholar. Not simple. He made the woman cry. Shut up. Don't you want your tongue? The shopkeeper's face suddenly darkened. And he scolded, Go to work. The waiter smiled and turned away. The shopkeeper's eyes then looked outside the door again, muttering, That guy is really stingy. He even asked the woman to pay for the meal. I'm afraid he is another gigolo kept by a rich lady. TSK. I'm so envious. The midday sun was particularly dazzling. After Luo Qingzhou took Su Qingwan out of the restaurant, he said to her, Go back. Remember to come tonight. Su Qingwan heard this, as if she had been pardoned, and hurriedly said, Don't worry. Sir, Qingwan will definitely come early tonight to wait for you. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else and left quickly. Su Qingwan stood there staring at him blankly until his back disappeared on the street in the distance, then turned around and walked in another direction. She crossed an alley and entered a shop. After coming out, she looked around and walked on the street with a lost face. It took about half an hour. She turned into an alley, crossed the alley, walked on the street for a while, and suddenly entered a shop. After staying in the shop for a long time, she came out and returned to the previous alley. She entered the alley and suddenly stood against the corner of the wall, looking at the alley entrance. After waiting for a long time, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She suddenly quickened her pace and walked to the innermost part of the alley. Soon, she stopped in front of a back door, looked around for a while, and then raised her hand to knock on the wooden door. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. The knocking rhythm was long and short. After a while, a woman's vigilant voice came from the door. Who? Su Qingwan looked around again and whispered, Sister Tian. It's me, Su Qingwan. I have something very important to report. Squeak. The wooden door suddenly opened. Then, a woman with heavy makeup poked her head out, looked at her first, then looked in the direction of the alley, and immediately said, Come in. Su Qingwan immediately sideways and slipped in. Squeak. The wooden door closed. The woman with heavy makeup immediately said solemnly, Tell me. What's the important thing? Leave immediately after speaking. Master Sun is still waiting for me to serve. Su Qingwan's face turned pale, and she whispered tremblingly, The son-in-law of the Qin family. Is. What? Say it quickly. The heavily made-up woman suddenly became impatient. But at this moment, Su Qingwan suddenly froze, opened her eyes wide, and looked behind her in horror. The heavily made-up woman's heart skipped a beat, turned around abruptly, and punched. But as soon as her fist was swung out, her head suddenly tilted and fell directly from her neck. Zizi. A flash of lightning flashed in her severed neck. Su Qingwan opened her mouth wide, and just as she was about to scream, a fist suddenly enlarged her pupils. Bang! Her head suddenly exploded and turned into a puff of blood mist. The headless corpse stood there for a few seconds before falling stiffly to the ground with a pop. Who? 2 men suddenly rushed out of the house, but only saw 2 headless bodies lying on the ground. The 2 headless bodies were now spurting blood. Luo Qingzhou's soul left the alley and looked at the tall and luxuriously decorated attic next to it. At the railings on the 2nd and 3rd floors, a group of women in gauze were standing there, posing and calling out to the passers-by downstairs. On the golden plaque, a few large characters were written in a flamboyant style. Yuchen Tower. Yuchen Tower? Appreciation Club? Chapter 785. The Shura Field of Qin Mansion. In the evening, Luo Qingzhou dawdled on the street outside for a long time, but finally went back to Moshue bookstore. In the bookstore, Miss Qin was sitting alone in front of the window, reading a book quietly. The setting sun shone through the window lattice, covering her with a layer of golden light. Beautiful and illusory, Kaya greeted him warmly when she saw him coming back, but she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes, and whispered, Mr. Luo, Princess Meiju is here too. In the inner room, Luo Qingzhou nodded, didn't dare to talk to Miss Qin, and slipped into the inner room directly. In the room, Nandong Xue was holding a pen and writing. Miss Qin sat aside, reading softly while helping her check. Chior stood aside and quietly ground the ink. On the soft couch in the corner, Nandong Meiji was lying there in a lavender dress, flipping through a book in boredom. Her lazy posture, undulating curves, and tightly clasped slender legs all showed off her beautiful and charming figure. Sir, you're back, Chior greeted him. Luo Qingzhou nodded, walked to the table, and looked at the words written by Nandong Xue. Nandong Xue wrote another one, then put down the pen, turned around and looked at him excitedly, saying, Mr. Luo, Wei Mo's story today is very exciting. It will definitely sell well after it is printed. but she forgot some details. Can you tell it to me again tonight? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly said, I still have to study tonight. Nandong Xue smiled, don't worry. I won't delay your study time. Wait until you go back to your room to sleep. And tell it to me again. Luo Qingzhou. Nandong Meiju suddenly got up from the couch and scolded with a cold face, Xue. What are you going to do? Nandong Xue glanced at her and said, nothing. I'm going to sleep with Wei Mo tonight. Didn't you sleep with Wei Mo last night? Don't think I don't know. The three people in the room froze for a moment. Nandong Meijiao's face darkened and said, if you make trouble again, I will send you home now. Nandong Xue immediately hugged Wei Mo's arm and begged, Wei Mo, I can sleep on the couch. I just want to listen to stories for an hour. I won't disturb you and your husband's sleep. Don't even think about it. Come home with me. Nandong Meiju walked over directly, broke her hands apart, and forcibly took her away. Nandong Xue grabbed Luo Qingzhou's sleeve again and cried pitifully, Mr. Luo, save me. Take care of this big-breasted fierce woman. Nandong Meijia was so angry that she wanted to grab her mouth. She took the opportunity to attack her chest. When the two sisters were arguing, Aunt Mu's voice suddenly came from outside, Miss, the prince and the princess have gone to the Qin mansion and asked you to go there quickly. The Qin family is moving to a new house today, and they are preparing a dinner. When Nandong Xue heard this, she immediately said proudly, did you hear that? Father and mother asked us to go together. Nandong Meijia glared at her, then let go of her hand, and still warned with a cold face, go home after dinner. Don't think about staying there. Nandong Xue snorted, then you should go home after dinner too. Anyway, I'll go home with you. And I won't go home if you don't go home. Nandong Meiju ignored her, and walked out of the room with a cold face. Wei Mo. Let's go. Nandong Xue hurriedly took Miss Qin's arm affectionately. The group left the room. Outside the house, Miss Qin had put down her books, and was standing in front of the window in a daze. The pure white dress, and the breathtakingly beautiful profile were breathtaking in the sun. Even the two maids in the store, Kair and Chiao, couldn't help but look at her at this time. Nandong Xue took a look and couldn't help but whispered, Wei Mo. It's a pity that I'm not a man. Otherwise I would definitely find a way to marry Jinjia. Even if I put her at home every day, I would be happy. Miss Qin smiled, glanced at someone, and didn't speak. Xiao hurriedly shouted, Miss, go home. The carriage was waiting at the door of the store. The group got on the carriage, because Miss Qin was there. Nandong Xue didn't speak casually anymore. The carriage carrying several people soon arrived at the Qin mansion. Firecrackers had been set up in front of the Qin residence, and Qin Urge and housekeeper Zhou were hanging lanterns. After getting off the carriage, the few people greeted Qin Urge and prepared to enter the residence. Qin Urge suddenly said, Qin Zhou, come here. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou immediately walked over and said, second brother, is there anything wrong? Qin Urge jumped down from the chair, pulled him and whispered, I heard that the Tai King's army and the coalition of the 7 princes are about to attack. His Majesty will definitely send troops to attack. Can you tell His Majesty to let my second brother join the army? Don't worry. My second brother doesn't need any official position. Just being a soldier is enough. Then he said with a bitter face, my second brother is practicing martial arts. It's too useless to stay at home all day. If he goes to war, he can hone his skills. Qingzhou, help me. If my second brother goes, he will definitely not embarrass you. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a while and said, second brother, I'd better ask my father-in-law and mother-in-law about this matter first, and then give you an answer. How about it? My eldest brother has passed away. If he gets into trouble again, my father-in-law and mother-in-law may really not be able to bear it. Qin Chuan immediately said, Dad has agreed to this matter, and it was Dad who proposed it. Luo Qingzhou said, what about mother-in-law? Qin Chuan paused for a moment and said, Mother Qingzhou, don't worry about her. As long as Dad agrees, it's okay. Mother always listens to Dad. Just go and ask for me. At this time, Miss Qin came over and said, second brother, Wei Mo will talk to Mother later. Only if Mother agrees. Brother Qingzhou will dare to tell His Majesty. Mother is so fierce. Don't embarrass Brother Qingzhou. Hearing this, Qin Chuan sighed and said, okay, Wei Mo. Then you go and tell Mother. Second brother is a warrior, and it is his duty to defend the country. If Kyoto is conquered by those rebels, our family may be destroyed. Miss Qin didn't say anything else and pulled Luo Qingzhou away. The group entered the mansion. Prince Nandong Yufeng and Princess Bai Ruoshui were sitting in the hall drinking tea. Qin Wenzheng and his wife were talking to each other. Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin Air to pay her respects. And after talking for a while, they left. The couple returned to their own courtyard and visited everywhere. And they were very satisfied. Miss Qin Air said again, "Brother Qingzhou, let's go to my sister's place to have a look." Luo Qingzhou was placing books in front of the bookshelf. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, "You go." "I won't go." Miss Qin Air smiled, walked behind him, and suddenly took out a book from her body, handed it to him, and said, "Brother Qingzhou, look, my sister bought it for you." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this. Just as he was about to reach out to take it, he suddenly saw the jade foot illustration and the title on the cover, and suddenly froze. Miss Qin Air smiled playfully. "Does Brother Qingzhou like it?" "My sister said that Brother Qingzhou likes it very much. He also touched it while reading." Luo Qingzhou. Miss Qin Air put the book on the table and smiled. Then Brother Qingzhou, read it slowly. Weimo will not disturb you. Weimo will go to see my sister's house. After that, she smiled and left the room. Chior and Zhuer followed him out. Xiao Dai walked into the room with clothes in her hands and asked in a strange way, "Sir, why is your face red?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at the illustration of jade feet on the table, ignored her, and continued to arrange the books. Xiao Dai walked to the table and looked at the book on the table. She was stunned for a moment, reached out and opened it. After reading a few pages, she laughed and said crisply, "Sir, has the second lady discovered it?" She knew her own master's hobbies best. Her feet were touched by the master many times. "Sir, there are so many beautiful feet at home. Do you still need to secretly buy this kind of book to read?" Sister Chior's, Sister Zhuer's, Second Mrs., and Sister Xia Chan's are all very beautiful. If you want to read all. Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly picked her up and put her on the table, saying, "Little girl, you talk so much. Do you want me to block your little mouth?" Xiao Dai was not afraid of him at all. She put down her clothes, hugged him, and said with a smile, "Okay? Okay. Sir, I haven't kissed you for a long time." Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt guilty when he heard this. He had indeed neglected this little girl who used to depend on each other recently. "Sir, I want to kiss." Xiao Dai raised her little face and looked at him with watery eyes. Luo Qingzhou's heart softened, and he lowered his head and kissed her little mouth. This little girl was petite, sitting on the table. She just reached his chest. After kissing for a while, he couldn't help himself. The two kissed for a long time before letting go. "Young master." The little girl blushed and suddenly slipped away. When Luo Qingzhou was about to speak, he suddenly looked at the door of the courtyard. Nandong Meiju came in from the door and looked at him. After hesitating for a moment, she came over and said coldly, "Where is Wei Mo?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Next door, at the eldest lady's place." Nandong Meiju looked into the room and said, "Are you alone in the room?" Xiao Dai hid under the table, unable to speak, and dared not speak. Luo Qingzhou's body was stiff, and he said, "Yes, I'm arranging books." Then he said, "Princess, can you come in and help me?" Nandong Meiju hesitated for a moment and snorted coldly. "Wei Mo is not here, and we are alone. Why should I go in? If someone sees me and tells my aunt, I won't be able to explain it." Luo Qingzhou smiled awkwardly and said, "That's right. Then princess, go find Wei Mo." Nandong Meiju glanced at his face suspiciously and said, "Why do I feel that something is wrong with you? You are hiding in the room alone. You are not peeking at some obscene books, right?" "No, how could it be?" Luo Qingzhou's face panicked, and he immediately covered the books on the table with his hands. Nandong Meiju's eyes flashed, and suddenly he reached out from the window, snatched it, and looked down at the cover. Luo Qingzhou's whole body tensed up, and his hands clenched the edge of the table. "Humph. Obscene. No wonder you are so nervous." Nandong Meiju only took a look at the cover, and knew what book it was. She looked at him with contempt and threw the book back on the table. Luo Qingzhou looked ugly, lowered his head, and dared not say a word. "It's time to eat," Nandong Meiju said coldly, and turned to leave. Luo Qingzhou watched her slender back leave the courtyard, trembled a few times, and then breathed a long sigh of relief. He thought about it, and put the books on the table into the storage ring. Mother-in-law often comes to talk to the second young lady. If she sees it, it will be a real social failure. Xiao Dai. Let's go. It's time to eat. He tidied up the desk again, put away the sun and moon mirror, and left the room. Xiao Dai said in the room, I won't go, I'm so full. At this time, Mayor suddenly rushed in from the door and said anxiously, Aunt, uncle, go to the hall. His Majesty is coming. Luo Qingzhou was startled and stunned. He immediately went back to the room, changed his clothes, and then hurried out. Second Miss Qin also came out from the next door. Mayor hurriedly said, Second Miss, His Majesty is coming. Madam asked you to go over quickly. And the eldest lady. Madam asked the eldest lady to go over too. Second Miss Qin frowned and said, Sister. At this time, Bailing suddenly came out from the door and said crisply, Second Miss, my young lady is going too. Chapter 786 Qin Mansion. The Queen's Troubles. The son-in-law's audacity. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn. Nandong Huiyue, wearing a fiery red dress, was sitting on a chair and talking to the prince of the southern kingdom. Others all stood aside, not daring to say a word. What made them even more uneasy was that the queen, who was visiting incognito, was talking about national affairs at this time. The enfeoffment order is really vicious. I have already ordered it to be abolished. I have already demoted the officials who proposed the enfeoffment order. Uncle, don't worry too much. If other uncles ask, just tell them the truth. I have no ill will towards them, and I will not use such despicable methods to rob their land. The rebellion of the King of Thailand and others has nothing to do with them. As long as they abide by their duties in their respective fiefdoms, I will never pursue them after I put down the rebellion. If someone is willing to help me put down the rebellion, it will be better. At that time, I will never be stingy with the land of the King of Thailand and the 7 rebels. Also, Uncle, just tell them that from today on, they can take the land of the King of Thailand and the 7 rebels at will. Whoever can take it. Whose? Nandong Yufeng bowed and said, Your Majesty, rest assured, I have spread the news. As far as I know, King Jin and King Qi are ready to lead troops to attack King Tai's fiefdom. King Chen and King Jing have also begun to recruit soldiers to block the retreat of the 7 rebels. Your Majesty's plan to divide the land, wives and children has caused a sensation throughout the country. It is estimated that within a few days, when King Tai and the 7 rebel soldiers hear this news, they will flee in large numbers. At this time, Princess Bai Ruoshui couldn't help but say, Your Majesty, this plan is really a fire under the fire, which is amazing. When those soldiers hear this news, they will probably have no desire to fight. I wonder who came up with this plan. Nandong Huiyue smiled faintly and did not answer. Nandong Yufeng changed the subject and said with a bow, Your Majesty, everyone is worried. You only sent more than 10,000 soldiers to rescue Huiyue Kingdom. I am afraid that they will be like sheep in the tiger's mouth and never come back. Nandong Huiyue picked up the teacup and sneered, Who is the sheep and who is the wolf? We will know in a few days. At this time, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Yue reported at the door, Your Majesty, Mr. Luo and others are here. Nandong Huiyue looked at the door. Luo Qingzhou supported Miss Qin Air and entered the hall, and everyone else followed behind. Nandong Huiyue's eyes first fell on the two of them, and then fell on the figure at the back, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone bowed their heads and paid homage. Nandong Huiyue stared at the figure again and said calmly, Everyone, please stand up. I am here incognito today to congratulate the Qin family on their new home. Don't be too reserved. Then he looked at the handsome and elegant young man in a Confucian robe in front of him and said with a smile, Sir, you and Miss Qin are really in love. Wherever you go, you have to personally support her. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, Miss Qin is weak, so Qingzhou will naturally take good care of her. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes slightly, and suddenly looked behind them, with a surprised face. Is this Miss Qin? That day in the palace, Miss Qin was wearing a veil, and I didn't see her true face. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Song Ryue hurriedly said with a smile, Your Majesty, please don't blame me. My daughter Jianjia has been quiet since she was a child. When she suddenly saw Your Majesty appear today, she was probably frightened, so she didn't dare to talk to Your Majesty. Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, It's okay. By the way, Madam Qin, Miss Qin is so beautiful. Has she been betrothed to someone? Song Ryue's face froze. This. Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, If not, I have a good marriage here. Lord Qin and Madam Qin may consider it. I promise not to wrong Miss Qin. Song Ryue was about to speak when Qin Wenjung suddenly said, Your Majesty's kindness. I am grateful. But my daughter has experienced some things in the past. So she doesn't want to get married for the time being. And I don't want her to get married either. Although my Qin family is impoverished, we can still support her. Nangong Huiyue smiled faintly and said, Sir Qin, women will eventually get married. And you can't support her forever. Right? Sir Qin. Don't worry. Miss Qin is so beautiful. I will definitely help her find a good family. Qin Wenjung frowned slightly. And when he didn't know how to refuse, a voice suddenly came from behind him, Your Majesty. Now Dian is facing internal and external troubles. The rebels are powerful. And Huiyue country is in danger. Your Majesty has just ascended the throne. It's time to worry about the world's affairs. Why bother about such a small matter of the Qin family? Everyone turned their heads to look when they heard it. Miss Qin also raised her eyes. Luo Qinzhou bowed and said, Your Majesty should worry about how to quell the rebellion. How to drive out the demons. How to stabilize the border. And then how to recuperate and let the people of Dian live a good life. The ministers, soldiers, and people all support Your Majesty and have great expectations for Your Majesty. I hope Your Majesty will keep his heart in the world and not forget his original intention. These words were powerful. The hall suddenly became silent. After listening to this, Nangong Huiyue just smiled faintly and said, Sir, you are too kind. I have been sleepless these days, worrying about the world's affairs. Today I have a rare moment of free time. So I came to the Qin mansion to rest for a while, chat about other things, and relax. Besides, I am worried about the marriage of the eldest lady of the Qin family. Isn't it because of you? Then she said in a joking tone, The eldest lady of the Qin family is so beautiful. I am afraid that you will stay in the mansion all day, distracted and absent-minded, unable to study well, and unable to plan world affairs for me. So, I am anxious to marry off the eldest lady of Qin. She raised her eyebrows and said, Why? Sir, you look reluctant? Do you really have other ideas? If so, just tell me. I will make the decision for you. Song Ryue's eyebrows jumped a few times, and her eyes were fixed on someone. Luo Qinzhou said respectfully, Your Majesty. Qinzhou has no other ideas. Qinzhou just feels. Nangong Huiyue stared at him and said, What do you feel? Luo Qinzhou bowed his head and said, Qinzhou just feels that Your Majesty should not force others. My father-in-law has made it very clear that the eldest lady had some problems and is temporarily unwilling to marry. Why does Your Majesty have to force her as an emperor? Your Majesty is also a woman. When the Queen Mother forced you to marry, how did you feel? When these words came out, everyone's face changed. Even the prince and princess of the southern kingdom were frightened and looked at him with pale faces. This young man is so brave. Song Ryue was so scared that her face turned pale. Her body softened, and she knelt on the ground. Hurriedly and tremblingly said in fear, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Please forgive me. Qinzhou, he was sick today, and his mind was a little unclear. So that's why he committed a crime. Qin Wenjung was also frightened and his face turned pale, and he knelt on the ground. Everyone in the Qin family, including the maids outside the door, was also terrified and knelt on the ground. In the corridor, only Beiling and Xia Chan were still standing there. Beiling whispered, Chan Chan. The son-in-law is so big. Yuewu, who was standing aside, couldn't help but turn her head to look at her. Beiling quickly muttered again, Courage. So brave. In the hall, Miss Qin also lowered her head and knelt down. Only Luo Qinzhou and Miss Qin were still standing there. The family of the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion also lowered their heads, frightened in their hearts, and dared not speak. The bloody scenes that happened in Kyoto and the imperial city in the past few days are still vivid in my mind. Ministers, meritorious families, and even members of the royal family, all lost their heads, or even their entire families were executed if they said something wrong. This young man is going to kill the Qin family, even if he is favored. He shouldn't say such words to His Majesty in front of so many people. Right? Everyone knows that Your Majesty and the Queen Mother. Who would have thought that at this time? The young man would speak again, Your Majesty. In this era, men are superior to women. In most families, women have no family status or even personal freedom since they were born. When they grow up, they cannot marry the person they like, and can only obey their parents' orders and matchmakers' words. Are women not human beings? Your Majesty, as a woman, has the deepest understanding. Even if you are excellent and work hard, what is the result? In the end, you still become the miserable look before? Even your lifelong event is forced by others. Even. Shut up. Nandong Huiyue suddenly waved her sleeves, and the teacup on the table fell to the ground with a pop sound and shattered. The red skirt on her body suddenly rustled, and she glared at him angrily and said, Luo Qingzhou, do you want to execute the whole family? The Qin family was immediately frightened and trembled. The family of the Southern Kingdom prince was also frightened and knelt down. This young man is really tired of living. Who knew that the fearless voice would sound again, Your Majesty? Qingzhou hasn't finished speaking. Your Majesty, now that you have ascended the throne as a daughter, you should use your own strength to make decisions for the daughters of the world and let them stand up. Even if you can't make them nobler than men and equal to men. You should abolish some cruel and ugly etiquette and rules that violate human nature. This is what Your Majesty should do. After speaking, he knelt on one knee and bowed his head and said, I have finished speaking. Your Majesty can kill or chop me up. All is up to you. But these words have nothing to do with the Qin family. I hope Your Majesty will not vent his anger on others. There was a dead silence in the hall. The Qin family members knelt on the ground. Their minds were blank and they couldn't speak. Only Miss Qin was still standing there motionless, staring at the back in a daze. And there seemed to be ripples in her eyes. Audacious. Self-righteous. Disrespectful to the monarch. Extremely arrogant. The angry Queen of Yin cursed a few words, then stood up suddenly, brushed her sleeves, and walked away quickly, angrily saying, Just wait for me. I will kill your whole family. No one will be spared. After that, she walked out of the hall and walked angrily to the door. Yuewu in the corridor immediately followed. Everyone in the Qin family turned pale. Song Ryue stood up tremblingly, turned around and cried, Qingzhou, Yu, how can you? She suddenly froze and looked at the door. Her Majesty, who had just walked out of the door angrily, suddenly came back and walked back quickly, gritting her teeth and said, I came to eat, not to be angry. I have been angry, but I haven't eaten yet. How can I save my face? Then he said angrily, Madam Qin, serve the dishes. I want good wine. Song Ryue. Chapter 787. The Queen gave in and went to the palace to sleep with him. The dinner was very sumptuous. However, the atmosphere at the table was particularly solemn and dull. Everyone sat with their heads down, with different expressions. No one expected that the Queen, who had left in anger, would suddenly come back to eat. Where was the majesty and dignity of the emperor? Where was the arrogance and murderous intent that killed people a few days ago when they disagreed with each other? The whole Qin family was like in a dream, and they couldn't react for a long time. Why don't you set off firecrackers? When everyone was worried and confused, Nandong Huiyue suddenly said with a cold face, It's a celebration of moving to a new house, and the firecrackers have been placed outside the gate, but you don't set them off. Do you not welcome me? Qin Wenzheng reacted immediately and hurriedly said to the outside of the door, Butler Zhou, set off the firecrackers. At this time, Qin Chuan immediately rushed out and said, I'll do it. Nandong Huiyue looked at his flexible figure, paused, and said, Sir Qin, your second son. You used to study at Dragon and Tiger Academy, right? If you still want to go, just tell me. Qin Wenzheng was slightly stunned when he heard this, and couldn't help but look at her. He really didn't expect that the Queen, who had just angrily said that she wanted to execute all of their family, would take the initiative to care about his son in the blink of an eye. When he didn't know how to answer, Song Ryue on the side hurriedly plucked up her courage and trembled, Your Majesty. Can Schwanner go again? Of course she wanted her son to continue studying at Dragon and Tiger Academy. After all, it was safer there. At this time, a burst of crackling firecrackers suddenly sounded outside the gate. The Prince of Nangua immediately picked up the wine glass and said with a smile, Come, let's toast to Your Majesty first, and chat while drinking. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately picked up their wine glasses. At this time, Qin Chuan also hurried in, but stood aside respectfully, and did not dare to sit down. He had something in his mind, and he hesitated to speak. Nandong Huiyue finished drinking, looked at him and asked, Qin Chuan, do you still want to go to Longhu College to continue studying? If you still want to go, I will go to say Lo for you tomorrow. Qin Chuan's face was suddenly full of nervousness. His face flushed, and he stammered, I commoner. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, Your Majesty, my second brother wants to join the army on the front line. He originally wanted to join the army on his own, but now Kyoto has not recruited soldiers. and the army sent to the front by your majesty will not accommodate newcomers. So he wants to talk to you, and see if you can. Did I talk to you? Nangong Huiyue's face suddenly turned cold, and he looked at him unkindly. Still angry, I am talking to Qin Chuan. Why are you interrupting? Humph. You have no respect for the monarch. You are too talkative. And you are extremely arrogant. If you talk too much, your tongue will be cut off. Luo Qinzhou didn't say anything else. Everyone in the Qin family changed their faces and lowered their heads. There was silence at the table for a moment. Nangong Huiyue's majestic voice sounded again, Qin Chuan. If you want to go to the front line, I can let you go. But? When Qin Chuan heard this, his face was immediately full of excitement. He bowed his head and said passionately, Qin Chuan will fight bravely for your majesty until his death. When these words came out, Song Riyue's face turned pale. The corners of Qin Wenjin's eyes couldn't help but jump. Nangong Huiyue frowned slightly and said seriously, before joining the army, it is most taboo to say these unlucky words. You are the only instance of the Qin family. The reason why I hesitated is that I am afraid that something will happen to you on the front line. And I can't explain to Lord Qin and Madam Qin. If you really want to go, I don't need you to fight bravely. Nor do I need you to fight for any military merits. At any time. As long as you can survive. Even if you surrender helplessly, I will not blame you. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and looked at her with complicated expressions. Even Luo Qinzhou couldn't help but look at her. Qin Chuan knelt on the ground with a thump, tears in his eyes, and said, Your Majesty's great kindness. Qin Chuan can't repay it even if he dies. Qin Wenjing and Song Riyue also knelt down with tears in their eyes. Nangong Huiyue said in a gentle tone, Lord Qin, Madam Qin, get up. I said these words not only to Qin Chuan, but also to other soldiers. As long as they try their best, whether they surrender, retreat, or flee, I will never blame them. Qin Wenjing couldn't help but tremble with red eyes and said, Your Majesty's heart is unmatched. Nangong Yufeng couldn't help but say, Your Majesty is so compassionate to the soldiers. The soldiers will be grateful and repay Your Majesty wholeheartedly. This time, the rebellion will be victorious. Then he picked up the wine glass and said, Chuaner, get up. Let's toast to Your Majesty again. Qin Chuan immediately wiped his tears, stood up from the ground, picked up the wine glass, looked at the queen in a red dress in front of him, and his heart was full of blood of a soldier dying for his confidant. At this moment, even if the girl in front of him asked him to die, he would not hesitate. Nangong Huiyue picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Suddenly, he looked at someone again and said, Sir, your second brother is determined to join the army to serve the country. Do you have this intention? It just so happens that I need to send someone to lead 50,000 troops to Yunqian to defend the enemy and prevent the Tai King's army. Sir, do you dare to go with armor? When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Song Riyue moved her lips and wanted to speak, but she didn't dare. The Prince of Southern Kingdom hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but say, Your Majesty, the remaining 50,000 soldiers are the last force to defend Kyoto. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid, Nangong Huiyue said lightly, with Mr. Luo leading the troops, how could there be any mistakes? Then he said, Uncle Wang, you don't know that it was Mr. Luo who asked Yuying to lead 8,000 silver-armored cavalry and 20,000 soldiers who are good at defense to rescue Huiyue Kingdom, and let the remaining soldiers guard Yunqian to strangle the throat leading to Kyoto. Prevent King Tai from rushing to Kyoto or joining forces with the 7 rebels, and set up strategies to stabilize other princes and inspire the courage of other princes to serve the king. Also, it was Mr. Luo who set up rumors and told those rebel soldiers to divide the land and money, and divide the wives and children. Mr. Luo's strategy is unparalleled in the world. I am very relieved to have him lead the troops. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The Prince of Southern Kingdom was particularly shocked and astonished. He only knew that His Majesty had issued many orders from last night to today, and each order, if carefully considered, was not something that ordinary people could come up with. Especially the last move of dividing the land and wife and children, which will become the nightmare of the rebel leaders in a few days. When they heard this plan, not only him, but also other members of the royal family and ministers, all applauded while feeling cold in their hearts, and were secretly guessing who could come up with such a strange plan. I really didn't expect that these plans were all thought up by the son-in-law of the Qin family. I didn't expect that His Majesty actually did them all one by one. No wonder that the young man was so bold just now, and made His Majesty so angry. Not only did His Majesty not punish him, but he also ignored the dignity of the emperor and went back to eat. If it were someone else, even a member of the royal family, they would have been killed long ago. At this time, Nandong Huiyue said calmly, Uncle Wang, do you know who came up with the enfeoffment order that made all the princes turn pale and curse secretly, but could do nothing about it? And who suddenly asked me to abolish it? After these words came out, the Prince of Nangua was stunned for a moment. Then his heart was shocked, and he suddenly looked at the boy opposite him, his eyes full of astonishment and disbelief. Nandong Huiyue smiled faintly and said, I can proudly say that this conspiracy is unmatched in all previous dynasties. If those monarchs who used to give headaches to the princes knew about this plot, they would probably regret and jump out of the imperial mausoleum with excitement. Alas, it's a pity that they are not as lucky as me. Of course, this is not just luck, but also vision. Then she looked at someone, with a slight smile on her lips. A little proud, when I was in Mo City, I took a fancy to you, knowing that he was a hidden dragon in the abyss. And one day, he would soar into the sky. Now it seems that I did not make a mistake. After that, she said, Sir, are you willing to guard Yinqing for me? If the rebellion is quelled, I will remember you as the first merit, and it will not be difficult to make you a marquis or a king. After these words came out, everyone in the Qin family was excited and nervous, and their eyes all looked at the young man beside them. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, then said, Your Majesty, it's not that I don't want to help you solve your problems. I just can't go. Oh! Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and said, Why can't I go? Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, Your Majesty only has 50,000 soldiers left. The purpose of guarding Yunqing is not to fight the rebels to death, but to scare them. By controlling Yunqing, the passage for King Tai to come to Kyoto is cut off, and the King Tai's army cannot join the coalition forces of the Seven Kingdoms. It may even make the coalition forces of the Seven Kingdoms uneasy, fearing that there will be changes in the rear. Therefore, it is best for these 50,000 soldiers to guard there, scare them, and delay time. Wait for the enemy to fall into chaos, or wait for Miss Yuing to win. At that time, take advantage of the chaos and kill them, and win with one blow. The longer the delay, the better it is for your Majesty, because rumors are spreading, and, besides, other lords are attacking and encroaching on the fiefs of the rebel lords. So the 50,000 soldiers only need to defend and delay, and the rebels will be in chaos. If your Majesty lets me lead these 50,000 soldiers to guard, I am unknown and have no deterrent power. The 100,000 troops of King Thailand are not just for show. If he thinks I am easy to bully and takes the initiative to lead the army to attack, the situation will be unpredictable. Moreover, the defenders of Yunqing and the 50,000 soldiers may also be unstable because of my obscurity, and the consequences will be unpredictable. But if your Majesty sends a famous and prestigious general, the 50,000 soldiers plus the 20,000 soldiers of Yunqing will definitely stabilize the morale of the army and unite as one. And King Thailand will never dare to take it lightly and dare not attack casually. As long as he is hesitant and cautious, then he will definitely lose. After saying this, there was silence in the hall. The look of the Southern Kingdom prince looking at him was even more different. The eyes of the Qin family were even more different. After a long time, Nandong Huiyue picked up the wine glass. Suddenly a smile appeared on her face, and said, Sir, I'll toast you first. Luo Qingzhou picked up the wine glass, touched it with her from a distance, and drank it all in one gulp. Nandong Huiyue finished the wine in the cup, looked at him with burning eyes and said, Sir, your words coincide with my thoughts. Exactly. In the afternoon, I have ordered Yu Ling to take 50,000 troops to Yunqing, and warned him to only defend, unless the other army is in chaos, or the rebels of the 7 countries flee from Huiyue country. They can take the initiative to attack. At this point, she smiled and said, My question just now was just to test you. Don't blame me. I am very pleased and very proud that my thoughts coincide with yours. In this case, I am fully confident that I will win the rebellion this time. As for your previous contradiction, I won't care. After that, she picked up the wine glass again and said, Sir, Miss Qin Air, come. I will toast you and your wife another glass. After that, she glanced at someone. Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Air both picked up their glasses. At this time, the atmosphere at the table finally became a little relaxed. Everyone in the Qin family finally breathed a sigh of relief. The dinner lasted for another half an hour. It was already dark outside. Nandong Huiyue stood up and said, It's getting late. I won't bother you anymore. There are still some political affairs in the palace that I need to go back to deal with. So I'll take my leave first. Everyone hurriedly stood up and saw him off. They saw him off all the way to the gate. Nandong Huiyue got on the carriage, opened the curtains, looked outside, and said with a smile, Master Qin, Madam Qin, thank you for your hospitality tonight. I enjoyed the dinner very much. If I have time next time, I will come to bother you often. I hope Master Qin and Madam Qin will not be annoyed. After saying this, Qin Wenzheng hurriedly said, Your Majesty can come to my house. I am flattered and honored. I am grateful. How dare I be annoyed? Your Majesty is joking. Nandong Huiyue smiled, looked at someone again, and then lowered the curtains. His tone returned to majesty. Let's go. Yue Wu immediately said, Get up and return to the palace. Several guards surrounded the carriage, slowly drove out of the alley, and soon disappeared into the night. Qin Wenzheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, turned his head, and looked at his son-in-law. At this time, the Prince of Nangua also bowed and said, Lord Qin, it's getting late. We should leave too. Nandong Shui immediately said, Father, I want to stay here, sleep with Weimon tonight, and talk. The Prince of Nangua frowned, and when he was about to speak, Nandong Meiju immediately said, No. After that, he pulled her up, dragged her away, and stuffed her into the carriage. Meiju, I'm the elder sister. I'm talking to father, and father hasn't answered yet. Nandong Meiju also got on the carriage and covered her mouth directly. Lord Qin, Madam Qin, goodbye. The Prince of Nangua and the princess both bowed and said goodbye, and got on the carriage. Just as the carriage had not gone far, Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt the message on his body vibrate. Seeing that no one was looking here, he immediately took it out and took a look. It was a message from the princess. I'll send Xue back first and come over later. When Luo Qingzhou was wondering whether to reply or not, another message suddenly came. Chu Feiyang, your queen just sent me a message, asking you to go to the palace tonight to sleep. She also said that she was in a good mood today and wanted to give you a gift. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment. At this time, another message came. Are you going? Luo Qingzhou, can I not go? Xiao Meijiao, I didn't dare to suggest that you not go before, but judging from the situation tonight, I think you can try. After all, you were so arrogant and contradictory tonight. And she gave in. To be honest, this is the first time I have seen her like this. My father and mother were just whispering about you, saying that you are so powerful that even His Majesty is submissive to you. Luo Qingzhou, then tell her that I have something to do tonight and I won't go. Xiao Meijiao, she just sent another message, saying that if you don't go tonight, she will order your wife to go to the palace to accompany her. Luo Qingzhou, then princess, you go to accompany her. Xiao Meijiu, I dare not. Not everyone is as arrogant and fearless as you. I am really afraid of her, and I am not your wife. Luo Qingzhou, okay. No more. I will think about it. Xiao Meijiao, no need to think. Go and serve her well. Conquer her thoroughly as soon as possible, so that she will not dare to embarrass your family in the future. And I don't have to be afraid. When Luo Qingzhou was about to reply, another message was sent. Clicking it, it turned out to be from Uncle Linghu. Your sister wants to join the army. Let me tell you. Also, when will you come to practice? Chapter 788. The second miss is stricter than green, and Her Majesty is angry and ashamed. The night is getting darker. Everyone in the Qin family dispersed, and Luo Qingzhou helped the second Miss Qin back to the Meixiang garden. After they washed up, they went to bed. Luo Qingzhou took out the message and showed the second Miss Qin the message from the princess. His Majesty asked me to go to the palace to sleep with him. Although he felt a little ashamed and embarrassed, he still showed it to the second Miss Qin. There was no secret between him and the second Miss Qin. Even the things about Sister Yu. He told her everything. After reading it carefully, the second Miss Qin frowned slightly. Will Brother Qingzhou's body be unable to bear it? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, not knowing how to answer. Miss Qin sighed softly and said softly, Brother Qingzhou is so kind and hardworking. He is so powerful. But for the sake of our Qin family, he has to be submissive and serve others. It must be very uncomfortable for him and his body. Right? Weimo feels so distressed. Luo Qingzhou also sighed. It's okay. Just bear it, and it will pass. A real man can bend and stretch. This little bit of suffering is nothing, huh? Weima. Why are you pinching me? Humph. You are so shameless. After getting the advantage you still want to bear it, and it will pass. You still want to bend and stretch. Brother Qingzhou's face is getting thicker and thicker. Miss Qin looked resentful and pouted. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to say anything else. After a moment of silence, Miss Qin suddenly asked again, Brother Qingzhou contradicted His Majesty like that tonight. Is it because of my sister? Luo Qingzhou said, no. Miss Qin said, is it because His Majesty is showing off here? And Brother Qingzhou is angry. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, I just think that others forced her before. And now she is in a high position and forces others. Which is not good. She is a woman, and she should make decisions for women in the world. At least, women in the world should be allowed to have freedom of marriage, and have the right to choose their own life events, instead of relying on their parents' orders and matchmakers' words. Miss Qin stared at him for a while with her clear and innocent eyes, and said, Brother Qingzhou is right. In that case, Sister Meijiao, Sister Shui, Miss Longer, Uncle Shi, etc., can all freely choose Brother Qingzhou, and no one can stop them. Right? Luo Qingzhou. Miss Qin pretended to think for a while, and said, oh, I forgot. There is Brother Qingzhou's favorite sister Yu. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment and said, don't talk nonsense. I said those words at that time. I was really moved and had no selfish intentions. Miss Qin suddenly approached him, put her face close to his, and whispered, by the way, Brother Qingzhou, it's still early. Chat with Sister Yu. Wei Mo likes to watch you chat. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help complaining. I've never seen a wife as strict with herself as you are. Miss Qin smiled and said, although Brother Qingzhou said this, Wei Mo knew that Brother Qingzhou was so happy and fortunate in his heart. Right? Then he urged, Brother Qingzhou, chat with Sister Yu quickly. You still have to go to the palace to serve His Majesty later. So let Wei Mo be happy. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and found that she was really impatient. So he had to take out the communication treasure and send a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, I have something tonight, so I won't go to practice. After a moment, the message came back, whatever. Luo Qingzhou didn't know how to reply. Miss Qin immediately took his finger and replied for him. Sister Yu, if you really want me to go, I will go. Without waiting for Luo Qingzhou to delete it, she immediately clicked to send it out, and whispered, Brother Qingzhou, don't be afraid. Sister Yu won't eat you. Weren't you so brave when you faced Her Majesty tonight? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and said, that's different. Miss Qin said, why is it different? His Majesty won't really kill you. Will Sister Yu? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, of course not. But since I met Sister Yu, she has always. Miss Qin looked at him and said, so, Brother Qingzhou should be more proactive, so that you can help her change. Luo Qingzhou sighed, with a complicated expression, it's not that I don't take the initiative, but I know that she can't change unless she gives up that kind of practice and gives up halfway, since she has chosen that path. What right do I have to force her to give up halfway? She has paid so much and helped me so much, in addition to respecting her choice and trying my best to help her realize her wish. I can only persuade her casually at most. How dare I have too much thought? Miss Qin was silent for a while and said, does she really want to live forever? Luo Qingzhou said, I don't know either. After a pause, he said, Wei Mo, this world is actually very big. We are standing here and can only see a small piece of sky. So there are some things that we can't figure out. Sister Yu is different. She has seen a bigger sky and a more wonderful world. Therefore, she has her own ideas, and I should respect her ideas. Perhaps her ideas are correct, and the ideas we think are correct are actually very naive. Miss Qin fell silent and didn't speak again. At this time, the message finally came back. Do you have time? In the quilt, the couple looked at each other. Miss Qin suddenly said, Brother Qingzhou, will Sister Yu know what you are going to do tonight? Luo Qingzhou froze. Probably not. At this time, Long suddenly sent a message. Sir, Long has come to the inner city. Long has seen the moat. Long doesn't like it very much, and it is very close to the city wall, which is not very safe. Long is going to East Lake, and Sister said it is good there. Sister is waiting for me there. Do you want to go with me? Luo Qingzhou replied, I have something to do tonight, so I won't go. Since Sister Yu said it is good there, then you can go there. I will find you tomorrow night. He thought about it and replied to Sister Yu, Sister Yu, I will go there later. Miss Qin Er couldn't help but say, Brother Qizhou is so busy and hard. Luo Qingzhou sighed. Who said it wasn't? His pinched me again. The two talked for a while. Miss Qin Er was weak, and she had been telling stories to Nangong Shui in the bookstore today. And she didn't take a lunch break. So she soon fell asleep. It was not even dawn yet, but she had already fallen asleep. Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms and thought about things for a while. Then quietly got out of bed and went to open the window. In the courtyard, the moonlight was like frost. Shuer was standing there alone, holding a flying knife, with her eyes closed, as if she was using the breath released by her internal force to sense something. Pa! She suddenly raised her little hand, and the flying knife shot out, hitting the bull's eye in the corner of the wall, and her eyes were closed from beginning to end. Luo Qingzhou did not disturb her, and quietly flew onto the roof and looked at the houses and streets around. After a careful search for a while, he fell into the alley outside after finding nothing unusual. Soon, he came to the street opposite Yuchen Building. At this time, Yuchen Building was still brightly lit, and on the attic on the second floor, there were still graceful figures wearing gauze dancing, attracting guests. Waves of melodious piano sounds and beautiful songs, mixed with the cheers of the guests, came from the building. The windows of some rooms were deliberately decorated with gauze, with lights on inside, reflecting the figures of men and women. And from downstairs, people in the house could be vaguely seen fighting. Some guests deliberately opened the windows a little, and a pair of snow-white feet could be seen swinging on the windowsill to exercise. Luo Qingzhou calculated the days. Today is the 12th day of the first lunar month. Tomorrow is the 13th day, and the day after tomorrow is the 14th day. The day after tomorrow. He must get to the bottom of this matter. No venture, no gain. Even if this Yuchen Tower is a den of dragons and tigers, he must go in and try his luck. Of course, there is also the Kaiguaho mansion. Seeing that it was getting late, he did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately took out the jade mouse, sank it into the ground, and quickly traveled underground, and soon entered the imperial city. All the way was smooth. When he arrived at Yahua Palace, the princess just sent a message. Haven't you gone yet? His Majesty sent me a message again, saying that if you don't go, she will send someone to pick you up. Luo Qingzhou quickly put away the message, went directly from underground, and entered the room. In the room, there was a heater burning and incense burning. On the candlestick, several red candles seemed to have just been lit, and were burning silently. On the soft couch against the wall, a girl in a fiery red dress was lying there charmingly, one hand supporting her cheek, and the other hand flipping through the books on the couch. The wide red skirt could not hide her graceful figure, which was undulating from top to bottom, with seductive curves, towering peaks, slender waist, perky buttocks, long and straight legs. Of course, under the skirt, there was a pair of girlish feet in silk stockings, slender and lovely. Her Majesty the Queen was rare and quiet and charming at this moment. When Luo Qingzhou didn't know how to start, she suddenly said in a lazy tone, I'm tired. Come here. Help me massage my body. Luo Qingzhou took off his shoes and walked over. Nandong Huiyue raised her eyes, glanced at him, and asked coldly, Where did you go last night? Luo Qingzhou said calmly, I went home. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and said, Go home? Isn't this your home? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said nothing. Nandong Huiyue stared at him coldly for a while, stretched out a foot, kicked him lightly, and said, Pinch your feet first. Then he said, You can take off your stockings. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything, nor did he take them off, and pinched them gently. Nandong Huiyue suddenly hissed, frowned and glared at him. It hurts, can you be gentler? Then he snorted and warned, If you are as rude tonight as you were on the wedding night, watch out for your head. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but said, Your Majesty, I was very gentle on the wedding night. I served you for half an hour first, and it was only after you spoke that I... Shut up. Nandong Huiyue's eyebrows immediately raised, and she said angrily, Did I ask you to speak? You are so talkative. I will cut off your tongue. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and continued to pinch his feet, saying, It's better to cut it off. Then I don't have to. Yuewu. Cut off his tongue. Now. Immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Yuewu agreed outside the door, but did not come in immediately. Luo Qingzhou admitted his mistake at the right time. Your Majesty, I won't say anything. Nandong Huiyue's cheeks were hot, and she glared at him fiercely, then suddenly retracted her feet. got off the couch, walked quickly to the inner room, and said coldly, "You will sleep on the couch tonight. Don't even think about getting on my bed." Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "I obey your order." After that, he went directly to the couch and laid down where she had just been lying, flipping through the book she had just read. Huh? Basic Manual of Alchemy? He looked at the name on the cover, was stunned for a moment, and opened the book. "Come here." Only a moment later, the queen's suppressed angry command came from the inner room. Luo Qingzhou was very happy, and did not deliberately provoke her anger again. He took the book and went into the inner room, saying, "Your Majesty, is this book for me?" The queen stared at him angrily, and did not answer. After a while, she suddenly took out a piece of jade and said coldly, "You should have won too. Right? Touch it. I can find you directly in the future, and I don't need to find other women to notify you." Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment. Chapter 789. The Queen's Dominance and Submission. The room was silent for a moment. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and looked at him dangerously. "Why? You don't want to add me?" Luo Qingzhou took out the communication certificate. Nandong Huiyue's eyes moved, and she took the initiative to hold out the communication certificate in her hand, and gently touched it with his hand. Dong! The two people's communication certificates lit up at the same time. Then, the message appeared. Luo Qingzhou looked at his communication certificate. "The Queen requests to add you as a friend. Do you agree?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her again, and clicked to agree. Nandong Huiyue's mouth twitched slightly. She put away her own communication certificate, looked at the communication certificate in his hand, and raised her eyebrows. "How many people did you add on it?" "Let me see." Luo Qingzhou put it away directly and said, "Only Your Majesty was added." Nandong Huiyue's face suddenly darkened. "Do you believe that I will punish you for deceiving the Emperor? Is Meiju not a human being?" Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. Nandong Huiyue stared at him for a while and snorted. "Looking at your guilty look, I guess there are a lot of questionable women on it. Right?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Where is Your Majesty? Can you show me Your Majesty's message?" Nandong Huiyue's face turned cold. "I am the king of a country. The message is about some national affairs. How can I show it to you casually?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I am the master of a famous sect. The message is about some sect privacy. Naturally, I can't show it to Your Majesty." Nandong Huiyue's eyebrows twitched suddenly, and her pretty face turned cold. How insolent! Luo Qingzhou ignored her, took off his coat directly, got on the bed, lay down, and said, "I'm sleepy. Go to sleep. If Your Majesty wants, come by yourself." Nandong Huiyue. Disrespect the monarch? Bold and arrogant. Her Majesty the Queen glared at him. Luo Qingzhou laid down directly and closed his eyes. "Wow!" Nandong Huiyue pulled up the curtain. Her red skirt moved, and two slender jade feet in silk stockings pressed against his face. And she ordered coldly, "Take off your stockings, and help me undress." Then he snorted again, "You are here to serve me, not to sleep." Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, looked at her and said, "Then Your Majesty will continue to scold me?" "Humph." Nandong Huiyue turned her pretty face away, paused, and said, "I'll spare you today. Take it off." Luo Qingzhou stared at her beautiful and cold face for a while, then raised his hand and helped her slowly take off her silk stockings. Under the light, two snow-white and slender jade feet of the girl suddenly appeared. Luo Qingzhou held it in his palm and looked at her and said, "Your Majesty, we are on the bed now. Not in the hall. There are only the two of us here. No one else. Why do you have to show the domineering attitude of the Empress? It's okay once or twice, but if you do this often, I'm afraid I will be frightened and nervous all the time, and I may not be able to serve Your Majesty in the future." Nandong Huiyue looked at him coldly and said, "I didn't see that you were frightened or nervous." Luo Qingzhou stroked the smooth little feet in his palm and said, "I will gradually feel disgusted." Nandong Huiyue didn't say anything else, stared at him for a while, and softened her tone and said, "Then don't be angry with me anymore in the future. You were the one who got angry with me first today." Luo Qingzhou did not argue with her and said, "Okay, I admit my mistake." Nandong Huiyue waited for a while, and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, saying, "Haven't you touched enough yet? Help me undress." Luo Qingzhou then let go of the jade feet in his hands, sat up, stretched his hands to her slender waist, and helped her gently untie her belt. He couldn't help but look up at her. At this moment, Her Majesty the Queen had long eyelashes. Her cheeks were slightly red, and her pearly teeth were gently biting her red lips. There was no trace of the arrogance just now. What are you looking at? Take it off quickly. Nandong Huiyue's eyes glared, a little embarrassed, and even her ears turned red. Luo Qingzhou helped her untie her belt, and gently took off the red skirt outside, and then took off the gold hairpins and hair accessories on her hair. A head of black hair like a waterfall suddenly fell down. Luo Qingzhou hugged her. The queen, who was so majestic just now, trembled and said timidly, Don't be too rude. Yeah. Luo Qingzhou agreed, lowered his head, and kissed her forehead. Then hugged her, lay down, and covered her with a quilt. The room fell into silence. After a while, the queen's eyelashes trembled, slowly opened her eyes, turned her pretty face to look at him, and looked confused. What's wrong with you? Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes tightly, held her in his arms with both hands, motionless, and said, Hulu Hulu. The queen. Speak. Hulu Hulu. I'm going to be angry. Hulu Hulu. The queen bit his mouth hard, then turned over and stood on top again. Angrily said, It seems that I really have to punish you well. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and said, Your Majesty, I suddenly remembered that I have something to ask you. Swish. The queen rudely tore his clothes and said with a cold face, You say yours? I punish me. Luo Qingzhou suddenly hugged her, turned over, and pressed her down. You are so presumptuous. Luo Qingzhou blocked her mouth domineeringly. The queen, who was just majestic and tough, soon softened. Luo Qingzhou kissed her for a while, and when he saw her give in, he let her go and said, Your Majesty, do you trust the founding marquis? The queen's eyes were blurred, and she was absent-minded for a while. Her face darkened, and she said angrily, Why are you asking this now? Are you doing it on purpose? Luo Qingzhou stroked her soft hair and said, No, I'm afraid that your Majesty will fall asleep later, and will be busy with government affairs tomorrow, so you won't have time to ask. Nandong Huiyue blushed, glared at him fiercely, and said nothing. Her mind was blank now, and she couldn't think about anything at all. She even forgot what question he had just asked. Luo Qingzhou asked again, Does the founding prince know about your Majesty's military action this time? Nandong Huiyue finally came to his senses. His expression condensed, and said, He doesn't know. He is an old minister of the previous emperor. Although he expressed his submission after I ascended the throne, I still need to observe for a while. You suddenly asked other questions. Did you find something? Luo Qingzhou made up a random excuse. Last night, I found a soul master who came out of his mansion and wandered around the southern kingdom prince's mansion, as if he was looking for something. As soon as these words came out, Nandong Huiyue's pupil shrank, and she pushed him off her body, sat up and said, Are you sure? Did that spirit go to the southern prince's mansion last night? What did it do? Did you see it clearly? Luo Qingzhou said, I'm sure. That spirit knows the paper man possession technique. I didn't dare to get close, so I didn't see it. Nandong Huiyue looked at him deeply again and said, If I remember correctly, the Qin family was a guest at the southern prince's mansion last night. The southern prince's mansion has a formation, and ordinary spirits can't enter. Of course, the paper man possession technique has no aura and can enter some places, such as where guests live, where there may not be formations arranged. Luo Qingzhou said, So what? What is the other party's purpose? Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said, You ask me? Who should I ask? How did you solve it in the end? Luo Qingzhou said, I killed both his spirit and his body. Nandong Huiyue's mouth twitched, and he said, What did he do? It's impossible that he didn't do anything. Just wandered around casually, and you just killed him directly. Right? Luo Qingzhou didn't answer, and said, Your Majesty, can you tell me about the situation of the founding marquis? For example, his cultivation, the strength of his mansion, or what forces are behind him? Nandong Huiyue pondered for a moment and said, He is at the early stage of the great martial artist. His two sons, one is a late martial artist, and the other is a middle-stage great martial artist. As for other situations, I don't know. The people in the founding marquis mansion are usually very low-key, and nothing eye-catching has ever happened in Kyoto. The founding marquis is usually taciturn, and has never expressed his personal opinions in the court. When we got married, he just toasted you a glass of wine and then withdrew. Luo Qingzhou listened carefully, and remembered every word in his heart. After Nandong Huiyue finished speaking, she looked at him and said, His title of marquis was inherited, and he has no merits or faults. When I proposed to reduce his title, it was extremely disadvantageous to him, but he did not express any opinions, let alone objections. So I have a good impression of him. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will remember it." Nandong Huiyue could not help but glance at him and said, "Sometimes you are my minister, and sometimes you are me. You have no manners." Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand and gently put a strand of hair that fell on her cheek behind her ear, saying, "In bed? You must. If he still follows the rules. Does Your Majesty think it's still interesting?" Nandong Huiyue suddenly lay down, closed her eyes, and said, "No talking." After that, she suddenly opened her eyes and said, "I will send someone to help you investigate secretly. So don't act rashly for the time being. If something happens to him, others will think that I can't even tolerate an old minister." Luo Qingzhou also lay down, covered her with a quilt, and said, "I will check it out first." "Yes." Nandong Huiyue closed her eyes again, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, as if waiting for something. Luo Qingzhou stared at her quietly for a while, then leaned over and gently kissed her eyes, kissed her cheek, and then kissed her little mouth. Suddenly, he let go and said, "Your Majesty, do you want to be the emperor tonight? Or, shut up. Stop talking. Kiss me." "How can you kiss me if you shut up?" And, "Your Majesty, don't you even say the word I?" And the queen suddenly bit his mouth viciously. Outside the window, the night was as dark as ink. Chapter 790. Your Majesty, do you still want me to sleep with you tonight? The world is in chaos, and demons are rampant. The demons occupying Maching on the border also launched an attack on Dehien at this moment. The border cities are in distress. However, at this moment, the rulers of Dehien are killing each other for higher power. The siege of Huiyue country has begun. The coalition forces of the 7 countries surrounded the capital of Huiyue country and continue to attack. The reinforcements led by Yuing are still rushing on the road. The army of King Tai is still watching from the sidelines in the city not far away, as if they want to wait until Huiyue country is completely conquered before they dare to move forward. Yuqi Ling also led 50,000 soldiers and rushed to Yunqing. A war is about to be triggered. There is unrest all over Dehien, and the people are in panic. However, as the power center of the entire Dehien, Kyoto is still as calm as before, as if it has not been affected by the unrest in various places. The 13th day of the first lunar month. On this day, the Empress, who had just ascended the throne, did not attend the morning court. It was not until the evening that the ministers gathered in Weiyang Palace heard a sharp voice from outside. "The Emperor has arrived." Her Majesty, dressed in a fiery red dragon robe, walked into the hall with a majestic look with the support of Yuewu. The ministers hurried to pay their respects. At the same time, in a secret room in Yaohua Palace, Luo Qingzhou, who had practiced for a day, slowly finished his practice and then left directly from the underground. When he returned to the Qin mansion, Miss Qin was helping Bailing plant flowers in the flower bed behind with Chior and Xiao Dai. Xiaochan also squatted on the ground, holding a small shovel and digging the soil skillfully. Looking at this scene, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but think of the scene when he was in the Qin mansion. This girl secretly planted flowers in the garden late at night to help him save money. Xiao Dai, be careful. Don't grab the leaves off. Jure, the pit is too deep. Are you going to plant flowers or bury them? Chior, this one is well planted. Add some more soil. Bai Ling stood alone with her hands on her waist, commanding with great confidence, and proudly explaining the characteristics of each flower from time to time. While she was talking non-stop, Luo Qingzhou quietly walked behind her, stretched out a finger, and flicked her head. "Ah! Who sneak attacked Xiao Bai Ling?" Bai Ling immediately covered her head and turned around. Others laughed when they saw the scene. Bai Ling was immediately annoyed and said, "Son-in-law, I knew it was you. No one else dares to bully me except you." "Luo Qingzhou said, "You are free. Let others work for you. You just stand there and talk. Did you pay me?" Bai Ling rubbed her head and pouted her lips and said, "It's not just me who sees the flowers after planting. Nor is it just me who uses them. The petals of these flowers can not only be used to make medicine, but also to make incense, and can also be used for bathing. Son-in-law, don't you want to use them?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I don't need them." Bai Ling snorted and muttered softly, "I don't know who always steals my medicine." Luo Qingzhou ignored her and said, "Go, help Chan Chan plant." Bai Ling immediately crossed her waist and said, I am an all-knowing general. I have to coordinate the overall situation and command all the soldiers. Son-in-law. Have you ever seen a general personally charge into battle? Luo Qingzhou raised his hand and knocked her head again, saying, My son-in-law is now a general. You are dismissed. Go and plant flowers. I don't Bai Ling was about to express her dissatisfaction, but he knocked her a few more times, so she had to cover her head and run away, hiding behind Miss Qin Air with grievance. Xiao Dai, who was standing by, laughed and accidentally splashed water on Zhu. Bai Ling rubbed her head and said pitifully, Miss Air, please make a decision for Bai Ling and punish my son-in-law severely. Miss Qin Air said helplessly, I dare not. Otherwise, you can go to my sister, and my sister can control him. Bai Ling ran away immediately, saying, My son-in-law, don't run away if you have the ability. I'm going to find my lady. Then he snorted, Tonight I will punish you to sing Little Donkey 100 times. After that, he ran away. Chior and the others couldn't help laughing. The evening sun shines on the flower garden, and everyone's face seems to be filled with smiles. The new home seems nice. Of course, Chan Chan still lowered her head and planted flowers seriously. Luo Qingzhou walked to her side and squatted down to help her dig the soil. Xia Chan glanced at him, her cheeks slightly red, and whispered, You go to help. Second Mississippi. Luo Qingzhou said, Chior helps her. I will help you. Xia Chan lowered her head and stopped talking. Luo Qingzhou approached her and whispered, Chan Chan, do you miss your uncle? Your uncle will go to you tonight. Okay. Xia Chan trembled when she heard this. Her cheeks became redder, and she lowered her head tightly and said, No, don't. Luo Qingzhou said, Why not? Don't you miss your uncle? Xia Chan blushed and hesitated. Luo Qingzhou finally reacted and whispered, That's coming? Xia Chan's head was almost buried in the pit, and she said in a mosquito-like voice, Luo Qingzhou said, It's okay. Son-in-law just talks to you, hugs you, kisses you, nothing else. Xia Chan lowered her head and said nothing more. When it was almost dark, Mayor came over and called everyone to eat in front. After the family sat down, Qin Wensheng said, Chuaner has left. His Majesty sent someone to pick him up, and he went straight out of the city. General Yuqi has already taken the army on the road, but he should be able to catch up. After that, he looked at his son-in-law and said, Qingzhou, I don't know when Chuaner will be back. I'm also going to leave overnight tonight to help transport food and grass. This family depends on you. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, and said, Is my father-in-law going to leave too? Qin Wensheng smiled bitterly and said, I'm also a grown man. I can't stay at home all day. Help sell clothes here. Now the country is in crisis, and His Majesty has been very kind to our Qin family, so I should help do something. Song Ryua's eyes were red, and she choked up and said, Master, Chuaner is gone. But you are leaving too. If you all leave, what should we do? Qin Wensheng frowned and said, Why are you crying? Don't you still need Qingzhou? With Qingzhou here, nothing will happen. Song Ryu glanced at her son-in-law. She wanted to say that he was just a scholar, but she didn't dare to speak. She could only sob softly and wipe her tears. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and did not persuade him. He said, Then father-in-law, be careful on the road. Don't worry about the family. I will definitely take good care of the family. Qin Wensheng nodded and said nothing more. The meal was quite dull. After the meal, Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin Air back to Meixiang Garden. At this time, the night had already fallen. The couple returned to the room and were talking when Chior suddenly said outside, Son-in-law, Miss, the lady is here. The two hurriedly got off the couch. Luo Qingzhou went over and opened the door. Song Ryue came in crying and said, Wei Mo, your father is gone. Mother is scared to be alone in the room. Then she wiped her tears and said, Can mother sleep here with you tonight? Miss Qin Air hurriedly said, Of course. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly put on his shoes and went out, saying, Mother-in-law, just sleep here. I'll go to the next room. It just so happened that he had something to do tonight. Before going out, he sent a message to Her Majesty the Queen. Your Majesty, do you still want me to sleep with you tonight? Chapter 791 The Little Donkey of the Young Miss. The Queen did not reply. Outside the house, the moonlight was bright. When Luo Qingzhou walked to the courtyard, he heard the crying of his mother-in-law in the room. Wei Mo, mother dreamed of your elder brother last night. Your elder brother was covered in blood, now your father and second brother are gone. Mother is so scared. Miss Jean comforted softly. Luo Qingzhou sighed secretly and went out. I don't know when this world will be truly peaceful. Even if the queen can successfully suppress the rebellion this time, there are still some natural disasters and man-made disasters waiting. The ambition of the demon clan, the covetous eyes of neighboring countries, and in a short period of time, there will be many people who will not accept the queen's enthronement. Even the so-called immortal sect may secretly take action. So, he must help her, not only to repay her gratitude, but also for himself and the Qin family. Of course, he also has the responsibility to help her. But his current cultivation seems to be a little weak. Although for many warriors in Dian, the cultivation of the Grandmaster and the cultivation of the spiritual realm are already very impressive, it is probably not enough for those high-ranking immortal sects. He has to keep working hard. This morning, after the queen fell asleep, he went to the secret room to practice. There should indeed be a spiritual mine hidden under the palace, because when he practiced there today, the vitality of heaven and earth was obviously much richer than in the past, and the speed of absorption was also faster. The results of today's practice are very significant, so he is considering whether to practice there in the future. Of course, for alchemy, he still has to go to Longer's Dragon Palace. However, that secret room is where the queen practices, and he can't occupy it every day. He needs to find another place above the spiritual mine. Of course, if he can practice in the center of the spiritual mine, the effect will definitely be better. However, he is embarrassed to ask about the spiritual mine directly for the time being. In that case, it seems too purposeful. After all, he is still a disciple of Lingxiao sect. It would be bad if the other party misunderstood. While he was thinking about something, a clear and pleasant song suddenly came from the courtyard of Lingchan Moon Palace. I have a little donkey. I never ride it. One day I rode my uncle to the market. I had a small whip in my hand. I was so proud of whipping. I don't know why, uncle. Spare me. Luo Qingzhou came behind her quietly and grabbed her ear. Do you want to ride your uncle so much? Bailing tilted her head and whimpered, Uncle. I was wrong. Luo Qingzhou picked her up and said, Let's go to your room. Uncle will let you ride. Bailing immediately struggled and begged for mercy. Uncle. Little Bailing was wrong. Don't go to the room. Little Bailing will never dare to do it again. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything. He carried her into the house, then knocked open the door and walked in. Bailing, who was struggling in his arms, suddenly calmed down. When Luo Qingzhou was wondering, he suddenly smelled a different flower fragrance in his nose. And at the same time, his eyes suddenly saw a figure standing in front of the window. She was wearing a snow-white dress, with her black hair falling to her slender waist. The moonlight was shining, and the face of the girl who had just turned away was as cold as snow. Absolutely beautiful and flawless. The pair of eyes as deep and charming as the night sky were looking at him quietly. Luo Qingzhou froze in his place. Bailing immediately twisted in his arms, hitting his chest with her little fist, and whimpered, Miss, help, Uncle Wu Wu. A moment later, Luo Qingzhou's shameful singing and the happy laughter of Bailing came from the room. In the back garden, Xia Chan held the sword, pricked up her ears to listen for a while, and then continued to practice sword, secretly saying in her heart, Chan Chan had already. Half an hour later, Luo Qingzhou fled from Lingchan Moon Palace in a panic, and said harshly to Bailing in the door, Wait! Bailing laughed and said, Come on, son-in-law. Little Bailing is waiting for you in the ladies' room. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, and walked around the mansion. After finding nothing unusual, he went out. He went to East Lake first. East Lake is located at the foot of the Little Golden Cicada Temple in the east of the inner city, and is much larger than West Lake. In addition to the Little Golden Cicada Temple, there is also the Dragon and Tiger Academy nearby. So he directly helped Longer choose the moat instead of East Lake. After all, Longer is a demon. There are all strong people near East Lake. If they are discovered, there will definitely be trouble. By the way, Dragon and Tiger Academy is so powerful. Why hasn't there been any movement during this period? The Emperor was killed. The Empress ascended the throne, and the rebels were in turmoil. Dragon and Tiger Academy seemed to have only sent some teachers and students out, and did not seem to express any opinions. It was low-key, and did not seem like a force of the court. Or maybe, they did things silently, without publicizing it, and other people didn't know about it. They have students all over the world, warriors from all over Dian, as well as warriors in the army. All have their students. If they are willing to support the queen's chances of winning will naturally be greater. Luo Qingzhou thought about these things in his heart, and soon came to East Lake. The scenery of East Lake is not as gorgeous as West Lake. The lakeside is simple. Even the roads have not been repaired. And there are no colorful lights and decorations on the trees. Everything is original. There are more and more dense vegetation here, as if it is a barren land that has never been cultivated. There is also a bridge in the lake, connecting the attic in the middle. But the bridge seems to have been broken for many years, and no one has repaired it. There are many pleasure boats in West Lake, and various colorful banquets are held every day. But there are none here in East Lake. The lake is cold and deserted. No pleasure boats stay, and there are only a few dilapidated boats on the lakeside, swaying gently in the wind and waves. There is a small island in the middle of the lake, with lush jungle and no human habitation. Luo Qingzhou walked up to the broken bridge, looked at the scenery for a while, then took out the message and sent a message to Longer. Not long after, a familiar figure suddenly flew out of the water not far away. Longer, wearing a sparkling water-green dress, flew over with a happy face and said, "Sir, I thought you were busy and didn't come tonight." She floated lightly on the bridge, the red mark between her eyebrows, the snow-white jade feet under the skirt, the red rope bells on the jade feet, the slender figure, and the immature but charming face were particularly eye-catching and moving under the moonlight. Also, she didn't know who she learned this from, but her collar was open, revealing half of her white skin and ravines. Luo Qingzhou took a look, stretched out his hand to help her collar, and said, "You have to wear your clothes properly. Some things can't be exposed casually." Longer blinked her watery eyes and said, "Do you like to see it, sir?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It's not like I haven't seen it before." Longer said innocently, "But the book says that only half covering can seduce men the most. Longer wants to seduce you. You may have been tired of Longer's feet, so Longer wants to seduce you with her breasts." Luo Qingzhou. Longer smiled again, "But don't worry, sir. Longer will only show like this when I meet you alone. When meeting with other people, Longer is wrapped tightly, not even showing her feet and face." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and said, "Who did you meet?" Longer immediately said, "Sir, there are 2 monsters in this lake. One monster, fish, a strange shrimp, all very powerful. When Longer first came last night, they threatened Longer, saying that this was their territory, and they would not let Longer live here. Longer fought with them. It seemed that there were formations set up by the Golden Cicada Temple and the Dragon and Tiger Academy in this lake. Longer could not exert his full strength and could not beat them." Luo Qingzhou's expression condensed, and he looked at the lake and said, "Then what?" Longer smiled and said, "Then my sister came. As soon as my sister came, before she even started, the 2 monsters immediately bowed their heads." "Young master, guess what they called my sister?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and said, "What?" Longer smiled and said, "Fairy. My sister seemed to know them. They were very respectful of my sister, calling her fairy one by one, and they rushed to take out the spiritual medicine they collected, and they readily agreed to let Longer live here." "Spiritual medicine?" Luo Qingzhou heard this, and his heart moved. "By the way, will sister you come tonight?" he suddenly asked. Longer shook her head and said, "Sister is going out to look for spiritual medicine tonight, so she probably won't come." Luo Qingzhou's expression changed, and he said, "What spiritual medicine is she looking for? Do you know where she's going to look for it?" Longer shook his head and said, "Sister didn't say." Then she hugged his arm and said, "Young master, go to the bottom of the lake and take a look. Longer has already placed the Dragon Palace below. Young master can come here to practice in the future. The vitality here is very rich." Sister said that it is because there is spiritual or vitality transported from the palace below the Dragon and Tiger Academy. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou looked at the imperial city not far away, paused, and entered the bottom of the lake with her. "Young master, your real body is here today. No wonder Longer feels different. Young master, look, passing through this piece of water grass is the entrance to the Dragon Palace. Young master, be careful of these water grasses. They seem to be a formation. Longer almost got entangled the first time he came down last night." Longer held his hand, swam forward, and introduced the environment at the bottom of the lake. Soon, the two came to the entrance of the Dragon Palace. After entering the Dragon Palace, Luo Qingzhou went to the Crystal Palace to see Hua Gu first. Hua Gu was still lying in the ice coffin, as if she was asleep, with a peaceful expression. Motionless, her body was safe and sound. and her complexion was also healthy. After seeing Hua Gu, he talked to Long Air for a while, and prepared to leave. Long Air was reluctant to leave. "Young master, can't you stay a little longer?" Then she hugged his arm again, and said pitifully, "Long Air kneels down to serve you." "Okay. You can use your feet as long as you stay with Long Air for a little longer." Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms and said, "I have something to do tonight. Come back tomorrow. The vitality here is still good. I will come here to practice tomorrow." Long Air pouted her lips, and said aggrievedly, "Young master doesn't want to stay here longer when my sister is not here. Is Long Air not attractive to you at all?" Seeing her grievance, Luo Qingzhou had to pick her up, and put her on the table. He gently stroked her white and delicate feet with both hands, and said softly, "Young master really has something to do tonight. But it doesn't matter if you go later, then I will stay with you for a little longer. Anyway, Yuchunlu is open 24 hours a day. So it doesn't matter how late you go. And it's still early. Not late at night. In that kind of place, the later it is, the more exciting the show may be." Of course, he was mainly there to look for clues. And it didn't matter whether he watched the show or not. As for the Jade Foot Club, he had no interest at all. Longer's jade feet were much more beautiful than those of the women. Much more. "Sir, Longa won't keep you for too long." Longer sat on the table, stretched out her arms, hugged his neck, and whispered, "Sir, kiss." Luo Qingzhou gently hugged her, and kissed her little mouth. In the early hours of the morning, Luo Qingzhou said goodbye and left, flew out of the water, and went directly to Yuchun Tower. At this time, he had no interest in the women and jade feet in the brothel. When he was rushing to Yuchun Tower, for some reason, his heart suddenly jumped, as if something ominous was going to happen. He was stunned for a moment, and immediately returned to the Qin mansion as quickly as possible. The Qin mansion was still as quiet as before. When he was in doubt, the message treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He immediately took it out and took a look. The message from the princess. But the message was blank. If it was at ordinary times, he might think that the other party did it on purpose. But now seeing this blank message, and thinking of the ominous premonition just now, his heart was suddenly shocked. Swoosh, he rushed to the Nangua County Prince's mansion at the fastest speed without any hesitation. "Who? Stop!" The patrol team on the street suddenly found a figure passing by, and immediately drew their swords and shouted angrily. However, the next second, they could no longer see the figure. The other soldiers thought that the person who just spoke was dazzled. Luo Qingzhou rushed to the Nandong County Prince's mansion like lightning, and suddenly found that the entire palace was shrouded by a red barrier. No sound could be heard inside, and no one could be seen. Swish! His heart sank, and he immediately passed through the barrier and rushed in. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood came to his nose. At the same time, the front yard was full of corpses. In the backyard, there was a fire, and waves of internal force and powerful aura released by magic weapons swept over. Luo Qingzhou's face changed drastically, and he rushed over immediately. A group of people wearing black robes and masks on their faces were slaughtering the guards and servants in the mansion. In the courtyard behind, an old and familiar scream suddenly came, "Princess, go!" When Luo Qingzhou arrived, he saw that Jiu Ma was pierced through the chest by a black-robed woman with a sword, and then her whole body was strangled to pieces by the dazzling sword light. "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one." At this time, a cold female voice suddenly sounded in the corner. When Luo Qingzhou heard this voice, his heart was shocked. Chapter 792, Body and Soul Dual Cultivation. Heavenly thunder destroys soul. Boom! Luo Qingzhou didn't have time to think. He immediately rushed down and punched out. Fist light burst out. The black-robed man who was about to chop by Ruoshui had his head smashed by a punch. "Huh? Grandmaster?" The voice of the woman in the corner seemed a little surprised. Luo Qingzhou landed in front of Bai Ruoshui, and punched one by one, instantly smashing the other two black-robed men into a bloody mess. The other black-robed men saw the scene. Their faces changed, and they dared not approach again. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly took the opportunity to ask the bloody woman behind him, "Where is Meijiao?" Bai Ruoshui held the sword. Her long hair was messy, and her face was covered with blood. When she was about to speak, she hesitated again, and said in a sad and hoarse voice, "Go and inform the palace." At this time, the few people left in Nandong County Prince's mansion were all here. Luo Qingzhou did not see the two princesses, and seeing the vigilance in her eyes, he immediately understood. Sudden encounter with this disaster. The princess may no longer trust anyone around her. Grandmaster? This face seems familiar. In the corner stood a tall and thin young man in a black robe. And a familiar female voice came from his mouth. Lan Ling of the Pyamyo Immortal Sect. Soul Possession Technique. Luo Qingzhou looked at his pupils. And the shadow of the blue-skirted woman appeared in them. At this time, a woman in black robe whispered, Master. This man is the husband of the Great Yin Queen and the disciple of the Lingxiao sect's leader, Chu Feiyang. Lan Ling's voice sounded, no wonder. I remember seeing him in the portrait TSK. I didn't expect that he is already a master. No wonder that girl. Her brother died only a few days ago. She can't wait to get married. Then he sneered. Does she think that she can escape punishment by joining forces with the inferior Lingxiao sect? Wishful thinking. After saying that, the figure suddenly flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Then, a fist suddenly enlarged in Luo Qingzhou's pupils. This punch suddenly distorted the surrounding space. Bang! Luo Qingzhou's fist, which had been charged for a long time, also hit it suddenly. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged hundreds of punches. Other people around couldn't even see the shadows of the two. But the terrible air waves that erupted from the collision of the four fists were like a tidal wave. So they didn't dare to get close. Boom! A loud explosion. Luo Qingzhou's body flew backwards. His feet hit the ground heavily. And then, he took a few steps back with bang 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 before he stabilized his body. The bluestone slabs on the ground he just stepped on were all shattered into powder. His blood and chi surged. His fists felt numb. And a trace of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The tall and thin man whose body was occupied had bloody fists, revealing the white bones, and the joints of his two arms were broken. The bones of his elbows were exposed, and a big hole appeared on his chest. This body is still too weak. Lan Ling's voice came out of his mouth. And then a light flashed, and a shadow suddenly drilled out from his eyebrows, and instantly drilled into the body of the woman holding the sword next to him. The tall and thin man suddenly vomited blood. His body softened, and he fell to the ground. Dead. Your cultivation is good, but your skills are not worthy of being in the Hall of Elegance. You are wasted in Lingxiao sect. The sword-holding woman said with a sneer on her face, and the sword in her hand suddenly lit up a blue sword light. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Princess, you go first. The sword-holding woman snorted coldly, Go? Can you go? Today, no one in the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion, including you, can leave. At this time, another black-robed woman suddenly swept over from the corridor and reported respectfully, Master, the Southern Kingdom Prince has been executed. This is his head. After saying that, she raised her hand, and the bloody head suddenly gurgled and rolled to the ground. Luo Qingzhou was startled and looked at the head on the ground. The head opened his eyes and had a handsome face. It was the Southern Kingdom Prince Nandong Yufeng. Bai Ruoshui suddenly screamed shrilly, rushed forward, and cried, Prince. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fists, and a flash of lightning flashed deep in his pupils. But suddenly, it disappeared again. At this time, the black-robed woman respectfully reported again. The sisters seemed to have hidden in the secret room. Master Lei and Master Sun have found the entrance, and should have taken people in. As soon as these words came out, Bai Ruoshui, who was crying while holding the head of the Southern Kingdom Prince, suddenly trembled all over, gritted her teeth with tears on her face, and said, How did my Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion offend you? Why did you want to massacre my whole family? Who are you? The sword-wielding woman, who was possessed by the spirit, sneered, and the long sword in her hand suddenly flashed with a cold light. With a whoosh, it shot out like a flying sword and instantly pierced her throat. Boom! Luo Qingzhou punched the long sword away, and then his figure flashed, and instantly shot out hundreds of golden fist lights, directly covering the sword-wielding woman and other black-robed people. Without any hesitation, he immediately picked up Bai Ruoshui and said, Princess, let's go! After that, his figure flashed and flew to the roof. Humph! Want to leave? At this moment, Lan Ling's cold snort suddenly came from behind. The black-robed woman swished and suddenly passed through the golden fist light like a ghost. A blue light flashed in her hand, and another sword appeared, stabbing at his back. Who knew that Luo Qingzhou suddenly turned around, and his fist, which had been full of power, hit him with a bang. Zizi. In the huge golden fist light, there was actually a thick red lightning. The dazzling sword light and fist light collided violently, making a deafening explosion, and then exploded together. However, the red lightning hidden in the fist light suddenly passed through the sword light, and ZZ hit the chest of the black-robed woman. The protective light shield on the black-robed woman was vulnerable and shattered in an instant. The red lightning suddenly became thicker and wrapped around her body. Boom! Luo Qingzhou threw the princess away and suddenly appeared in front of the black-robed woman. While she was being struck by lightning, he punched her in the chest again. This time, a thick red lightning flashed in the fist again. Is this the lightning of the sky? A big hole suddenly appeared in the chest of the black-robed woman, and her whole body was burnt by the lightning. But the sound from her mouth was still clear, with a hint of surprise. Boom! Luo Qingzhou punched out again, completely destroying her body. Lan Ling's figure flashed and flew out of her body. Just as he was about to swing the blue sword in his hand, his face suddenly changed. ZZ. At this time, a golden fist light suddenly came with a purple lightning and shot towards her. Purple lightning is specifically for souls. Lan Ling hurriedly retreated, suddenly urged all his soul power, and swung a sword. The blue sword light and the golden fist light collided violently, and unexpectedly blocked the purple lightning. But at this moment, she was just a small soul, and her strength was not as good as her original body. The previous battle with the soul had consumed a lot of soul power, and the sword just now consumed most of her soul power. She looked at the boy opposite with suspicion and shock. She didn't dare to be careless anymore and shouted to the people below, "Kill them all! Go!" Boom! 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 As she spoke, Luo Qingzhou's fist light with purple lightning came towards her again. Humph! A mere master. You also want to. She snorted coldly and swung her sword again. Who knew that before she finished her words, she suddenly felt an extremely dangerous breath coming from behind. Her heart suddenly jumped, and with a whoosh, she dodged from the side. Swish! A flying sword as black as ink suddenly shot past where she had just stood. Who? She shouted fiercely, and her heart suddenly began to panic. Who knew that just as she took a few steps back, there was a zzz sound behind her, and a large lightning net appeared strangely, instantly covering her. It's you? You are practicing both body and soul. At this moment, she suddenly understood, screamed sharply, and blue light burst out from her body, trying to break free from the lightning net on her body. However, how could Luo Qingzhou do as she wished? A thick purple lightning suddenly appeared on his fist. All the power of the root of the thunder spirit in his body surged into his fist at this moment, and quickly poured into the purple lightning. Lan Ling suddenly felt a breath of death coming, and his face suddenly changed. He screamed, "If you dare to destroy this strand of my soul, I will let your whole family be buried with you." Boom! There was a loud bang. Lightning and thunder. A shrill scream suddenly came from the lightning net. And then, the soul was instantly submerged in the exploding lightning, and turned into ashes. The black-robed people below saw this scene, terrified, and hurriedly tried to escape. Luo Qingzhou roared angrily and punched down. The golden fist light suddenly exploded and instantly submerged the black-robed people. At the same time, the flying sword suddenly turned into sword shadows all over the sky, falling down like a torrential rain. In a blink of an eye, all the black-robed people on the ground were strangled to death. He fell to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. He didn't have time to calm down the surging blood in his body, and asked hurriedly, "Princess, tell me where Meiju is." Bai Ruoshui was seriously injured at this moment. She covered the wound on her stomach and said in a trembling voice, underground secret room. Under the bed in my room." In. Her face was pale, and she stretched out her finger tremblingly. When Luo Qingzhou heard her say the words underground secret room, his heart suddenly moved, and his figure flashed, and he went underground. When he used the earth-walking technique to quickly rush to the underground passage, he suddenly smelled a strong smell of blood. Swoosh! His heart trembled, and he rushed forward in a hurry. The stone door in front broke open, and a bloody corpse lay on the ground at the door. Not far away, there were several other bodies. Luo Qingzhou immediately rushed in and passed through the stone room. There was a sudden boom in the passage in front, and a loud noise came, like the sound of a fist hitting a stone door. At the same time, a wave of formation came. Chapter 793 The Queen's Fury. Luo Qingzhou's killing. Bang! A huge iron fist hit the thick stone door again. The fist was like a hammer, and the stone door shook. The red barrier condensed on the stone door also trembled suddenly. The one standing at the door and punching was a gray-haired old man. Judging from the breath of his punch, he was at least a late-stage great martial artist. Behind him stood another short old man holding an iron sword. There were also 3 black-robed men standing behind the two. Master Lei, let me try. The old man holding the iron sword suddenly stepped forward, and the iron sword in his hand swish lit up a yellow sword light. The old man with his fists clenched took a step back and sneered at the inside. 2 princesses. If you open the door and come out obediently, I can spare your lives. If you continue to be stubborn, when this barrier stone door is broken, I will make you 2 sisters wish you were dead. Bang! The dazzling sword light slashed at the barrier on the stone door. At this time, the 2 sisters hiding behind the stone door clenched their hands tightly, their faces pale. In front of the two, the injured Aunt Mu was holding a jade rui against the stone door in front of her. The jade rui radiated a red light, covering the entire stone door. But it seemed that she couldn't hold on for too long. Suddenly there was a loud noise. The sharp sword light slashed on the barrier outside the door, and the red barrier suddenly wailed and shattered. The jade rui in Aunt Mu's hand also broke into several pieces with a click. She shuddered, staggered back a few steps, and protected the 2 sisters. Her face was pale and desperate, and she trembled and said, Miss, have you notified them? Nandong Meiji looked ugly, holding her whip tightly in one hand, and shook her head. Bang! With a loud bang, the thick stone door suddenly broke in 2 and fell heavily. The 3 people in the stone room all trembled and tightened their weapons. Humph! Keep hiding? Why don't you hide? The old man, whose fist was still flashing with fist light, looked at the 3 people in the stone room with a grim smile on his face. After confirming that there was no ambush, he was about to raise his footsteps to go in. And suddenly the old man with the sword shouted from behind, Be careful! Bang! A golden fist light appeared in front of him in an instant, and before he could react, it hit his chest heavily. The protective wind and light shield on his body were so vulnerable that they shattered in an instant. He was directly smashed out and hit the wall next to him heavily. His chest sunken, and a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. The old man, with the sword standing behind him, was horrified. Just as he swung the heavy iron sword in his hand, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed his neck. Then a golden fist enlarged in his pupils, and with a bang, his head exploded and turned into a puff of blood mist. A master of the late stage of the great martial arts master didn't even use a single move. His head was smashed in an instant, and he died. Even his soul was destroyed in this punch. Because the incident happened too quickly, the other 3 black-robed men didn't react until then. However, before they could even see the face and figure of the sneak attacker, they were instantly beheaded by a flying sword that appeared out of nowhere. The flying sword carried a purple arc of electricity, and in the moment of beheading their heads, it had already killed their souls. The 3 headless corpses spurted blood, and stood there blankly for a while before falling straight to the ground. At this time, the sneak attacker's figure stopped at the door and became clear. The 3 people in the room looked at him, and after a moment of stagnation, they came back to their senses. Nandong Meiji ran out crying and hugged him. Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms, gently stroked her hair, and looked at the old man who was smashed into the wall. The old man's chest collapsed, but he was not dead. At this moment, he was struggling and twisting his body, trying to get out of the stone wall. Luo Qingzhou let go of the girl in his arms, turned around and walked over, grabbed the old man's neck, and took him out of the stone wall. The old man was shaking with pain. He stretched out his right hand suddenly, took out a sharp dagger, and stabbed him directly in the chest. However, Luo Qingzhou's hand that was pinching his neck was only slightly tightened, and he suddenly went limp. The dagger in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and his outstretched arm also fell down weakly. He opened his mouth weakly, and made a hoarse and unpleasant sound. Luo Qingzhou opened his other hand with 5 fingers, and the dagger on the ground flew into his hand in an instant. Then a cold light flashed, and he cut off one of his ears with a knife. He stared at his pupils and asked, Who sent you? The old man was shaking with pain, and his eyes glared at him. Shoo! The dagger in Luo Qingzhou's hand suddenly pierced into his eyes, and with a move of his wrist, he directly gouged out his eyeballs. The old man immediately let out a shrill scream. Luo Qingzhou asked again, Which sect are you from? Why did you come to massacre the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion? Are there others? Where are they? After saying that, he paused, and the dagger in his hand stabbed into his other eye with a puff. The old man screamed again, shrilly, Little beast, I will bury your whole family with you. All the lackeys of that woman will not die well. You Before he finished speaking, The dagger in Luo Qingzhou's hand stabbed directly into his mouth and pierced his throat. Then he pulled hard and cut his entire cheek and neck in half. Bang! Another punch. Lightning flashed, and he was directly beaten into a puff of blood mist. The murderous aura on Luo Qingzhou's body slowly dissipated. He turned around and looked at the three people at the door. He felt heavy and hesitant in his heart, not knowing how to speak. Nandong Shui cried, "Mr. Chu, where are my father and mother? You are so powerful. Can you help us save them?" Luo Qingzhou clenched his fists and remained silent. Nandong Meijia's face turned pale, and her body trembled slightly. Let's go. Let's go up first." Luo Qingzhou turned around and walked in front. The three people followed in a trance. When they came out of the underground secret room, the palace guards and the imperial guards arrived. In front of the corpses on the ground, Nandong Huiyue, wearing a fiery red dress, was standing there, her face pale, and the red dress on her body fluttered like a burning flame. Angrily, not far away, Princess Bai Ruoshui was holding the body of the southern prince. Crying softly, the only three guards left in the mansion knelt beside her, covered in blood, looking at the scene in front of them. The two princesses of the southern prince's mansion were frozen in place, motionless. After a long time, they walked over in despair and knelt on the ground. Luo Qingzhou stood in the corridor, watching this scene silently. Nandong Huiyue suddenly sighed and said, "I was wrong. I knew they would not give up. I knew whoever helped me would be retaliated. Uncle Wang has been helping me contact and persuade other princes these days. Those people must be panicking. I shouldn't be careless." She clenched her fists, her red skirt fluttering. "I just didn't expect that they dared to be in the inner city." Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "It was Lan Ling from Piaomu Xianzong. She used the possession technique to bring people here." Nandong Huiyue was shocked and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, "Someone told me that after your majesty ascended the throne, they damaged their interests. So she would retaliate against your majesty, and even collude with other forces in the Yin. The Prince of Nangua may be just the first one." Then he said, "Your majesty is right. Whoever helps you will be retaliated." Nandong Huiyue's eyes flashed with cold light, and he heard him say, "But if you want to change the world, there must be bloodshed and sacrifice. Your majesty has come to this point. So what is there to be afraid of? As long as your majesty is wholeheartedly for the people, and for the Yin with a pure heart, then the whole Yin people with conscience and passion will be your strongest backing." Nandong Huiyue's eyes flashed with cold light, and he heard him say, "But if you want to change the world, there must be bloodshed and sacrifice. Your majesty has come to this point. So what is there to be afraid of? As long as your majesty is wholeheartedly for the people, and for the Yin with a pure heart, then the whole Yin people with conscience and passion will be your strongest backing." You looked at him quietly, and after a while, she said, "You too?" Luo Qingzhou met her gaze, and clenched his fist in his sleeve slowly. "Yes." Nandong Huiyue looked at the crying princess and the corpse in the princess's arms, and was silent for a moment, and said, "Chu Feiyang, come to me tomorrow night. I have something to say to you." Luo Qingzhou said, "Yes." Yue Wu. Nandong Huiyue's tone did not contain a trace of emotion. "Go. Let them all go out and find out the identities of these people. Within 3 days, I want to know where they are from. Also, those spies in Kyoto. Don't keep them. Kill them all." "Yes, Your Majesty." Yue Wu agreed and left quickly. The look on Nandong Huiyue's face became even colder. She raised her head slightly and looked at the deep night sky. After a long time, she walked to the body of the southern prince, looked at it silently for a moment, and said, "Mei Jiao, take your mother and sister to live in the palace. I swear, I will help you get revenge." After a pause, she said, "He will help you too." Luo Qingzhou walked to the door. She suddenly asked, "Where are you going?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Home." Nandong Huiyue turned around, looked at him and said, "Let them move into the palace too." Then, she murmured, "Of course. Maybe. They don't have to." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else and left quickly. After leaving the southern prince's mansion, he stopped at the door and stood for a while, then clenched his fists. A hint of blood gradually surged in his eyes, and walked directly to the direction of the Kaigwa Marquis mansion. Just now, before the old man died, he exposed that some of them were hiding in the Kaigwa Marquis mansion. What evidence? What influence? What consequences? It doesn't matter. The southern prince's mansion was massacred tonight. So, No one in his Kaigwa Marquis mansion can survive. Let's all be buried together. Chapter 794 Qingzhou angrily slaughters the sect. Sister Yu understands the Tao Te Ching. It was the fourth watch. The Kaigwa Marquis' mansion was peaceful, and the people in the mansion seemed to have fallen asleep. In the garden in the northwest corner of the mansion, there was a rockery. At this time, in the shadow of a big tree outside the rockery, a figure stood motionless. And under the corner of the wall not far away, there was another figure. At the same time, on the rockery and on the roof not far away, there were two vague spirits. The eyes of these people kept patrolling around the mansion. Meow. At this time, a kitten with snow white fur suddenly jumped onto the courtyard wall, and its amber eyes glowed with a green light in the night. The spirit on the roof took a look and didn't care. This was the favorite kitten of the Kaigwa Marquis' wife Sue. It would play in the mansion every night, and occasionally catch a few mice to play with. Swoosh. The kitten walked leisurely on the wall for a while, then jumped down lightly and ran to another place. It quickly entered a room. After a while, it came out of the room and entered another room. Soon, it visited all the rooms in the mansion, even the kitchen, the wood room, some utility rooms and toilets were all entered. Then, it came to the rockery. Swoosh. It jumped up and onto the roof. The spirit, who was standing on the roof on sentry, frowned slightly, waved his hand, and a gust of cold wind rushed to the kitten's face. The kitten was startled and stopped in place, looking around with doubtful eyes. Little thing. Go play somewhere else. The spirit waved his hand again and released a gust of cold wind, then suddenly turned his head and looked at the other side of the wall. On the wall over there, a black cat was squatting there, looking at him silently with cold eyes. There was a hint of suspicion in the soul's eyes. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. The white cat came behind him silently like a ghost. Schwa! Before the soul could react, an invisible hand suddenly grabbed his throat from behind and dragged him directly to the other side of the roof. Just as he was about to sound the alarm in fear, the whole soul was suddenly crushed with a puff. And then an arc flashed, and he disappeared in an instant. On the roof, silence soon returned. The white cat walked up to the roof, glanced at the soul on the rockery, and then jumped lightly onto the courtyard wall. The black cat that had just squatted on the courtyard wall walked along the dark corner of the wall to the sentry standing at the corner. At this time, the soul on the rockery turned around and looked at the roof. The moonlight was like frost, and the roof was empty. He was stunned for a moment, and then his figure flashed and flew into the air. He looked further, but still did not see the spirit. Huh? Where is the person? He felt something was wrong in his heart, and suddenly looked at the corner of the wall. He happened to see the black cat suddenly jump out of the darkness, with its claws flashing coldly, and directly grabbed the neck of the warrior who was on guard at the corner. The warrior was shocked, covered his neck, and widened his eyes. Then, blood spurted out, and he fell to the ground, without making a sound. The soul who saw this scene in midair suddenly changed his face, and opened his mouth to warn. But what confused him was that he couldn't make any sound. At the same time, he suddenly found that he became lighter, and seemed to be shaking. He looked down and his eyes widened. His body was still floating in the same place, and his head flew out lightly. ZZ. A purple arc passed by, and his head and body disappeared in an instant. At this moment, the figure standing under the big tree seemed to have not reacted yet. But suddenly, he seemed to smell a bloody smell. Just as he turned his head to look at the corner of the wall, a figure suddenly appeared behind him and whispered, "Don't talk. Take me in." He was startled, and when he was about to draw the knife at his waist, his body suddenly shook and froze in place, motionless. The corpse and the smell of blood in the corner of the wall were quickly submerged in the white powder, and the guards in other places in the mansion were still patrolling quietly. This garden was still as quiet as before. Meow. Only the black cat, with a confused look on its face, suddenly left. At the same time, under the rockery, there was a long and narrow passage. In front of the passage was a stone door, and inside the stone door, there was a wide secret room. The secret room was divided into several parts. Like a house, there were several rooms, each with a stone door blocking it. At this time, in the hall in the middle, the founding Marquis Tangjingda was sitting at the table, looking at a secret letter with a solemn expression. Behind him stood his eldest son and second son, as well as two gray-haired old men. Opposite him sat a young woman in purple. In the corners of the walls around, there were dozens of black-robed people with powerful auras. After reading the secret letter in his hand, Tang Jingda's face changed for a moment. And then he said, "Fairy Gu, I have done too many things for you. If you are discovered, the whole family will be executed. After the massacre of the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion this time, the princess will definitely be vigilant. It will be difficult to massacre the Qin family and the Prince Duan's mansion again. However, since I have done it, I am naturally willing to continue to serve your clan." "It's just the purple-clothed woman sitting opposite," said arrogantly, "Kaiwaho, please speak." Tang Jingda looked at him, cupped his hands, and said, "Fairy Lan of your clan promised me that after the matter here is over, let my family forego to your clan to practice. Now the situation is urgent. I am afraid that there will be danger at any time. I hope to let you go first. My 2 sons will go to your sect first, and Fairy Gu will take a look. Okay?" Then he added, "They are talented, and I can guarantee that they will be loyal to your sect." The purple-clothed woman heard this. Her face turned cold, and she said, "The Marquis is too impatient. Since senior sister Lan has promised you, she will not regret it. When this matter is over, I will accept them as disciples of my Piamu immortal sect." After that, her tone softened again. "Now that things here have just begun, we can't do it openly. We can only rely on you. It's time to use people. The 2 sons of the Marquis are smart and clever, and their cultivation is also good. They should do more meritorious services for our sect here. When they go to the sect, they will naturally be treated better than other disciples." After this, Tang Jingda dared not say anything more, and could only say, "In that case, please take care of me in the future." "Fairy Gu," the purple-clothed woman said lightly, "I am just an inferior outer disciple in this sect. The reason why senior sister Lan sent me here is that I will not attract the attention of other people and other forces. According to the regulations, I can't appear here. When it comes to future care, it will naturally depend on senior sister Lan, who is one of the most promising disciples in the inner sect. Lord, as long as we get this matter done this time, we will naturally have smooth sailing in the sect in the future. When senior sister Lan gets the spiritual mind rights and military power here, it is estimated that she will be more valued in the sect. At that time, we will naturally rise with the tide." Tang Jingda pondered for a moment and asked, "Fairy Gu, it is said that the Qin family is the weakest, and the eldest princess attaches great importance to the son-in-law of the Qin family. It is estimated that some of the strategies of the past few days were proposed by that son-in-law. Why don't we go and kill them tonight?" The purple-clothed woman thought for a moment after hearing this, and said, "This is senior sister Lan's decision. I don't know. It may be that the Prince of Southern Kingdom is more important to that woman. After all, he is quite important among the various princes. If he continues to contact and bewitch, I am afraid that other princes will surrender." At this time, Tang Jun, the eldest son of the Tang family, suddenly bowed and said, "Fairy Gu, since the son-in-law of the Qin family is just a scholar, why don't I go and get rid of him tomorrow?" The purple-clothed woman glanced at him indifferently and said, "Let's talk about it when senior sister Lan comes back." She glanced at the jade in her hand and said, "It should be soon. There are not many masters in the prince's mansion of Southern Kingdom, and senior sister Lan has personally possessed it, so it is estimated that it will be solved soon." Tang Jingda sneered. "At dawn tomorrow, it is estimated that the entire Kyoto and Dian will be shaken. Let them all see what happens if they follow her." "Who?" At this moment, the purple-clothed woman's eyes suddenly looked at the door. The faces of the people in the stone room changed, and they stood up. At this time, the voice of the guard came from outside. "My lord, it's the lady's cat." "Cat?" Tang Jingda was stunned for a moment, and indeed opened the cave door. A little white cat was squatting at the door, gently shaking its tail, and its amber eyes looked curiously into the stone chamber. Tang Jingda frowned, and when he was about to pick it up, the purple-clothed woman suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" As soon as this was said, Tang Jingda immediately stepped back. The purple-clothed woman's hand flashed with light, and she took out a bronze mirror, then stepped forward a few steps, pointed at the white cat at the door, and said coldly, "Why did the cat suddenly run into the secret room? Be careful that someone's spirit is possessed." After saying that, the bronze mirror in her hand flashed with light, covering the white cat. Everyone in the stone chamber became nervous. However, the white cat still squatted there, tilting its head, curiously looking at the mirror that emitted the beam of light. And there was nothing abnormal about it. The purple-clothed woman took a photo for a while, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She put away the bronze mirror and shouted at the guards outside, "Who told you to let it in? Take it out." Tang Jingde also shouted sternly, "What did I order before? Without my order, nothing is allowed to enter. If it happens again, I will never let it go." The guard outside the door was frightened and hurriedly picked up the white cat on the ground and walked out. Tang Jingde snorted coldly, closed the stone door, and then said with a smile, "Fairy Gu, don't blame me. The white cat is the treasure of my wife. Others dare not expel it casually. It's a false alarm. A false alarm." The purple-clothed woman had a cold face and was about to sit down. Suddenly she moved her nose and asked suspiciously, "What's the smell?" Tang Jingde was slightly startled when he heard it, and immediately sniffed around, wondering, "Fairy Gu, there is no smell?" The purple-clothed woman frowned and walked to the door to smell it again. Tang Jingde guessed. Could it be brought by the kitten just now? The kitten is very naughty and likes to play in the flowers. It may be contaminated with some pollen. Then he said, "Don't worry, Fairy Gu. I have set up many sentries outside the door, outside the cave, and there are also formations underground. No one else will sneak in." Boom. Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared on the ground, as fast as lightning, and suddenly punched the purple-clothed woman on the back. The purple-clothed woman was caught off guard and was hit directly. A layer of protective light shield instantly condensed on her body. But that fist actually carried a red lightning, and with a click, the protective light shield on the purple-clothed woman was smashed to pieces with one punch. The purple-clothed woman's face changed drastically. Taking advantage of this impact, she flew forward and hurriedly took out a red round bead. However, before she could release the power of the round bead, the golden fist was extremely fast and hit her again. Boom! There was a loud bang. The red round bead in her hand was smashed out, and her body was smashed into the stone wall in front of her. Before she could mobilize the power in her body, the golden fist with lightning hit her chest again. Boom! The fist burst out. Lightning and thunder. Her chest suddenly clicked. Her ribs broke and sunken. Boom! 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 In an instant, dozens of golden fists hit her body and face again. The purple-clothed woman was smashed on the spot. Her whole body sunken. Her head exploded. Her flesh and blood were blurred. And she died. A purple lightning appeared, instantly killing her soul that was about to escape. At this time, she had time to let out a shrill scream. However, her soul was destroyed too quickly, and she screamed and stopped abruptly. From the sudden appearance of that figure from underground to the annihilation of the purple-clothed woman's body and soul, it seemed that many moves were made. But in fact, the speed was extremely fast, and the whole process was over in just a moment. It was not until this moment that the three Tang family fathers and sons reacted. The disciples of the dignified Piamu immortal sect were killed without even using a single move. How dare the thief! It's poisonous! Tang Jingde roared. And just as he was about to surround this terrible sneak attacker with everyone, his legs suddenly softened and he almost fell down. He was shocked and horrified, and said in fear and anger, "Despicable." Bang! Luo Qingzhou did not kill him first, but in front of him, he punched his eldest son's head, grabbed his second son's neck, and then punched him through the chest. Tang Jingde saw his two sons, who he had high hopes for, die tragically in front of him. He screamed miserably and desperately, and then gritted his teeth and said, "Beast, who are you?" Boom! 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 Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything nonsense, and directly burst out the power of the master, beating all the remaining black-robed people in the room into a bloody mess, destroying their bodies and souls. At this moment, Tang Jingde, seeing this terrible scene, was so scared that his face turned pale. His lips trembled, and he could no longer say a word. Luo Qingzhou killed the last black-robed man, then turned around and walked in front of him. Tang Jingde trembled and said, Who are you? What does my founding marquise have to do with me?" He suddenly trembled all over and opened his eyes wide. Luo Qingzhou slowly took off the black tiger mask on his face, and under the mask was his original appearance. Tang Jingde's eyes widened, as if he saw a demon crawling out of HL. His teeth chattered, his lips trembled, and he said, You are the son of the Qin family." Luo Qingzhou saw that he was already frightened and confused, so he stared into his eyes and asked, "Who else is there in Kyoto besides these people? Did you send Su Qingwan? Who else is there besides killing me? When did the people from Piamu Xinzong find you? Also, they should have looked for other people besides you, right? Are there any treasures in your mansion? Where are they hidden?" He asked a lot of questions. Tang Jingde gritted his teeth and didn't answer any of them. After Luo Qingzhou asked, he said, "Don't worry. Your 2 sons will not die alone. You are with them, as well as your wife, and the whole of your Kaigwa Hofu." "Ah, you beast!" Tang Jingda's face suddenly twisted, and he rushed towards him like crazy. Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched his entire face, and it collapsed. "When you were slaughtering others, did you ever think about today?" After that, he smashed his head with a punch. Bang! Boom! Boom! Soon, the stone doors of the secret rooms on both sides were broken by him. In one secret room, there were a lot of gold coins, and several large boxes of gold and silver treasures. In another secret room, various weapons and armor were placed. In the remaining secret rooms, there were some sundries, some of which were dried spiritual medicines, and some were materials for refining. Luo Qingzhou collected all these things. Then, he poured several buckets of lamp oil in the entire stone room. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly had an idea and looked at the body of the purple-clothed woman in the wall. At this time, Dabao and Erbo in the storage ring suddenly shouted excitedly, "Is there a treasure?" He hesitated for a moment and released Dabao and Erbo. Normally, for safety reasons, he would never take anything from the enemy now. But if Dabao and Erbo move unusually, it means that the other party must have a very valuable treasure. Swoosh! As soon as Dabao and Erbo landed, they flashed and jumped onto the wall nimbly, rushing towards the body of the purple-clothed woman. Before they could touch, a red light suddenly lit up in the purple-clothed woman's skirt, flickering inside. Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand and used the object control technique. The red light in the skirt flew out with a whoosh sound and landed in his palm. A closer look revealed that it was a palm-sized fiery red feather fan. This feather fan was made of not only feathers, but also colorful and engraved with some strange symbols. When held in the palm, a warm energy emanated. "It is not suitable to stay here for long." Luo Qingzhou did not dare to delay and immediately put away the feather fan. After thinking about it, he put the bronze mirror on her body and the red round bead that fell in the corner into the storage ring. Since one was taken, the other 2 should be taken together. Wow! He put away Dabao and Erbo, punched out, and a ball of flame flew out of his fist, instantly igniting the lamp oil on the ground. A raging fire immediately broke out in the stone chamber. Luo Qingzhou came out of the underground and set the entire house of the founding marquis mansion on fire. He had placed a large bucket of lamp oil and vegetable oil in each room before. As soon as the flames were lit, the entire Kaigwa marquis mansion instantly burned. Shwa! The flying sword suddenly flew into the night sky, and then turned into a rain of swords falling from the sky. All the guards in the mansion were killed without a single one left. Then, he drilled into the ground and disappeared. That night, the entire Kaigwa marquis mansion was reduced to ashes. At the same time, in the deep mountains and valleys thousands of miles away, a moon-white figure finally found a purple gold grass in the cracks of the stone wall in the abyss. She picked it carefully with scars on her jade hands. A moment later, she came to a damp cave overgrown with weeds, sat cross-legged, and prepared to practice and rest for a while. Just as she closed her eyes and prepared to practice the technique, she suddenly paused again, and a series of clear fonts appeared in her mind unconsciously. The Tao is empty and can never be used. It is like the ancestor of all things. Blunt its sharpness, resolve its conflicts, harmonize its light, and be one with its dust. The sky is long and the earth is long. The reason why the sky and the earth can be long and long is that they do not produce themselves, so they can live forever. She closed her eyes, held her breath and concentrated, forgetting herself, playing these words over and over in her mind. Suddenly, she formed a seal with her jade hands, and the soul power in her body slowly flowed out. If you can't see it, it's called E. If you can't hear it, it's called She. If you can't touch it, it's called Wei. She whispered in her mouth. Wow! After an unknown amount of time, a bright light suddenly lit up between her eyebrows. In an instant, the whole cave was illuminated. Strange and twisted words appeared strangely from the void and began to slowly flow into her brows. Her snow-white dress and her long black hair fluttered gently. It turned out to be Tao Te Ching. Sure enough, it can be solved. Chapter 795. The Queen urgently asks for advice. Sister, you practices Taoism alone. The next day, the news spread, and the whole of the Yin was shaken. The streets and alleys of Kyoto were discussing the massacre of the Kaigwa marquis mansion last night, and the entire mansion was reduced to ashes. As for the changes in the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion, ordinary people have not yet received the news, but the royal family members and court officials, as well as the princes of various places, got the news at the first time and were all shocked. It was just dawn. Luo Qingzhou returned to the Qin mansion and had just taken a bath and rested when Yuewu came with people. Mr. Luo, His Majesty summons you to the palace. Yuewu's tone was very polite, and her eyes looking at him were also complicated. Luo Qingzhou did not ask more questions and followed her into the palace. Yaohua Palace. In the study, Nandong Huiyue, dressed in a fiery red dress, was frowning and looking at the message in her hand. The prince's mansion of the Southern Kingdom and the marquis mansion of the founding kingdom were massacred, and the princes from all over the country were asking about the situation. If it is not handled properly, people will be in chaos. Your Majesty, young Master Luo is here. Yu reported respectfully at the door. Nandong Huiyue's cold voice came from the room. Let him in. There seemed to be a hint of anger in her tone. Luo Qingzhou took off his shoes, pushed aside the bead curtain, and walked in with his head down. Nandong Huiyue put down the message in his hand, looked at him with a majestic and cold look, and wanted to reprimand him a few words. But looking at his handsome face and indifferent expression, he found that he had no reason to reprimand him. So he could only say coldly, "Do you know the news last night?" Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "I just learned about it, and I am very shocked." Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly and said, "Just shocked?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Of course. There is also anger. The prince's mansion of the Southern Kingdom was massacred, which is unforgivable. Your Majesty must. I have to make the decision for them." Nandong Huiyue clenched the communication certificate in her hand and said coldly, "What about the founding marquis?" Luo Qingzhou raised his head, looked at her, and said, "He deserves to die." Nandong Huiyue looked at him, looked at the cold light in his eyes, was silent for a while, and said, "Do you have evidence?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Yes." Nandong Huiyue looked away, looked down at the communication certificate in her hand, and did not ask, saying, "What should I do now?" Overnight, the Southern County Prince's mansion and the founding Marquis's mansion were massacred. Other princes from all over the country were terrified when they heard the news. They might suspect that I am bloodthirsty and cannot tolerate old ministers. Luo Qingzhou said, "Your Majesty, this is the time for the chess pieces you have arranged in various places to play a role. Tell the world that you have found out who those killers are, and tell them that they were sent by the King of Thailand and the princes of the 7 countries. Everyone knows that the prince of the Southern Kingdom has been running around for you for some time, and you can't do anything to him. And the founding marquis has long surrendered to you. So how can you destroy his entire family? So the one who did it must be your opponent. Let all the forces in the world know the despicable behavior of the King of Thailand and the princes of the 7 countries. At the same time, tell the world that the King of the Southern Kingdom proposed to distribute land to all the people of Diyin, reduce taxes for merchants, improve treatment for soldiers, etc., but was killed by the King of Thailand and the princes of the 7 countries. Your Majesty only needs to say that he has found evidence, and there is no need to show it. Just spread the rumor at that time. The King of Thailand and the princes of the 7 countries will be speechless, and the people and soldiers will naturally spit on them." Luo Qingzhou talked for a long time before he stopped talking and looked at her and said, "What do you think, Your Majesty?" Nandong Huiyue was staring at him in a daze. After hearing what he said, she came to her senses and said with a complicated look, "Sir, you are indeed my chief think tank. This plan is very good. In this way, their morale will be even greater, and they will be vulnerable." The room was quiet for a while. Luo Qingzhou asked, "Are the princess and the 2 princesses okay?" Nandong Huiyue was silent for a moment and said, "I have already taken them into the palace." After that, she looked at him again and said, "Sir, anyone who helps me with things now may be in danger. You are my think tank, and you are the first to bear the brunt. Therefore, I hope that you can move into the palace with your family to live, which will be safer." Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty, but I have to go back and discuss this matter with my family." Nandong Huiyue smiled faintly and said, "Yes, you are still just a son-in-law of the Qin family." Then she raised her eyebrows and said, "First, have you ever considered getting rid of this identity? With your ability, I can give you an official position now. Divorce your wife first, leave the Qin mansion, live in your own mansion, and then remarry her. In this case, no need." Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, I feel good now. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty. Nandon Huiyue looked at him deeply, and said nothing more. When he was about to talk about other topics, Yue was suddenly said outside the door. Your Majesty. Prince Tuan and Prince Da are asking for an audience outside the door. Nandon Huiyue's expression was slightly condensed. And then he said, Sir. Then you go back first and think about it carefully. I'll wait for your news. Luo Qingzhou agreed and bowed to say goodbye. After leaving the door, he greeted the two princes again and left quickly. Back to the Qin mansion. He pulled Miss Qin Air into the room and told her about entering the palace. After listening to this, Miss Qin Air pondered for a moment and said, Weimo will discuss it with mother first, and then give brother Qingzhou an answer. Luo Qingzhou did not say anything more, and said, I am going out to practice today. You should not go out for the time being. Miss Qin Air nodded. Luo Qingzhou went out, and went directly to Donghu Lake and entered Longer's Dragon Palace to practice. The heaven and earth vitality of Donghu Lake is indeed much richer. Luo Qingzhou quickly entered the state of practice. Miss Qin Air left the courtyard after he left, but did not go to her mother, but went to Lingshan Moon Palace next door. Bai Ling opened the door and told her, Miss is not feeling well, and is still sleeping in the room. Miss Qin Air heard this, and wanted to go in to visit. Bai Ling blocked the door and said with a smile, Second Miss. Don't go in. Wait until Miss is better. Miss Qin was slightly startled, looked at the yard, and stood at the door for a while before saying, Okay then. Bai Ling was about to close the door, and Miss Qin whispered, Bai Ling, don't make your sister too hard. Brother Qingzhou will take care of the family affairs. Bai Ling looked at her in confusion and said, Second Miss. My miss is either sleeping or in a daze. How can she be hardworking? Miss Qin smiled softly, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Bai Ling looked at her weak figure. Her eyes flashed. She closed the courtyard door, and then went into the room. On the bed, a girl in a snow-white dress was sitting in the curtain, with her eyes closed, motionless. Haven't you come back yet? Hey, the stinky son-in-law is so fickle. Why do you have to help him so hard? You should let him suffer himself. Humph. Of course he is also very hard, working hard every night, and he is almost too busy. Then, she left the room and went to the back garden. In the back garden, a figure in a light green dress was still practicing sword hard. Chan, don't practice anymore. He won't feel sorry for you no matter how hard you work. He would rather go to the water to find the little goblin than come to you. Swish, swish, swish. The light green figure, the sword in his hand, still turned into a sky full of sword shadows, flying in the garden. Oh, what's so good about the stinky son-in-law? I've worked so hard to help him. Forget it. I won't care about you. I'm going to make medicine in the house. Otherwise, the bad guy won't be able to steal the medicine next time and will bully my rabbit again. In the evening, Luo Qingzhou was practicing in the secret room of the Dragon Palace. His whole body was hot, and he felt warm inside. The surrounding heaven and earth energy, like 100 rivers converging into the sea, converged towards his head and entered his body along the vortex on his head. At the same time, the pores all over his body were opening and closing, as if breathing, inhaling energy and exhaling waste gas. On his naked upper body, there was not only shiny sweat, but also black waste residue. Originally, I thought that the body refining at the beginning had transformed the body perfectly, and the waste in the body had long been emptied and discharged. Unexpectedly, when I started to use the heaven and earth energy to transform my body, so much waste appeared again. At first, it was a mortal body that transformed into a warrior's body. Now could it be that the warrior's body is beginning to transform into the body of a cultivator? He opened his eyes and looked at the black waste all over his body, thinking secretly in his heart. After another moment, he stopped practicing and stood up, opening the stone door. When Longwo heard the sound of the door opening, he hurried over and said, Sir, how is your practice going? Is the heaven and earth vitality here much richer than that in Yunwu River? Luo Qingzhou touched the sweat and waste on his body and said, It is indeed much richer, and the absorption speed is faster. Longer said happily, It's good that you like it. You can come here to practice every day in the future. Luo Qingzhou walked to the stone room next to him and said, I'll take a shower first. Longer did not stop, and still followed him and said, Well, Longer will help you rub your back. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse. His relationship with Longwo was confirmed the day he went to Dragon Palace before he broke through to the Grandmaster level in Ling Xiao's sect last time. Although the two had not officially done it, Long Air had helped him do it. Wow! When he came to the bath, he jumped in directly and took off his pants in the water. There was a formation under the bath. The underground was connected to the hot spring, and the water could be changed continuously, so there was no need to worry about dirtying the water. Long Air sprinkled a basket of flower petals on him, then picked up a towel and helped him scrub his back, saying charmingly and gently, "Sir, you have practiced so hard. You will definitely help me defeat those bad guys in the future. When that time comes, I may disperse." She suddenly stopped talking again. Luo Qingzhou was shocked, turned his head and looked at him and said, "What is dispersing?" Long Wei hurriedly lowered his head to help him wash his chest, and said, "Nothing, nothing." Luo Qingzhou stared at her blankly, and said, "Kung Fu? That kind of cold Kung Fu? Longer. Did sister you tell you that she would disperse that kind of Kung Fu?" Longer shook his head hurriedly. Longer doesn't know. Longer didn't say it. Sister will be angry. Luo Qingzhou stared at her blankly for a while, and said, "Longer. Thank you." He didn't ask any more questions, and his heart was clear. He closed his eyes, and the cold moon-white figure appeared in his mind. Wow! In a cave in a valley thousands of miles away, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth nearby, like a tide, rushed into the cave, continuously. The way of heaven is like drawing a bow. The high is suppressed, the low is raised, the excess is reduced, and the deficiency is supplemented. Chapter 796 The Smell of the Eldest Lady. The Tenderness and Secrets of the Queen. Night fell. When Luo Qingzhou returned to the Qin mansion, everyone in the mansion was in an atmosphere of sadness and panic. The news from the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion finally came. Song Ryua wiped her tears and said, "Qingzhou, the prince is such a good person. How could who the H.L. wants to harm his family, poor Meijio and Shui? What should they do in the future?" Miss Qin was comforting softly. Song Ryua choked up and worriedly said, "I heard that the founding marquis's mansion was even worse. The whole mansion was wiped out and burned to ashes. People were talking about it everywhere on the street, alas. In just one night, the prince's mansion and the marquis mansion were massacred, Qingzhou. If that evil person comes to our Qin family, and your father-in-law and second brother are not here, what should we do?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at Miss Qin Air and said, "If mother-in-law is worried, then move into the palace. It just so happens that His Majesty also invited me this morning." Song Ryua wiped her tears with a handkerchief and looked at him and said, "Can all of our family move in? The palace is where His Majesty lives, and even other princes cannot live there. Our Qin family, can it really be?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "If my mother-in-law wants to go, she can." Song Ryua stared at him blankly for a while, and cried, "Qingzhou, His Majesty is so good to us. It's all because of you. Fortunately, my mother-in-law took the initiative to recruit you. Fortunately, Jianjia." She suddenly came to her senses again, and hurriedly changed the subject. Eagerly, "Then when can we move in?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Anytime. Tonight." Song Ryua immediately wiped her tears and stood up, impatiently saying, "Wei Mo, hurry up. Pack up. I'll go tell Jianjia. Mother's things have been packed. Only you sisters are missing." Luo Qingzhou. Song Ryua hurried to Lingshan Moon Palace. As a result, she didn't even enter the door. Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Air returned to Meixiang Garden. When the two were about to pack up, Song Ryua came over with an angry face and said, "Little Bailing is really getting more and more outrageous. She said that Jianjia was not feeling well. I wanted to go in to see her, but she blocked the door and wouldn't let me in. Who is the mistress of the Qin family?" Miss Qin Air had to persuade her softly. "Mother, let's wait a little longer. There's no rush. You know my sister's temper. If she tells Bailing to do something, Bailing won't dare to disobey." Song Ryua immediately said, "How can I not be anxious? The murderer is so rampant and cruel. If we don't leave here early, they will suddenly. What should we do if he comes to our Qin mansion? Your father and second brother are not here, and there are no guards at home." Miss Qin Air suddenly turned her head and said, "Brother Qingzhou, how about you go to your sister's place?" As soon as this was said, Song Ryua immediately became alert. "Wei Mo, why let Qingzhou go? If Jianjia doesn't see us, will she see him?" Miss Qin Air explained. Bai Ling didn't dare to stop Brother Qingzhou. She is most afraid of Brother Qingzhou. Song Ryua said with surprise, "Is it true?" Little Bai Ling is not afraid of anything. Not even me and your father. Why is she afraid of Qingzhou? Miss Qin Air smiled and said, because Brother Qingzhou can tell stories and write songs. Bailing likes these things the most. If she makes Brother Qingzhou unhappy, Brother Qingzhou will ignore her. So of course she is afraid. Song Ryue half believed and half doubted. Turned her head to look at her son-in-law. Hesitated for a moment. And had to say, Qingzhou. Then you go and see. If you can see Jianjia, tell her about the move. And say we will move tonight. Miss Qin Air also urged, Brother Qingzhou. Go quickly. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her. Did not dare to speak. Turned around and left the courtyard. Song Ryue hesitated for a moment. And immediately followed him out secretly. Miss Qin Air held back her laughter and followed him. Luo Qingzhou came to Lingshan Moon Palace and knocked on the door. Bailing's crisp voice came from the door. Who? Luo Qingzhou said, Bai Ling. It's me. Bai Ling immediately said, son-in-law, you are not allowed to come in. The young lady is sleeping. Chan Chan is practicing sword in the back. And others are picking flowers. Luo Qingzhou said, open the door. I just bought 2 strings of candied haws for you and Chan Chan outside. I won't go in. I will leave after I give them to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of running footsteps came from inside. Squeak. The wooden door opened. Bai Ling poked her head out and said with a happy smile on her face, son-in-law. Candy ah. Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou had grabbed her ear and rushed in directly. Bang. The wooden door closed again. Bailing's voice begged for mercy. Sir. Spare me, little Bailing's ears are going to fall off. Outside the door, Song Ryue, who followed secretly, opened her mouth slightly, was stunned for a moment, turned her head and asked, is Qingzhou so rude? Why doesn't little Bailing resist? Miss Qin Air suppressed her laughter and said, Bailing doesn't dare. She deliberately gave in to Brother Qingzhou. Song Ryue looked at the closed wooden door with a complicated expression on her face, and couldn't help whispering, when he first entered the mansion, he was so humble and miserable. Now he is almost riding on my head. Miss Qin Air smiled at the corner of her mouth and pretended not to hear. In the small courtyard, Luo Qingzhou let go of Bailing's ear and asked, where's the eldest lady? I have something to say to her. Bailing rubbed her ear and pouted her lips and said, didn't I just say that the young lady is not feeling well and is sleeping in the room? Luo Qingzhou looked at her suspiciously and said, if the eldest lady really wants to sleep in the room, you won't stop the wife and the second young lady from coming in to visit, right? Bailing's eyes flickered. She glanced at him secretly, and then immediately whooshed and ran into the room, ready to close the door. Luo Qingzhou was prepared, and hurried over, quickly stretched one leg through the crack of the door, and held the door, and then shouted, ah! Bailing, let go. You pinched my leg. It hurts. Bailing still held the door tightly, and refused to let go. Luo Qingzhou exerted a sudden force, and squeezed the door open. Bailing was startled and hurriedly fled to Miss Qin's door, stretched out her arms, and said in a panic, son-in-law, don't come in. The lady is really sleeping in the room. Xiao Bailing never lies. There is really someone in the room. Xiao Bailing can swear. As she spoke, she looked at the back garden with a guilty look on her face, as if she wanted to call Chan Chan to come over for help. Seeing her like this, Luo Qingzhou became even more suspicious. He immediately walked over, pulled her away without saying anything, and then pushed open the door and rushed in. He looked at the bed at a glance. Sure enough, the bed was covered with curtains, but the bedding inside was neatly arranged, and there was no one inside. Humph! He turned around and looked at the door. Just as he was about to speak, his heart suddenly jumped. He turned his head and looked at the couch in the corner next to him. Miss Qin sat silently on the couch, her black hair like a waterfall scattered on her chest, her soft figure wrapped in the quilt, and a touch of dazzling white shoulders was revealed beside her. A pair of deep and beautiful eyes were staring at him coldly at this moment. Luo Qingzhou froze immediately. The air in the room suddenly solidified. Silence for a few breaths. Miss Qin said coldly, what are you doing? Luo Qingzhou's body was stiff, and he said in a trembling voice, Aye. Bai Ling's aggrieved voice suddenly sounded at the door, Miss, I've already said that you were sleeping in the room. But the son-in-law insisted on barging in. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly explained, Miss, Bai Ling did it on purpose. Go stand in front of the window. Before he finished speaking, Miss Qin suddenly spoke coldly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, lowered his head and walked to the window, standing there anxiously. The sound of dressing was heard on the couch. Luo Qingzhou dared not move. After a while, a cold voice suddenly came to his ears. Little donkey. After a pause, he said, 100 times. Luo Qingzhou. Not long after, a shameful song rang out in the room. I am a little donkey. She never rides me. One day she rode to the market on a whim. Of course, there was also the happy laughter of Bai Ling. The son-in-law is a little donkey. The son-in-law is the young lady's little donkey we can both ride. Outside the door, Song Ryue was worried. So she did not leave, but stood there waiting. Seeing that half an hour had passed, the boy had not come out yet. She suddenly became anxious, and immediately went forward to knock on the door and shouted, Qingzhou. Qingzhou, have you seen Jianjiao? It's getting late. It's time to go to dinner. And after dinner, we have to move. But there was no movement inside the door. After a long time, the wooden door creaked and finally opened. Luo Qingzhou came out and said calmly, Mother-in-law, the eldest lady is fine. You can go in and tell her. Song Ryue looked at him suspiciously and said, You went in for so long. What were you doing there? Didn't you tell Jianjiao? Luo Qingzhou said calmly, Bai Ling pestered me and wanted to sing for me. The eldest lady was sleeping in the room. I didn't dare to go in. I just greeted her at the door. Really? Song Ryue still seemed a little unconvinced, looking at him suspiciously and vigilantly. At this time, Miss Jean Eyre on the side said softly, Mother, it's getting late. Go in and tell your sister. Song Ryue then remembered the business, looked at him again, and immediately hurried into the courtyard. Miss Jean Eyre did not follow her in. Seeing that she had gone far away, she raised her eyebrows and whispered, Brother Qingzhou, you smell like my sister. Luo Qingzhou's face froze, and he said, How is that possible? I just went into the room and said a few words to the eldest lady. Miss Jean Eyre smiled softly and said, Just a few words? Sister, the fragrance of flowers like this can't be infected by just a few words. Brother Qingzhou stayed in there for at least half an hour. Right? Luo Qingzhou glanced at Chior beside him awkwardly and didn't answer. Chior immediately said, Miss, son-in-law, you guys chat. I'm going to help Jur and shout I pack up. After saying that, she immediately ran away quickly. Not long after, Song Ryue came out alone with a bitter face and sighed helplessly, Wei Mo, Jianjiao refuses to leave. What should we do? Or you go in and persuade her? Miss Jean Eyre was silent for a while, and said softly, Mother, you also know my sister's temper. Since she said so, then even if Wei Mo goes to persuade her, it will be useless. Song Ryue frowned immediately. What should we do? We can't leave her here alone. Miss Jean Eyre asked, Did my sister say any reason? Song Ryue sighed. She didn't even say anything. How could she say any reason? She just said she didn't want to leave. Miss Jean Eyre pondered for a while, and suddenly looked at someone again, saying, Brother Qingzhou, how about? Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Mother-in-law, Miss Eyre, since Miss Eyre doesn't want to leave for the time being, then let's not move tonight. After all, things are too sudden. We just moved into this house. You suddenly came in and said that we had to move again. I guess the eldest lady would find it difficult to accept it. In addition, the eldest lady likes quietness. There are eunuchs, maids, and guards in the palace. I guess she can't adapt. Song Ryue couldn't help but sigh again and said, Yes, Jianjiao will definitely not like that kind of magnificent place. And Wei Mo probably won't like it either. It's just me cough. Forget it. Let's do it tonight. I'll come to persuade her tomorrow. Luo Qingzhou comforted. Don't worry, mother-in-law. His Majesty has said that he will send patrols and imperial guards to patrol nearby, and will also strengthen the nearby guards. And the murderers last night, His Majesty has killed most of them, and the rest are probably like frightened birds, either caught or escaped, and they probably dare not come out again. Hearing him say this, Song Ryue finally felt relieved. The family of three went to the front hall to have a simple dinner. After Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Jean Eyre back to the room, he told her that he would go to the palace tonight. Miss Jean Eyre just told him to be careful on the road and didn't say much. His Majesty summoned him to the palace at this time. It must not be just for the night. It must be something else. It was almost dawn. Luo Qingzhou left the Qin mansion. Before leaving, he naturally released a wisp of his soul and carefully observed the surroundings. After seeing nothing unusual, he left. There were many guards on the streets around, and patrol soldiers in armor and sharp weapons passed by from time to time. The security of the entire inner city was unprecedentedly strict. Luo Qingzhou entered the palace unimpeded and went directly to Yahua Palace. When the guards saw him, they all let him go directly. There was a formation arranged in Yahua Palace, and he was carrying a gold medal given to him by Her Majesty the Queen. The formation would react as soon as he entered the door. If there is any abnormality, the alarm will sound. Yue was waiting for him in the corridor. When she saw him coming, she took him directly to the training chamber at the back. The chamber was filled with mist. Flower petals were floating in the bathtub, and a snow-white and graceful girl's jade body was immersed in the water, hazy and looming in the mist. Yue stopped at the door and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, Mr. Chu is here." There was no response in the room. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door, waiting silently. After a long time, a majestic and cold voice came from the room. "Come in." The stone door slowly opened. Luo Qingzhou took a look inside, took off his shoes, and walked in. The ground was covered with a soft red carpet, and pink petals were sprinkled on the red carpet. The whole stone room was filled with a faint floral fragrance. The Queen of Great Yin, Nandong Huiyue, with her long black hair and a wide fiery red dress, was sitting at the table, holding a wine pot and pouring wine into the wine glass. The sleeves of her robe slowly slipped down, revealing a pair of snow-white jade-like slender arms. Under the red skirt, a pair of snow-white jade feet still with crystal water droplets, slender and beautiful, dazzlingly white. Luo Qingzhou walked over and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The stone door slowly closed. Nandong Huiyue stretched out her slender jade fingers, pushed the wine glass that had just been filled in front of him, and said indifferently, "Sit down. You're welcome. This is your home." Speaking of this, she raised her eyes and looked at him and said, "I am what to you?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head slightly and said, "Monarch." Nandong Huiyue raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "What else?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Wife." Nandong Huiyue put down the wine pot, gently stroked the rim of the wine glass with her thumb and index finger, paused, looked at him and said, "Then tell me, why don't you listen to your monarch and wife, and go to kill the whole family and bring trouble to your monarch and wife?" Luo Qingzhou met her eyes and said, "Neither humble nor arrogant, because they killed the whole family first, and they are also going to kill the whole family of the Qin family, the Prince Duan's mansion, etc." Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and said, "Do you have any evidence?" Luo Qingzhou took out the communication certificate, flipped through it, and clicked it. Suddenly, a vague conversation sounded. "Fairy Gu, I have done too many things for you. If you are found out, your whole family will be executed. After the massacre of the prince's mansion in the southern kingdom, the princess will be alert. It will be difficult to massacre the Qin family and the prince's mansion again. However, since I have done it, I am willing to continue to serve your sect. After this matter is settled, I will accept them as disciples of my Piamu immortal sect. Marquis, as long as we get this done this time, we will naturally have smooth sailing in the sect in the future. When senior sister Lan gets the spiritual mind rights and military power here, she will probably be more valued in the sect. At that time, we will naturally rise with the tide." Pa! At this moment, the wine glass in Nandong Huiyue's hand suddenly turned into powder. A terrible high temperature instantly enveloped the entire secret room. The red skirt on her body fluttered slightly, and the long hair behind her also danced gently like a flame. Piamu immortal sect. Lan Ling. She gritted her teeth, and her beautiful and charming face, which had just taken a shower, suddenly became particularly terrifying. Luo Qingzhou finished the conversation, looked at her and said, "When the Nangua County Prince's mansion was massacred, a wisp of Lan Ling's soul also came and possessed the black-robed man." As soon as these words came out, Nandong Huiyue's face suddenly changed, and she said, "Where is her soul?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I killed her." Nandong Huiyue was stunned for a moment, and seemed a little unbelievable. She stared at him for a long time before saying, "Really killed? She didn't run away?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It's just a wisp of soul. It didn't run away." Nandong Huiyue looked at him deeply for a while, and then said, "Your thunder, what kind of skills did you use to kill her? Even if she only came with a wisp of soul, it would be easy for her to leave. How could she be killed by you?" Luo Qingzhou did not hide it, and said, "I used thunder and lightning." After that, he stretched out his palm, and with a sizzle, 3 thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in his palm. Purple, red, black. Also, I have recently practiced some lightning release techniques, which can form a lightning net. Her soul fragment was trapped in my lightning net. Nandong Huiyue looked at the 3 lightning arcs jumping in his palm with a complicated expression. After a long silence, she asked, "Who taught you the technique?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "Friend." Nandong Huiyue looked at him. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to ask something, but she didn't say anything in the end. After another moment of silence, she said lightly, "Your friend is really good and really powerful." Luo Qingzhou was silent and didn't answer. Nandong Huiyue stared at him for a while, and his tone softened. "In this case, you should indeed go and wipe out his entire family. I will not pursue this matter. But in the future I hope that you can tell me before you kill someone. After all, I am your wife. What do you think?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "I will try my best." Nandong Huiyue's eyebrows twitched, and when he was about to put on the majesty of the emperor again, he suddenly said, "Your Majesty, since I have evidence here, you can take it, and then find a way to inform Pengli Fairy Island and Jiutianyao, as well as other fairy sections. Piamu Fairy Sect violated the contract and sent people to my Great Yin to kill people without authorization. There should be someone to take care of this matter." "Right?" Nandong Huiyue frowned slightly and said, "There is only one conversation. I'm afraid, Luo Qingzhou. Although there was only one conversation. You are the emperor. You said you saw Lan Ling coming with your own eyes. You can guarantee that this conversation is true. Although it is impossible to punish Lan Ling substantially. As long as the news spreads, Piamu Xinzong will definitely not let Lan Ling out temporarily to eliminate the impact. In this way, we have a chance to develop." Nandong Huiyue pondered for a moment and said, "You are right. Since we have offended Piamu Xinzong, what is there to be afraid of? They violated the contract first, so I will naturally go to complain. Even if I arouse their anger, what am I afraid of?" Then, she looked at him with a burning gaze and said, "Chu Feiyang, will you always stay by my side and fight side by side with me?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Even if I die, I will never regret it." "Okay." Nandong Huiyue suddenly stood up. Her chest twitched slightly, almost jumping out of the neckline of her red skirt. She seemed to have made a major decision, and said firmly, "I said that I would give you a gift. Only you are the most qualified to have it. With your talent, as long as you have it, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds again." After that, she turned around, bare her snow-white jade feet, dragged her red skirt, and walked towards the innermost wall. Boom! The wall suddenly opened a stone door slowly. A staircase suddenly appeared behind the stone door. The staircase extended to the darkness underground, and it was unknown where it led to, and there was no end in sight. Nandong Huiyue stood on the staircase, turned her head and looked at him, and the expression on her face and the tone of her mouth suddenly became gentle. "Husband, come in, Huiyue needs you." At this moment, the majestic and cold queen of Dian suddenly turned into a gentle and expectant wife. Chapter 797: The Wife and the Concubine. The passage was dark, but the red skirt on Nandong Huiyue was like a flame, emitting light and heat. Under the fluttering red skirt, the pair of bare white jade feet were actually stepping on the flames, and lotus blossomed with every step. Luo Qingzhou followed behind him in silence. The steps were winding and went straight into the ground. I don't know how long it took. The heaven and earth vitality in the air suddenly became rich. After going down another step, I finally came to the flat ground. After passing through a passage, there was a heavy iron door in front of me. There were many strange runes engraved on the iron door, and waves of the breath of the formation came from it. The heaven and earth vitality here became more and more rich. Luo Qingzhou even had an impulse to sit down and practice here directly. He had already guessed something vaguely. Nandong Huiyue brought him to the heavy iron door and stopped. Then, he turned around and looked at him with a complicated expression. Luo Qingzhou and her looked at each other in silence. After a long while, Nandong Huiyue raised her jade feet and took a step closer to him. She looked at him tenderly and said softly, "Hold me." Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, stretched out his arms, and gently held her in his arms. Nandong Huiyue gently pressed against his chest, was silent for a while, and said in a complicated tone, "Before my father died, he told me that the secrets here should not be known to any outsider. Even my mother and him don't know now. I bring you in. I hope you can tell me in person." She raised her cheek and looked at him gently. "To me, are you an outsider?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her dark and gentle eyes, was silent for a while, and said, "To your majesty, I am certainly not an outsider." Nandong Huiyue whispered again, "Then what are you?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her charming and gentle appearance, couldn't help but lower his head, gently kissed her red lips, and said, "Your husband." Nandong Huiyue's eyelashes trembled. Her expression was dazed for a while, and suddenly said, "Then am I your legal wife?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "No." The air suddenly became silent. Nandong Huiyue stared at him for a while and said, "Have you heard of the spirit mine? There is a spirit mine inside. In the spirit mine, there is a spirit mine heart. With it, you can soon break through to the Grandmaster level. When you break through to the Grandmaster level, you can protect your family and help me kill Lan Ling. Do you want it?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "I want it." Nandong Huiyue raised her arms. Her sleeves slipped off, revealing two snow-white and slender jade arms, gently hugged his neck, and then gently tiptoed and kissed his lips. She blinked her eyelashes and whispered, "Husband, then I will give you one last chance. Tell me, is your queen, your majesty, your beloved Huiyue your legal wife?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head slightly and said, "No." The air fell into silence again. Nandong Huiyue stared at him for a while, then slowly lowered her body, bent her knees, knelt at his feet, hugged his legs with her arms, then raised her charming and gentle face, bit her red lips, and said softly, "Husband, how about this? As long as you satisfy me, I will satisfy you in the future. As long as there is no one else around, you can let me serve you in any way you want. Okay?" Luo Qingzhou also knelt down, but he was stubborn and didn't say anything. Nandong Huiyue frowned and looked at him sadly, saying, "Your Majesty, the queen who is high above you, I will kneel at your feet from now on, become your servant, let you be high above me, and let you bully and play with me as you please. Is that not okay?" Luo Qingzhou stared at her blankly. After a while, he suddenly said, "You are not the queen." Nandong Huiyue looked at him for a while, then slowly stood up and looked down at him. Her expression suddenly returned to its cold and majestic state. "I will ask you one last time. Am I your legal wife?" Luo Qingzhou still knelt on the ground and said, "No." Nandong Huiyue clenched her fist in her sleeve slowly and said, "I am the king of a country, an emperor respected by all. I have been a princess from a high position since I was a child. You want me to be your concubine? Do you think it's possible?" Then she said in a cold voice, "If you don't want to, leave now. You don't have to think about my treasure anymore." Luo Qingzhou paused, slowly stood up, and looked at her with complicated eyes. Seeing him like this, Nandong Huiyue thought he had given in, and quickly softened her tone and said, "Don't worry. I won't bully them. I am the emperor, and I just want a decent title. At least, my father in heaven will not blame me. As long as you are willing, I will never act like an emperor again as long as there is no one else around. And even if you dare to ride on me, I will obey you in every way, okay?" Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and arched his hands, without saying anything, and turned around and left. Nandong Huiyue looked at his resolute back, and the light in her eyes flashed for a moment. When he was about to walk out of the passage, she suddenly said, "Come back." Luo Qingzhou stopped. Nandong Huiyue looked at him with complicated eyes and said, "You passed the test. At least I know that you married me not for my spiritual mine, just for a mere title. You are willing to give up the spiritual mine. Chu Feiyong, I don't know whether I should praise you or laugh at you." After that, she turned around, and her hands ignited flames and placed them in the patterns of the iron door. Boom! The iron door suddenly flashed with light, and the patterns on it began to twist and to form. Then, it slowly opened. A pure and extremely pure heaven and earth energy suddenly rushed towards him. Even if Luo Qingzhou stood far away in the passage, he could clearly feel this extraordinary heaven and earth energy. The energy in his body suddenly began to stir. Even the root of the thunder spirit began to beat with arcs. He turned around and went back involuntarily. When he arrived at the door, Nandong Huiyue suddenly turned around, looked at him with a majestic and cold look and said, "Do you want it?" Luo Qingzhou breathed in the pure air and said, "Yes." Nandong Huiyue snorted softly and said, "You can't beat me. I am the emperor of the Yin, and I have many ways to turn your wife into a concubine. However, my mind is not that small. When the rebellion is over, I will revise the Yin etiquette law. At that time, every man can have 2 wives, regardless of age. At the same time, every woman will no longer be bound by the orders of her parents, and the words of the matchmaker, and can freely choose her own marriage. Luo Qizhou looked at her and said nothing. Nan Donghuyue showed a smug look on her face. How is it? Are you dumbfounded? I want to be the legal wife. Who can stop me? Luo Qizhou was very timely and said, Your Majesty is still better. I admit defeat. Nan Donghuyue's mouth curved with pride, and said, When the time comes, I will revise some other contents of the Dian etiquette law. When it comes out, I will give you a copy as soon as possible. Remember to take it back and read it carefully with your wife and concubines. And don't violate the above regulations. Luo Qizhou said, Yes. Nan Donghuyue proudly stretched out her jade hand and said, Hold it. Luo Qizhou stretched out his hand and held it. The touch was delicate and smooth, as soft as boneless. Nan Donghuyue suddenly stabbed his palm with her nails, glared at him faintly, and then turned and walked in. Luo Qizhou followed behind. There is only one spiritual mine in the whole of Dian. Dian's 5 major sects, Dragon and Tiger Academy, and other forces used by the court will share some every year. Of course, Dragon and Tiger Academy benefits the most, because most of the students who come out of it will work for the court. The spiritual mine is not endless. It is consumed every day. In order to allow Dian's warriors to pass on from generation to generation, we must control consumption. The reason why Piao Xianzong wants to control us is for this spiritual mine and for our Dian army. If I surrender to him, if they become their puppets, then our great yin will soon be destroyed. They will take away our spiritual minds without regard for the consequences. And for their own benefit, they will send our army and people to die to pave the way for their development. Therefore, I would rather die with honor than agree to them. Of course, there are good people in Piao Xianzong. That Lan Ling is just one of the spokespersons among the bad guys. If we in Great Yin want to survive in this cruel world, we must be self-reliant and self-reliant, not afraid of any bad guys, and dare to fight any forces that want to destroy us. The spirit mine is not the private treasure of my royal family, nor is it the treasure of me, Nan Donghuyue, but belongs to the warriors of the Yin from generation to generation. So I brought you here today, which is against the rules of our ancestors, and also risks being cursed by the descendants of the Yin. Once the heart of the spirit mine is consumed, the entire spirit mine will soon wither. But I still decided to give it to you, so that you can practice quickly and grow up quickly. Because I know that the situation is very critical. If we don't stop Lan Ling and those greedy people in Piao Xianzong, our Dian will soon encounter disasters, and even destruction. So, I decided to go all out and give you the heart of the spiritual mine, and leave the fate of the entire Great Yin to you. As long as you become stronger and help Great Yin resist them, then we still have a chance. In fact, I thought about this matter for a long time and hesitated for a long time, but I finally made this decision. Chu Feiyang, with your talent and cultivation speed, I believe that you will not let me down, and will not let down all the people of Great Yin. Of course, if you fail, it doesn't matter. The spiritual mine will eventually be taken away and exhausted. And I am not afraid of being cursed for thousands of years. As Nan Donghuyue spoke, she brought him to an open space. Under the stars, a winding and towering crystal mountain range, like a giant dragon, lay there with its eyes closed. In the middle of the Lingquang mountain range, a ball of milky white light was flickering slightly. It was like a heart-beating boom boom boom. Nan Donghuyue turned her head and looked at his dark eyes. After a pause, she said slowly, Chu Feiyang, are you willing to help me bear this responsibility and help me save the fate of the entire Dian? Luo Qizhou withdrew his gaze from the Lingquang, looked into her eyes, and said calmly, What is there to talk about between husband and wife? Even if I die for you and fall into the abyss forever, I am willing and will never regret it. The air was silent for a while. Nan Donghuyue hugged him and whispered, Husband, from now on you call me your majesty, and I call you brother. Okay? Luo Qizhou was slightly stunned, silent for a moment, and said, Okay. Nan Donghuyue slowly knelt down, raised her beautiful and charming face, looked at him tenderly with her eyes and said, Brother, I am very touched. So please let me be your little licking dog. Luo Qizhou. Boom, boom, boom. The heart of the spiritual mine in front was still beating gently. A warm and moist vitality came towards him, as if it was going to pour directly into his body from the acupuncture points on his head. At the same time, in a room in the Qin mansion, on the bed, in the curtain, a girl in a snow-white dress was hugging her knees, lowering her head slightly, looking at the message in her hand. And her slender jade fingers wrote on it several times. And then deleted it. It seems that she wants to take the initiative to send a message to someone, but is hesitant and reserved. Under the soft white skirt, the pair of snow-white slender jade feet are as beautiful as her beautiful face. Breathtaking. Dong. 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 In another room, a girl in a pink skirt is sitting at the table, pounding medicine with a pestle. In the medicine pot, there is a puffing sound, and the medicine juice splashes. In the back garden, a girl in a light green dress is still practicing sword without knowing the hardship. The sword energy is invisible, covering the entire garden. This night, it seems that everyone is working hard. Chapter 798, The Great Victory of the Fire Moon Kingdom. The Worship of the Queen. Boom. The location of the heart of the spirit mine. Luo Qingzhou sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, practicing. At this time, not only on his head, but also around his body, there appeared a rapidly rotating vortex of vitality. A stream of pure and rich vitality poured into his body like a tide. The meridians and acupoints in his body were all expanded to the maximum. The surging vitality entered the body and soon entered the Danhai, began to refine rapidly, and then flowed back to the limbs and bones of the whole body, constantly washing and forging the body. The three arcs on the root of the thunder spirit also looked extremely excited and sizzling. Boom! 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 The beating of the heart of the spirit mind seemed to merge with the beating of his heart. He sat there quietly, wrapped in vitality, shining crystal, as if he had become the heart of the entire spirit mind. Nandong Huiyue stood by and watched silently. After dawn, she left alone quietly. After returning to the practice room, her aura suddenly changed. She simply washed up, put on the dragon robe, and prepared to go to the Weiyang Palace for the morning court. Yuewu brought a delicate breakfast. She habitually took a piece of cake, and when she was about to eat it, her face suddenly changed, and she vomited and put it down. Yuewu hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell?" Nandong Huiyue's eyebrows twitched, and she didn't say anything. She went out with a gloomy face. Yuewu followed behind and heard her grit her teeth and whispered, "Little licking dog." Disgusting. Yuewu was full of doubts, but didn't dare to ask more. Luo Qingzhou was practicing in the heart of the spiritual mine underground, and he was almost reluctant to stop and rest. Even when the communication treasure on his body vibrated, he didn't have time to check it. The opportunity was too rare. Moreover, his body's hunger for vitality made him focus on it, unable to be distracted, and even unable to stop. This practice lasted for 3 full days. During this period, Nandong Huiyue would go down every night and watch him silently beside him without disturbing him. As for the Qin mansion, more guards were sent there to protect it. This afternoon, Nandong Huiyue was in the main hall of Weiyang Palace, discussing with the ministers how to deal with the wealth of the 7 vassal states. The news came suddenly. The minister who came to report was full of excitement. "Your Majesty, there is news from Huiyue Kingdom that the rebel coalition of the 7 countries was suddenly defeated. 3 rebel princes were killed on the spot. Another 3 were captured, and the remaining 1 fled to Yunqing. Most of their troops surrendered, and the rest all fled." As soon as this news came out, the ministers in the hall were extremely excited. "God bless your Majesty. God bless my great yin. I didn't expect that in just a few days the 7 rebels would end up like this. Lord Yuing is so powerful." All the ministers were surprised and happy, and a little unbelievable. The coalition of 7 nations was so powerful that I thought Huiyue Kingdom was in danger and Kyoto was about to face a brutal war. Who knew that the battle was over in just a few days? The minister who came to report was excited and said, "It's all thanks to your Majesty's perfect plan and great strategy." Then he told the battle in front of him one by one. Lord Yuing led 20,000 soldiers and 8,000 silver-armored cavalry, and rushed to Huiyue Kingdom at night. He immediately captured Half Moon City at lightning speed, and then quickly built defenses, closed the city gates, and defended Half Moon City. Because the coalition of the 7 princes was attacked from all sides, it had to allocate part of its forces to attack Half Moon City. Unfortunately, Lord Yuing only defended and did not let them succeed. However, once the coalition of the 7 princes began to attack the capital of Huiyue Kingdom with all its strength, Lord Yuing immediately sent troops to harass them from the rear and burn their food and grass. At the same time, he deliberately sent the cavalry out of the city to put great pressure on them. The coalition of the 7 princes was uneasy and could not capture the capital of Huiyue Kingdom, so they had to turn around and attack Half Moon City with all their strength. As a result, Lord Huili, who was guarding the capital of Huiyue Kingdom, immediately sent troops to harass them from the rear. So, the coalition of the 7 princes was uneasy, and could not capture the capital of Huiyue Kingdom. So they had to turn around and attack Half Moon City with all their strength. As a result, Lord Huili, who was guarding the capital of Huiyue Kingdom, immediately sent troops to harass them from the rear. So, the coalition of the 7 princes, the army was running back and forth and wasted money. Of course, there was a more important reason. Rumor soon spread among the army of the coalition of the 7 kingdoms. Those soldiers heard that their hometowns were distributing land and money, and only those with young men in the family were eligible. And if there were no men at home, the wives and sons in the family would have to be distributed to others. So those soldiers immediately panicked and fled in the chaos. The generals could only kill some of them to serve as a warning to others, thinking that they could stabilize the morale of the army. But who knew that the morale of the army became even more chaotic? Some generals were killed directly by soldiers at night, and even the soldiers on guard began to riot. And finally, it was out of control. From dozens of soldiers fleeing, to thousands, and even tens of thousands. Until last night, the camp of King Lu was in chaos. King Lu and his eldest son were killed by the rioting soldiers in the tent. Even his guards were killed so far. The coalition of the 7 countries was in complete chaos. Seeing this, the other princes hurriedly led the remaining troops and wanted to retreat at night. However, at this time, Lord Huili's army and Lord Yu Ying's 8,000 cavalry suddenly attacked together. The coalition of the 7 countries was completely defeated, and they surrendered or fled. The rebels were panicked and had to flee with their own troops. But there were fewer and fewer soldiers around him along the way, because the events in the Nangua County Prince's mansion in the past few days have caused shock and anger throughout the country. The people are grateful to the Nangua County Prince and angry that the 7 traitors killed the Nangua County Prince. So the princes were constantly attacked on their way to escape. Baishan King and his family were beaten to death by several warriors. Guading King was even worse. He fled to a village with his wives and concubines in a panic. He was directly smashed in the head by the villagers with a hoe, and his clothes were stripped off. In the hall, the ministers opened their eyes wide. Their hearts surged, and their faces flushed with excitement. After the minister finished his excited speech, the hall suddenly exploded. "It's wonderful! It's wonderful! Good death! Good death! You deserved it! Your Majesty is in control of the situation, and can win battles thousands of miles away. You are truly invincible. Your Majesty's talents are praised by the late Emperor. With a little trick today, you can pacify the world. If the late Emperor were here, he would be more excited than us. Long live your Majesty! Long live your Majesty! Long live your Majesty!" At this moment, no one dared to question the first Empress of Dian, who was sitting on the throne, with a calm expression, as if she had already made up her mind. The uneasy hearts of the ministers finally settled down. Even the coalition of the 7 states was defeated easily. So what should the Tai King's army fear? The ministers who had complained about these strategies a few days ago were now convinced, and completely convinced. Nandong Huiyue sat on the dragon chair on the high platform, looking at the excitement and respect of the ministers, and there was still no ripple on her cold and majestic face. In the evening, she left Weiyang Palace amid the kneeling of the ministers, returned to the bedroom. She took off the dragon robe, selected for a long time in the wardrobe, changed into the underwear designed by the Qin family shop, and then put on the fiery red dress and went to the secret room. Before entering the underground, she suddenly turned her head and looked at Yuewu, who was guarding outside. After a pause, she asked, "Before this, have you ever thought that Yu Ying would win so easily?" Yuewu was stunned for a moment, bowed her head and said respectfully, "I thought it would take at least a month, and the outcome was unpredictable. After all, the other side has more than 100,000 troops. Several princes have led troops, and King Tai's 100,000 troops are eyeing them not far away. I really didn't expect that Yu Ying would win a great victory just after she went there." Nandong Huiyue's eyes flickered, looking at her and said, "Do you admire him more? Do you like him more?" Yuewu's face changed slightly. She lowered her head tightly, and said, "Your subordinate." Nandong Huiyue looked at her face. Her expression was dazed for a moment, and suddenly laughed at herself, saying, "Actually, I am talking to myself." Yuewu was stunned for a moment. Her heart trembled, and she looked up at her. "Your Majesty." "You he?" Nandong Huiyue sneered and said, "Do you think I have a husband and fall in love with another person?" Yuewu hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to speak again. but her face was full of confusion. The room was silent for a moment. Nandong Huyu suddenly sighed and said, "Don't blame you. If you want to blame someone, blame him for being so good at acting. Who would have thought that a weak, talented, scholarly scholar would actually be a master-level warrior? Who would have thought that he and the ordinary-looking Chu Feiyang from Lei Shao sect, who killed people without blinking an eye, are the same person?" As soon as these words came out, Yue was shocked. Her mind went blank, and she looked at her blankly. "You should be happy." Nandong Huyu glanced at her again, raised her skirt, lit a fire under her feet, and entered the underground. The majestic and cold voice came again. "If I am not feeling well, I will let you sleep with me, of course. There is also Yuing." There was another sentence, which was drowned in the dark passage and did not come out. "No matter how many women there are, how can they compare to me here? I want him to fall in love with this place and linger." Underground, under the heart of the spiritual mine, Luo Qingzhou finally woke up from his cultivation state. After 3 days of continuous practice, his body was full of energy, and he could no longer continue. He had to refine it all for his own use as soon as possible. And at the same time, he needed to burst it out. Only by repeatedly absorbing and bursting, impacting and stimulating the meridians, acupuncture points, and internal organs, could the whole body be better tempered. He took out the communication treasure and checked the messages on it. There were messages from Monger, the princess, the uncle, Zhu Yin, and even the master. But the last 3 messages were from Sister Yu. He clicked on Sister Yu's message first. Sister Yu took the initiative to send him a message. And there were 3 messages, which was rare. There must be something important. Messages for 3 consecutive nights. One every night. First night, "What are you doing?" Second night, "Come to practice." Last night, "Don't come again." Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 799. She is anxious. Luo Qingzhou was a little confused. From these 3 messages, Sister Yu seems to be angry? This is not the emotion she should have. He quickly replied, "Sorry. I just saw the message. I have been practicing in seclusion these days. I will find you tonight." He replied to Zhu Yanlonger again, clicking on the message from the uncle master. It was still the same few sentences. "When will you come to practice?" The last one was, "Your sister has gone to Yunqian to join the army." Luo Qingzhou had to reply, "Uncle master, I have been in seclusion recently, and should be breaking through soon. I will find you when I have time." The message from the master made him feel moved. "In a few days, your uncle master will go to an ancient forbidden place. There should be many treasures in it. The master also wants to try his luck. Do you want to go with him? Although there may be danger, only by going out to experience can you grow faster. I heard that people from Piamu Xianzong, Pengwai Xiandao, and Jiutian Yao I will go. We have 3 quotas in Lei Shao sect. If you don't go, I will call Qin Zhu." "Piamu Xianzong?" Luo Qingzhou's eyes turned cold, and after thinking for a while, he replied, "Master, I will give you an answer tonight." He decided to meet Sister Yu tonight and ask about cultivation. Master said that after becoming a master, in addition to using the vitality of heaven and earth to cultivate, you must also take elixirs. Otherwise it will be difficult to advance. He cultivated for 3 days, under the heart of the spiritual mind this time, and felt that the energy in his body was overflowing. But it seemed that there was still something missing in his body to be fully tempered. It is probably time to take elixirs, in addition to some powerful treasures left by ancient cultivators. The ancient forbidden land naturally has many rare and precious spiritual medicines. From ancient times to the present, it is estimated that any spiritual medicine is priceless. And he also has Debao and Herbao, which can ignore the ancient formation. So, he really wants to give it a try. Of course, he can also contact the disciples of the 3 immortal sects and see the situation in the outside world. After all, he had already decided to deal with Piamu Xianzong, so he couldn't be ignorant. Thinking like this, Uncle Master came back with a message. "Oh." At this time, Master also came back with a message. "Good. The Saint of Xianyan Pavilion will also go. And of course, the 3 major Xianzongs will also have beautiful fairies going." Luo Qingzhou was a little speechless. In Master's mind, is he so lustful? He actually used the saint and the fairy to seduce him. Just as he was about to reply, he suddenly had an idea and looked at the door. The Great Flame Queen, dressed in a fiery red dress, with a fluttering red dress and a majestic look, walked in slowly with a pair of bare white jade feet. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure and stood up. "How do you feel?" Nandong Huiyue came in front of him. and her eyes became gentle. But on that beautiful cheek, she still habitually showed a cold and majestic look. Luo Qingzhou said, "These 3 days of practice feel equivalent to several months of practice outside." Nandong Huiyue's eyes moved and said, "A few months? If it were someone else, they would at least say a year. You are practicing in the heart of the spirit mine, not in other places in the spirit mine." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the heart of the spirit mine above his head and said, "If you practice here, it will be consumed quickly, and the spirit mine will wither quickly." "Right." Nandong Huiyue was silent for a moment, and said, "As long as you don't let me down and don't let the yin down, it's worth it." Luo Qingzhou felt heavy in his heart and said, "I will try my best." Nandong Huiyue stared at him for a while, then looked at the entire spiritual mine, and said slowly, "You have been practicing here for 3 consecutive days. Come back in a few days. Although the vitality here is rich, you can't stay too long. It will hurt your body, and the vitality in your body should be enough. Refine it all first and temper the meridians and acupoints in your body. Also, you need to use pills as a supplement for pills. You have a special physique and may need some different pills, and I rarely have time to go out, so I can't help you. You can only rely on yourself." Luo Qingzhou nodded, looked at her with complicated eyes and said, "Your Majesty has helped me enough. Leave the rest to me." Nandong Huiyue didn't say anything else, staring at the spiritual mine in a daze. For a moment, Luo Qingzhou didn't know what to say. The scene fell into silence. After a while, Nandong Huiyue looked at him again, her eyes dim. "I've done that for you. Why are you still like this?" Luo Qingzhou was a little confused. "Idiot!" Nandong Huiyue glared at him with a slight frown, and had to lower her head slightly, and took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, hugged him, and said, "Remember to hug me when we meet in the future. Don't treat me like a stranger. Understand?" Luo Qingzhou's heart softened, and he gently hugged her and said, "Yeah. Just hug?" The two hugged quietly for a while, and the queen was unhappy again. Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned. Then, he raised his hand and gently stroked her soft hair, saying, "Your Majesty's hair is so smooth and fragrant." The queen's towering chest rose and fell, and then she stepped on his foot. "You did it on purpose." After that, she turned around, dragged her red skirt, and left angrily. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed behind. The two walked through the passage and walked up the stairs. Nandong Huiyue walked in front, her red skirt fluttering slightly, and her snow-white jade feet under the skirt stepped on the flames. Spotless, the ribbon fluttered around her waist, as if she wanted to break free from the shackles and fly up. Luo Qingzhou followed behind, looking at her tall and slender figure, smelling her unique floral fragrance, and couldn't help but feel a little moved. His expression was dazed for a moment, and the picture appeared unconsciously in his mind. The ribbon was gently pulled, and the red skirt was slowly taken off. A snow-white and perfect girl's jade body suddenly appeared. He immediately woke up again. "Your Majesty, did you use drugs on me?" he asked. Nandong Huiyue stopped, turned her head and looked at him, and snorted arrogantly and sarcastically, "Do you think I need it?" Luo Qingzhou said seriously, "But I have been fascinated." The air was suddenly quiet. Nandong Huiyue still looked at him coldly, and after a moment, she suddenly sneered, "Slippery." After saying that, she turned around and continued to walk up, but the corners of her mouth moved slightly. The two climbed the steps and came to the secret room for cultivation. Boom! The stone door on the wall slowly closed. Nandong Huiyue walked to the table and sat down, took out the communication treasure, and said indifferently, "Go take a shower. You are full of stench. Next to it is the bathing pool." Luo Qingzhou has been practicing for 3 days, and his body has indeed discharged a lot of waste residue, which is stinking. He glanced at the Empress and saw that she was looking at the communication treasure in her hand, and then entered the bathing pool. "Take off your clothes and wash." At this moment, Nandong Huiyue suddenly said to the outside, "Yuewu." The stone door opened. Yuewu, wearing a white dress, bowed her head and walked in respectfully. Nandong Huiyue glanced at her and said, "Go. Help him take a bath." Yuewu was stunned for a moment, looked up at the figure in the bathing pool, and 2 blushes suddenly rose on her fair face. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, don't bother Miss Yuewu. I can do it myself." Nandong Huiyue didn't say anything else, with a dignified look, and continued to look down at the communication treasure in her hand. The stone door slowly closed. Yuewu lowered her head, walked to the bathtub, and whispered, Mr. Chu, let me serve you. After that, she bit her pink lips, walked behind him, and knelt down. Luo Qingzhou quickly sat down a little, whispered, Miss Yuewu, it's not necessary. Yuewu picked up the towel, lowered her head, her face flushed, and whispered, His Majesty ordered as she spoke. The towel in her hand trembled slightly, and fell on his shoulder. At the moment of contact, she couldn't help but tremble. Her cheeks became redder. Her eyes secretly glanced at him, and then she lowered her head to wipe it. Luo Qingzhou put his hands on his thighs, and didn't say anything. Nandong Huiyue flipped through the message for a while, then turned his head and looked at the two of them. After a moment, he said, What do you think of Yuewu? As soon as these words came out, Yuewu's body trembled slightly. Luo Qingzhou replied, Miss Yuewu is very good. Nandong Huiyue raised his eyebrows and said, I am asking you, is she beautiful? Do you like her to serve you? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, feeling the tenderness on his back, and said respectfully, Miss Yuewu is of course beautiful, but I am not used to being served. Nandong Huiyue sneered and said, Not used to being served? Then at home, are you always serving others? Luo Qingzhou did not say anything. Nandong Huiyue glanced at him again and said nothing more. He watched for a while. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and said, Thank you, Miss Yuewu. I have finished washing. When Yuewu saw him looking at her, her cheeks blushed again. She lowered her head, stood up, and quickly retreated. After seeing the stone door closed, Luo Qingzhou got up from the bath and quickly put on his clothes. Nandong Huiyue leaned on the bench, slightly lowered his head, and lazily flipped through the book in his hand. She had long black hair, and her red skirt had slipped down a little because of her posture, revealing a beautiful white shoulder. At the same time, a pink string of her underwear was exposed on her shoulder. The string was hollow, and looked familiar. Under the red skirt, the pair of snow-white jade feet were also slender and beautiful, and very charming. Luo Qingzhou took a look and saw that it was getting late. So he said respectfully, Your Majesty, you are busy. I should go home. Nandong Huiyue froze for a moment, raised her head and looked at him. Her expression turned cold. Why are you going back so early? Luo Qingzhou said, I haven't been home for 3 days. I am worried about my family, and I am afraid that they will be worried. Nandong Huiyue looked at him coldly, and when she was about to refuse, the communication certificate on her body suddenly vibrated. She frowned slightly, took it out and took a look, and was stunned. It turned out to be from her. I'll find you. Nandong Huiyue's eyebrows jumped, and she put away the communication certificate calmly, then raised her head and looked at the young man in front of her, and said expressionlessly, Yes, you haven't been back for 3 days. Go. Remember to come back early to practice. Thank you, Your Majesty. Luo Qingzhou felt relieved and quickly retreated, watching the stone door slowly close and listening to the footsteps gradually going away. Nandong Huiyue clenched the communication certificate in her hand. Damn it. You dare to threaten me. He is not your husband. Just wait. When I am on an equal footing with your sister, you will not have the right to speak. The secret room was silent for a long time again. The Empress's cold voice suddenly sounded again, Yuewu, go and get the Deyin etiquette and Deyin marriage law. I want to take a look. Also go to the library and find a few of those books. It was quiet outside for a while. And then he said, Your Majesty. What kind of books? That kind. Yes, Your Majesty. Yuewu seemed to understand, but also seemed not to understand. But she didn't dare to say more. She decided to go to the door to ask other female guards. Chapter 800 The Eldest Lady's Active Invitation and Cheating. After leaving Yanhua Palace, Luo Qingzhou did not leave immediately. He sent a message to the princess. While waiting for a reply, he suddenly saw Yuewu hurried out of the door. The two looked at each other. Yuewu's cheeks flushed, and her demeanor was no longer natural. She said a little stiffly, Mr. Chu, why haven't you left yet? Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, and bowed his hands and said, Miss Yuewu, do you know where the Princess Meijio lives? Yuewu was slightly startled when she heard this, and apologized, Sorry, Mr. Chu, without the order of His Majesty. It's okay. Luo Qingzhou did not embarrass her, and said, Then I will go back first. After that, he left quickly without staying any longer. His current identity is the husband of Her Majesty the Queen. It is indeed not appropriate to go to the harem alone to meet other women. He wanted to tell the Queen just now, But seeing that the queen was absent-minded and seemed to want to do something else with him, he did not dare to speak. Forget it. Anyway, the princess is in the palace, so she should be safe. I'll come to see her when he goes to the palace to practice in a few days. It was dark when he left the palace. In order to prevent being followed, he went home directly from the underground. When he came out of the underground, he just arrived at his room. In the room, Miss Jane Eyre was wearing a plain white dress, sitting at the table, frowning slightly, writing seriously. Xiao Eyre was wearing a light yellow dress, standing aside, grinding ink with her bare hands. Luo Qingzhou suddenly emerged from the underground, which scared Xiao Eyre, and she almost screamed, "Aunt, uncle!" Miss Jane Eyre also turned her head. Luo Qingzhou put away the jade rat, walked over naturally, stretched out his hand and rubbed Xiao Eyre's head, and said, "I may come back from the underground in the future. Don't make a fuss, and don't tell others. Understand?" Xiao Eyre nodded obediently. Miss Jane Eyre smiled and said, "Brother Qingzhou knows that no matter what Xiao Eyre sees or knows, she won't say anything." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the little girl in front of him again and said, "Of course I know that Xiao Eyre is very tight-lipped. I just reminded her." Xiao Eyre lowered her head. Luo Qingzhou walked to the table and looked at the ink on the rice paper on the table. Miss Jane sighed slightly. Wei Emo is writing the story that Brother Qingzhou told. After finishing, I will show it to Sister Shui. At least, let her stop thinking about it in the palace. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "Don't get tired. Just write slowly. I'll tell you when I finish." Miss Jane looked at him and said, "Has Brother Qingzhou met Sister Meiju and Sister Shui?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, "It's not convenient for the time being." Miss Jane thought about it for a while, and understood, indeed. "If I enter the palace as Mr. Luo, I may have a reason to meet them." After a pause, she whispered, "Brother Qingzhou, does His Majesty know everything about your—" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "She knew it a long time ago. She should have known it when I killed the emperor that time." As soon as these words came out, Xiao, who was grinding ink with her head down, suddenly trembled, and the ink block in her hand slipped, and the ink splashed. Before the ink flew to Miss Jane's body, Luo Qingzhou waved his sleeves gently. A gust of wind blew out, immediately rolling up the ink, gathering it together, and falling back into the ink stone. Xiao opened her eyes wide, was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly grasped the ink block and said, "Miss, I'm sorry It's okay." Miss Jane Eyre comforted softly, with a soft smile on her face. Luo Qingzhou said hurriedly, "It's my fault. My fault for scaring you. I thought the second lady had already told you." Miss Jane glanced at him dimly and said, "Brother Qingzhou, in your heart, is Wei Mo's mouth not tight?" Luo Qingzhou said embarrassedly, "Qiao is not someone else. She knows that I sneak out every morning." Qiao felt warm in her heart when she heard him say this, and hurriedly said, "My dear, some things should not be told to me. I am just a little maid, and I will be scared to hear many things. Just tell the young lady." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but say, "Qiao is still good-tempered." Then he looked at Miss Jane and said, "Of course, my wife's temper is better." Miss Jane couldn't help but smile, even if Qingzhou didn't add the last sentence. "Do you still think Wei Mo would be jealous of Qiao?" Qiao's cheeks were slightly red. Luo Qingzhou smiled embarrassedly, and said nothing. Miss Jane Eyre sighed softly and said, "That's right. Brother Qingzhou has to face and deal with so many girls in a day, and they have different personalities. I guess he has learned to treat every girl equally, and say nice things to every girl without realizing it. Ahem. Has the eldest lady agreed to move into the palace?" Luo Qingzhou had to change the subject. Miss Jane shook her head and said, "Sister doesn't want to, and Mother doesn't want to move when she sees so many guards outside. After all, this is our real home. If we live in the palace, it will be uncomfortable with so many eunuchs and palace maids. And if we move away, Dad and second brother will be worried when they suddenly come back and can't see us." Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "Then don't move. It should be safe for the time being." Miss Jane said softly, "Well, Wei Mo doesn't want to move either. By the way, Brother Qingzhou, when do you have time? Go to the palace with Wei Mo to see Sister Mei Jiao. If you go with Wei Mo, you have a reason, which is better than going in alone. Others will not say anything if they know." Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, "Tomorrow." He added, "By the way, I may have to go on a long trip in 2 days. As for when I will be back, I don't know yet." Miss Jane Eyre worriedly said, "Will it be dangerous?" Luo Qingzhou paused, and before she answered, Miss Qin Air whispered, Brother Qingzhou is here to practice. Right? How can there be no danger on the road of practice? But Wei Mo believes that even if there is danger, Brother Qingzhou will be able to overcome it. Luo Qingzhou gently hugged her in his arms and said softly, Don't worry. So many people at home are waiting for me. I will try to come back as soon as possible. At this time, Zhuer's surprised voice suddenly came from the small courtyard outside. Sister Bailing. Why are you here? Bai Ling's crisp and pleasant voice sounded. I'm here to find my son-in-law. Luo Qingzhou pushed open the window. Bai Ling was wearing a pink dress and holding a pink flower in her hand. She was walking towards here lightly while sniffing. When she saw him, she immediately said, Son-in-law. Chan said she missed you. The room was quiet for a while. Miss Qin Air hurriedly whispered, Brother Qingzhou, go quickly. You haven't seen Chan for 3 days. Luo Qingzhou hurried out. When passing the living room, he saw Xiao Dai standing up with needle and thread, and hurried over to kiss her little mouth, whispering, Don't lock the door at night. Wait in the room with Xiao. Xiao Dai's cheeks flushed immediately. Before she could speak, Luo Qingzhou had already walked out. When Bai Ling saw him, she didn't dare to walk with him. She immediately stepped out of the yard first. Like a clever little deer, jumped out of the door, turned around, and disappeared. Xiao watched the scene in the room and whispered, Miss. Now I finally know why Sister Bailing is so afraid of the son-in-law. Miss Qin Air smiled and said meaningfully, What you know is not necessarily right. Brother Qingzhou is powerful, but he will not let the people in the family be afraid of him because of his strength. Xiao was stunned, and suddenly realized, could it be that Sister Bailing also likes the son-in-law? Miss Qin Air smiled and said, Who in this Qin mansion doesn't like it? Then she said, It's not just the Qin mansion. Xiao. Luo Qingzhou came to Lingshan Moon Palace. Bai Ling jumped up the corridor, and the petals in her hand spun a few times with her flying skirt, and fell down. 2 sweet dimples appeared on her face, and she said crisply, Uncle, let's make a deal first. You are not allowed to bully Xiao Bailing tonight. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou immediately stopped and said, Did you just lie to me? Bai Ling blinked her innocent eyes and said, No. Chan is missing Uncle. Chan hasn't seen Uncle for 3 days. When she was sleeping today, she was still talking in her sleep and calling Uncle. As she said that, she suddenly imitated Chan's voice, which was almost exactly the same. Don't Qingzhou. Brother Chan dirty. Luo Qingzhou. When Bailing was about to continue learning, she suddenly found someone standing silently behind her. She hurriedly shrank her neck and slipped into the house with a whoosh. Luo Qingzhou looked at the girl who appeared at the door. Xia Chan was wearing a light green dress, holding a sword in her hand, her face red, and she said, Bai Ling? Nonsense, I didn't say. Luo Qingzhou walked over, held her cold little hand, and said, I know. That girl probably overheard us last time. Before he finished speaking, Xia Chan immediately broke free from his hand, turned around and ran into the house and hid. Luo Qingzhou followed her into the house, and found that she had actually run into Miss Qin's room. While hesitating, Bai Ling suddenly poked her head out of Miss Qin's room and said crisply, Uncle, come in quickly. It's warm inside. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, and was about to escape when a cold voice suddenly came from the room. Come in. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and had to bite the bullet and walk in. Bai Ling laughed and said, Miss is still powerful. Uncle only listens to Miss and ignores others. In the room, Miss Qin was wearing a white dress, sitting on the couch, looking down at the chessboard in front of her. Her flawless face was still as cold as snow, making people dare not approach her casually. Luo Qingzhou entered the room, but did not dare to look at her for too long. He lowered his head slightly and said, What do you want? Miss? Miss Qin looked at the chessboard quietly for a while, then stretched out her slender jade fingers, slowly collected the chess pieces on it, and said lightly, Do you know how to play chess? Luo Qingzhou hesitated and said, No. Miss Qin raised her head and looked at him. Xia Chan, who was standing in the corner, suddenly said, Cheat. Liar. Luo Qingzhou. He could only say, Not really. A little? Bailing snorted beside him. The son-in-law is so bold that he even dared to cheat the young lady. Humph. The young lady must punish him severely later. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to say anything else. Miss Qin was quiet for a moment and said, If you win, you can leave. Luo Qingzhou looked up at her and said, What if you lose? Bai Ling immediately replied. Humph. If you lose, don't even think about leaving tonight. The battle will last until dawn. Miss Qin slowly put away the chess pieces and said in a light tone. If you lose, little donkey, 200 times. Luo Qingzhou. Great. Bai Ling immediately clapped her hands and cheered. Your son-in-law is going to be a little donkey again. And your son-in-law is going to let the young lady ride him again. Chan. We can all ride. Xia Chan stood in the corner, turned her pretty face away, and the corners of her mouth moved slightly. Although Luo Qingzhou didn't want to stay here any longer, he didn't dare to refuse. He had to take off his shoes, walked over, then over, got on the couch, and sat down opposite. This was the first time Miss Qin invited him to play chess. And this young lady finally had an interest. And he definitely couldn't refuse. Even if the mother-in-law knew about it, she would probably turn a blind eye. Do you want black pieces or white pieces? Miss Qin asked. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at her again. Those deep and beautiful eyes were pure and spotless, as if everything in the world could hardly leave any ripples and dust in them. She was dressed in white as snow and pure as spring water, so she should want white pieces. Luo Qingzhou moved the black pieces over and said, I want black pieces. Then he said, Miss first. Miss Qin paused, stretched out her slender white jade fingers, took a white piece, and placed it on the chessboard. Luo Qingzhou picked up a black piece and dropped it next to it. Outside the window, the cold wind was sobbing. Inside the window, it was silent. Only when the chess pieces fell, there was a gentle sound of falling on the board. It only took a moment. Luo Qingzhou knew that Miss Qin should have just learned chess not long ago. It was probably Miss Qin Air who taught her. Miss Qin frowned slightly, as if she found that she might lose, and couldn't help raising her eyes and looking at him. Bai Ling, who was watching the game, suddenly said in a crisp voice, Miss, it's so hot in the room. Do you want to take off your socks? Luo Qingzhou. Okay. You want to distract him. Right? It's just the beginning. And you can't help but plot and use the beautiful feet trick? He had to deliberately make a few mistakes to let Miss Qin recover. Miss Qin continued to play. After a while, Miss Qin frowned again. Bai Ling immediately said, Son-in-law. Look. Chan seems to have fallen asleep while standing. Luo Qingzhou turned his head to look. Bai Ling immediately picked up 2 of his chess pieces and put Miss Qin's chess pieces on the chessboard. Luo Qingzhou still looked at Xia Chan in the corner, pretending to know nothing. Xia Chan also deliberately closed her eyes, her face slightly red. TSK. You are all helping the young lady to cheat. Right? Chan. Go to bed if you are sleepy. Luo Qingzhou deliberately shouted, then turned around and looked at the chessboard again. He stole a glance at Miss Qin across from him. Miss Qin's flawless face was still as cold as snow, without any ripples. Of course, there was no expression of guilt or shame. Luo Qingzhou picked up the chess pieces and continued to play. He definitely didn't want to sing Little Donkey 200 times. It was really shameful. Of course, we couldn't let Miss Qin lose too badly. A moment later, he made a move, and Miss Qin was almost dead. Bai Ling suddenly said, Son-in-law, turn your head away. I'm going to help Miss take off her socks. You are not allowed to peek. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, turned his head obediently, and looked at Xia Chan in the corner. Xia Chan seemed a little guilty, turned her pretty face away, and looked away. Okay, son-in-law. Play quickly. Bai Ling laughed. Luo Qingzhou turned his head, first glanced at the chessboard, and then couldn't help but glance at the opposite side. Miss Qin was still calm. Ahem. He suddenly looked at the chessboard and said, Hey, why do I remember that I still have a chess piece here? Bai Ling immediately said, Son-in-law, you must have remembered it wrong. Xiao Bai Ling has been watching for you. Then he urged and threatened, Son-in-law, play quickly. Don't cheat. Humph. Be careful that people will tell the second lady, and the lady that you even bully my lady when playing chess. Luo Qingzhou looked at the chess piece carefully, and found that there was still hope. This master and servant seemed to have just learned how to play chess. Even though they secretly made so many moves, they still didn't force him into a desperate situation. This time, he decided not to give in. If he gave in again, he would definitely die. After a moment, Bai Ling was about to speak again, but Luo Qingzhou put the remaining 2 black pieces on top and said, No matter how many moves the young lady makes, she will definitely lose. After that, he immediately got off the couch and bowed. saying, "Young lady, I won." Bailing pouted and said, "Young lady hasn't made any moves yet. And the young master has made all the moves." Then her lively eyes rolled around. And she suddenly said, "The young master lost. The young master lost." According to the rules of chess, when one side makes a move, the other side cannot move first before the other side moves. If one side moves, it loses. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Where is this rule?" Bailing immediately said seriously, "Of course there is. There is a book specifically about chess. I have read it all. There is really this rule on it." Luo Qingzhou said, "Where is it? Take it out and let me see it." Bailing said with a confident look, "Anyway, there is. I still have that book in my collection. But it's too late now. I'll find it for the young master tomorrow. By the way, Chan Chan has also read it." Then she immediately found a helper, Chan Chan. "Is that right? Is it written like this?" Xia Chan hesitated for a moment, lowered her head, and bit her lip. "Yes. Yes." Bai Ling immediately said happily with confidence, "Son-in-law, did you hear that? Even if Xiao Bai Ling would lie to you, would Chan Chan lie to you? Son-in-law loses." Luo Qingzhou was too lazy to pay attention to her, and walked directly to the door. At this time, Miss Qin, who was still sitting on the couch, suddenly said in a cold voice, "Little donkey." Luo Qingzhou froze, and turned to look at her. Miss Qin's eyes met with his for a moment, then turned away, and continued to look at the chessboard in front of her, still expressionless, and said, 200 times. Luo Qingzhou suddenly looked under her white skirt and said, "Miss, didn't you take off your socks just now?" Miss Qin seemed to be stiff for a moment, and her two slender feet in snow-white silk stockings retracted into her skirt. Looking at him coldly, Bailing immediately said beside him, "Take it off. Put it on again." "Uncle, does it have anything to do with you?" Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. The room was silent for a while. He shrugged and said, "Okay, I'll sing, since the young lady is happy. It doesn't matter." Soon, the singing of the little donkey rang in the room. This time, Bailing did not laugh at him again for the first time, and Miss Qin's eyes had been looking at him quietly. 200 times. Not one wrong. After Luo Qingzhou finished singing, he bowed and left silently. The room fell into silence again. Miss Qin looked at the chessboard in front of her, her expression stunned. Bailing said softly, "It's okay. Uncle won't be angry who made him so excessive. Actually 3 days, and he ignored Miss. Miss is so hardworking. So pitiful. Going to such a far place to help him alone and got injured. Chan Chan, do you think Uncle is excessive?" "Excessive. Excessive." Outside the window, the night is as dark as ink. Of course Luo Qingzhou would not get angry for such a small matter. It is right to make the young lady happy. Everyone in the Qin mansion hopes to make the young lady happy, even if it makes her a little emotional. But the young lady seems to have no reaction to anything. Since the young lady likes playing chess and likes him to sing Little Donkey, then of course he has no choice. Out of Linchan Moon Palace, he took out the message and sent Sister Yu an apology message, hoping that she could come out tonight. In addition to asking about cultivation tonight, he also wants to ask about alchemy. There are also 2 treasures he picked up in the Kaigwa Marquis mansion. I don't know if Piami Shinzong will track them, so I have to ask. In addition, he is going to go out with his uncle and master, and he also wants to hear Sister Yu's opinion. Anyway, since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he feels that he should tell Sister Yu about anything about cultivation. After all, the other party is really powerful. Moreover, she has been helping him silently, no matter what difficulties he encounters. As long as he finds her, it seems that he can solve them. After the message was sent, he was a little nervous. The other party seemed to be angry. He thought she would not reply again, or maybe wait a long time before replying. But unexpectedly, the message came back very quickly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and quickly asked again, "Sister Yu, will you really come tonight? I'll wait for you in Donghu." "Sister Yu, yes." Luo Qingzhou said quickly, "Thank you." At this moment, he finally felt relieved. At the same time, he became more grateful to Sister Yu. No matter how angry the other party was, as long as he had something important to ask, the other party would definitely come out to help him. He returned to Meixiang Garden in a good mood. Back to the room, talked with Miss Qin Air for a while, and then went to bed. After hugging and chatting for a while in the quilt, Miss Qin Air's voice became smaller and smaller, and soon fell asleep. He didn't come back these days. Miss Jean Eyre must be worried. Such a big thing happened in the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion again. And she was probably worried about the two princesses. In addition, she wanted to write the story quickly so that she could show it to Princess Yue. So, she must be tired. Luo Qingzhou hugged her and lay for a while. Then got out of bed quietly, left the room, and went to Xiaodia's room next door. He practiced for 3 days in the underground of the palace. Also, too much vitality absorbed in the body will inevitably make him more vigorous in that aspect. Squeak. The door was indeed not locked. A red candle was burning at the head of the bed. The bed was covered by curtains and was dim. When the two little girls heard the sound, they poked their heads out of the quilt, looked up at him, and then whimpered and immediately shrank back into the quilt. On the soft couch beside the bed, there were dresses and underwear. A pair of pink and a pair of light yellow stockings were also neatly taken off and placed aside. Luo Qingzhou coughed and closed the door. Awoo! The hungry wolf pounces on its food. Ah! The sheep screamed. Outside the window, the moonlight was cold.